Chapter 1 Rebirth. Our station reports that at 1912 last night, a shocking murder occurred in the tunnels of Tease. The victim's limbs were severed, and their body exhibited multiple fractures. The police have preliminarily concluded it to be a crime of revenge. In the dimly lit room, an old second-hand radio crackled intermittently. A morose man dressed in a shirt lifted his bloodshot eyes, as if summoning every ounce of strength to tremble to his feet. One step at a time, he walked barefoot into the bathroom. In his hand was an exceptionally sharp utility knife. "Wan, I have finally avenged you." With a splash, the bathtub erupted in water, and soon, crimson liquid overflowed onto the pristine white tiles. "Kuang Ye, someone, hurry! Someone, save him, please!" Outside the tub, the deceased Muwan was weeping inconsolably, her heart burdened with guilt and sorrow. She desperately attempted to retrieve the man from the water, but her hands grasped only air. In no time, he sank to the bottom, breathless. Heart-wrenching agony pierced through her, and she fell to the ground in despair. Rustle, the silent room was filled only with the sound of the radio, which, after a burst of white noise, began to broadcast an impassioned commentary. Good evening, dear listeners. Welcome to the broadcast of the Hero World Global Finals. This year, the ST team has forged a path through adversity, representing LPL for the first time in the Global Finals. Captain Kuang Ye possesses exceptional skills and unparalleled awareness, with a mastery of jungle tactics that is nothing short of divine, and his hero pool is deeper than the Mariana Trench, alongside the mid laner. The commentator seemed to receive some news, hesitating momentarily before whispering in surprise. What? Kuang Ye hasn't arrived yet? In the next instant, the incessant buzzing of a mobile phone filled the room. Muwan felt her head grow heavy, the surroundings enveloped in silence, akin to sinking deeper into water. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. A cacophony of sounds flooded her ears, leaving her momentarily dazed as she realized she was in a bar, overhearing a conversation beside her. The engagement banquet must have begun, right? That country bumpkin from the Kuang family thinks he can climb up the social ladder by marrying our Wan. What a delusion. Indeed. I heard he doesn't even work at the company, dabbling in esports instead. No wonder the Kuang family disapproves of him. Wan is so unfortunate. She clearly likes the refined and courteous Kuang Shuyu, yet this mix-up with the babies has led her to be betrothed to someone else. 5 years ago, a significant incident occurred in Tease, when the young master of the prestigious Kuang family was found to have been swapped at birth. The true heir, Kuang Ye, had grown up in the countryside, rough around the edges and lacking refinement, much to the dismay of the Kuang family. Muwan trembled slightly, the familiar scenes and conversations igniting an unbelievable thought in her mind. She abruptly turned to the bar's entrance. Before long, Kuang Xingran, clad in revealing attire, strode in, her eyes lighting up upon spotting Muwan. She approached with a smug expression. Wan, it's all set. I arranged for footage of Kuang Ye working as a thug in an internet CAF to be played at the engagement banquet. Now, even if you skip the banquet, your parents won't blame you for it. Muwan's eyes reddened instantly. It was identical to the scene in her memories. She had truly been reborn. Reborn on the day of her engagement to Kuang Ye. She glanced at her watch in a panic, and without waiting for others to react, she snatched her bag from the booth and dashed out. The crowd was taken aback and hurried after her, only to find her hailing a taxi at the entrance, puzzled. Wan, where are you going? Muwan casually flagged down a taxi, settling into the passenger seat, her voice resolute, to get engaged to Kuang Ye. The green taxi sped away, leaving behind a group of friends frozen in disbelief at Muwan's words. Did I hear that right? Muwan said what? She's going to get engaged. OMG. Is Wan out of her mind? Muwan was certainly not mad. In her previous life, she had stood up Kuang Ye on the day of their engagement because she harbored feelings for Kuang Shuyu. As a result, her father had been furious, the elder of the Kuang family nearly landing in the ICU, and Kuang Ye had become the subject of ridicule among the elite circles. Yet, that very Kuang Ye, after she had been kidnapped and murdered, abandoned everything and resorted to any means necessary to avenge her death. Meanwhile, the man she had liked for years, Kuang Shuyu, had received her desperate call for help but concealed the truth, causing her to miss the optimal moment for rescue and ultimately leading to her brutal demise at the hands of the kidnappers. Tears welled in her eyes unbidden, as memories of her torment and the image of Kuang Ye sinking beneath the water surged into her mind. This time, she would not allow his hands to be stained with blood. At this moment, within the Kuang family villa, beneath the opulent crystal chandelier, countless men and women clad in suits and gowns clinked glasses and engaged in lively conversation, embodying an atmosphere of lavishness. The engagement banquet was about to commence, yet the bride, Mu Wan, had yet to arrive, driving the elders of both the Kuang and Mu families to the brink of madness. This wretched girl, her usual capriciousness is one thing, but now that the guests have arrived, why is she still absent? I've called her phone is off, and I can't get through. Try calling Xingran, they're usually close friends. See if she knows Wanwan's whereabouts. Though the Kuang and Mu families intended to conceal the situation, their anxious expressions revealed enough for several guests to take note. Someone murmured. What's going on? The engagement banquet is about to start. Where is the young lady of the Mu family? I heard that the young lady of the Mu family and that fake young master of the Kuang family are childhood sweethearts. They've had an unspoken bond since high school due to their engagement, and both studied abroad in college. They might have been together long before this sudden change of fiancé. It's understandable if she's upset. But she still can't just run away from the wedding. What about the dignity of the Kuang and Mu families? The Mu and Kuang families were both renowned aristocratic clans in CDS, and the elders of both families had been formidable figures in the military during their youth. The union of these two powerful families had stirred quite a sensation in elite circles. As the crowd buzzed with conversation, they remained oblivious to the other protagonist of the engagement banquet standing just behind them.
Chapter 2 Greetings, I am Muwan, your fiancé Kuang Ye, adorned in a well-tailored slate blue suit, possessed striking features and a slender physique. At first glance, he bore no resemblance to the crude, uncouth individual rumored to have never attended university. Particularly notable was the elegance of his hand, long and delicate, with pronounced knuckles. Under the brilliant lights, one could even discern the faint blue veins on the back of his hand, a veritable delight for those enamored with hands. A sardonic smile played upon his lips as he stepped away, seeking a quieter corner. Unexpectedly, he encountered Zhou Yun, his mother. Along the way, Zhou Yun's expression was one of discontent. It seems Mu Wan will not be attending today. I have long stated that her affections lie with Shuyu, yet your grandfather insisted on imposing this engagement upon you, and now, both families have suffered such humiliation. Kuang Ye's gaze darkened momentarily before breaking into a grin. The inherent grace of a young aristocrat was swiftly overshadowed by a hint of rebelliousness and provocation. If she chooses not to come, so be it. The attendees are all affluent and distinguished. Does my presence truly matter? Perhaps I should take to the stage and organize a 5v5 gaming session, with the victor receiving a kiss from the matriarch of the Kuang family. Zhou Yun ground her teeth in frustration. Do not bring your frivolous antics to such an occasion. Kuang Ye shrugged in resignation. Here I am, offering you ideas, yet you refuse to listen. You are truly difficult to please. Zhou Yun was infuriated, her chest heaving as if she might faint on the spot. Mother, what is the matter? Suddenly, a gentleman clad in a tailcoat of pristine white, possessing a refined demeanor and gentle aura, approached. He supported Zhou Yun. Casting a disapproving glance at Kuang Ye, Xiaoyi, mother has a heart condition, you must refrain from provoking her. The onlookers nodded in agreement, noting that this adopted son seemed to exhibit more concern than the biological one. In response, Kuang Ye retrieved a small ceramic vial from his pocket. No need to worry, I brought some quick-acting heart pills. The crowd was momentarily at a loss, unable to discern whether he was jesting or serious. Zhou Yun, utterly mortified, turned away, grasping Kuang Shuyu's arm as they hastily departed. Kuang Ye watched the duo's retreating figures, the epitome of maternal affection, before opening the vial and tossing a pill into his mouth. Chewing it nonchalantly as he strolled to the side, minutes passed slowly. The engagement banquet seemed poised to culminate in a runaway bride scenario, the expression on Kuang Laoya's face a deep shade of anger. While Mu's parents wore equally grim visages, yet the most scornful, disdainful, and derisive glances fell upon Kuang Ye, who had been eclipsed by an impostor, losing even his fiancée to another, just as Kuang Fu lifted the microphone to announce the cancellation of the engagement. The villa's grand entrance swung open, revealing Mu Wan, resplendent in a vibrant red gown, her hair cascading like a waterfall, her beauty akin to a blooming red rose. She rushed in breathless. I apologized. I was caught in traffic. I am late. An abrupt silence enveloped the villa. In a corner of the banquet hall, a pair of obsidian eyes suddenly lifted. Regardless of the astonishment surrounding her, Mu Wan felt relieved to have made it in time. She inhaled deeply, attempting to calm her racing heart. Kuang Fu and Kuang Mu visibly relaxed, and Wang Lan approached with a teasing tone. Arriving late to your own engagement, you must apologize to both Grandpa Kuang and Xiaoyi later. Mu Wan linked arms with her mother, gazing at her lustrous hair, her nose tinged with emotion as tears threatened to spill. In her past life, after being kidnapped, her abductors had demanded an exorbitant ransom from the Mu family. resulting in its bankruptcy. Ultimately, the kidnappers tore up the ransom note, leaving her mother heartbroken, her hair turning white overnight. Her father and brother were consumed with guilt, leading the family to shatter, with a voice tinged with sorrow. She vowed, "Mother, I promise to heed your advice from now on. I shall no longer be willful." Wang Lan gently tapped her forehead, reminiscing about raising her little girl, now on the cusp of engagement. Her eyes glistening with moisture. As long as you don't cause trouble, that will suffice, she then whispered, regarding the rumors about Kuang Ye. Your brother has investigated, they are all malicious fabrications. He is a good boy. Do not harbor prejudice. Muan nodded, recalling her mother's similar words in her previous life, which she had dismissed as mere encouragement to marry. Yet, upon reflection, how could her family, who loved her so dearly, allow her to be with any ne'er-do-well? Upon reaching the center of the banquet, Muan formally apologized to Kuang Ye, who assumed her tardiness was genuine, chiding her lightly without true anger. Scanning the room, she spotted Kuang Ye alone on the semi-enclosed balcony, engrossed in his phone, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The tension within her eased. How wonderful it was that he was still alive. Kuang Ye, upon witnessing Muwan's arrival, exhibited a flicker of surprise, his face breaking into a gentle smile as he approached. However, Muwan bypassed him, directly walking towards Kuang Ye, extending her hand. Let us properly introduce ourselves. I am Muwan, your fiancé. Kuang Ye had been found at the age of 18, and even in her past life, this was not the first time Muwan had encountered him. However, due to her studies abroad and her closer ties with Kuang Shuyu and Kuang Xingran, her interactions with Kuang Ye were limited. Thus, in the afterlife, as her spirit hovered, witnessing Kuang Ye avenging her, her astonishment was palpable. Kuang Ye looked momentarily taken aback, his eyes filled with uncertainty as he regarded Muwan. Seeing her unwavering grasp on his hand, he reciprocated the gesture. Hello, Kuang Ye, your fiancé. Chapter 3. In her eyes, he embodied this persona. Observing the man's bewildered expression, Muwan grasped his wrist, guiding him from the dim corner into the radiant heart of the banquet. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, "Rest assured, I will protect you from now on." He was a man who in her past life had been willing to risk everything for her. Thus, in this life, she too was prepared to love him with her very existence. The proximity took him by surprise, her breath brushing against his ear, sending shivers down his spine. Kuang Ye regarded Muwan as she led him through the throng, blinking in disbelief. A smile slowly emerged on his lips. Perhaps things were not as dire as he had anticipated. Following the conclusion of the engagement banquet, as guests departed, Muwan found the formal attire cumbersome for travel, opting to change into casual wear in the Kuang family's dressing room. Upon exiting, she unexpectedly encountered a person she wished to avoid. Kuang Shuyu regarded her with a complex expression. Wan, you should not act so impulsively. I have already told you, my involvement with Li Shuqin is minimal. In the adjacent hallway, Kuang Ye paused momentarily, halting in his tracks. Muwan, momentarily bewildered by the mention of Li Shuqin, recalled that an incident had indeed transpired around this time. Rumors had circulated regarding Kuang Shuyu and the celebrated starlet. The relationship between Muwan and Kuang Shuyu was peculiar. They had never formally confessed their feelings, yet, due to the engagement, everyone around them acknowledged their unspoken bond, allowing her to feel jealousy towards any female companion he had. A sentiment he tacitly accepted. However, beyond that, there was nothing between them, no grand declarations, no enduring emotions, merely a friendship teetering on the brink of something more, which had left her feeling insecure in her previous life. But now, having been reborn, she felt an overwhelming sense of defiance. She raised her gaze to meet his, her eyes devoid of the previous warmth, replaced instead with a clear boundary. Kuang Shuyu, I am now engaged to Kuang Ye. You are merely an adopted son of the Kuang family. It is inappropriate for you to speak to your brother's fiancée in such a manner. Kuang Shuyu had never seen Muwan so cold. His eyes widened in astonishment before he quickly composed himself, adopting a tone of earnest concern. Wan, you cannot jest with matters of such gravity. As Muwan prepared to retort, a teasing male voice resonated through the corridor. Kuang Ye approached with a leisurely stride. What you say is quite curious. How can my engagement to her be a jest? Kuang Shuyu choked on his words, casting a glance at Muwan. Sensing that now was not the appropriate moment for further discussion, he brushed past Kuang Ye and departed, feeling a twinge of guilt at being seen conversing with her former love. Muwan was about to utter something to ease the tension when Kuang Ye crouched down, placing a pair of slippers at her feet. Were these your shoes? Must be uncomfortable. Muwan was taken aback. Her gown and heels had been hastily purchased, and after merely the duration of the banquet, her heels had already begun to cause blisters. She was astonished that Kuang Ye had noticed such a detail. What a thoughtful little pup. Due to the events of her past life, Muwan viewed Kuang Ye through a lens of pity. Perceiving him as a fragile, helpless creature, this perspective had prevented her from seeing his true nature as a cunning and audacious wolf in sheep's clothing. After changing into the slippers, Kuang Ye escorted Muwan out. They walked side by side down the tranquil corridor that followed the banquet. Observing the slightly aloof Kuang Ye beside her, Muwan felt uncertain if he harbored any feelings for her. Lost in thought, she stumbled on the stairs, letting out a startled gasp as she nearly fell. Fortunately, Kuang Ye reacted swiftly, catching her waist and pulling her back into an embrace. The proximity was electric. Their breaths mingling in the air. Mu1 had never been so close to anyone before. Her ears flushed crimson, and she hastily stepped back, lowering her gaze to mask her embarrassment. "Thank you." Kuang Ye regarded her briefly before suddenly crouching down. Mu1 asked, "What are you doing?" Kuang Ye replied, "Climb on, my lady. These disposable slippers I found are not meant for comfortable walking. I will carry you out," though she had often been addressed as my lady. No one had ever done so with such a teasing yet affectionate tone as Kuang Ye. She felt a flicker of confusion, realizing that his persona diverged from her initial impressions. Was he merely seeking to curry favor with Miss Mu to bolster his position against young Master Shuyu and the family inheritance stakes? How utterly shameless! A few murmurs from the servants reached her ears, dispelling Mu1's confusion in an instant. With simmering anger, she cast a cold glance and retorted, "I am his fiancée. If he does not seek to please me, does he intend to curry favor with you instead?" Even a mere servant felt free to mock Kuang Ye without hesitation. Truly a pitiable figure. The servant, taken aback by Mu1's defense of Kuang Ye, turned pale and hurriedly departed. Kuang Ye himself was equally astonished by Mu1's intervention. In the moment of his surprise, the soft figure of the woman pressed against his back, her slender arms encircling his neck. "Carry me out. You are my rightful fiancé. To bully you is to bully me. Whoever dares to look down upon you or push you into a corner to play on their phone, just watch how I shall deal with them." Having been pampered since childhood, although Mu1 appeared elegant and dignified, there was an undeniable streak of rebellious defiance within her. Anyone she sought to protect was off limits to harm. In a place unseen by her, Kuang Ye's dark eyes were filled with a warm smile. So it turned out, he was perceived in such a light in her eyes. Chapter 4, Champion. The following day, Mu1 was roused from her drowsiness by the ringing of her phone. Upon answering, she found it was Kuang Xingran. The latter immediately began to berate her. "Wan, are we no longer good friends? You don't answer calls, nor do you respond to messages. Do you wish to sever ties?" Rubbing her aching temples, Mu1 replied vaguely, "Get to the point." Kuang Xingran huffed in frustration. "What else could it possibly be but your relationship with Kuang Ye?" At the mere mention of his name, Mu1 perked up, glancing at the time on her phone, yawning, and arranging a private meeting at a CAF with Kuang Xingran before getting up to freshen herself. Having grown up together, although Kuang Xingran sometimes acted excessively, her intentions were generally good. Mu1 was curious. Despite having previously despised Kuang Ye, why was she now intent on humiliating him in public? Upon arriving at the CAF, Kuang Xingran was clad in an exceedingly provocative outfit. The upper half featured a dark green diamond pattern tube top, while the lower half consisted of extremely short hot pants. Adorning her wrists were colorful studded bracelets. Had it not been for her striking face, this ensemble would have been a disaster. With a sullen expression, Kuang Xingran stirred her coffee with a spoon. Glaring at Mu1 seated across from her, "Spill the beans. What is going on between you and Kuang Ye? You know I cannot stand him." Mu1 had little to hide from Kuang Xingran. "I like him and intend to marry him." Kuang Xingran's voice lifted in disbelief. "Why, aren't you in love with my brother?" Mu1 corrected her. "Xingran, Kuang Ye is your brother too." Then her expression turned nonchalant. "As for Kuang Shuyue, we have never officially been together, so what is there to discuss?" Kuang Xingran countered. "That can't be true. Shuyue likes you. I can see that." Mu1 raised her gaze. "Xingran, mere observations hold no weight. If he truly liked me, knowing I am engaged to Kuang Ye, why has he never contested it with grandfather Kuang?" Kuang Xingran replied, "Because grandfather favors Kuang Ye." Mu1 interjected, "But uncle and aunt, as well as you, all lean towards him. Even I did in the past. If he had even a hint of wanting to be with me, this engagement feast would not exist in the first place. So either he does not like me, or he is certain I will run away from the marriage, unwilling to be the villain first. The latter is even more despicable." Kuang Xingran fell silent, her mouth opening and closing but no words emerged. Eventually she despondently scratched her head. "Alright, I concede, but if you don't like Shuyue, how can you possibly like Kuang Ye?" Mu1's ears turned slightly pink as she raised her eyebrows. "I just like him." Then she reached out, asking Kuang Xingran, "About that video you mentioned of Kuang Ye working as a bouncer at an internet CAF, could you send it to me?" Kuang Xingran, puzzled, replied, "It's on my phone." "What do you want it for?" Despite her dislike for Kuang Ye, she could not ruin her friend's engagement, so she hurriedly retracted the document. Mu1 confidently declared, "Just to admire the youthful grace of my fiancé." Kuang Xingran blinked, reaching out to touch Mu1's forehead, questioning if her friend had been possessed. "What spell has Kuang Ye cast on you?" Mu1 countered, "And why do you harbor such a dislike for Kuang Ye? Did you not once say he had a pitiable background and deserved recompense?" Kuang Xingran fell silent, averting her gaze, seemingly unwilling to elaborate. Mu1 did not press further. After downloading the video sent by her friend, she reminded her to delete any saved copies. Kuang Xingran shot her a glance. "You are my best friend. Even if I dislike him, I will not target him. I will simply ignore him." Touched, Mu1 ordered several exquisite pastries for her. Then casually inquired about the video's source. Kuang Xingran replied that she found it online. After parting ways with Kuang Xingran, Mu1 opened her phone, locating a contact with the alias X, and sent the video. requesting, "Please help me trace the original source of this video." Then she initiated a transfer of 10,000 yuan since Kuang Ye's return to the Kuang family. Aunt Zhou had treated his past as a source of shame, ensuring that all online content featuring him was deleted. The fact that Kuang Xingran could easily find such black history was simply unfathomable. Exiting the CAF, Muon strolled along the tree-lined avenue, basking in the warmth of the sunlight. During her confinement in the basement, even a single ray of sunshine had felt like a luxury. Another victory, she mused. In less than 15 minutes, the ST team had demonstrated remarkable prowess. Thanks to Kuang Ye's successful counterattacks and relentless hunts, the opposing team had scarcely managed to develop. On a nearby bench, two children huddled together, their eyes glued to the phone screen. Yuan paused. Kuang Ye, indeed, he was a professional esports player, but for the upper echelons of society such a profession was deemed rather unrefined, even disgraceful. The Kuang family regarded it as a shame, hence few were aware of it. Curiosity piqued, she searched for Kuang Ye on her phone, and soon a live stream link appeared. Clicking on it, a large victory banner filled the screen, accompanied by a triumphant voice announcing, "Let us congratulate the ST team on securing the championship of this LPL spring tournament." Chapter 5, Sending him roses. Countless comments flooded the screen. "ST team is amazing. Yishin is incredible, he secured MVP in all 3 matches, countering the enemy to the brink of despair. The opposition only fell into despair because they were being caught even under the tower. Our teammates were always a step too slow. I genuinely worry that Yishin might be ganged up on backstage. Kuang Ye forever, I want to have your children." Muon. So Kuang Ye is this popular in the esports world, compared to the upper circles, where everyone could trample on him due to the family's disregard. The stark contrast made Muon's heart ache. Nothing is more painful than achieving success without recognition from one's own family. Suddenly clenching her fists, flames of determination ignited within her, since no one else supported Kuang Ye. She would be his ally. Thus, when Kuang Ye and his teammates returned from their victory banquet, they encountered a delivery person at the gate, struggling with a massive bouquet of roses. Kuang Ye jested, "Oh, who is this fervent admirer with such a grand bouquet? Is it a confession?" To his surprise, the security guard looked at him like a savior. "Captain Kuang, you have finally returned. Someone has sent you flowers." The base typically prohibited unfamiliar deliveries, but this persistent delivery person insisted on a personal signature. Kuang Ye. The other 4 teammates of the ST team burst into laughter. Mid laner Shenlele could barely contain himself, elbowing Kuang Ye while teasing him for digging his own grave. "Captain, the passionate confession of red roses, you should go sign for them." Kuang Ye, not amused, smacked Shenlele's forehead. "What nonsense, official team members are not allowed to accept gifts from fans. Have you forgotten the team rules?" He then approached the delivery person, instructing, "Please return the flowers. I refuse to accept them. Supporting the team by watching the matches is the greatest form of support." The delivery person attempted to argue, "But I've gone through all this trouble to bring them." Kuang Ye rummaged through his pocket, pulling out a crumpled 20 yuan bill and handing it to the person. "Thank you for your efforts." Seeing no room for negotiation, the delivery person sighed, accepting the 20 as a token of their labor, muttering under their breath, "The tip for this order was supposed to be 100. With feelings unreciprocated, this Miss Mu is surely on the verge of tears. Kuang Ye's expression shifted slightly, suddenly stopping the delivery person with a questioning look. "Did you just mention Miss Mu?" The delivery person raised the bouquet, pointing to a note nestled among the roses. "Congratulations Kuang Ye on winning the spring tournament championship. May your path be ever prosperous," accompanied by flowers. Signed, Muon. Kuang Ye's expression froze momentarily. In his recollection, the name Muon should not have appeared in this context. His throat bobbed as he suddenly broke into a smile, extending his hand with a rising tone. "Please hand me the roses." The delivery person, overjoyed, realized that 100 yuan tip was no small fortune. Once the delivery person departed, the other teammates of the ST squad gathered around, their expressions filled with confusion. Shenlele admonished, "Captain, what about the team rules?" Not that he was genuinely scolding, but merely concerned that Kuang Ye might face penalties from the manager for breaking protocol. Kuang Ye glanced at the vibrant red roses, plucking the note from the bouquet and pocketing it, his tone casual yet tinged with pride. "These flowers are not from a fan, everyone. They are from a family member." As Kuang Ye finished speaking, he entered the base with a bouquet of roses in hand. His teammates exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the situation. The members of the ST team were all signed by Kuang Ye, which meant he was well acquainted with their backgrounds, yet they knew very little about him. All they were aware of was that he came from a less fortunate family during his childhood. To gather enough money for transportation to participate in the league, he had worked as a net CAF manager for half a year, seemingly while still underage. Muon noticed that the order had been marked as received, and her beautiful eyes brightened momentarily. She opened WeChat, eager to send her congratulations to Kuang Ye for his victory and to inquire whether he liked the roses. Unfortunately, she realized with dismay that she did not have his WeChat contact. They were engaged, yet there was no means of connection. Muon sighed, collapsing onto her plush bed, feeling foolish for not having asked him for his contact information when he delivered shoes to her yesterday. She opened Kuang Xingran's WeChat and messaged, "Please send me Kuang Ye's WeChat contact card." Moments later, a contact card featuring a dazzling starry sky as its avatar was sent over. Muon clicked on it, sent a friend request, but the other party took a while to respond. With time to spare, she decided to open a video that Kuang Xingran had sent her earlier that afternoon. The video depicted a younger Kuang Ye, clad in a faded t-shirt and jeans, standing at the entrance of a dimly lit internet CAF, wielding an iron rod with an air of defiance. Opposite him stood a scruffy adult who appeared significantly older, smoking a cigarette and exuding a delinquent vibe. After a brief exchange, the young Kuang Ye suddenly erupted with rage, as if provoked, and charged at the man, striking him until he was left battered and bruised. In the video, Kuang Ye appeared ferocious and brooding, resembling an enraged wolf, yet Muon could only see his emaciated figure, his reddened eyes, tightly clenched lips, and sunken cheeks that suggested malnutrition. Muon had heard from Kuang Xingran about Kuang Ye's troubled upbringing. His adoptive father was a gambler who squandered the family fortune and even sold off his wife, ultimately being arrested for human trafficking. Following this, Kuang Ye became a wild child with no one to care for him. Had it not been for a chance encounter between Grandpa Kuang and Kuang Ye, who bore a striking resemblance to his biological father, the truth about the hospital mix-up might have remained forever concealed. As the video concluded, Muon turned off her phone, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The Kuang Ye in the video bore an uncanny resemblance to the one who had tragically taken his own life in a bathtub in her previous life. Chapter 6, Shut Up. Understand. Meanwhile, at the ST base, Kuang Ye had just finished his basic training and emerged from the shower, wrapped in a towel. Professional esports players typically live nocturnally, and the team's physician had devised a strict physical training regimen to ensure they did not develop health issues at such a young age. Consequently, Kuang Ye maintained an impressive physique, with 8-pack abs, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. Xinla had once remarked that even if Kuang Ye chose to leave the esports scene, he could seamlessly transition into a professional male model. As he toweled off his hair, his gaze drifted to the roses on the windowsill, and a hint of softness graced his expression. Just as he unmuted his phone, a WeChat notification chimed upon seeing a new friend request. The smile on his lips deepened, and he promptly accepted it. Muon would never know that this engagement was not merely a whim of the elder Kuang, but rather Kuang Ye's gamble of everything he had in a bid for a final chance. The moment Muon saw that her friend request had been accepted, she eagerly opened the chat window, deliberating for a while before sending a message with a smiley face. "Congratulations on your victory. Could you teach me how to play the game?" Immediately regretting her words, she feared that Kuang Ye might interpret her intentions as merely trying to mooch off a gaming expert. She hastily attempted to retract her message, but the response came before she could. "Sure." What? Muon's eyes widened in disbelief. Kuang Ye had agreed, clutching her pillow. Her mood soared to unprecedented heights as she rolled around on her bed for a few moments before replying, "I'll log into the game right now." Due to it being her first login, there was a tutorial, and fearing she might keep Kuang Ye waiting too long, she hurriedly skipped through it. Once they were finally matched, she found herself staring blankly at the hero selection screen. What had the NPC said earlier? Embarrassed, she snapped a photo to ask Kuang Ye, "Which one should I choose?" "Photo," Kuang Ye replied promptly. "Pick whichever one you find pleasing." Without hesitation, Muon returned to the hero lobby and selected the most visually appealing character. Upon entering the map, she realized she was still quite inexperienced. Observing that others had split into 3 lanes, she chose a lane to traverse, only to contribute the first blood to the enemy team. The hero she selected, Wind Spirit, was a support character whose skills involved riding atop other heroes to provide them with spell enhancements and shields. This hero required a keen sense of operation, making it unfriendly for novices and easy to play poorly. Given Kuang Ye's high rank, the players in this match were no rookies. As soon as they noticed her performance, one of them opened their mic. "Does the support even know how to play?" she asked. "Just feeding under the tower," reported. 9 out of 10 Wind Spirits are noobs. This match is 4v5. Let us surrender. Muon was not one to back down easily. In fact, as the pampered daughter of the Mu family, she possessed a rather proud demeanor. Seeing them insult her made her face darken as she prepared to retaliate with a message. However, just then, the game sound indicated that Kuang Ye had secured a double kill against the enemy ADC and support. In the chat box, he declared, "I'll double the economy she gave away." "Shut up, understand?" The chat fell silent, and as promised, Kuang Ye made it a point that for every time Muon died, he would claim 2 kills from the enemy. In a match full of inexperienced players, he effortlessly dominated the game. Victory was inevitable. At the end, their teammates expressed in the chat, "In the future, when taking a girl alone, please follow this standard." Muon felt her cheeks heat up. Even though it was just a game, witnessing his ability to carry the entire match with unwavering support truly tugged at her heartstrings. Is it convenient to use voice chat? Yes. After plugging in her headphones, A voice message popped up on her phone, the man's deep, slightly husky voice resonating in her ears. Next match, you follow my lead. Muon replied softly, okay. In the subsequent match, instead of selecting the elegant wind spirit, she randomly chose a rugged hero who rode a horse, boasting thick eyebrows, striking eyes, and a wild beard. As Kuang Ye tried to enhance Muon's gaming experience, a teasing, melodious voice suddenly broke through her concentration. This horse can't ride on my head. Muon's face flushed with embarrassment, and her shyness triggered her defensive instincts as she retorted fiercely, who wants to ride on your head? I have my own horse, just play well and don't lose. Laughter echoed in her ears, followed by a tender murmur, as you command, my lady. After a night of gaming, Muon finally grasped the basic rules of the game. Having played until late, she promptly fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Kuang Ye had to rise early for a morning run and training. Following his jog, the team manager pulled Kuang Ye aside, asking with a serious expression, Kuang Ye, are you in a relationship? Kuang Ye replied, what makes you say that? The manager produced a screenshot and confronted him. This is your alternate account, right? Playing duo matches and saying, ILL double the economy she gave away. Shut up, understand? Are you claiming you're not in a relationship? Kuang Ye retorted, who has that much free time to screenshot in a casual match? Chapter 7, The Correct Way to Take a Girl Alone. Many professional players are aware of your alternate account. Just look at the group chat, they're practically rolling with laughter. How old are you this year? I had no idea you were this cringeworthy. Kuang Ye realized he had been careless and attempted to explain to the manager. I'm not in a relationship. The manager's expression darkened, so you're sleeping with fans? Kuang Ye's eyes widened, you think that of me? In any circle, sleeping with fans would lead to severe repercussions, often resulting in public shaming. The manager, gritting his teeth, remarked, I wish that were not the case, so give me a reasonable explanation. Kuang Ye raked a hand through his hair, it's not a relationship. Nor is it sleeping with fans, it's a family matter. The manager's expression softened considerably, really? Kuang Ye nodded, and the manager finally relaxed, warning him, it's not that I'm forbidding you from dating. But if you do, you must inform me. I need to prepare the PR department, and remember, sleeping with fans results in a lifetime ban. Don't forget how hard you fought to get here. Kuang Ye replied nonchalantly, yeah, I know. After dismissing the manager, Kuang Ye entered the training area, and as soon as he booted up his computer, several teammates began exchanging knowing glances. In unison, they chimed. I'll double the economy she gave away, shut up, understand? Kuang Ye sighed, log on if you're confident, try a solo match. The team's support player, already in his mid-20s, waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, a jungle player challenging a support to a solo match, you really have no shame. Shinla turned around, I just remembered I haven't had breakfast yet. The others quickly sought excuses to escape. Chuckling at the thought of facing the top jungler in the LPL early in the morning, it would be quite the spectacle. Muon awoke around noon, her parents already having gone to work. She had a light brunch and discovered an invitation sitting on the coffee table. Curiously, she inquired with the housekeeper, Zhang, who delivered this invitation. Zhang Hui replied, it's from the Yuan family, Miss Yuan's birthday is next month. Muon's brow furrowed immediately upon hearing Yuan Weiwei's name. The Yuan family and the Mu family are business partners, and due to their overlapping social circles, Muon has encountered Yuan Weiwei many times. Yet she harbors no fondness for her. The reason is simple, the latter has an affection for Kuang Shuyu. Previously, due to her engagement with Kuang Shuyu, every encounter was fraught with hostility, leading to Muon's great annoyance. In her past life, she never attended her birthday banquet, and in this life, she certainly would not go either. She promptly returned the invitation, just as Muon was about to dismiss this matter. A sudden thought crossed her mind, darkening her expression. In her previous life, it seemed she had heard Kuang Xingran mention that at Yuan Weiwei's birthday banquet, Kuang Ye had a conflict with someone and was injured. That hand was crucial for Kuang Ye as a professional gamer. Yuan clenched her fists in an instant. No, she had to attend this banquet. Upon returning to her room, the more she pondered, the angrier she became. A normal person would be affected by an injury to their hand, let alone someone like Kuang Ye, an esports player, having paid little attention to Kuang Ye in her past life. Muon was unsure if he had participated in competitions as usual after his hand injury, but this time, she was determined to protect this poor soul. Yuan opened the game intending to climb the ranks, as her level was too low to match with Kuang Ye, leaving her to play in matches instead. As soon as she logged in, she was taken aback by the number of friend requests flooding in. Why were so many people adding her as a game friend? She randomly accepted one request and inquired why the person had added her. The response was a link with the title, Hero World Today's statement, please watch the correct way to carry your sister. Upon opening it, she found it was a compilation of her and Kuang Ye's matches from the previous night. The video began with Kuang Ye's statement amplified in a comical font. "I delivered the economy, doubled it back, understand?" The final word "understand" took over the entire screen. Following that were clips of Muwan being defeated while Kuang Ye achieved double kills in mere seconds. The barrage of comments was relentless. "I'm in awe. If carrying a sister is like this, why would I need to become a princess from Zwan? I matched with them yesterday, I was on the opposite lane, that jungler was incredible. My support and I were either caught or on our way to being caught. And the key point is, my support is a tank. I was puzzled by this guy's aggressive nature. If only this jungler could come to my aid. If only Juan was my friend. I could hitch a ride on the jungler's coattails. How delightful. Juan seems like a newbie, clearly a novice in those initial matches, but she improved significantly afterward. Muwan, the friend she had just added, sent her a message. I'll gift you a skin, can you carry me to rank up? Muwan, at 1, I'm still in the low ranks, I can't carry you. This time, it was the other party who fell silent for a moment before replying, then I'll carry you. Since we VE added each other, but I'm a streamer, you don't mind, right? Muwan found the person rather pleasant, I don't mind, thank you. On the other side of the screen, in one of countless live streaming rooms, the streamer Olan, clad in a hoodie and seated in an esports chair, was chatting with his viewers. Having grown accustomed to high-tier matches, he felt it was time to unwind and regain some skill. Go on, who are you to carry anyone? They have a jungler in the background. What do you have? I'm simply trying to build rapport with Juan. After all, it would be beneficial to have a powerful ally later on. Don't get me wrong, I'm merely a soulless rank-up machine, not poaching anyone's territory. In a moment, I'll switch accounts. My current account rank is too high for matches. As he spoke, he observed the steadily rising online viewer count. Feeling a slight relief. It seemed the day's data was stabilizing. Recently signed to Xingchen as a game streamer, he had been doing well due to his skills, but had recently encountered a series of unfortunate matches, which left his record in shambles. He had no choice but to resort to desperate measures. After watching that influenceress video on carrying sisters, he hoped to ride the wave of popularity. At least to gather enough money for his sister's chemotherapy this month. Olan managed to elevate Muwan from the lowest rank to gold. He hadn't experienced such a killing spree in quite some time. Juan, I have something to attend to, I'm logging off. Olan felt a tinge of regret. During their ranked matches, many viewers had flocked to his stream. Olan, alright, let us play again next time. As he exited the team, just as he was about to switch accounts, he saw the notification bar light up with a red dot. He clicked into friend notifications. Your friend Juan has sent you XXX skin. Your friend Juan has sent you XXXXXXXX skin. Your friend Juan has sent you XX skin. A cascade of dazzling effects followed. Muwan had gifted him all the exquisite skins for the heroes he had just used. Olan's mouth fell open in shock. The chat room was flooded with comments, nearly obscuring the entire screen. Holy moly, holy moly, holy moly. Who said Juan was just a sister? This is clearly a super rich lady. I'm in awe. Soon, the entire chat room was filled with envious remarks. This wave of streaming was simply too effective, as gifts poured into the room. Incessantly. Chapter 8. Did he just call me sister? Muwan was blissfully unaware of the happenings in the chat room. She paid little mind to the skins, which were hardly enough to buy herself a handbag. She logged off, suddenly remembering she needed to attend the Yuan family's banquet and had yet to find a suitable gown. Moreover, it wasn't just for herself. There was also Kuang Ye to consider. The price of a gown was not negligible, and she was uncertain if the Kuang family would prepare one for him. Carefully choosing her words, she clicked on Kuang Ye's WeChat profile. Kuang Ye, I have to attend a banquet next month. Could you accompany me to choose a gown? During training at the base, the team members' phones were either muted or turned off, so Muwan waited quite a while before receiving Kuang Ye's reply. When? 1. When are you free? Kuang Ye, our team has a 2-day break. 1. Then Saturday. Before they knew it, Saturday arrived early in the morning. A driver took Muwan to the largest luxury clothing mall in S-City. Given Muwan's status, she could have simply made a call, and the latest collections from various brands would be delivered to her home immediately, with any unselected items returned without issue. However, Muwan's pretense of shopping for herself was merely a ruse. The real purpose was to assist Kuang Ye in selecting attire, and she intended to carry out the charade in full. Upon arriving at the designated location, she spotted Kuang Ye at a glance. He wore a navy striped shirt with rolled-up sleeves and an unbuttoned collar, his collarbone prominent, exuding a casual yet slightly rebellious charm. Kuang Ye Yuan waved. Kuang Ye lifted his gaze, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Today, the girl was not dressed as elaborately as on their engagement day. She wore a simple light blue long dress with a mandarin collar, her hair styled up, complemented by understated rhinestone earrings. Her long neck and fair skin made her appear elegant and enchanting. It was evident she had put thought into her appearance. Have you waited long? No, I just arrived. The two entered the mall. Their striking presence as a handsome man and beautiful woman instantly drawing the attention of passers-by. Mu1 noticed many couples strolling hand in hand and, after a moment's contemplation, intertwined her fingers with Kuang Ye's. Kuang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Mu1's gaze wandered. My ankle is a bit uncomfortable. I'm just borrowing some strength. Kuang Ye's eyes deepened, a fleeting smile passing over him, and he naturally took the bag from her hand. Then I'll help you carry the bag. The young couple walked hand in hand, with the gentleman attentively carrying the lady's light-colored handbag, resembling a pair of sweethearts deeply in love, just as Mu1 was selecting an appropriate gown for the banquet. A familiar voice called from behind, causing her brow to furrow slightly. Turning around, she indeed found Kuang Shuyu. Upon seeing Mu1 and Kuang Ye holding hands, Kuang Shuyu's expression darkened a few shades but quickly masked his feelings. Asking with feigned warmth, "Are you out shopping with Xiao Yi?" The moment Mu1 recalled how Kuang Shuyu had indirectly caused her demise in her past life, she felt no inclination to be polite and coldly replied with a simple Pulling Kuang Ye away to leave, Kuang Shuyu quickly blocked their path, glancing at Kuang Ye before asking Mu1, "Can we talk privately?" Just as Mu1 was about to refuse, the fitting room beside them swung open, revealing Yuan Weiwei in a rose-pink fairy dress, her voice brimming with excitement. "Brother Shuyu, do I look good in this?" Her words halted as she noticed Mu1, who stood beside Kuang Ye with a guarded expression, and quickly walked over to grasp Kuang Shuyu's hand. Mu1, what are you doing here? Mu1 subtly rolled her eyes, a faint smile on her lips, but her words were sharp. Is your family running this mall? If you can come, why can't I? Yuan Weiwei scoffed. Stop pretending. You must know Brother Shuyu was out shopping with me and came here out of jealousy to cause trouble. Let me tell you, Brother Shuyu was only with you due to the engagement. Now that you are no longer bound, stop clinging to him. She then shyly turned to Kuang Shuyu, her eyes filled with unabashed affection, showcasing her dress as she asked, "Brother Shuyu, does this dress look good? Will it be difficult to dance in? Last year for my birthday, you gifted me a set of emerald jewelry. Does this dress match it?" Brother Shuyu. As if to flaunt her closeness to Kuang Shuyu in front of Mu1, Yuan Weiwei intimately clung to Kuang Shuyu's arm and acted coyly. Kuang Shuyu's eyes flashed with impatience. He stole a glance at Mu1, seemingly testing something, yet he did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he responded to her questions with even more tenderness. Mu1, had it not been for her excellent upbringing, she would have genuinely wanted to ask Yuan Weiwei if her pigeon was about to lay eggs. Seeing Mu1 silent, Yuan Weiwei stood tall, feeling she had finally triumphed over Mu1. Yet, a low, husky male voice suddenly broke the tension, two short words commanding the attention of all three individuals. A sister. Chapter 9. The little pup should not flirt like this. Kuang Ye's voice is melodious, deep and magnetic, laced with a hint of flirtation that inexplicably warms the listener's ears. Mu1 incredulously lifts her gaze to Kuang Ye. What did you just call me? Kuang Ye, observing the slightly dazed expression on Mu1's face, curls the corner of his lips and pretends to respond seriously. I was born in November, and you in May. Shouldn't I call you sister? The utterance of sister leaves Mu1 momentarily stunned. She swallows hard, unable to bear the weight of the implication. It's just a few months apart. There's no need to be so formal, just call me Wan. With a serious demeanor, Kuang Ye insists, a year older still makes you my sister. Yuan Weiwei, watching in disbelief, stares at Kuang Ye's handsome face, covering her mouth as her voice trembles slightly. Mu1, you're already engaged. How can you? The last few words remain unspoken, but Mu1 understands the insinuation. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, no longer inclined to maintain her composure in Miss Yuan, perhaps you should think before you speak. One comment can offend two people. Did your mother not teach you the art of conversation? This is Kuang Ye, my rightful fiancé, not some idle playboy as you might assume. Yuan Weiwei's expression grows even more peculiar as she scrutinizes Kuang Ye, murmuring, wasn't he said to be a good-for-nothing? How can he be so handsome with a man before her, while not the gentle and elegant nobleman like Kuang Shuyu, possesses an undeniable charm that exudes a rogue-like allure? The previous utterance of sister further accentuates this contrast, igniting an insatiable curiosity within her. Mu1 forces a smile. What you hear may be false, and what you see may be true. Do not mistake gossip for fact. Rie is doing just fine. As Mu1 openly defends Kuang Ye, Kuang Shuyu, who had been standing back, clenches his fist slightly, stepping forward to interrupt the standoff. Since we are all out shopping, why not do so together? It would be beneficial for you ladies to exchange ideas. Observing the evident affection between Mu1 and Kuang Ye, Yuan Weiwei finds herself less averse to Mu1. Alright then, but I'm looking for a dress for my birthday party next month, so you mustn't compete with me. Mu1 reassures her, rest assured, our tastes do not align. Thus a duo turns into a quartet. Throughout the outing, Kuang Shuyu attempts several times to speak with Mu1 privately, only to be subtly thwarted by Kuang Ye. Mu1 remains blissfully unaware of the undercurrents, engrossed in their conversation. Sister, this dress is beautiful. Would you like to try it on? It seems to complement your hairstyle perfectly. Sister, do your heels tire you? Would you like to switch to flats, sister, or are you thirsty? I can fetch you a drink. Each utterance of sister draws the attention of passers-by, and even Muon's thick skin begins to falter under the scrutiny. Just as Kuang Ye prepares to call her sister once more, Muon swiftly covers his mouth and pulls him outside the restroom, gritting her teeth. Could you possibly refrain from calling me sister? Kuang Ye gazes at her delicate hand resting on his lips, his eyes darkening, his voice low. Alright, sister. The warmth of his breath against her palm feels like a scalding touch, prompting Muon to withdraw her hand instinctively. A rosy hue spreading across her porcelain complexion. I said not to call me that. Kuang Ye realizes he may have pushed the boundaries too far, quickly adopting an obedient demeanor. He concedes, if you dislike it. I shall not say it again. Muon splashes cold water on her face at the sink, catching a glimpse of the handsome man waiting outside the restroom. She muses to herself that it is simply unfair for someone with such a striking face to call her sister. A little pup should not flirt so boldly. After much deliberation, Muon finally discovers a fitting dress at the luxurious boutique on the top floor of the mall, a stunning starry blue mermaid gown. The moment she steps out of the fitting room, both Kuang Ye and Kuang Shuyu momentarily freeze, their eyes reflecting unabashed astonishment. Even the designer, known for being exceedingly particular about models' figures, exclaims excitedly, absolutely stunning. This gown seems tailor-made for you. The dress, with its strapless design, hugs her curves flawlessly, adorned with shimmering sequins that mimic the night sky, her fair skin glowing almost ethereally. The thigh-high slit reveals her slender legs with each step, rendering her breathtakingly exquisite. Even Yuan Weiwei cannot help but acknowledge that Muon, at this moment, is strikingly beautiful. She pouts slightly, convinced that Muon could surely find something even more exquisite, turning to call Kuang Shuyu to the next store. She notices him utterly captivated by Muon, his gaze entirely devoid of her presence. Her face pales instantly. Muon, do you think it looks good? Kuang Ye readily lavishes her with praise. A vision of beauty. Muon chuckles, then asks the designer, I saw that there was a matching men's outfit. Could you bring it out for me? Before Kuang Ye can object, she takes the initiative. A fiancé, you don't mind sporting a couple's outfit with me? Do you? Chapter 10, the professional player's salary is 3,000. Kuang Ye's eyes glisten with amusement. It would be my honor. Soon, the designer brings forth the attire, a suit crafted from the finest fabric. A shade even deeper than the starry blue, reminiscent of a night sky adorned with stars. Once Kuang Ye dons the suit, gasps of admiration fill the store. Unlike the earlier casual attire, the suit accentuates Kuang Ye's tall stature. Exuding an air of refined elegance, standing beside Muon, they appear as a perfect match, as if destined to be together. Muon decisively declares, these two sets are the ones I want. Upon hearing her decision, the designer eagerly fetches the necessary tools to record their measurements, noting that these are merely samples. The final products will be tailored to their sizes. The gown drags slightly on the ground. Muon struggles to walk, prompting Kuang Ye to kindly lift the hem of her dress and offer his palm. Allow me to assist you. Muon gazes at his outstretched hand, her heart racing inexplicably. Thank you. Their hands meet, the atmosphere charged with warmth and flirtation. Kuang Shuyu watches the intimate exchange between Muon and Kuang Ye, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. How did things go awry? Muon's relationship with Kuang Ye has suddenly become so close. She had clearly shown her affection for him before. Yuan Weiwei's eyes remained fixed on Kuang Shuyu's face, witnessing the darkening storm brewing there. Almost unable to believe this is the typically gentle Kuang Shuyu, yet the moment passes, and he quickly regains his usual composure. Yuan Weiwei, thinking she might have imagined it, approaches him. You brother Shuyu, they have found suitable outfits. Shall we continue shopping? Kuang Shuyu smiles. Alright, I'll go tell them. As he turns, the smile fades from his face. In his current position, he cannot afford to offend anyone. The more pieces he has in play, the better. Yuan wishes fervently for Kuang Shuyu and Yuan Weiwei to leave soon. When she hears Kuang Shuyu coming to bid farewell, she merely nods perfunctorily. Kuang Shuyu, but after the measurements are taken, Muon prepares to pay. Suddenly, Kuang Ye snatches the card from her hand. Let me take care of this. Yuan does not refuse. In such situations, it would be somewhat embarrassing for a girl to pay. Unbeknownst to her, Kuang Ye cleverly swaps out her card for his own, swiftly settling the bill for the two outfits. He can feign innocence, but he cannot afford to lose face by living off a girl. Once they exit the mall, the sky has darkened considerably. Yuan contacts the driver, only to be informed of traffic delays. Kuang Ye pulls out his car keys. My car is in the basement. May I give you a ride home? Muon contemplates for a moment, then agrees. As they make their way to the parking lot, a young man accompanying his girlfriend suddenly stares at Kuang Ye in astonishment. His calm demeanor shifting to excitement. You are the wild god from Estee, right? I'm your biggest fan. Could I have your autograph? Kuang Ye, but his gaming ID is simply Yi, hence fans affectionately refer to him as the wild god. A nickname he is not particularly fond of, feeling it implies a roughness. The young man, completely caught up in the thrill of meeting his idol, Kuang Ye apologetically tells Muon to wait a moment, then steps forward to sign the autograph. After the young man departs, Muon teases, wild god, unable to resist her bright, teasing smile. Kuang Ye affectionately ruffles her hair. Tonight, when we return, the wild god will carry you to victory in the ranks. The fleeting warmth of his touch lingers, prompting Muwan to instinctively brush her forehead, puzzled by Kuang Ye's sudden shift in demeanor. Once in the car, Muwan fastens her seatbelt as the vehicle glides smoothly away from the mall. Suddenly, Kuang Ye's phone rings, connecting automatically via Bluetooth. Shenli's voice, filled with exaggerated disparate echoes through the speakers. Captain, when are you coming back? The kids are starving. Upon hearing this, Kuang Ye instantly realizes that the cook at their base is on leave. And the lazy crew is unwilling to order takeout, hoping he will bring them food instead. Starving is just right. ST is in need of a new mid laner. No, please. The phone erupts in a chorus of wails. The base lost power at noon. We can't even take a hot shower. We're really on the brink. Kuang Ye. The manager mentioned there would be electrical repairs today. Captain, I'm only 18. I'm still just a child. Kuang Ye. He grits his teeth. Send me a list of what you want via WeChat. Sure thing. Thank you, Captain. Mwah. Before hanging up, they can still hear him shouting to the other teammates, hang in there. Kids, relief rations are on the way. Kuang Ye hangs up the phone, muttering under his breath about the little brat. Shenlo, the youngest member of the ST team at just 18, recently finished his college entrance exams and has been taking a break from school. Displaying a rather rowdy demeanor. As Kuang Ye focuses on driving, he remains oblivious to Muwan's bewildered expression beside him. Her mind races with the implications of their situation. They can't even afford a meal? Is life as an esports player really this tough? It is hardly surprising that Muwan would take Shenli's jest seriously. Although she had dabbled in a few games, her understanding of the esports realm was utterly negligible. Coupled with the Kuang family's shameful attitude, Muwan pondered carefully before inquiring, in a tone as gentle as possible so as not to offend Kuang Ye. Kuang Ye, what is the salary like in the esports industry? Kuang Ye, upon hearing her question, immediately sensed her misunderstanding and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. In a half-joking, feigned sorrowful tone, he replied, 3,000. Muwan's jaw dropped in disbelief. Her voice rising incredulously, 3,000, that's hardly enough to cover the hem of the dress I just bought. She realized that she had underestimated Kuang Ye's predicament, noticing that Muwan genuinely believed him. Kuang Ye stifled a laugh in his throat. Just as he was about to clarify, Muwan produced a card from her bag. Here, this card contains 3 million. The black sedan, driving smoothly, suddenly swerved sharply. Once it stabilized, Kuang Ye stared at the bank card extended before him, his mind racing with 3 words. This is a disaster. Chapter 11. Reclaiming dreams. If he were to accept this 3 million. The truth would inevitably come to light. It was akin to holding a ticking time bomb that would eventually obliterate him. Startled by the abrupt turn of the vehicle, Muwan assumed Kuang Ye's agitation stemmed from embarrassment at being seen in such a predicament. She quickly reassured him, we are engaged. There is no need to be polite. If you refuse, I'll consider it a loan, and you can pay me back later. She then shifted the topic. By the way, I am participating in a violin competition soon, and it's a bit inconvenient to stay at home. Do you know if there are any rentals near the first concert hall? Kuang Ye, on the verge of explaining, swallowed his words and asked Muwan. The first concert hall in Pudong. Muwan nodded. Kuang Ye pointed to the steering wheel, his gaze momentarily clouded. That area was indeed very close to the ST base. No need to rent. I have an apartment there that's usually vacant since I seldom go over while staying in the dorms. Muwan was pleasantly surprised by the coincidence and nodded. That works. She then discreetly placed the bank card in the compartment of his driver's seat and winked at Kuang Ye. So let us consider this as rent. Kuang Ye chuckled. Miss, if the rent is this high, people would accuse me of fraud. I take the money back. I was just joking. At the team isn't in that dire of a situation. Muwan retorted, you're saying you can't even afford to eat? It is hardly a minor inconvenience. She feigned anger. Are you afraid you won't be able to pay me back? Kuang Ye, the little girl is employing reverse psychology on me. He glanced at the tension and concern in Muwan's eyes, his heart warming suddenly, and he changed his mind, nodding. Alright, let us not worry about the bomb for now. I'll just bring the rabbit home. After dropping Muwan off, Kuang Ye drove back to the team, opening his contacts on his phone and dialing a number. Oh, what brings you to call me? Kuang Xiao. The voice on the other end belonged to Fu Ziyuan, the only friend Kuang Ye had made since returning to the Kuang family. Fu, a rebellious youth in his teens, had boldly challenged Kuang Ye to a solo match upon learning he was an esports player, only to be soundly defeated, yet somehow they grew closer over time. Kuang Ye inquired, could you help me find a well-located, secure apartment near the Pudong First Music District? Fu Ziyuan, whose family was in real estate, responded with curiosity, are you looking to buy? I advised you to purchase before. Didn't you say the base was sufficient? Kuang Ye replied, it's no longer adequate. Fu Ziyuan, alright, I'll look into it. I'll have my team handle the paperwork and deliver the keys to your base. Kuang Ye, thanks. Fu Ziyuan, no need for thanks. His tone turned gossipy. When are we going out for drinks? I want to hear all about your engagement with Miss Mu. You're quite inconsiderate. You used to ask me to dig up news about her, and now you're engaged without even inviting me. Kuang Ye, he hung up. Fu Ziyuan, what the hell, I just helped you out. And you treat me like this? Meanwhile, Muwan remained blissfully unaware that her poor little thing had just purchased a property worth several million with a single phone call. She assumed the apartment was a gift from the elder Kuang. Considering that despite the lukewarm attitude of Kuang Ye's parents towards Kuang Ye, his grandfather still held him in high regard. As for financial woes, given Kuang Ye's character, it was unthinkable that he would ask the Kuang family for assistance, let alone sell a property gifted by his grandfather. Upon returning home, Muwan pushed open the door to the music room, retrieving the violin she had not touched in ages. She had started learning the violin at the age of 6 and majored in it at university. However, ever since her university days, she had not played it again. The memory of having her fingers severed by kidnappers in her past life flooded back to her. Beyond the excruciating pain, one thought consumed her mind: she could no longer play the violin. It was then she realized she was not as unencumbered as she had imagined. She truly loved the violin, even if whispers surrounded her, claiming all her accolades were due to her family's influence and that all her achievements stemmed from being the daughter of the Mu family. She still cherished it. With a simple tuning, the melodious sound of the violin resonated in the music room. The notes flowed from euphoric highs to passionate crescendos, to soft mournful cries, then joyful leaps, finally returning to tranquility. Akin to witnessing the serene blue of the sea gently receding, the C minor Symphony No. 5, better known as the Symphony of Fate. Muwan had mentioned to Kuang Ye that she was entering a violin competition. Not merely as a pretext to ease his discomfort, she had genuinely registered for a local classical music contest. Since fate had granted her a second chance, she was determined to live this life without regrets. Outside, Wang Lan, covering her mouth, was moved to tears. It had been far too long since she had heard her daughter played out. A year prior, a rival defeated by Muwan had publicly accused her of foul play and, in front of her, had slashed her wrist with a violin string. Chapter 12, Mom and Dad, I love you. The next day, Kuang Ye sent Muwan the code to the apartment. Upon receiving it, she informed her parents about her plans to move out. Wang Lan did not oppose it, gently stroking her head, saying, "It's wonderful that you can move on from the past, but don't push yourself too hard. It's natural if you feel rusty after not playing for over a year." Muwan nodded, thinking to herself, not just a year. Considering my past life, it has been 3 years since I last touched the violin. Just regaining my touch will require considerable effort. Her father, Mu Jianhua, frowned. There is no need to move out just for a competition. It's dangerous for you to live alone as a girl when we have a music room at home. If it's necessary, you can stay at your brother's place in the city. It's safer for both of you. Wang Lan shot him a reproachful look. The children are grown, can't they have their own privacy? Besides, didn't you hear her say the apartment is near the Xiaoya team? If anything comes up, she can just call her brother. Upon hearing Kuang Ye's name, Mu Jianhua's brows furrowed deeper. He turned to Muwan, saying, "Xiaowan, your engagement to Kuang Ye was arranged by your grandfather and his as your father. I cannot go back on that promise. However, given the recent turmoil regarding the true heir of the Kuang family, if you truly dislike him, I won't let you suffer. I've agreed with your grandfather that the engagement stands for 1 year. If you and Kuang Ye do not marry by then, the engagement will be nullified. Thus, if you truly do not like Kuang Ye, after a year, I can assist you in breaking off the engagement." The rumors circulating within their circle were well known, and Mu Jianhua could not be oblivious to them. If his daughter truly had feelings for Kuang Shuyu, he would not have intervened. This was precisely why Muwan and Kuang Ye's engagement banquet had only included relatives from both families. Without any media coverage, it had only attracted whispers within elite circles. Muwan was taken aback by the extent of her father's silent efforts on her behalf, her eyes misting with tears. "Dad, thank you." In her previous life, she had been so headstrong. If only she had calmly inquired about the reasons behind the engagement, things would not have turned so awkward. Mu Jianhua retorted, "I'm your father. There is no need for thanks. If you're short on money, I can have the finance department transfer 10 million to you. In her past life, due to her outburst regarding her engagement to Kuang Ye, she had driven her father to the brink, resulting in her entire bank account being frozen. Muwan replied softly, "My brother's supplementary card is with me." Mu Jianhua, "Those two little brats. Just wait until he gets back. I'll give him a piece of my mind." Wang Lan, ever the protector, interjected, all right, you don't care about your daughter, but can't you allow your brother to care for his sister?" Mu Jianhua's eyes widened in disbelief. "I don't care about my daughter, when she fell from a tree as a child and cried in pain, who held her and stayed awake for days? And when she insisted on seeing fireworks at 6 years old despite the city's ban, who drove her out to the suburbs to fulfill that wish?" Wang Lan, realizing she had stirred a hornet's nest, quickly soothed, yes, you care for her the most." Turning to Muwan, she continued, "That boy Kuang Ye seems quite nice, although I don't understand esports. I've heard he has won several championships. You've been studying abroad and haven't had much interaction with him. Consider him a friend. Regardless of whether things progress or not, your parents will always have your back. Just follow your heart." Muwan, overwhelmed with gratitude, leaped into her parents' arms, exclaiming, "You two are the best." Wang Lan embraced her, her tone indulgent. "Aren't you too old to be acting like a child?" Muwan replied, "In front of my parents, I will always be a child, and I will act spoiled as I please. The family shared laughter and warmth, their joy resonating throughout the home, except for one brother who was abroad on business, lamenting that he could not even return for his younger sister's engagement. Mr. Mu, this is the additional documentation for the project that requires your signature. Mu Yanxi removed his gold-rimmed glasses and rubbed his temples, saying, "Just leave it there." The secretary replied, "Understood." Ding dong. A message arrived on his personal phone, causing Mu Yanxi to pause momentarily upon glancing at the sender. His expression darkened slightly as he put his glasses back on and resumed his work. Quan Xingran turned off her phone, resting her chin on one hand, her alluring black spaghetti strap dress drawing numerous lingering gazes in the bar. Oblivious to the attention, she casually asked her friend Muwan, "So, you're cohabitating with Kuang Ye now?" Muwan found the bar's cacophony overwhelming but felt reluctant to dampen the mood as Quan Xingran had invited her. Her face flushed at the remark, "Cohabiting? He is just staying in the dorm. It's not like we're living together," Quan Xingran quipped. "Well, you're missing out. The only remaining virtue of Kuang Ye is his physique. And you don't even get to enjoy that, having been best friends with Quan Xingran for over 2 decades." Muwan was still taken aback by her audacious remarks. "Quan Xingran," she retorted. Exasperated, Quan Xingran regarded Muwan as if she were an extraterrestrial. My dear Wanwan, you're 23, not 13. Not with such innocence. Haven't you ever seen a pig run? Muwan shot back, "Mind your own business." Chapter 13, Wanwan is in danger. Having studied abroad, how could she have never seen the world? Countless suitors, indifferent to her engagement, had fervently professed their love for her, yet she had always considered herself taken. Waiting for Quan Shuyu to offer her a grand romance, and indeed in the end, it was quite the spectacle, one that nearly overwhelmed her. When she was kidnapped, in her panic, she dialed her emergency contact. But Quan Shuyu dismissed it as her mere caprice, causing her to miss the optimal moment for rescue. "Beautiful lady, care for a drink?" A frivolous male voice jolted Muwan from her reverie. She looked up to see an average-looking man approaching Quan Xingran with an ambiguous demeanor. Quan Xingran, without raising her head, curtly replied, "Scram, not interested." Muwan thought to herself, how blunt and straightforward. The man, undeterred, produced a card. Saying, "Let me buy you a drink," the implication was unmistakable. It suggested an extravagant libation. Quan Xingran, visibly irritated, glanced at the ordinary yet self-assured man and summoned a waiter, pulling out a card and slapping it against the transparent glass. A bottle of Ace of Spades. The man's expression instantly stiffened. This was the premier bar in S City, where prices soared above the norm, and a bottle of Ace of Spades would cost no less than 100,000. Observing Quan Xingran's flushed cheeks, Muwan advised, "You've already had plenty to drink. Don't overdo it." Quan Xingran nodded, acknowledging that she couldn't drink anymore. The man, perceiving their banter as a performance for his amusement, sneered, "If you can't afford it, just admit it. Don't pretend to be rich, flaunting Ace of Spades like you're some wealthy heiress." Quan Xingran retorted, "Waiter, here's a tip. Go fetch me some live shrimp from nearby. I am craving drunken shrimp." But the man was left speechless. Muwan was equally taken aback by the sheer audacity of Quan Xingran's statement, which drew the attention of everyone in the bar. The man's eyes darkened, and with a cold snort, he departed. 20 minutes later, Muwan helped the inebriated Quan Xingran out of the bar. Don't misunderstand, it's not from the drunken shrimp, but from an entire bottle of Ace of Spades. The bartender had hesitated to approach, explaining that Ace of Spades was champagne, not liquor, and thus couldn't be used for drunken shrimp. Muwan nearly burst into laughter, while Quan Xingran remained silent for quite some time, realizing her own folly. Today, Muwan brought a driver and had come out in Quan Xingran's car. She supported Quan Xingran towards the parking lot. She fished out her phone. "I'll find a designated driver, just hang in there and don't throw up." Quan Xingran replied, "Understood." Soon locating the valet's parking spot, Muwan opened the car door, ready to assist Quan Xingran inside. Suddenly, a shadow fell over her from behind, startling her as she turned. It was the man who had flirted with Quan Xingran earlier, now wearing a derisive expression. "Weren't you just craving drunken shrimp? Why are you leaving now? Pretending to be affluent, huh? I almost fell for your ACT." Muwan's heart sank, yet she maintained a facade of calm, retorting coldly, "What do you want?" The man grasped Muwan's chin, smirking. "What do you think? Of course, I'm inviting you both for drinks." He scrutinized Muwan's face, captivated by her beauty, her unadorned features not diminishing her allure. The alcohol enhanced her complexion, rendering her both innocent and enticing, far more captivating than the ostentatious beauties typically found in bars. The dim bar lighting had concealed her brilliance. With a predatory grin, the man reached out, intending to caress her face. Muwan's body stiffened, suppressing her revulsion as she forcefully shoved him away. Get lost. Pale and panicked, she hurriedly pushed Quan Xingran into the passenger seat and moved to enter the driver's side. Just as her hand touched the car door, the man lunged at her, seizing her by the hair, attempting to drag her into the shadows behind the car. "You're out at a bar in the dead of night. Just asking for it. I'll give you 10,000 afterward. Don't spoil the fun." A wave of terror engulfed Muwan, her grip tightening on the car handle as she frantically banged on the window. Tears welling in her eyes. Xingran, call the police, call the police. The valet had parked Muwan's car deeper inside, surrounded by empty vehicles, with not a single passerby in sight. Quan Xingran, under the influence of a bottle of Ace of Spades, was drowsy, about to explode in anger at the banging noise. As she opened her eyes, the scene before her jolted her awake. Without a moment's hesitation, she flung open the door, rushing to assist Muwan. Xingran, call the police, get the security, Muwan shouted, desperate. Two intoxicated women were unlikely to contend with the man pursuing them. Perhaps it was the thought of the police that ignited the man's fury. He yanked Muwan's hair back, snarling, call the police. By the time the cops arrive, I'll have already had my fun. Quan Xingran, frantic, searched for her phone. Suddenly, a ringtone echoed in the car, and she quickly followed the sound. Discovering it wasn't hers, but Muwan's. The caller ID read, Kuang Ye. She answered immediately, her voice urgent. I in the parking lot of the East City Ace Bar. Hurry, Wan is in danger. Chapter 14. Thank you. Brother Kuang Ye's expression shifted upon receiving the call about Muwan's move. Without a moment to change his shoes, he dashed out of the base with car keys in hand. As Quan Xingran hung up, preparing to call the police, her pupils dilated in horror as she saw the man pick up a brick from the ground, ready to strike. Her instincts surpassed her reasoning. She leapt into the driver's seat, flung open the door, and pushed Muwan aside just as the brick struck her shoulder, causing her to grimace in pain. Well then, the alcohol may not have worn off, but the violent instincts have certainly awakened. You scoundrel, today you'll witness the might of a taekwondo black belt. Quan Xingran rolled up her sleeves, picking up a stone from the ground and launching herself at the man. 10 minutes later, when Kuang Ye arrived in a frenzy, he found Muwan desperately holding onto Quan Xingran, while a man lay bloodied on the ground. Xingran, stop, you'll kill him. Quan Xingran, nearly jumping out of Muwan's embrace, exclaimed, MD, a rapist, it would serve him right to die, otherwise, he'll just contribute to our country's crime rate. Kuang Ye, his heart finally at ease, approached and tossed the intoxicated Quan Xingran into the back seat. His gaze filled with concern as he turned to Muwan. Are you alright? Seeing him still in his cotton pajamas and slippers, with her eyes slightly reddened, the panic within her dissipated. He must have rushed over the moment he received the call. If only she had dialed Kuang Ye first in her previous life. Kuang Ye noticed her tear-streaked face, his expression darkening as he cast a fierce glare at the unconscious man on the ground, ready to pounce and deliver a few kicks. Muwan quickly restrained him, not out of a sense of mercy for the man, but to prevent the two ferocious siblings from ending up in prison for manslaughter. Soon, the police arrived, and the man was taken away. Kuang Ye accompanied Muwan and Quan Xingran to give their statements, outside the recording room. While Muwan was inside, Kuang Ye and Quan Xingran waited outside. Suddenly, Kuang Ye turned to Quan Xingran, coldly stating, places like bars are filled with all kinds of people. You should avoid such places in the future. Quan Xingran, now sober, frowned at his words, feeling irritated. Don't act like the big brother trying to lecture me. It's the bad guy's fault, not mine. Are you implying that my revealing attire is why I attracted attention? Her sharp tone ignited the suppressed anger within Kuang Ye, glancing at Muwan inside. He turned back to Quan Xingran, his tone colder than ever. Quan Xingran, not placing yourself in danger is also a form of responsibility. Over the years, the media has reported countless incidents of druggings in bars. Women waking up to find themselves assaulted, or even being forced into addiction, knowing full well that those places are rife with danger. Why do you insist on venturing there? Are you foolish, or do you, as young ladies from affluent families, wish to gamble your lives against the scum of society? Today's escape was mere luck. If something had truly happened, Quan Xingran, how would you explain it to the Mu family? What would you say to yourself? Listening to Kuang Ye's reprimand, Quan Xingran fell silent. Indeed, had anything happened to Muwan today, she would carry that guilt for a lifetime. That was her dearest friend. The man would never forgive her. After everything concluded, the three of them emerged from the police station, with Kuang Ye driving Muwan and Quan Xingran back home. Noticing that Quan Xingran had her head bowed in silence, Muwan offered her comfort, saying, it's alright, don't feel guilty, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Quan Xingran suddenly felt tears welling in her eyes, her voice choked as she clung to Muwan, promising, I won't go to bars anymore. Wan, I'm so sorry. Muwan gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, it's okay, as you said, it's not our fault. After a considerable time, Quan Xingran finally calmed down. She glanced at Kuang Ye, who was driving with an unusual seriousness, a side of him she had never witnessed before. Feeling somewhat awkward, she said, thank you, brother. Kuang Ye replied, no need to mention it, I came to rescue my fiancée, and you were just a fortunate addition. Kuang Xingran retorted with a cool tone, crossing her arms. This time, I owe you a favor. I'll get off at the intersection ahead, and you mustn't tell mom and dad about this. Kuang Ye responded cheerfully. Okay, he promised readily, then turned the car at the intersection, continuing straight until they stopped outside a brightly lit private hospital. Kuang Xingran asked, what are we doing here? Kuang Ye instructed, get out, let's check the severity of your shoulder injury. Kuang Xingran hesitated. She had indeed been injured while protecting Muwan, but she hadn't mentioned it. How did Kuang Ye know? She was unaccustomed to accepting kindness from the brother she had always disliked. No, I want to go home. Kuang Ye promptly took out his phone. Kuang Xingran, feeling wary, asked, what are you doing? Kuang Ye replied, I'm calling your other brother to take you to the hospital. Kuang Xingran's expression darkened. If Kuang Shuyu found out, their parents would inevitably learn as well. They already had reservations about her behavior, believing she had brought shame upon the Kuang family. If they found out about this incident, she would be in serious trouble. She opened the car door, declaring, I'll go myself. Thus, the three of them went to the hospital, where Kuang Xingran underwent x-rays, revealing a minor fracture but no significant issues. Requiring only a period of rest, after leaving the hospital, Kuang Ye reversed the car, stopping at Kuang Xingran's residence in the city. Unlike Mu Wan, who had studied abroad, Kuang Xingran had lived independently for quite some time. Lowering the car window, Mu Wan looked at Kuang Xingran with concern. Are you sure you don't need me to stay and take care of you? Kuang Xingran glanced at Kuang Ye and waved her hand dismissively. It's fine, go home, I can manage on my own. Once Kuang Xingran departed, only Kuang Ye and Mu Wan remained in the car. Kuang Ye proposed, shall we return to the villa, or would you prefer to check out my apartment? The cleaners have already tidied it up, you could stay the night without any issue. Mu Wan opted for the apartment, reasoning that if her parents learned of the ordeal, they would undoubtedly worry excessively, and her plans to move out would be thwarted. The primary reason for her wanting to move was not merely due to the competition but rather because she could no longer endure her mother barging in at midnight while she was secretly gaming. The oppressive atmosphere felt akin to having a stern teacher peer through the classroom window during her school days. Soon, they arrived at Kuang Ye's apartment, a cozy loft of around 60 square meters. With floor-to-ceiling windows offering a clear view of the nightscape, the space was well-furnished and inviting, with a living room and kitchen on the first floor, and two rooms, one for sleeping and another for practicing piano, on the second. Mu Wan was thoroughly pleased. Just as she was about to express her gratitude to Kuang Ye, she noticed him standing behind her. Having approached unnoticed, the scene of the earlier assault flashed in her mind, causing her to startle and instinctively retreat, her face turning pale. Chapter 15, an encounter. Kuang Ye. A flicker of intensity crossed his gaze, quickly followed by a hint of concern as he handed Mu Wan a towel. Go wash up first, there are some old clothes of mine in the wardrobe, wear them for now, and I'll bring you a new set tomorrow. These clothes had initially been brought to create the illusion of a lived-in space, but unexpectedly, they were put to use on the very first date. Mu Wan noticed her hair was somewhat disheveled, her clothes wrinkled, and the lingering scent of alcohol from her visit to the bar made her face flush with embarrassment. Just so you know, my actions earlier weren't because of you, she explained. Kuang Ye chuckled, I know, don't worry, the bad guys are already apprehended. Hearing such comforting words made her cheeks burn even hotter as she hurriedly took the towel and entered the bathroom. After her shower, Kuang Ye's smile faded, and he opened his phone gallery, locating the identity information of the man from the bar he had discreetly captured and sent it to a private investigator he knew. Find out if this person has any criminal record. Within 10 minutes, a new email arrived. Kuang Ye opened it, revealing that the man was named Zhou Yong, a nouveau riche from S-City who had acquired wealth through early demolition projects. With a secondary vocational school education, he led a life of extravagance. 2 years prior, he had drugged and assaulted several innocent women in a bar, yet the case had been dismissed due to lack of evidence. A year ago, he had been involved in a scandal outside a bar, resulting in a woman being left disabled. The situation hushed up through family connections and money. Kuang Ye's expression darkened, his Wan had nearly fallen victim to such scum. No wonder he had felt invincible upon hearing the police were involved. He likely thought he had the backing of his family to find the previous victims he harmed. I'll fund their legal representation and compensate each of them with 100,000 afterward. I want him locked up for at least 20 years. Received. After shutting off his phone, Kuang Ye reclined on the sofa, his face bearing a weariness unseen by his associates. Thank goodness Wan was unharmed. Otherwise, he did not know what he might have done. He would never forget that 8 years ago, it was Mu Wan who had pulled him back from the brink of death. Chapter 16, this is absolutely not a little puppy. The crisp sound of footsteps jolted Kuang Ye from his thoughts. He instinctively turned, and the sight that met his eyes made him freeze. The woman, just out of the shower, had her seaweed-like hair cascading down her back, still damp with droplets glistening, exuding a subtle allure. She wore a white t-shirt hastily chosen from the wardrobe, its neckline slightly loose, revealing glimpses of her fair skin. On her lower half, she wore shorts that reached her knees, her slender legs accentuated by the setting and undeniably enticing scene. Kuang Ye felt a tickle in his throat, his body tensing involuntarily. Mu Wan, feeling somewhat shy, explained, your long pants are too long for me, so I opted for shorts. Kuang Ye averted his gaze, it's nothing. Are you hungry? Having spent several hours at the police station, Mu Wan indeed felt a pang of hunger. Is there anything to eat? Kuang Ye opened the refrigerator, pleasantly surprised to find ingredients inside. He thought to himself how reliable the manager was, retrieving 2 eggs, a tomato, and a bag of noodles. Do you eat tomato and egg noodles? Mu Wan asked in surprise. You made them? Kuang Ye turned around with a cheeky grin. Otherwise, sister, will you? Hearing him call her sister again, Mu Wan felt less awkward and even playful. Since there were no outsiders around, a sister can't cook, it's brother who does. Kuang Ye gazed at Mu Wan's radiant smile. His eyes flickering as he expertly cracked an egg with one hand, his tone laden with unspoken meaning. Alright brother, will do it be. By the time Muon finished drying her hair, Kuang Ye's tomato and egg noodles were ready. Under the warm yellow light, they sat opposite each other. Muon took a bite, her eyes lighting up. Delicious. Kuang Ye watched her devour the noodles with a smile in his eyes, after their late-night snack. Muon took the initiative to wash the bowl. Kuang Ye, observing her, half expected a scene akin to those in dramas where a rich girl would shatter the dish, but nothing of the sort occurred. When Muon learned of his expectations, she rolled her eyes. Stop watching idol dramas. Rich girls aren't weaklings who can't even handle a plate, and besides, I've been living independently abroad during college, Kuang Ye replied. MHM sister is amazing. Muon, exasperated, grabbed a small cushion from the sofa and tossed it at him. I'll beat you, you little brat. After a bout of laughter, time approached 3 o'clock and Muon began to feel sleepy. Kuang Ye yawned and grabbed the car keys. You should sleep. I'll head back too. I can still get 4 hours of sleep, only 4 hours, realizing that Kuang Ye was staying up late because of her. Muon felt a twinge of guilt. She glanced at the spacious sofa in the living room and proposed, why don't you stay here tonight? Kuang Ye feigned difficulty, a man and a woman alone together. Isn't that inappropriate? Muon's ears turned warm as she declared, you sleep on the sofa, and I'll take the bed. What's wrong with that? Then, in a softer voice she added, and given our relationship, sharing a bed is perfectly justified. Kuang Ye clicked his tongue twice and suddenly leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against Muon's ear. So, sister wants to share a bed with me. Muon's face turned as red as a tomato, her ears tingling, and she stammered, why you, don't say such things. Kuang Ye moved even closer, his lips nearly touching her ear. Does sister not want that? Just as Muon prepared to assert her disinterest, Kuang Xingran's earlier words from the bar echoed in her mind. You'd be missing out. The only remaining merit of Kuang Ye is his physique, and you wouldn't get to enjoy that. Missing out? Muon's gaze involuntarily swept over his youthful form, tall and well-built, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his long legs accentuated by his bent posture, allowing her a glimpse beneath his loose t-shirt. Goodness, is that an 8-pack? She thought, her cheeks flushing. How embarrassing. She discreetly swallowed, a gesture that did not escape Kuang Ye's notice, his expression darkened, an unspoken tension lingering between them. Suddenly, Kuang Ye shifted his lips from her ear to the edge of her lips, their breaths mingling. Muon's heart raced, her eyes widening, her mind turning to mush. Is this a kiss? Cautiously she closed her eyes. 2 seconds later, she heard a soft chuckle. She opened her eyes to find Kuang Ye had risen and stepped back, a teasing smile on his face. He gently brushed her nose with his fingers before picking up the keys and heading for the door. Good night, sister. His tone was nonchalant yet laced with mischief. Muon stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Had he just toyed with her? This was definitely not the behavior of a mere puppy. Chapter 17. Underwear size. After leaving the apartment, Kuang Ye returned to his car, taking a moment to regain his composure as his heated body cooled down. He hit the steering wheel in frustration. The expected course of the evening had been for him and Muon to share a cozy farewell, with him preparing her a heart-shaped breakfast the next morning. Yet, he had underestimated Muon's allure. Had he not restrained himself earlier, he wasn't sure he could have held back, especially with her clad in his clothes. The following midday, a groggy Muon awoke to the sound of knocking at her apartment door, rubbing her disheveled hair. She opened the door to find Kuang Ye standing there with 2 bags in hand, one containing a change of clothes for her and the other a lunch he had brought. The sun is high in the sky, young lady. Go freshen up and come out for lunch. After a night, and indeed a morning, of fermenting feelings, the enchanting atmosphere from the previous night was washed away by the bright daylight. Muon refrained from broaching the topic of last night, but she couldn't help shooting Kuang Ye a glare. What did you bring to eat? Zoe Sienna's signature drunken crab, crystal shrimp, a treasure duck, and your favorite dim sum from Wolfdog. Jai. The mere mention of the dishes excited her taste buds. They were all her favorites. She hurried to wash her face and brush her teeth. After a quick shower, she prepared to don the clothes Kuang Ye had brought her, only to discover he had also included a set of underwear. Muon's face flushed crimson. Why would he buy this? Although she had rushed over the previous night and lacked other options, wearing dirty underwear was hardly acceptable. So is it worse to wear dirty underwear or to wear new ones? After much deliberation, she ultimately opted for the new pair. Wearing the previously worn ones after a shower felt wrong. The new underwear, while potentially unclean, was at least not visibly so. Once dressed, she found the fit of the undergarments surprisingly perfect, and her mood became somewhat complex. How did he know her size? Moving in this afternoon. Do you need my help? Kuang Ye inquired during lunch. Muon nodded before shaking her head. I'm moving in the afternoon, but no need for help. I'll just bring some daily necessities. Uncle Lu will assist me. Uncle Lu had been the driver for her family for over a decade and had watched Muon grow up, so they shared a close bond. Kuang Ye nodded, then noticed Muon stealing glances at him with an oddly peculiar expression. However, whenever he turned to meet her gaze, she quickly averted her eyes. Kuang Ye raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Muon kept her head down, thinking it best not to discuss underwear sizes at noon. It felt too shameful. In the afternoon, Muon returned to the villa to pack her things. Bringing along 2 suitcases and a violin case back to the apartment, she then visited Kuang Xingran and mentioned, "I didn't return last night. I told Mom and Dad I was staying with you. So don't let it slip." Kuang Xingran's eyes widened with curiosity. "You didn't go home last night, did you?" "Get with Kuang Ye," Muwan replied. "You're so crude." Kuang Xingran laughed. "What's wrong with that? You two are practically engaged, even if you did sleep together. What's the big deal?" Muwan sighed. "Weren't you against me being with Kuang Ye before? Why are you now curious about when we'll be in bed together?" Kuang Xingran quipped, "The pleasures of the flesh are unrelated to affection." Mu1 patted her head, adopting a tone of grave concern. "Have you been hurt by someone during my years abroad?" Kuang Xingran's expression flickered for a moment before she regained her composure. "Hurt? Please, I've danced through the flowers without a single petal touching me. Who could possibly hurt me?" Muwan considered this. Despite being abroad, their communication had remained constant, so if Kuang Xingran had suffered heartbreak, she would have known. "Not be. Why the way did you block Shuyu? He called me to ask what you've been up to lately." Mu1's expression turned solemn as she looked at Kuang Xingran. "Xingran, please don't meddle in my affairs with Kuang Shuyu." She understood that Kuang Xingran had a closer relationship with him than with Kuang Yi, but she didn't want their friendship to be affected. Seeing Muwan's serious demeanor, Kuang Xingran dropped her intention to play mediator for Kuang Shuyu and took her hand. "Even though I'm not fond of Kuang Yi, no matter who you're with, you will always be my sister-in-law. We must remain good friends for life." Mu1's eyes softened. "Alright, best friends for life." Chapter 18, Fighting for a World Championship for Oneself. After leaving Kuang Xingran's apartment, Muwan headed to the first concert hall. She had already registered online and just needed to check in to secure her qualification for the competition. The contest she signed up for was merely a small local event in S-City called Melodious Sound. Mu1 prepared to participate in next year's Paganini International Violin Competition, one of the most prestigious music events globally and one of the 4 major violin competitions. She wanted to give both versions of herself a sense of closure, just like Kuang Yi fighting for a world championship for herself. Thus, she needed to continuously participate in competitions to regain her former state and even surpass it through accumulated experience. After completing her check-in, Muwan whimsically decided to visit the concert hall where the competition would take place. Standing before the empty, silent stage, she smiled and reached out to high-five the air. "This is my stage. I'm back." After the slightly embarrassing gesture, she felt a bit juvenile. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she quickly slipped away. Behind her, a girl carrying a violin case, also there to check in, watched her retreating figure with a sense of déjà vu, only to shake her head. Impossible, the 3-time champion of the Stern violin competition, how could she possibly attend this minor contest? Although it has been over a year since she made any waves in the classical music scene, it is widely acknowledged that she hails from an affluent family, and it is not entirely inconceivable that she has simply grown weary of it all. Subsequently, Muwan entered a rehabilitation phase for her violin playing. While letting go is easy, picking it back up is a daunting challenge. Despite her more than a decade of experience, she still has a considerable distance to cover to reach the standard required for participation in premier international competitions. Occasionally, to lighten her mood, Muwan would log on to play games, and over time, aside from the external distractions, she began to appreciate the enjoyment these games offered. For instance, just now, double kill, triple kill. Muwan achieved her very first triple kill, so exhilarated that she nearly leapt from her chair. Indeed, securing kills is the most immediate source of joy. Her teammates showered her with praise in the chat, and Muwan humbly typed on her keyboard. Just so-so.as she played more frequently. The once timid Muwan had learned to communicate in a rudimentary form of English. Unsurprisingly, this match culminated in a victory, and Muwan felt elated. Sipping on the bubble tea that had just been delivered to her, life is truly wonderful. Suddenly, her phone rang. Glancing at it, she noticed an unfamiliar number and chose to ignore it. However, the caller persisted. Muwan, exasperated, answered, "Hello, you must have the wrong number. It's me, Wan. Please don't be upset. I did deceive you earlier. Li Shuqin has been pursuing me, but I did not agree to it. I refrained from telling you this to avoid misunderstandings." Click. Muwan decisively hung up the phone and promptly set her device to reject calls from unknown numbers. She could not be bothered to waste even a moment on Kuang Shuyu. What an annoyance. Her mood, buoyed by her triple kill, had dissipated. Mu1 muttered under her breath, feeling free to express her frustration in solitude. Suddenly, she noticed a familiar name online and hurriedly sent an invitation. Yet, there was no response from the other side. Mu1, could she really be that abysmal, or perhaps her in-game skins were insufficient? After a while, a message from the internal chat caught her attention. Star streamer Olan, Juan, wait for me to finish my stream, and then let us queue together. After I played with you last time, many people accused me of riding your coattails, and my chat room was bombarded with insults several times. Muwan, at her brows furrowed, her already sour mood sank even lower. She quickly downloaded the Star streaming app on her computer, searched for Olan, and entered the livestream. Indeed, as Olan had mentioned, the chat room was rife with vitriol. The language used was undeniably vicious. The streamer has turned off the screen. Is he off to deceive wealthy women again? His skills are subpar, but he certainly knows how to play the angles. Climbing from black iron to gold, having swindled several skins from people, what a disgrace, this kind of streamer tarnishes the community. I hope his entire family gets cancer and AIDS, what a foolish creature. Look at his main account stats, he's utterly pathetic, shamelessly riding the coattails of ordinary players. HW streamers are far better. Star Streaming's #1 KO Shangfei has exceptional skills and still takes time to help friends rank up. Without all this drama, the streamer should just disappear. He even pretends to be pitiful, claiming his sister is undergoing chemotherapy. What a blatant liar, devoid of any morals. Muwan's expression darkened, the youth on the screen, clad in headphones and appearing to be around 17 or 18, was attempting to maintain composure, but the subtle redness in his eyes and his evident helplessness betrayed his vulnerability. She found herself questioning whether these keyboard warriors had no sense of decency. Bullying a mere child was truly despicable. She created an account and logged in, hoping to offer a peaceful explanation. I am Juan. I don't mind Olan riding on my coattails, his skills are commendable. He is not bad, indeed Olan was quite skilled, he could excel in mid-lane jungle and ADC roles, and while he may not rival professionals, he certainly surpassed the majority of players, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to make a living as a gaming streamer. However, her comment was swiftly drowned out in the rapidly scrolling chat, not a ripple was made. Muwan. She frantically copied her message and sent it repeatedly, finally drawing some attention, but all she received in return was merciless ridicule. Oh, perhaps this is the streamer's paid army, an empty new account without even a profile picture, pretending to be the rich woman herself to quell the storm. How utterly shameless. It could also be the foolish streamer's leg hair. But this is definitely fake. One is a wealthy woman, there is no way she would have such a blank account. A poor person pretending to be a wealthy woman, how unconvincing. Muwan. Infuriated, her hand trembled around the mouse. Being called a fake was one thing, but being labeled as poor was intolerable. Chapter 19, The Arrival of the Wealthy Woman. He is jealous. She directly clicked on the gift bar below, opting for the expensive gifts rather than the appropriate ones. Visitor Chamomile Lotus has sent 10 luxury castles. Everyone, come collect your gold. Visitor Chamomile Lotus has sent 10 phantom Rolls Royces. Everyone, come collect your gold. Visitor Chamomile Lotus has sent .10. Everyone, come collect your gold. Chamomile Lotus was the ID assigned to Muwan by the system, and she was too apathetic to change it. Thus, the viewers in the livestream had the rare opportunity to witness a blank account transform into a supreme VIP in a mere 10 minutes. The audience erupted in excitement, eager to say something, but the gift display effect had yet to conclude, leaving them to stifle their curiosity. Once the account became a supreme VIP, her messages appeared larger than others and were automatically arranged ahead of the rest, ensuring visibility for all who were not blind. I am Juan. I don't mind Olan riding on my coattails. Please stop berating him. It's quite bothersome. After the gift effects faded, a massive banner scrolled across the screen, momentarily silencing the livestream, while Olan, the person in question, remained utterly stunned like a statue. The next second, countless comments surged through the chat. What did I just witness? Dozens of expensive gifts. That must be worth several tens of thousands of RMB. Wealthy woman showing her support. She is indeed the one from the game. She came to defend the streamer. In truth, there is hardly anything to explain. I was present during that live stream. Olan had informed the other party he was streaming from the start, and the skins were given willingly by Juan. Yet, some people accused the streamer of deliberately approaching the wealthy woman to obtain skins. The streamer has clearly been targeted, encountering actors in ranked matches, finally gaining some traction only to be slandered and cursed by others. How malevolent. Doesn't anyone think Juan is quite chivalrous? It's merely a game. She immediately came to defend the streamer upon seeing him being insulted, and she showered him with so many gifts. Olan, the stunned statue, finally snapped back to reality. Yet he opened his mouth. Words had yet to escape before his eyes began to redden, pulling the hood of his sweatshirt down to conceal his emotions. His voice choked. Thank you for the gifts, Juan. You shouldn't have gone to such lengths. This situation wasn't your concern. Please send me your WeChat later. I'll refund you. Having lost his parents at a young age, he had long relied on his sister, who had recently been diagnosed with a malignant brain tumor. It had been ages since anyone had stood up for him. Chamomile Lotus. No need. Log in and let us rank. The crowd. Atso, the wealthy woman made such a fuss just to play a game. The dashing, skilled streamer and his foolish sister. What a delightfully intriguing situation. +1, +2, +186. Meanwhile, in the HW professional player group, Renjian Jiting. Screenshot. Yi, your crystal is about to be stolen. This message instantly sparked a frenzy among the masses. Is this the one who used a smooth account to secretly duo with Yi? Wow, Yi, you better be careful. Don't spend all your time training, or you might not even notice when someone sweeps in. Don't worry, our WF team will secure the championship this autumn, having consumed a few peanuts. You've become this bold, the championship will forever belong to Saint Yi. You're not a child anymore. You can't impede others from pursuing their own love. Yi, don't worry, I'll still crush you even while dating. The chat group fell silent for a moment before erupting into a flurry of messages. He admitted it. He confessed to dating. Sister, where are you from? What is your background? How old are you? How could she possibly take a liking to you? The responses from the party involved only fueled the excitement. Kuang Ye was among the earliest participants in the league, and everyone in the group, young and old, was familiar with him. Kuang Ye, uninterested in their banter, reopened the initial screenshot, his hand instinctively reaching for a cigarette, only to find none, ultimately biting down on a piece of finger biscuit in frustration. What a ridiculous notion, she is my fiancée. He irritably tugged at his hair, searched for Olan's photo, then glanced at his own reflection in the front camera. Ultimately, he concluded, he was slightly more handsome, just as he began to feel reassured. A thought struck him, prompting him to revisit the photo, his gaze fixating on Olan's slightly innocent dog-like eyes. Kuang Ye. Thus that evening when Olan sought to repay Muwan's kindness by continuing to help her rank up. The elusive Suyo, the player he had longed to befriend, logged in. Before tens of thousands of livestream viewers, he expressed his gratitude. You're the streamer who has been helping Wan rank up recently. Wan has mentioned you. Thank you. The viewers in the livestream were quick to see through it all. He is jealous. He is here to set the record straight. Rivals meet, and the tension is palpable. Streamer, hurry, bite back, Olan. But he timidly typed in the chat. Big shot, I just turned 18 this year. He truly was not there to steal anyone's thunder. Chapter 20. He has also found his niche since Muwan explained things to Olan. She has not logged onto the Xingqian livestream again, and thus remains unaware of the fans shipping her and Olan as a couple, nor does she know that someone is feeling jealous. At this moment, within their trio's team chat, she declares, I've started matchmaking. Ever since experiencing the exhilaration of carrying the game, she has become formidable. The livestream chat is filled with joy. You're killing me. Regardless of whether he is a mysterious wild king or a handsome streamer, all we want is to level up. Have you noticed how quickly one has improved at the game? It's only been a few weeks since she started playing. And she is already a master. Remember when she used to buy resurrection armor at the start? Now she has an unattainable existence to this little gold player. Haven T, you noticed, regardless of whether she hits or misses. Her skill casting is quite swifty. Fast hands in HW do provide an advantage. She might be involved in related work in real life. Thanks to that outrageous editing, the popularity of Suyu and Wan in the HW community remains quite high. Upon hearing of their collaboration, many flocked to Olan's livestream, indirectly boosting her popularity. Once Kuang realized that Olan was indeed focused on the game and not engaging in any deliberate antics, he lowered his guard. He is somewhat aware of how chaotic the streamer community can be. Time flies, and soon it is the day Muwan participates in the violin preliminary competition. At the entrance of the first concert hall, Muwan takes a deep breath, grips the strap of her violin case tightly, and steps into the solemn and resplendent stage. Contestant number 16, Muwan, performing the piece Homage to Love. The moment her name is announced, several judges exchange glances, their expressions filled with uncertainty as they whisper, Muwan, the three-time champion of the Stern Violin Competition. The Stern Violin Competition is an international event held in country Z, attracting exceptional musicians from around the globe each time it is hosted, making it the largest violin competition in country Z. I didn't know. A year ago, there were allegations that Muwan's victory was marred by scandal, and it caused quite a stir. She hasn't shown her face since. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. We'll find out soon enough. As the spotlight shifts, Muwan, clad in a shimmering white spaghetti strap gown, her hair slightly curled and her makeup understated, gracefully emerges from behind the stage. She places the violin against her shoulder, close to her collarbone, her delicate, pale fingers gripping the deep red bow. In the next moment, soft and soothing notes flow from her fingertips. Having not performed in front of others for a year, Muwan feels a twinge of nervousness within. Suddenly, her eyes brighten as she spots Kuang in the audience, dressed impeccably in formal attire, subtly giving her a thumbs up for encouragement. Instantly, her mood lightens. How did he know about her competition today? Kuang sits calmly in the audience, his gaze gentle and serene. On stage, the young woman stands tall, exuding beauty and elegance, akin to a graceful white swan. He has often found himself watching her from the sidelines like this. This is the first time she has noticed him. At the entrance of the concert hall, a few individuals are sneaking glances around, seemingly searching for someone. Have you found the captain yet? Not yet. He is all dressed up in a suit and shoes this early in the morning. I thought he was up to something, but he ended up at the concert hall. Who knew the captain had such refined tastes? Boring. I thought we might see our sister-in-law. I want to go back to sleep. Come on, we've come this far. She might be here. Indeed, these sneaky individuals are the other main players from Saint. Ever since Kuang publicly announced his relationship in the group chat, they've been bombarding him with questions. Yet he has revealed nothing. But that is how people are. The more you keep quiet, the more they yearn to know. So when Shinlu encountered Kuang dressed in a suit that morning, he impulsively rallied the other main players for this covert operation. Otherwise, let us just head back. This feels like invading the captain's privacy. The oldest among them, Sui Jin, advised, initially disapproving of the stalking but fearing that the younger ones might cause a scene. He reluctantly joined them. Shinlu, being young and playful, insisted, I'll just take a peek at sister-in-law and leave. I promise not to cause any trouble. The captain has been acting mysterious lately. Last time he left in his pajamas and came back at 4 or 5 in the morning. Aren't you curious at all, Jean Gu Sui Jean? I am a bit curious, but secretly stalking feels a bit over the line. Found him. Suddenly, the ADC Jiang Shirshi exclaims. Everyone immediately turns to where he points. And there they see Kuang, usually the loudmouth king who can take on 4 opponents alone, now dressed impeccably in a suit, gazing tenderly at the woman on stage, their eyes widen in disbelief. Akin to witnessing Zhang Fei's flowers being buried, that really are Kuang, who has been wearing the same t-shirt for 3 years, now looking like a runway model in Paris. Look at that expression. He wasn't even this affectionate when stealing the dragon. The tank player Jiang Yu's focus shifts entirely to that the sister-in-law playing the violin. She is stunning. The group looks back at the stage, falling into a moment of silence, filled with envy and admiration. He has certainly found his niche. Chapter 21. A meeting with ST teammates. What right does he have, a mere gamer, to court an artist who plays the violin? Does she have any sisters or younger siblings? Oh, I wish I could experience a sweet romance too. On stage, Muon perceives the complex gazes of the 4 men. Initially puzzled, she notices their eyes occasionally darting toward Kuang, wondering if they know him. After her performance concludes, the results of the competition are announced immediately, and Muon advances without surprise. This is merely a small competition, primarily attracting amateur violinists, although she hasn't practiced in a while. Her professionalism prevails. After familiarizing herself with the schedule for the next round and the competition format, she slings her violin case over her shoulder, ready to reunite with Kuang. Just as she reaches the entrance, she collides with someone trying to enter. Muon is about to apologize. The girl exclaims excitedly, Muon, is that really you? I thought I had mistaken you when I saw you earlier during check-in. Muon looks at her in confusion. You are? The girl quickly introduces herself. Hello, I'm Chu Xiaoyin, a freshman at S-City Music Academy. I also major in violin, and our teacher often uses your recordings as examples. Although Muon has been in seclusion for a year ago, she was a prominent name in the music world, dubbed a violin prodigy and favored by the muses. She was showered with accolades. She didn't expect to be recognized so soon after her return. Concerned that Kuang might be waiting outside for too long, she humbly exchanges pleasantries before departing. Chu Xiaoyin watches her retreating figure with regret, muttering, I thought I could add the goddess on WeChat. Emerging from backstage, Muon spots Kuang immediately, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she strides toward him. How did you know I had my preliminary today? Muon, feeling a bit self-conscious, had kept this under wraps. Kuang naturally takes her heavy violin case from her. I checked. There's only one violin competition happening at the concert hall recently. Muon raises an eyebrow. What if you checked incorrectly? Wouldn't that be a wasted trip? Kuang replies, then it would be a wasted trip. Muon's lips curl into a smile. Who wouldn't appreciate someone who goes to such lengths for them? Behind the grand British-style carved stone columns, the 4 main players of SC are again murmuring among themselves. Kuang is so considerate. He just effortlessly took the lovely case. What could they be discussing? Sister-in-law looks so happy. Who knows? The plaza is up ahead. Getting too close might reveal us. Muon asks Kuang, are those your friends? Kuang, puzzled, replies, those. Muon points discreetly with her thumb at the hidden teammates. Having spotted them on stage, she is now searching for their faces. The available hiding spots are limited, making them easy to find. Kuang turns around just as Shinlu is peering out. Their eyes lock momentarily. Oh no! Shinlu quickly ducks back. Kuang's temples throb as he grits his teeth. Get out here. Behind the stone pillar, silence reigns. Kuang adds, if you don't come out, you'll return to extra training. You're not allowed to rest until you've ranked all the heroes in your position to master. Shinlu was the first to bounce out. Captain, are you even human? Have you counted how many heroes are in the mid lane? Ranking them all to master? You must be kidding. Kuang retorts, is that so? You all seem quite idle. He scans the stone pillar. Just you. He hasn't forgotten that Muon referred to them without hesitation. Shenle throws his teammates under the bus. Of course not. Jingo, Shigo, and Yugo are all here. Let us all take the fall together. The teammates behind the pillar push each other, trying to escape detection. This little rascals. Eventually, all of them sheepishly step out. Sui Jin, being the most mature, quickly composes himself and politely addresses Muon. Hello, my name is Sui Jin, an assistant from Saint. I apologize for today's incident. Several children in the team were misbehaving and disrupted you and the captain. The others also realized and quickly introduced themselves to I am Shinlo, the mid laner of Saint. I am Jiang Shirshi, the marksman of Saint. I am Jiang Yu, the tank of ST. Muon smiled at everyone and glanced at Kuang Ye saying, hello, I am Muon, Kuang Ye's fiancé. The mouths of several ST team members dropped open in astonishment, exclaiming in unison, fiancé, not merely a girlfriend, but someone who has taken a step towards marriage. The captain has kept this hidden too well. Kuang Ye playfully tapped Shinlo on the forehead as a warning. You lot are making such a racket that you might bring the roof down. Turning to Muon, he added, I booked a table at Zue Xian, intending to congratulate you on your promotion. I hope you don't mind if I bring along 4 extra guests. Muon smiled and shook her head. Of course not. Thus, the 6 of them joyfully headed to the dining venue. Shinlo, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned closer to Muwan and asked sister-in-law, how did you and the captain meet? Did he pursue you, or did you pursue him? Do you play games? If so, let us add each other as friends and play together. Behind him, Suijin thought, does this foolish child not realize that Muwan is already sweetly duo-queuing with your captain? Chapter 22, the pretense of poverty unraveled. He quietly approached Kuang Ye. Feeling a bit guilty, Captain, I'm sorry, everyone has their own private space, and this time they had crossed the line. Kuang Ye glanced at him, there won't be a next time, then he patted his shoulder. But you needn't be so cautious, it's not a big deal, but I would have introduced you eventually. Jiang Shirshi and Jiang Yu nearby exhaled in relief. Jiang Yu, being a good buddy, clapped Kuang Ye on the shoulder and remarked, you know, they say a person is only as good as their attire. If you dress like this for the team's promotional video, you might just steal some fashion resources from those celebrities. Kuang Ye paused for a moment, glancing at Shinlo's ostentatious clothing and then at Suijin's mechanical watch, Jiang Shirshi's limited edition headphones, and Jiang Yu's luxurious sneakers. How much do you esports players earn? 3,000, it's over. Kuang Ye, with a look of exasperation, felt the fire in the paper was about to be ignited. Jiang Yu asked, what do you mean it's over? Kuang Ye replied, my love life. Suijin inquired, what do you mean? Kuang Ye briefly explained the 3,000 salary situation, prompting his three teammates to regard him with the eyes of judgment. Kuang Ye shot them a glare. It is not what you think. The three of them withdrew their gazes. Upon reaching the reserved private room, Shinla sat down and sighed. It's only because of sister-in-law's presence that the captain would take us to such an expensive place for dinner. Kuang Ye shot him a sideways glance. Have you been starving lately? Shinla chuckled, not really, but speaking of dining, when we went to G City for a competition, the Cantonese cuisine there was simply exquisite. Though it was too pricey, one meal cost nearly 10,000. Suijin immediately covered his mouth, awkwardly interjecting, one meal cost us nearly 1,000, which is quite extravagant for those of us with a salary of only 3,000. Throughout the conversation, Shinla chatted away with Muwan, not participating in the internal team discussions. Who has a salary of 3,000? Muwan blinked, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Kuang Ye. Indeed, it was excessively lavish, considering the salary was nearly 3,000. Kuang Ye thought, wait. Something seems off. Just then, the waiter arrived with the dishes, and Jiang Yu quickly changed the subject, picking up a piece of steamed shrimp. Oh, I'm starving. Let us eat. This shrimp is really delicious, not inferior to the Australian lobster we have at the base. Kuang Ye and Suijin exchanged glances. No, it's far from it. How could we in esports afford Australian lobsters? I meant to say, the shrimp at our base is far inferior. This is much better. Kuang Ye and Suijin sighed in unison. Muwan picked up a shrimp and placed it in Kuang Ye's bowl. Encouraging, if it's delicious, eat more. I.e., you should eat too, Kuang Ye exclaimed. Suijin tried to smooth things over. Let us eat. However, Muwan gazed at the dark blue mechanical watch on his wrist. Isnt, this a Patek Philippe Calatrava. I used to have a rose gold one. I recall it cost over 1.7 million. Suijin looked at the watch, which was hidden beneath his wrist. Now exposed as he stretched to serve food, feeling embarrassed. He awkwardly explained, I just bought it casually on Taobao. It's probably a high imitation. I could never afford such an expensive watch. Muwan nodded. It looks quite authentic. Kuang Ye thought, if he still doesn't understand, he must be a fool. After the meal, Shinlu, feeling quite familiar, urged Muwan to add everyone on WeChat and even asked if she wanted to visit their base. Muwan shook her head. I have other matters to attend to, perhaps next time. Shinlu replied, alright, let us gather again when we have time. Thank you for helping me with the jade bracelet. I wish you and the captain a lifetime of happiness. Kuang Ye felt a chill run down his spine. What jade bracelet? Shinlu explained, it's for my mama's birthday next month. I want to buy her a jade bracelet, but I know nothing about jewelry. I heard the jade business is quite intricate, so I asked Sister Wan for advice. He spoke with pride. Fortunately, I asked. Sister Wan said the one I liked, which was over 30,000, wasn't of good quality, and I almost got scammed. Suijin and Jiang Yu exchanged glances. Feeling embarrassed, they discreetly glanced at Muwan, whose expression remained unchanged, but they felt their faces burning, unable to stay a moment longer. Well then, we won't disturb your date any further. Goodbye. They quickly grabbed Shinlu and fled, leaving Kuang Ye to face the impending storm. Muwan crossed her arms and looked at Kuang Ye. Brother, a salary of 3,000? Kuang Ye replied, I can explain. Chapter 23, Kuang Ye, do you not need me? Half an hour later, at an apartment near the concert hall. Let us talk, he said. HW League set a record with a staggering 60 million signing fee, a record that remains unbroken. Mr. Kuang Ye. On the sofa, Muwan crossed her arms, her tone inscrutable, since their engagement. Kuang Ye had never seen Muwan like this, and he felt an unusual unease. It was merely a joke, but upon hearing you say you wanted to move out, I thought it would be nice for you to live closer to me. So I acted on impulse. Muwan interjected, so my offer for you to step down has turned into an opportunity for you to trap me, is that it? So, you're not poor? Not poor. A silence enveloped them. Muwan suddenly found herself at a loss for what to do. Should she be angry and interrogate him? No, throughout, Kuang Ye had never claimed to be poor, it had all been her own baseless assumptions. A heaviness settled in her chest, and in that moment, Muon felt as though she was submerged in water, unable to hear or breathe. She pondered whether it was due to their past life that she felt an overwhelming urge to compensate Kuang Ye, subconsciously shaping him into someone who needed her rescue, but reality was not so. Kuang Ye did not need her salvation. This realization left her feeling anxious. The emotions from Kuang Ye's past life were too intense. Yet from her perspective, there was no anchor for such deep feelings to in her past life. She had overlooked him, ignored him. Why would he ever fall for her? Thus she tried her utmost to be good to Kuang Ye. Seeking a reason for his affection towards her, given a second chance, she found herself unable to discern whether her feelings for Kuang Ye were gratitude, love, or pity for a love unfulfilled. However, the image of him transforming into a violent figure for her and then fading away had already become a vivid chapter in her memory. A soft plop, tears slipped from her cheeks unbidden. Muon stared blankly at Kuang Ye, her voice choked. Kuang Ye, do you not really not need me? As Kuang Ye gazed at Muon's tears, his own eyes reddened. His heart aching as if pierced by needles, he held her tightly, murmuring, Muon, don't cry, I'm sorry, I lied to you, please don't see her. Why? Muon's tears flowed uncontrollably as she clutched his shirt tightly, feeling as though she was transported back to that cramped bathroom where Kuang Ye's body grew cold, and she felt utterly helpless. Kuang Ye embraced her, whose body shook with sobs, his heart aching immensely. He gently patted her back, his voice hoarse, Muon, how could I not need you? If it weren't for you, I would have perished long ago. But Muon paused her cries, peering up with red-rimmed eyes, her lashes damp, looking utterly pitiful. What did you say? Kuang Ye's hand tenderly brushed her cheek, the depth of his affection laid bare for the first time before her. Muon, 8 years ago, at the Kuang family's villa on the hillside, you saved me. He recounted the events of 8 years ago briefly. Upon hearing this, Muon's eyes widened in disbelief. That person back then was you? In one's lifetime, one rarely encounters the experience of finding a half-dead person on the street, so even after 8 years, Muon still remembered. That day was Kuang Shuyu's birthday. She had arrived late due to violin practice and encountered a nearly frozen little beggar. He was covered in blood and burning with fever. Together with Uncle Lu, she had called for an ambulance and taken him to the hospital, due to the peculiar wounds on the little beggar. Father feared that she might attract unnecessary trouble, and thus took special care to erase any traces of her involvement in the matter. Kuang Ye nodded, affirming, it was I. Upon awakening, I was informed that the medical expenses had already been settled. I wished to express my gratitude to you, but could not find you. Muon had not anticipated that the two shared such a history. Had it not been for Kuang Ye's revelation, she might have remained oblivious forever. So, did you have feelings for me back then? Muon gazed intently at Kuang Ye. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, not entirely. Muon's mind was filled with questions. What did he mean by not entirely? Kuang Ye explained, before returning to the Kuang family, we encountered each other once more. It was that encounter that awakened within him a desire to possess. Muon pondered for quite some time but could not grasp the situation. She urged Kuang Ye to enlighten her, yet he remained mysteriously silent. Muon, perhaps it was Kuang Ye's explanation that bolstered her confidence, for she was now quite certain of his affections. She reached out to tug at Kuang Ye's face. You mischievous little brother, will you tell me or not? Kuang Ye looked at Muon, who was regaining her vitality, her eyes still slightly red, and felt a sense of relief wash over him, accompanied by a hint of playful mischief. Shall we make a bet? What kind of bet? Kuang Ye leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially, within 3 months, can you recall our second encounter? If you cannot, you must agree to one of my conditions. If you can, I shall consent to 2 of yours. His warm breath brushed against her ear. Muon's ears flushed crimson, and her tone became uneasy. Aren't you at a disadvantage? Let it be a loss. Suddenly something warm nibbled at her earlobe, causing Muon to nearly leap up in shock. Incredulously staring at Kuang Ye, Chapter 24, the little puppy transforms into a big bad wolf. Kuang Ye decided to abandon his puppy facade, revealing the wolfish fangs beneath to the innocent little rabbit. Wan, little puppies eat bones, but big bad wolves feast on meat. You better think hard. I have only one condition, and it will surely be wielded with precision. With that, he leaned in to nibble at the tender flesh of her ear, this time crossing a line, even licking it with his tongue, a brazen hint of his intentions. Muon's face turned as rosy as a peach blossom. Her eyes, still glistening from recent tears, made Kuang Ye yearn to forgo humanity and claim her right then and there. Sensing the impending danger, Muon pushed Kuang Ye away, a gust of wind from the window clearing her mind. So, you knew 8 years ago that you and Kuang Shuyu had swapped identities? However, Kuang Ye had only been brought back to the Kuang family 5 years prior, and from his words, it seemed that the exchange was no mere hospital mix-up, but a deliberate act by Kuang Shuyu's father. Kuang Ye affirmed with a grunt. Did you inform old man Kuang? Muon inquired. Kuang Ye shook his head. I did not. Kuang Dasheng has already entered. Speaking of it would be futile. The Kuang family might even vent their frustrations on Kuang Shuyu, which is unnecessary. Muon gazed at him with concern. Do you regret it? Had he spoken up, Kuang Shuyu might never have been able to remain in the Kuang household as an adopted son, and those people would not have constantly compared him with Kuang Shuyu, placing him in such a difficult position now. Kuang Ye looked at her, unrepentant. Perhaps the first time was out of kindness. But the second time was driven by his understanding of Mu Wan's feelings for Kuang Ye. He did not wish to see her hurt, nor did he want to be the cause of her disdain. After a candid conversation, the distance between their hearts had significantly diminished, yet, Mu Wan still needed to settle her accounts. Be honest, aside from pretending to be poor, is there anything else you're hiding from me? Kuang Ye hesitated, and upon seeing his reaction, Mu Wan crossed her arms and raised her chin, adopting an expression that demanded full disclosure. Reluctantly, Kuang Ye confessed, "Those 2 gowns I charged to my card." Mu Wan exclaimed. "Goodness, you managed to deceive me right under my nose, and I didn't even realize it, and this apartment was purchased after I dropped you off at the villa that day." Mu Wan bit her lip. "You really kept it under wraps. You lied the day before, and the next day, you sent over the password," Kuang Ye replied. "I had a friend assist me. The family of Pei Yuan is a real estate tycoon in S City. And I didn't have a property there." Mu Wan took a deep breath, acknowledging his good intentions. "Is there anything else?" "Nothing more. You are not to conceal anything from me in the future." "Understood, sister." Mu Wan seized a sofa cushion and playfully thumped it against the mischievous Kuang Ye's head. "You big-headed ghost, you deceitful scoundrel." Kuang Ye embraced both her and the pillow, laughing with delight. "This isn't deceit, it's called gentle persuasion, a strategy that thrives on cunning." Mu Wan yawned. "We're not at war." Having just emerged from a tense competition and a bout of tears, she felt somewhat fatigued. Noticing her weariness, Kuang Ye asked, "Shall we go to sleep?" Mu Wan exclaimed. Initially bewildered, Kuang Ye soon narrowed his eyes, pinching the soft flesh at her waist. "I meant to sleep purely, or perhaps Wan. Do you wish to engage in something else?" Mu Wan's eyes widened in alarm, and she quickly closed her eyes, wrapping herself in the sofa blanket. "I am already asleep." A muffled chuckle escaped from Kuang Ye's throat as he stood. Lifting the small cocoon of Mu Wan in his arms, startled, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. "Let us go sleep in the room." As half a month swiftly passed, it was time to attend the Yuan family's birthday banquet. "Mom, there's no need for Uncle Lu to pick me up. I'll go with a Ye in the passenger seat of the Maserati." Mu Wan fastened her seatbelt while conversing with Wang Lan on the phone. Struggling to fasten it with one hand, she fumbled for a while until a shadow loomed ahead, and the distinctive scent of a man filled her nostrils as Kuang Ye helped her buckle it. On the other end, the voice said, "Okay, just drive safely." Mu Wan snapped back to reality. Alright." After hanging up, she glanced at Kuang Ye beside her. His features were profound and handsome, his hair styled neatly, yet a few rebellious strands fell charmingly out of place, creating a captivatingly disheveled look. He wore the previously tailored dark blue suit, foregoing a stiff tie, with a white shirt unbuttoned at the collar, revealing a suggestive glimpse of his throat. A sapphire earring dangled from his earlobe, exuding a hint of wicked allure. Mu Wan thought to herself, how blind had she been to have once considered this charismatic Kuang Ye as merely a loyal little puppy. "Sister, are you mesmerized?" The car engine roared to life, and Kuang Ye chuckled, teasing Mu Wan. Not missing the playful glint in his eyes, she quickly retorted, "No more pretending to be poor, you're driving a Maserati now. What happened to that BYD from before?" Kuang Ye readily replied, "The occasion today is different. I certainly cannot let my sister appear embarrassed alongside me." Mu Wan scoffed, "You smooth talker." Kuang Ye feigned injury. "I merely wish to provide my sister with the best." Mu Wan chuckled, "If you were to wipe that smile off your face, I might actually believe you," since the facade of the puppy had been shattered. He no longer pretended, yet, as she observed Kuang Ye's elegant hands on the steering wheel, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Initially, she had contemplated advising Kuang Ye against attending the banquet. However, old man Kuang had called a few days prior, insisting that Kuang Ye make an appearance. Although Mu Wan was unaware of the reasons, as a junior, she felt it inappropriate to oppose her elder. She resolved to keep a close watch on Kuang Ye during the banquet. Chapter 25, You like Mu Wan, don't you? At this moment, within the Yuan family villa, a group of affluent second-generation youths gathered, champagne flutes in hand, whispering amongst themselves. "I heard that the Mu family's young lady and the true heir of the Kuang family would be attending today. Really, this promises to be quite the spectacle. I've heard that Mu Wan looks down on that true heir, yet is quite close with the adopted son of the Kuang family. Kuang Shuyu is here today as well. It is bound to be a battlefield. I can hardly wait." One individual glanced toward the dance floor, where Kuang Shuyu stood conversing with Yuan Weiwei, his demeanor refined and courteous, however, considering Mu Wan as the cherished daughter of the Mu family. One is a commendable childhood companion, while the other is an ill-matched fiancé. If I were her, I would choose Kuang Shuyu too. Wait a moment, is Kuang Ye really as bad as you all say? A girl with a bob haircut spoke up, feeling embarrassed, as she had encountered Kuang Ye once and found him quite handsome. "I don't know, it's all hearsay. I've never met him. I've just heard that he is a rogue who had been in trouble with the law before returning to the Kuang family and has a poor relationship with them. Once, he caused such a ruckus that it made his father's blood pressure spike, leading to disappointment that left the family business in Kuang Shuyu's hands." Wow, how fortunate for Kuang Shuyu to have such a rival. In the grand families of wealth, there were plenty of illegitimate children vying for inheritance. If they could encounter such a foolish competitor, they would surely wake up laughing in their dreams. Suddenly one of the group glanced toward the entrance. Exclaiming in astonishment, "What the hell?" the others turned to see, their eyes widening in disbelief. At the door, a couple strolled in hand, they donned matching outfits. The woman was elegantly poised, breathtakingly beautiful, while the man exuded a devilish charm. Stunningly handsome. Is this a rogue? This is clearly. Wait, no one told me Kuang Ye looked like this. The pair entered, gazing at each other affectionately. You tell me they have a bad relationship? Who the hell spread such rumors? Quan Shuyu gazed at Kuang Ye, who stood beside Muwan, a fleeting flash of coldness and irritation crossing his eyes. Why was he here? As long as Kuang Ye was present, he would forever be unable to escape the label of fake young master, a sentiment he loathed to the core. Brother Shuyu, what's wrong? Yuan Weiwei noticed the somber expression on Quan Shuyu's face. Quan Shuyu shook his head. It's nothing, perhaps I've been overworked these past few days. Don't frown, today is your birthday, so you should be cheerful. A wave of sweetness surged within Yuan Weiwei. Out of the corner of her eye she spotted Mu Wan and Kuang Ye entering, and with a huff, she took Quan Shuyu to the second floor. Come on, Brother Shuyu, I'll introduce you to my father. Yuan led Kuang Ye to join her parents. Wang Lan looked at the couple's matching outfits, beaming with delight. This attire is lovely. Who chose it? Quite discerning. Yuan pointed at Kuang Ye. He did, realizing that this matter had reopened old wounds. Kuang Ye thought to himself that this young lady harbored quite the grudge, and then explained to Wang Lan. It was chosen by Wan Wan. Her taste has always been impeccable. Jianawa subtly assessed Kuang Ye, noting he was not as flamboyant as rumored, and a glint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Let us go. I'll introduce you to some acquaintances. Thereafter Mu Jianawa took on the role of an elder, introducing the young couple to his friends. The rumors surrounding Kuang Ye were varied and abundant, piquing the curiosity of many, yet Kuang Ye remained humble and courteous throughout, rendering the rumors dubious. Brother, father wants to speak with you. Suddenly, Quan Xingran approached Kuang Ye, having greeted the elders of the Mu family. Kuang Ye lifted his gaze, spotting the displeased expression on Quan Zhengbai's face from a distance. Uncle Mu, I'll go over there. Mu Jianawa nodded. Quan Xingran thought, why does it feel like Kuang Ye is the one marrying into the family? Seeing Kuang Ye walk away, Muwan felt a twinge of unease, but since he was only calling Kuang Ye, she refrained from following. Quan Xingran, unable to bear her state, pulled her aside and whispered, Don't worry, he won't be devoured. Where is your brother? Why hasn't he returned? Muwan withdrew her gaze. Not yet, I heard the project is quite challenging. He probably won't be back until the end of the month. Muwan's brother was a prominent CEO, primarily dealing in aerospace materials, perpetually flying from one country to another, utterly swamped with work. Mu Jianawa often regretted not sending him to the military when he had the chance. A flicker of disappointment crossed Quan Xingran's eyes, but she quickly masked it, steering the conversation to other topics. On the second floor, Quan Zhengbai, with a stern visage, scrutinized Kuang Ye and asked, You re-engaged to the Mu family's daughter now. It's time to focus and cease your ridiculous games. Shouldn't you be starting work at the company? Without hesitation, Kuang Ye replied. No. Quan Zhengbai's cane struck the floor with a resounding thud as his face darkened with rage. Kuang Ye, how long do you intend to act foolishly? I have been patient regarding the incident of the switched babies, but do not test my limits. Before Kuang Ye could respond, he scoffed coldly. Warning, as long as I wish, you will never set foot on the competition stage again. You know I possess that capability. Kuang Ye's previously nonchalant demeanor turned icy, only to suddenly break into a grin. Then I'll strip down and perform a piece of performance art at the entrance of Quan Corporation. You know me, I'm a shameless rogue, capable of anything. Quan Zhengbai was so furious he could hardly articulate a response. You scoundrel! Kuang Ye nodded earnestly. Indeed, I am quite the scoundrel that if you have nothing else, I shall take my leave. Just as he grasped the doorknob, a disdainful scoff sounded behind him. You have feelings for Muwan. Don to you, Chapter 26, Arrogant Capital. Kuang Ye paused mid-step, turning around with a darkened expression. He demanded, What do you intend to do to her? Quan Zhengbai sneered, She belongs to the Mu family. What could I do? I merely wish to remind you, before the engagement, she was utterly devoted to Shuyu. If she were to choose Shuyu again, Kuang Ye, what would you contend with him for? Kuang Ye tightened his grip on the doorknob, his gaze towards Quan Zhengbai growing frigid, even tinged with revulsion. Do not use Muwan as a pawn to provoke me. If you truly believe my existence tarnishes your reputation, I have no obligation to acknowledge you as my father. Furthermore, do not speak of competition. Muwan is not a prize to be won between Shuyu and me. She belongs solely to herself. Turning the doorknob, Kuang Ye refused to glance at Quan Zhengbai's darkened face. Striding out with purpose, Muwan had been watching Kuang Ye leave, and upon seeing him emerge she hurried over, her eyes immediately searching his hands, relieved to find no injuries, noticing his sullen expression. She asked with concern, What happened? Did you argue with Uncle Quan? Kuang Ye responded with a hum. Since returning to the Quan family, everyone had been scrutinizing him, wishing he would become a mere wooden puppet for their carving and display. Suddenly, he discreetly grasped Muwan's hand, his tone pitifully dejected. He said he wants me to quit professional competitions. He lamented, He insulted me, saying I'm just a gamer unworthy of you. Muwan felt a surge of sympathy. She knew the Kuang family held Kuang Ye's profession in low regard, but she hadn't anticipated the words could be so hurtful. Nonsense. Ye is incredibly talented, with countless fans in the arena. Captivating many young women. Kuang Ye blinked. Is that so? Have I captivated you as well? Muon replied without thinking. Of course. Suddenly she looked up at Kuang Ye, who wore a teasing grin, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Kuang Ye. Muon ground her teeth in frustration. Kuang Ye's gloom lifted entirely, and he held Muon's hand tightly, joyfully striding back into the crowd. Before the engagement, she was utterly devoted to Shuyu. If she were to choose Shuyu again, Kuang Ye, what would you contend with him for? No, I will not grant her the opportunity to choose again. The birthday banquet commenced shortly thereafter. Yuan Weiwei, adorned in a beautiful gown, gracefully descended the stairs from the second floor and boldly invited Kuang Shuyu to dance the first waltz in front of everyone. Kuang Shuyu did not decline. The two embraced and glided into the dance floor, a handsome couple, their movements elegant, resembling celestial beings. Many onlookers cast curious glances at Muon, expecting to see her reveal jealousy or anger, or at the very least, avert her gaze. Instead, she stood there, casually savoring cherries, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle. Having not eaten dinner, she felt quite hungry. Muon lamented having chosen a rustic fellow who never even attended university over Kuang Shuyu. A graduate of Harvard Business School, perhaps now she was regretting it deeply. Previously, the rumors of Kuang Shuyu and Li Shuqin had caused quite a stir, but they were merely misunderstandings. Yuan, however, persisted in her grievances, likely hoping to provoke Kuang Shuyu through her engagement to Kuang Ye, yet it seemed to have backfired given Kuang Shuyu's reputation in high society, even though he was not the Kuang family's young master. Many would still wish to have him as their son-in-law. Muon erred by taking herself too seriously. Suddenly, a few hushed whispers reached her ears. Recognizing the familiar voices, she turned to see several young gentlemen who often socialized with Kuang Shuyu. She had no intention of indulging them. Her voice was cold and sharp. Are you all mind readers? How do you know my thoughts so clearly? The group appeared taken aback, their expressions turning awkward as they hastily explained. Muon, please don't be upset. We meant no harm, just joking around. Muon's demeanor remained icy. If you had no ill intentions, I wouldn't bother to speak to you. Apologize to me immediately. Muon had never liked Kuang Shuyu's friends, who lacked discretion and boundaries. One time, they even compared her to a kept mistress, which infuriated her. Since then, she had refrained from attending their private gatherings. Even though Kuang Shuyu had sworn to cut ties with them, yet, watching their protective demeanor towards him, it was clear they hadn't severed ties at all, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The young men looked somewhat disgruntled. If they were to apologize now, it would be utterly humiliating. 3 seconds, either you apologize to me, or I'll inform my parents and have them come to demand an apology from yours. One of them scoffed. How old are you? Still resorting to telling on your parents? Are you in elementary school? Muon's eyes narrowed, sharpness glinting within. Even elementary school students know not to gossip behind others' backs. Yet here you are, prattling on. Are you not worse than children? Whoever initiates such provocation is despicable. Today, either apologize publicly, or come with a gift to apologize later, but at that time, whether I choose to forgive you is another matter entirely. The Mu family was one of the most prominent families in S City, with members involved in business, politics, and the military, although they maintained a low profile. Who would dare to easily offend them? As the little princess of the Mu family, she had the capital to be arrogant. Chapter 27, Apology. The atmosphere at the scene instantly turned tense. Muon's intentions were clear. If they did not apologize, the matter would not end today. The situation escalated uncomfortably, catching Kuang Shuyu's attention as he halted his dance with Yuan Weiwei and approached. After hearing the whole story, he shot a fierce glare at the young gentleman. Then turning to Muon with an apologetic expression, he said, Wan, they've been drinking and spoke without thinking. Don't hold it against them. I'll apologize on their behalf. Kuang Ye furrowed his brow, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze as he looked at Kuang Shuyu. This was how he had always allowed Wan to suffer grievances. His words lost their politeness. You'll apologize for them? Are they mute, or are they just kindergartners who cannot speak? You feign benevolence while shouldering all the blame, yet, in the public eye, Wan has been subjected to their idle gossip. Does she not even deserve a simple apology? The recent incident involved not only Muon and Kuang Ye but numerous witnesses as well. Indeed, it was those few individuals who were at fault. How did it end up seeming as though the blame lay with Muon? All she seeks is a mere acknowledgement of her grievance. Surely that is not too much to ask. Previously, some remarked that Muon was willful and spoiled. Fortunate that Kuang Shuyu had the temperament to tolerate her. However, observing his current demeanor, he seems intent only on suppressing the matter, entirely disregarding Muon's distress. Were I in her position, I too would exhibit unruly behavior daily. The surrounding whispers rendered Kuang Shuyu quite uncomfortable. He glanced at Kuang Ye, ignoring him, and turned his attention back to Muon. Wan, considering this is the Yuan family's birthday banquet, let us avoid making a scene. Would it suffice if I arranged for them to apologize to you in private later? Muon did not miss the disdain Kuang Shuyu exhibited towards Kuang Ye. Her irritation reached a peak. How dare this imposter look down upon the genuine article? She took Kuang Ye's arm, lending him her support. Is my fiancé's message not clear enough? She pointed at the few individuals behind her, enunciating each word. I want them to apologize to me directly. Such an unyielding stance left Kuang Shuyu momentarily speechless. The young gentlemen glared at Muwan, their expressions a mix of indignation and frustration, as if they were the aggrieved parties. Suddenly Muwan found the entire situation utterly tedious. She pulled Kuang Ye and turned to leave. The onlookers presumed she was truly going to file a complaint. Some, wary of risking their family's reputation, hastily spoke up. I'm sorry. Mu1 turned back, and the individual shrank back, muttering another apology before scurrying away. With the first person having spoken, the rest found it easier to follow suit, collectively offering apologies to Muwan. She nodded, neither affirming nor denying their forgiveness, and quickly departed with Kuang Ye. Eventually, those who had apologized left, and the recipients of the apologies also made their exit, leaving behind an awkward mediating figure. Caught in a limbo of discomfort, Kuang Shuyu hung his head, his expression clouded and grim. Yuan Weiwei, noticing Kuang Shuyu had been absent for quite some time, approached him, sensing the strange atmosphere. What's the matter, Kuang Shuyu? He looked up, forcing a bitter smile. It's nothing. I initially intended to mediate the argument to avoid disturbing the guests, but it seems I was overly concerned. Yuan Weiwei, not pondering much, replied, You're just too gentle, always considering others. Let us return to dancing. As time passed, the banquet began to wind down, and Muwan prepared to slip away with Kuang Ye. Observing his unscathed hand eased her apprehension somewhat. Surely, after the event's conclusion, Kuang Ye would not be injured. I'll be quick in the restroom. Don't wander off, alright? Muwan instructed. Kuang Ye found her tone reminiscent of a guardian taking a child out for a day of fun, eliciting a bemused smile. Sister, I'm 23, not 13. I won't get lost. Muwan. At his remark about being 23, not 13, reminded her of Kuang Xingran's crude remarks. Pinching Kuang Ye playfully, she adopted a queenly tone. Obedient little brother. Kuang Ye, at your command, young lady. With that, Muwan turned to the restroom, reflecting on how effortlessly Kuang Ye switched between calling her Wanwan, sister, or young lady. After her brief visit, she intended to reunite with Kuang Ye at the entrance. As expected, she encountered Kuang Shuyu once more. Chapter 28. The first encounter with this person, Muwan's expression was one of irritation. How had she never realized Kuang Shuyu had such an insistent nature? Ignoring him, she attempted to walk away, but he reached out to stop her, his demeanor one of sorrow, his tone somewhat wounded. Wanwan, have you truly cast aside our years of companionship to be with Kuang Ye? Muwan found his attitude rather nauseating. Kuang Shuyu, first of all, we were never formally together, so how can you speak of abandonment? Secondly, you've been out dancing with Yuan Weiwei. How can you dare assume the role of the victim to question me? Initially, she had disliked him merely for his indifference when she was in need. However, having shed the romantic notions from her past life, she now perceived Kuang Shuyu as a facade of kindness masking his hypocrisy. Akin to a central air conditioning unit that everyone seeks to please. Believing she was jealous of his relationship with Yuan Weiwei, he quickly declared, Wanwan, there is nothing between me and Yuan Weiwei. If it bothers you, I will sever ties with her. I acknowledge I have overlooked your feelings in the past. Will you grant me another chance? Muwan firmly replied, No, Kuang Shuyu, let me make it very clear. I like Kuang Ye and will only ever like him. Our past is irrelevant, and there will be no future between us. Do not waste your time on me. After stating this, she attempted to push past him, but he blocked her path. In their struggle, Muwan accidentally stepped on her skirt and stumbled towards Kuang Shuyu. Yuan Weiwei, having searched for Kuang Shuyu after not seeing him for a while, happened upon this scene and, misinterpreting the situation, rushed forward to push Muwan away, her tone sharp and scornful. Muwan, you're engaged and yet you're throwing yourself at another's boyfriend. Have you no shame? Muwan stumbled slightly, steadied herself against the wall, and retorted. Yuan Weiwei, what are you talking about? I didn't throw myself at anyone. Yuan Weiwei, who had harbored feelings for Kuang Shuyu since childhood, could not tolerate the thought of him being taken away again, leading her to speak without thinking. I saw it with my own eyes, and you still want to deny it, acting as if you're innocent. Muwan, you're no different from those homewreckers who steal others' partners. Muwan's face paled at the accusation, having never been subjected to such direct insult in either this life or her past. Yuan Weiwei, are you out of your mind? Kuang Shuyu was the one who insisted on speaking with me, and I tripped over my skirt and fell. Don't expect Kuang Shuyu to cover for your lies. Yuan Weiwei shot back, crossing her arms and glaring at Muwan. Kuang Shuyu has already promised to be with me. I just took him to meet my father. What more is there for him to say to you? Muwan felt a surge of incredulity. Was this truly what Kuang Shuyu had meant when he claimed he had no relationship with Yuan Weiwei? Their loud quarrel drew the attention of guests who had yet to leave, their eyes wide with interest at the spectacle of two women vying for one man. Muwan turned to Kuang Shuyu, her voice laced with sarcasm. Perhaps you should explain yourself to your girlfriend. Yuan Weiwei, equally focused on Kuang Shuyu, demanded. You told me you like me, didn't you? Kuang Shuyu felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. He reassured Yuan Weiwei, this is all a misunderstanding. I'll explain everything when we get home, alright? Yuan Weiwei, far more spoiled than Muwan, nearly shrieked in rage. No, I want to hear it now. Why were you sneaking off to talk to Muwan? Why did you embrace her when I'm clearly your girlfriend? Kuang Shuyu's mind raced with frustration. He hadn't anticipated that Yuan Weiwei, typically so compliant, would lose her temper in front of so many. Weighing his options, he realized he couldn't control the situation with Muwan anymore. The Yuan family's influence was not lesser than that of the Mu family, and given that the Mu family's power primarily lay within the military and political spheres, if he aimed to secure the entirety of the Kuang family, perhaps aligning with the Yuan family would prove more beneficial. After a brief silence, he grasped Yuan Weiwei's hand and addressed Muwan. Miss Mu, you are already engaged to my brother. It would be best for us to avoid any appearance of impropriety. A thunderous silence followed, his words igniting a storm of reaction. Muwan stared at Kuang Shuyu in shock. As if confronting a stranger, had he implicitly agreed with Yuan Weiwei's claim that she had been the one throwing herself at him? Disdainful scoffs erupted from the crowd nearby. Oh, how hypocritical, the eldest daughter of the Mu family behaving like this? Hadn't she just defended her fiancé moments ago, yet, behind closed doors, she engaged in such duplicity, truly a case of two-faced behavior. Muwan felt her body freeze as the crowd's murmurs washed over her like a tide, gradually engulfing her ankles and knees, and beyond. Chapter 29. They're bullying me. She yearned to explain herself but found no words to articulate her thoughts. This was a blind spot outside the restroom as surveillance. Kuang Shuyu's reputation preceded him, and even she could hardly believe he would betray her so coldly. How could she expect anyone else to believe her? It must be her, relying on her family's wealth and influence. She forces her competitors to resort to self-harm. Surely, her accolades weren't all achieved through merit. Wealth makes all things possible even when talent falls short. The haunting memories from deep within her psyche began to converge with the present scene, and the rising tide of emotion threatened to drown her. Wan. Suddenly, the icy grip of despair was enveloped in warmth, the suffocating tide receding. Muwan blinked, seeing the worried face of Kuang Ye, the pent-up grievances within her found an outlet, and her eyes reddened as she spoke, her voice cracking. They're bullying me. Kuang Ye's heart ached with both concern and anger as he gently caressed her flushed eyes, speaking softly. Who is bullying you? Muwan glanced at Kuang Shuyu, ready to voice her grievances, but then hesitated, feeling a twinge of shame at her current predicament. Lowering her head, she shook it slowly. It's all right, Ayi, let us return. She did not wish to linger here as a source of amusement for others. She would confront Kuang Shuyu later. However, Kuang Ye's piercing gaze fell directly upon those who had just spoken ill of Muwan. What had transpired moments ago, as the crowd met his hawk-like eyes, they averted their gaze in fear. Yet, Yuan Weiwei, having received an answer from Kuang Shuyu, cheerfully provided her own. What else could it be? Your fiancé, in your absence, stealthily sought reconciliation with brother Shuyu. When he rebuffed her advances, she resorted to throwing herself at him. At that moment, Muwan had begun to emerge from the shadows of her past, ready to retort, when a flying suit jacket enveloped her head. Instantly, gasps filled the air. Kuang Ye struck Kuang Shuyu squarely in the face, his expression as frigid as ancient ice. Impossible, Wan is not that kind of person. Speak carelessly again and I shall tear your mouth apart for causing her distress. He strode back to Muwan, effortlessly lifting her in a princess carry. Departing the scene, Kuang Ye exited with a fierce demeanor, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. How ruthless. So manly, someone instinctively remarked, only to be met with Kuang Shuyu's darkened expression, which was entirely inconsistent with his persona, causing them to freeze in place. Yuan Weiwei, filled with concern, gazed anxiously at Kuang Shuyu, her tears flowing freely. Brother Shuyu, are you alright? That barbarian Kuang Ye, how could he strike someone? I'll call for the family doctor right now. She began ushering away the curious onlookers. What are you staring at? Leave at once. The crowd swiftly dispersed, murmuring amongst themselves. According to Miss Yuan, only Kuang Shuyu and Muwan had been present earlier, so it could not be assumed that Muwan was lying, could it? Who could say? Without surveillance or witnesses, it remained an unsolved mystery. However, Kuang Ye's punch had been undeniably impressive. He had even shielded Muwan's view with his suit jacket, reminiscent of a scene from a romantic drama. I might have developed a crush. Everyone believed there were no witnesses to the earlier events, including the two directly involved, Muwan and Kuang Xingran. Yet, there was indeed one eye in the adjacent dressing room. Kuang Xingran clamped her hand over her mouth, stunned into silence. She had never been particularly interested in such gatherings and had opted to retreat to the dressing room to play on her phone. She had dozed off and upon awakening realized the banquet had concluded. As she prepared to slip away, she overheard the commotion between Kuang Shuyu and Muwan, fearing that her presence would create awkwardness for the two. She hesitated, only to inadvertently witness the entirety of the farce. When Muwan was misjudged, she had intended to step out and clarify, but just as her hand reached for the doorknob, she heard her usually composed and gentle brother Shuyu utter a falsehood. To avoid upsetting Yuan Weiwei, he allowed others to misconstrue Muwan, who had grown up alongside them. Like Muwan, Kuang Xingran was equally astonished. This was a far cry from the refined and elegant brother she remembered. As she grappled with her conflicting emotions, her hand hovered over the door latch when Kuang Ye appeared. Although the situation was ultimately resolved, she understood that by failing to open the door immediately upon learning the truth, she had already wronged Mu Wan in the now empty dressing room. Kuang Xingran pressed her hands against her face, sliding down the wall to the floor. Should I also go abroad to study with you all? Why have you all changed so much? Chapter 30. Are you hurt from hitting him? Since Mu Wan had informed her parents that she was riding in Kuang Ye's car back to the apartment, Wang Lan and Mu Jianhua had left early. This spared Mu Wan the trouble of explaining her tears to her parents. Seated in the passenger seat of the Maserati, Mu Wan finally removed the jacket that had covered her head. Her eyes were no longer as red, and her voice had returned to normal. In disbelief, she asked Kuang Ye, "Did you just hit Kuang Shuyu?" Kuang Ye observed her disheveled appearance, pulled out a tissue, switched on the car's interior light, and adjusted the makeup mirror for her. He countered, "I did. Does it hurt you?" Upon seeing her disheveled face in the mirror, Mu Wan collapsed in despair. My beauty. She was grateful she hadn't removed the jacket earlier. Otherwise, her reputation would have been irrevocably tarnished. After finishing her makeup, she addressed Kuang Ye's inquiry. Of course I feel distressed. Kuang Ye furrowed his brow, his gaze cold and penetrating. Yuan seized his hand, insisting, "Let me see, did my fiancé's hand get hurt?" Only then did Kuang Ye soften his expression, boasting, "With someone like Kuang Shuyu, I could take on 10 easily. Back when I was at the internet CAF, no one dared to use the net without paying." His voice trailed off as he realized he had said too much, yet Mu Wan rested her chin on her hand, gazing at him intently. "I want to know more about your past." Kuang Ye tousled his carefully styled hair into disarray, momentarily evasive. He felt vulnerable and reluctant to share with Mu Wan. However, seeing her eager expression, he recounted some amusing anecdotes. Many students would skip class to come to the CAF to play games. Whenever the teachers arrived, they would scatter like monkeys. Some would leave their instant noodles behind, and when I was starving, I would quietly take them to the alley behind the CAF to eat. I was skilled at gaming, and many came to challenge me. The CAF owner, seeing the crowd I attracted, offered me a pay of 10 yuan per game. But that was merely pocket change. The real money came when people would wager against me. With a stroke of luck, I could win a week's worth of living expenses, so I practiced diligently, mastering every hero, regardless of my preference. The sleek Maserati sped along the road, the man's voice deep and languid. As Mu Wan listened to his past, she felt a mix of sympathy and a desire to learn more about him. Upon returning to the apartment after a refreshing shower, Mu Wan spotted the navy blue suit jacket on the sofa. Somehow, when she had exited the car, she suddenly didn't want to return it. Offering a somewhat cold excuse as she donned the jacket, although she knew the room was empty, Mu Wan still glanced around nervously, then, feeling a bit guilty, hugged the jacket close to her, inhaling deeply. It had the same pleasant grassy scent as when it had covered her head. How curious that a man like Kuang Ye would smell of grass. However, she lifted her face from the fabric. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, she took the suit back to her room, hung it on a rack, and planned to take it to the dry cleaners the next day. As for the events that transpired at the banquet, Mu Wan did not conceal them from her parents. This time, she had gained much clarity. In her past life, she had been quite vexed by others claiming her circumstances were solely due to her parents. Yet the reality was that her comfortable lifestyle and her violin skills, honed under esteemed teachers, were inextricably linked to them. There was no need for her to reject their support to prove her independence or excellence. Ultimately placing herself in a position of distress, they were her support system. They would never view her struggles as a burden. Meanwhile, not long after Kuang Shuyu returned home, he was summoned to his father's study, where he was met with an explosive reprimand. "I believe this matter is not your fault. However, you are aware of the Mu family's situation. The project you have with them should be handed over to someone else." Kuang Shuyu's face turned pale, his hands clenched tightly within his sleeves. "Dad, I have been working on that project for half a year." Mu Jianhua patted his shoulder. "Sometimes a setback may lead to unexpected fortune. The Yuan family has several projects earmarked for you. If you perform well, you won't lose out. Work hard. Your father believes in you." Kuang Shuyu's expression eased slightly. As he exited the study, he was about to feel relieved at his decision when suddenly his steps faltered, his pupils constricting. The Mu family, the Yuan family. Did Dad suspect something? After the banquet, Mu Wan returned to her routine of practicing the violin and gaming. One day, there was a sudden knock at the door. Mu Wan immediately became alert. Kuang Ye always called ahead before coming to the apartment. "Who is it? Your brother." Mu Wan hesitated for a moment, then rushed to the door, peering through the peephole. Upon seeing her brother's handsome, commanding visage, she joyfully opened the door. "Brother, you're back." Chapter 31. Brother has returned. Mu Yanqi was dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, his tall figure and deep, charming features complemented by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his prominent nose. "I just landed. I came to see where you live." After a long separation, Mu Wan could not hold back and leaped into his arms, her nose slightly tinged with emotion. "Brother, I missed you so much." Including her previous life, it had been a full 6 months since she had last seen Mu Yanqi. Due to the nature of his work, he was often traveling around the globe, and even when he returned home, it was seldom for long. Nonetheless, every time he returned, he brought with him a plethora of local specialties. Though their parents claimed they were unaccustomed to the taste, their smiles betrayed their delight. These gifts were not merely treats. They were tokens of her brother's affection for his family. However, after her kidnapping and subsequent death in her past life, her brother had never left S City again, using every resource to seek out her murderer. Driving the kidnapper, who hid in the basement with a fortune yet to spend, nearly to madness. Mu Yanqi's previously icy demeanor softened considerably. Is it that you're short on pocket money? Mu Wan, on the verge of tears, quickly suppressed them, playfully punching her brother's shoulder. Can't I just miss you? Mu Yanqi chuckled, surveying the layout of the apartment. Is this Kuang Ye's place? Mu Wan nodded and explained, he doesn't live here. He stays with the team to train with his teammates. Mu Yanqi, I am well aware that if you dare to cohabit before marriage, I shall break Kuang Ye's legs. Mu Wan rolled her eyes, I am already an adult. Mu Yanqi fixed his gaze upon her, so you two are living together. Fearing to implicate her own people, Mu Wan quickly surrendered, no. Then she muttered softly, Xingran is right, you are indeed a sister Khan. Upon hearing Kuang Xingran's name, Mu Yanqi's expression subtly shifted, but he quickly regained his composure. Go change your clothes. We are dining at home today, my car is downstairs. Alright. This marked Mu Wan's first dinner with her entire family after her rebirth. Observing her stern father, gentle mother, and handsome brother at the dining table, Mu Wan thought to herself, how wonderful it is to be alive. After the meal, Mu Wan did not return to her apartment but stayed at the villa, where her room had always been kept clean by the maid. The next day, as she groggily awoke, she glanced at the calendar on her vanity, with a red circle drawn around the date, and suddenly remembered that in a month's time it would be her mother's birthday. She recalled what she had gifted her in her previous life, a set of jewelry. If memory serves, her eyes twinkled with a sudden idea. This time, she yearned to present something different. It was a Saturday, the day of the second round of the violin competition. Kuang Ye arrived early to pick Mu Wan up for the concert hall, bringing along a fried dough stick and 2 eggs for good fortune. Mu Wan nibbled on the dough stick, remarking that a perfect score in violin was hardly necessary. Kuang Ye countered, it's not about a perfect score, but rather a 0-0-1. I wish you the best of luck in clinching the championship. Mu Wan, I am inclined to believe your superstitions. In the second round, Mu Wan, as expected, advanced, but to her surprise, a music agent approached her after the competition. Miss Mu, I am a classical music agent named Zhang Fan. Here is my business card. Mu Wan understood his intentions clearly and politely declined, stating, I apologize, but I am not ready to sign with an agency or join an orchestra. Just as actors and singers have their agencies, classical musicians also have classical music agencies, through which they can secure performance work and earn remuneration. For instance, those renowned symphony orchestras, akin to stars on concert tours, generate income through ticket sales. However, Mu Wan's current goal was unequivocal: to secure a world championship. First, Zhang Fan expressed some regret. Miss Mu, please reconsider. Should you change your mind, do not hesitate to contact me. Mu Wan courteously replied, certainly. Once he departed, she picked up the business card to toss it into the trash but inadvertently caught sight of the agency's name, Zhuoxing. She blinked, feeling a flicker of familiarity, and placed the card into her bag, intending to investigate further upon her return. Under the pretense of congratulating her on advancing, Kuang Ye treated Mu Wan to a lavish meal. After dining, Mu Wan inquired if Kuang Ye had any plans for the afternoon. He shook his head. Is there anywhere you wish to go? With the autumn competition yet to commence, the team was engaged in regular training. Thus it was not a busy day, especially since it was Saturday. Mu Wan nodded. My mother's birthday is next month. I wish to make her a qipao. Kuang Ye was taken aback. You want to make it yourself? Mu Wan affirmed, then elaborated on her reasoning. Last year, my cousin knitted a scarf for my aunt, and it was quite fashionable during the new year. I intend for my mother to also have a touch of elegance. In truth, it was not last year but this year, and a mere scarf had eclipsed her aunt's multi-million yuan imperial purple necklace. Could she endure that? Chapter 32. A kiss. Thus, in the afternoon, Kuang Ye accompanied Mu Wan to visit the renowned inheritor of Su-style qipao in S City. After agreeing to a high tuition fee, the latter gladly accepted Mu Wan as her apprentice. Subsequently, Master Su presented her with a Su embroidery qipao, stating, although you are paying to learn this craft, since you are calling me master, I shall offer you a gift upon our first meeting. As you learn to create qipaos, you must also learn to wear one, so you can understand the comfort and feel of it. Take this qipao to try on. If it does not fit, I shall alter it for you on the spot. Mu Wan was pleasantly surprised by Master Su's generosity and beamed, thanking her profusely. Observing Mu Wan's radiant smile, Master Su, being a mother herself, felt a fondness for her upon hearing that she intended to create a qipao as a birthday gift for her mother. Soon Mu Wan emerged in the qipao she had tried on. Kuang Ye's gaze lifted, and he found himself unable to look away. The black qipao perfectly showcased her graceful figure, her waist delicate, Curvaceous, and her ebony hair elegantly secured with a small hairpin, radiating effortless beauty. Particularly striking was her fair complexion, which glowed like porcelain against the black fabric. The cheapau's side slits revealed glimpses of her jade-like legs. Kuang Ye felt a warmth rising in his nose, quickly averting his gaze to the sky, fearful of any embarrassing red liquid escaping. Yi, do I look good? Yes, you look splendid. Then why aren't you looking at me? Kuang Ye, because I cannot afford to lose face like that. Muan, Master Su looked on, amused by the playful banter between the young couple, her courtyard filled with a warmth it had not seen in ages. Muan's schedule now included not only competition days but also visits to Master Su to learn the art of qipao making. She had secretly procured her mother's measurements, eagerly awaiting the surprise she planned for her birthday. Whenever Kuang Ye had free time, he accompanied her, having somehow acquired a DSLR camera, capturing every moment as Muan learned to create the qipao, claiming it was to document her qipao making journey. Muan indulged him finally. 3 days before Wang Lan's birthday, Muan's qipao was completed. The familiar Maserati rolled into the underground parking of the apartment. As Muan picked up the neatly packed qipao and was about to head upstairs as usual, her hand was suddenly grasped. Her pinky gently tugged his sister. Have you forgotten something? During this time, Muan's heart raced uncontrollably. Having spent considerable time with Kuang Ye, she had discerned a pattern whenever he called her sister. It either meant he was about to tease her or indulge in some mischief. Her cheeks flushed, she feigned ignorance. What matter? His rough fingers traced circles in her soft palm, to facilitate typing. He kept only a thin layer of nail on his fingertips, and now he playfully pinched her. Have you truly forgotten our wager? Half the time has passed. Do you remember, Muan? Naturally not, even if I racked my brains? I could not recall. Kuang Ye's eyes narrowed, suddenly pulling her wrist toward him, their faces mere inches apart. Sister, would you like a hint? Muan's eyes sparkled with eagerness, nodding eagerly, yes. Kuang Ye lowered his gaze, observing the rosy hue on her cheeks, the shimmering light in her eyes, and her soft pink lips, which seemed irresistible. The sensual Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Kuang Ye's eyes darkened slightly. Sister, if I give you a hint, can you offer a reward? His voice had grown hoarse. Muan, tense yet secretly excited, avoided his intense gaze, whispering, what kind of reward, Kuang Ye? A kiss. Muan's heart raced even faster, her ears reddening to the point of nearly bleeding. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded gently with her consent. Kuang Ye could no longer hold back, gripping the back of Muan's head and leaning in for that long-awaited kiss. First, their lips met innocently. Then he pried her lips apart, his tongue delving in, stirring chaos within. The sounds of their intimacy echoed in the quiet confines of the CAR. Muan felt dizzy, transitioning from tentative participation to passive acceptance. Her tongue seemingly numb, she lost track of time, and finally, feeling dissatisfied, she attempted to push Kuang Ye away, but he anticipated her move, pressing her hands down, yet he seemed to forget the current positioning of their bodies and the confined space they occupied. This sudden press resulted in an unexpected turn of events. He abruptly released Muan, drawing in a sharp breath. Chapter 33. The playful and clumsy god of the wild. Muan also felt the intense heat of that moment. Her hands curling into fists, her face flushed like a ripe shrimp. This was her first serious romance, and she found it utterly impossible to maintain composure in such an intimate situation. Stealing a glance at Kuang Ye's lower half, she thought to herself, I hope nothing's broken, only to find his casual cargo pants tenting in a rather conspicuous manner. She realized she could no longer linger, grabbing the qipao bag beside her and heading for the door. It was already quite late. You should return and rest early. See you tomorrow. However, a hand wrapped around her waist, pulling her back. Sister, don't you want a hint? Muan caught a glimpse of Kuang Ye's slightly grimacing expression and realized that the previous moment must have been quite painful for him. Her initial flustered state calmed significantly, and she couldn't help but mutter softly, you are truly both clumsy and playful. A dangerous gleam flickered in Kuang Ye's eyes as he turned her face toward him. His thumb brushing against her rosy lips, with a teasing tone, he replied, clumsy. Feeling the lingering tingling sensation on her tongue, Muan, she hurriedly pushed his hand away, adjusting her clothing to conceal her embarrassment. I have already given you the reward, now speak of the hint. Kuang Ye took a deep breath, fearing he might lose control of his primal instincts, releasing Muan while also helping her tidy her slightly disheveled hair. The hint is this: June 16, 5 years ago, at Hucheng No. 1 High School. That was when we met for the second time. Muan's face was filled with confusion. 5 years ago, Hucheng No. 1 High School, as the premier high school in S City, ranked among the top 10 nationwide. It was the institution where both Muan and Kuang Xingran, as well as Kuang Shuyu, had studied during their high school years. However, she could not recall having encountered Kuang Ye during her high school years. Even after returning to her apartment, Muan remained preoccupied with this question. 5 years ago, when she was 18, it was June, the very month of her graduation. No matter how hard she racked her brain, she could not come up with an answer. Finally, she decided to set the matter aside. Adopting a carefree attitude, ready to face whatever came her way. If it came to it, she would simply let Kuang Ye take the lead. Muan touched her lips, the man's assertive advances still lingering in her memory. causing her cheeks to flush as she rolled about under the covers. Soon it was the day of Wang Lan's birthday. Unlike Yuan Weiwei, who relished boisterous celebrations, Wang Lan preferred a quieter affair, merely inviting relatives over for a family banquet. When Muwan presented the qipao she had personally crafted, both Wang Lan and her two aunts were taken aback. Wan, did you truly make this yourself? The qipao was an elegant pale blue, adorned with exquisite Su embroidery depicting a few delicate orchids at the neckline and hem, the buttons fashioned in the traditional cloud motif, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship and refined style. Had Muwan not claimed authorship, Wang Lan would have had no doubt that this was the work of a top qipao artisan from S City. Muwan raised her chin proudly. Of course I did. I even embroidered the character Lan on the label. And I took a picture of it. That moment, Kuang Ye conveniently handed over his phone. Yuan expertly unlocked it and pulled up the photos from her time learning about qipao making from Master Su. Wang Lan was not disbelieving, rather expressing her astonishment, realizing that Muwan had taken her craft seriously. Just as she was about to suggest they need not look further, she caught sight of the familiar and natural rapport between her and Kuang Ye. A smile flickered in her eyes. Did you both learn together? Muwan nodded. Wang Lan's smile deepened. In the adult world, time held more value than gifts or money, especially in their social circle, where wealth was abundant. At this juncture, Kuang Ye presented his gift, a set of jade accessories, which, under the light of day, appeared to be worth several million. Auntie, Wan gifted you a qipao, and I had nothing of equal value to offer. So I chose these accessories to complement her gift. May you forever retain your youth. Wang Lan's smile broadened, recognizing the thoughtfulness behind the gift's connection to Muwan. Well, I absolutely adore it. Now, allow me to introduce you to Wan's aunts and uncles. Subsequently, Wang Lan guided Muwan and Kuang Ye around her relatives, maintaining a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant, exuding humility and politeness. Her family nodded in satisfaction. They were not oblivious to the rumors circulating in their circle. Yet they trusted what their own eyes beheld. Before arriving at the Mu residence, Kuang Ye had felt a twinge of anxiety about meeting Muwan's family, well aware of the notorious reputation that preceded him. He had prepared himself to endure any scrutiny, hoping to maintain composure for the sake of Wan and her mother's birthday, yet to his surprise, none of his anticipated challenges materialized. A warmth blossomed within him. Wan was delightful, and her family was equally amiable. The more Wang Lan beheld the qipao crafted by Muwan, the more she cherished it, eagerly wishing to don it. Prompting her to call Muwan upstairs to change, Kuang Ye settled himself on the sofa to wait. Suddenly, a young lad of 17 or 18 approached quietly. As Kuang Ye observed the boy's shock of red hair, he braced for a potential confrontation, only to see the youth plop down beside him and exclaim excitedly, Yishan, you're really my cousin's fiancé. Chapter 34, Jin Jia CP Kuang Ye. In this moment and place, the term Yishan struck him with a jarring dissonance. And you are? The boy replied, I'm a fan of Saint Kuang Ye. I meant your name. Yet, judging by the boy's reference to cousin, he deduced he must be the son of Muwan's aunt. He nodded slightly and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Kuang Ye, your cousin Wan's fiancé. The boy was instantly overjoyed, chattering animatedly. I heard my mom mention that my future cousin-in-law is named Kuang Ye. I thought it was a coincidence since you rarely show your face in the circle, and I've never seen you. In the esports world, you hardly reveal anything about your family. I can't believe it's really you. How did you end up with my cousin? Wait, it seems like it's an arranged marriage. Anyway, none of that matters. Can we add each other on WeChat? I'm a huge fan of your teammate Chen Lu and would love to get his autograph and even play games with him. The autumn tournament has already begun. Can SC still clinch the championship? If they do, they'll advance directly to the global finals. Last year, ST achieved the best results in LPL history but fell short in the top 3. Can they surpass that this year? Kuang Ye, listening to the incessant chatter, he couldn't help but think that it was no surprise Shenla had such an enthusiastic fan. What a talkative individual. When Muwan descended, she found Kuang Ye wearing an expression of resigned exasperation as her little cousin animatedly gestured with his hands, his mouth running non-stop. What are you two discussing? She inquired. Then promptly introduced, this is my aunt's son, Lin Feiyu. Lin Feiyu eagerly chimed in, cousin-in-law, I'm aware. Kuang Ye replied, no, I'm not. They exchanged WeChat details, and upon seeing the username Suyo, Lin Feiyu's eyes widened in shock as he stammered. Pointing at them, you both are the Jin Jia CP that went viral with HW. Muwan looked at him, bemused. What Jin Jia CP? Lin Feiyu immediately pulled up Bilibili and searched for Jin Jia CP. A plethora of videos popping up, including the infamous one Muwan had seen. Suyo came from this. One in the water's center is a line from Jin Jia, and that is how netizens dubbed you two Jin Jia CP. So the mysterious Yi Wang was indeed Jishin. No wonder Wan was able to lead despite her initial struggles. Mu1 playfully smacked his forehead. You were the one struggling, Lin Feiyu replied. Yes, you were not struggling. I was. Sister, brother-in-law, please take me along. He gazed at Kuang Ye and Muwan with wide, pleading eyes. Kuang Ye relished the title of brother-in-law and waved his hand. Alright, let us go. Woi. Muyan was surrounded by several uncles inquiring about her recent endeavors. As she glanced toward the sofa, observing the harmonious scene between Muwan and Kuang Ye, she withdrew her gaze, suppressing the thoughts that surged within her. Never mind, at least this lad is genuinely sincere towards Wan. Far better than Kuang Shuyu, who is duplicitous. Mu Jianoa followed her gaze to Kuang Ye, recalling the conversation they had before the engagement, a smile playing on his lips. His daughter, Wan, undoubtedly deserved the very best. The Kuang family, lacking discernment, mistook mere pebbles for pearls. They would eventually come to regret their oversight. Due to Wang Lan's birthday, Muwan indulged in a bit of wine, and although Wang Lan had offered for her to stay at the house after all, there were plenty of rooms in the villa, she shook her head. Tomorrow is the final round of the violin qualifying competition. Wang Lan paused at this revelation, asking, "Can Mom come to watch?" Muwan shook her head again. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Lan's eyes, fearing her daughter had not fully moved on and was apprehensive about falling back into previous turmoil, just as she was about to change the subject. Muwan leapt forward to embrace her. "Tomorrow is the final qualifying round. Come to the finals, and I'll make sure to bring home first place for you." Wang Lan's face lit up with joy, tears glimmering in the corners of her eyes. "All right, Mom will be waiting." The following morning, Muwan set out with her violin case in tow. The autumn tournament had officially commenced, and with Kuang Ye occupied, she was to compete alone today. After nearly 2 months of rehabilitation and 2 formal performances, Muwan felt her dexterity returning, confident she could progress through the preliminary rounds of next year's Paganini competition. Though she still had a long way to go to secure the championship. By the time the competition concluded, it was already 2 in the afternoon, and as Muwan's ranking was relatively low today, she found herself waiting in the backstage area for quite some time. She absent-mindedly rubbed her growling stomach, preparing to step outside for a quick bite. Just as she reached the exit, she spotted Zhang Fan, who had previously crossed paths with her, handing out business cards while chatting with a young girl she had also encountered backstage. Zhu Xiaoyin beamed with surprise. "Really? I'm just a freshman, not yet graduated. And I can still sign with an agency." Zhang Fan nodded, painting a rosy picture of the future. Of course, we at Zhuisheng are a renowned classical music company in the country, collaborating with many top stars for their concerts. I just watched you play. Although there's room for improvement, you've already reached the level required to join an orchestra, but I'm still a student, and I have classes. Is that alright? Not a problem. We can sign a C-level contract, and the orchestra will arrange schedules according to the musician's availability, essentially a temporary contract. Zhu Xiaoyin's eyes sparkled with ambition. She was not born into affluence like Muwan but hailed from a middle-class family. If she could sign with the orchestra for part-time work, it would lighten her family's burden. So how about we go sign the contract at our company right now? Well, this is quite a significant decision. I should discuss it with my family first. Despite being a Navi college student, Zhu Xiaoyin was not entirely devoid of caution. Zhang Fan's eyes glinted with mischief as he adopted a retreating approach. "Alright, I won't pressure you, but I only have 1 spot left. I plan to invite a few more musicians, and if they sign first, you'll miss your chance." Zhu Xiaoyin gasped, feeling the pressure of possibly missing out on a golden opportunity. Aware that she was not easily deceived, she discreetly searched for Zhuisheng online, confirming its legitimacy as a classical music agency, which brought her some reassurance. "Okay, then at that moment, Muwan strode over, interrupting her sentence. After nodding at Zhang Fan, she took Zhu Xiaoyin's arm and headed outside. "Weren't we supposed to grab lunch together? What are we dawdling for? I'm starving." Her mind momentarily malfunctioned, overwhelmed with thoughts of the goddess. The goddess held my hand. Chapter 35, Blazing Star. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Fan's face revealed a fleeting look of discontent, yet, as the two hastened away, he deemed it beneath his dignity to pursue them and thus chose to leave. After departing the concert hall, Muwan led Zhu Xiaoyin to a nearby restaurant specializing in local cuisine. Noticing Zhu Xiaoyin still in a daze, Muwan straightforwardly addressed her, "Do not heed that agent's absurdities. Zhuangxing is not a reputable establishment. The last time she returned home, she utilized some connections to investigate Zhuangxing and discovered it was nothing more than a disreputable company, rife with severe bullying within the group. Profiting solely from musicians' breach of contract fees." The reason Muwan found the name familiar was that 3 months prior to her demise in her previous life, a female musician signed with Zhuangxing had exposed the scandal of the company coercing artists into sexual favors on Weibo. By then, she had long ceased playing the violin, yet habit compelled her to keep an ear to the developments in the classical music scene, recalling their last meeting, where Zhang Fan's gaze would occasionally flicker over her face. Muwan felt a wave of nausea. Zhu Xiaoyin finally regained her senses, exclaiming softly, "What's wrong with Zhuangxing?" Muwan replied candidly, "Bullying, coercion into sexual favors. Otherwise, musicians are forbidden from taking the stage." With each word, Zhu Xiaoyin's face paled further. She did not doubt Muwan's honesty, for Muwan was her idol, and there was no reason for her to deceive her. A wave of panic washed over her as she grasped Muwan's hand, tears welling in her eyes. "Goddess, thank you. I nearly fell victim to their deceit." Muwan responded. "What goddess?" Feeling a bit shy, Zhu Xiaoyin replied, "You are immensely popular in the violin community. The first complete piece I learned was your rendition of Canon. You are undeniably my goddess." A goddess who plays beautifully, is stunningly attractive, and possesses such a kind heart, truly an idol of celestial grace. Observing the increasingly fervent gaze from the other, Mu1 somewhat empathized with the embarrassment that came with being called Goddess Ye, clearing her throat. She suggested, "Let us eat." Chu Xiaoyin, a lively and cheerful girl, took the initiative to engage Mu1 in conversation, and as they chatted back and forth, Mu1 felt that having friends in the music scene was not such a bad thing. When it came time to part ways, as Mu1 went to settle the bill, Chu Xiaoyin promptly pulled out her phone. "Goddess, let us add each other on WeChat. I'll split the meal cost with you." Mu1 was taken aback for a moment, then a smile crept onto her lips. "Alright, you can call me Wan Wan." Upon returning home, Mu1 immediately booted up her bedroom computer and searched for SA. Quickly entering a gaming livestream. Today, Kuang Ye had a match. Due to her delay in reminding Chu Xiaoyin, the match had already commenced. Donning her headphones, the commentator's voice immediately filled her ears. In this match, ST's lineup appears to be aiming for a jungle core strategy, intending to exploit the jungle to suppress the enemy's economy and conclude the match before the opponent can recover. However, it must be said that such a strategy is rather aggressive in professional play. After all, if they can just survive the early game, first blood, ST's Tian who secured the first kill, showcasing an impressive strategy as their jungler provocatively invaded the enemy's jungle. Feigned retreat midway, luring the opposing ADC out of the tower, swiftly claiming the kill before retreating with minimal health. The support's recall timing was impeccable, had it been delayed for even a second. The jungler would have faced certain defeat. ST's coordination between the jungler and support remained exceptional. The barrage of comments from ST's fans erupted with joy. Of course, Kuang Ye and Sui Jin have been teammates for 4 years. How could they not have synergy? ST is amazing. The opposing team's fans expressed their discontent. You think getting first blood warrants such jubilation? If you lose later, don't come crying. The weaknesses of the jungle core strategy are quite apparent. As long as they can maintain a steady pace without overextending, the enemy will be left with nothing but fragile targets in the late game. Double kill, ST's jungler encountered the enemy jungler in a narrow confrontation. Meeting a bitter end, ST fans rejoiced. Going solo against the jungle god, are they out of their minds? The opposing teammates are on their way, but alas, the jungle god struck too swiftly. The jungle god is incredible. Mu1 had never witnessed such a professional esports match before. Typically, while gaming, she could not see Kuang Ye's perspective, making it hard for her to fathom how he could eliminate opponents in under 3 seconds. HW heroes typically possess 4 skills. Aside from the passive ability, all require keyboard inputs for skill activation. Moreover, targeting an opponent necessitates precision. Any misclick or erroneous input would render the skills ineffective. The speed and accuracy demanded were astonishing. Only through truly engaging in this game could one comprehend that being an esports player cannot be encapsulated by the mere notion of being good at games. It requires relentless dedication and inherent talent. Akin to that of athletes. ACWN is wiped out, and Tian, who has seized the Baron. ST's team engages in a decisive push, taking down the high ground turret, advancing toward WN's crystal. WN's heroes have respawned. The tension was palpable. Would WN manage to defend their crystal and rise from the ashes, or would ST successfully dismantle WN's crystal and secure victory in this match? Attack the crystal, attack the crystal. The champion that respawned is just a support, they can't hold it off. Hurry, hurry, in 3 seconds, WN will have their entire team back. Mu1 leaned forward in excitement, mirroring the enthusiasm of the barrage. Her fingers instinctively clicking in rhythm. Victory. With the shattering sound of the crystal, a grand victory banner appeared on the screen. Let us congratulate ST for their triumph. Finally exhaling in relief, Mu1 realized that watching the match was even more exhilarating than playing herself. The regular season was best of 3, and ultimately ST claimed the final victory. In the livestream, Kuang Ye removed his headphones, revealing his ruggedly handsome visage, and with a playful glance toward the camera, he flashed a charming smirk, eliciting a wave of shrieks from the audience. Chapter 36, No Longer Calling You Sister. The jungle god is incredible. I want to bear your children. The penetrating power of that voice was such that even the viewers watching the livestream could hear it. Then, they heard Kuang Ye say something, but since the microphone was not switched on, the words were inaudible. However, it didn't take long for a viewer proficient in lip reading to provide the answer. Get lost, I don't want a man to bear my children. Mu1 couldn't help but chuckle, and the barrage erupted in laughter. Ha, the jungle god is just as wild as ever. But aren't they supposed to be fined for swearing? Saying it on screen, he's gonna get in trouble. Is saying get lost considered swearing? That's just a self-referential pronoun. Self-referential pronoun, you use get lost as a self-reference all the time. I do. Mu1 mused to herself how amusing this group of gamers was. After watching Kuang Ye exit the livestream, she opened WeChat on her phone, ultimately deciding to navigate to her contacts. The phone rang twice before connecting. Wan, Muon teased, not calling me sister anymore. Kuang Ye, glancing around at his teammates who were stealing glances at him, hurried to the restroom, unabashedly affectionate. Sister, have you missed me? Initially intending to retort, thinking he was surely with his teammates, trying to appear obedient in front of their captain, she was unexpectedly met with his voice low and velvety over the phone, carried an alluring note. Causing Muon's ears to flush crimson, instinctively she pulled the phone away from her ear, realizing that it was a futile attempt to hide her embarrassment. Coughing to mask her discomfort, she shifted to a serious tone. I just watched your game livestream. Congratulations on your victory. So will there be roses this time? There could be. Listening to the soft voice on the other end, a smile danced in Kuang Ye's eyes as he pressed for more. Can I request a reward as well? Muon, the memory of that damp kiss in the apartment basement invaded her thoughts, causing her to stutter. Well, it's not out of the question. Kuang Ye could almost envision Muon blushing on the other end of the line, undoubtedly as red as a ripe peach, just waiting to be bitten into for its sweet nectar. He suddenly regretted being so flirty over the phone, yet Muon was far too agreeable. She consented to whatever he proposed, and as someone greedy by nature, he found it hard to restrain himself. Then it's settled. You owe me a reward. On the other end, Muon softly acknowledged with a shy yet inexplicably obedient tone. Kuang Ye felt an overwhelming urge to drive straight to the apartment and savor the sweet peach on the other end of the line. Devouring it entirely, however, he knew the timing wasn't right. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the restless stirrings within. Wan, he has a match tomorrow morning. Would you like to join us for lunch afterward? I'll invite the team. Most of them are people you've met before. Muon's eyes widened slightly. Was he suggesting introducing her to his friends? Should I dress more formally? Kuang Ye scoffed dismissively. Just wear something casual. They don't deserve for you to dress up. Amused by his disdainful tone, Muon chuckled. Alright, see you tomorrow. After hanging up, Kuang Ye smiled at his phone, preparing to rejoin his teammates. Just as he opened the restroom door, he was met with 6 faces, his manager and coach, all wearing expressions of mockery. Sister, reward, we don't deserve for the sister to dress up for us? Most notably the manager in a suit, who was well into his 30s, appeared quite furious. Is this what you call not being in a relationship? Kuang Ye, he countered, how dare you eavesdrop on someone else's phone call? Do you not understand that it's both unethical and uncivilized? The manager retorted, you took forever in the restroom. The post-match interview was about to start, so I came to fetch you, the coach chimed in. I came in to use the restroom. 4 teammates fell into formation. We also decided to take a restroom break. It was certainly not because the captain wore a lewd grin. Nope, it was a visage of sheer bliss. Compelling us to eavesdrop on the gossip, however, the formidable wild god, who wreaked havoc on the battlefield, surprisingly referred to his girlfriend as sister in private. You truly are quite the charmer. Ultimately, this clandestine listening session culminated in a public display of moral degradation from Kuang Ye, who disparaged his teammates in front of his girlfriend, compelling him to treat everyone to a lavish meal as recompense. As for the feast, it would naturally take place the following day, unworthy of Muon's meticulous preparations for the occasion. The next day, Muon arose at the crack of dawn, indulging in a shower of makeup and hairstyling. Although Kuang Ye suggested she need not go to such lengths, she wished to leave a favorable impression on his friends. At noon, Kuang Ye arrived to pick her up, casting a glance her way tinged with jealousy. Sister, you've never dressed this beautifully when going out with me. Muon settled into the passenger seat and shot him a sidelong glance. Am I not going out with you today? Kuang Ye replied, that is indeed true. They soon reached the designated meeting place with the team, a well-known Cantonese restaurant in the area. To avoid disturbances, Kuang Ye had reserved a private room. Upon entering, the rest of the team had already gathered. Muon confidently greeted everyone. Hello, I am Muon, Kuang Ye's fiancée. The group raised their eyes, captivated by her exquisite features and graceful demeanor. Dressed in a light white lace gown with her long hair cascading down her shoulders and a radiant complexion, she resembled a refined young lady from a prestigious family in a television drama. The manager and coach, encountering Muon for the first time, shared a singular thought. How could that rascal Kuang Ye be worthy? Chapter 37, The Greeting from the Elders. The manager quickly rose, greeting her politely. Hello, I am Zhang Qinan, the manager of Saint. The coach also stood, introducing himself. Hello, I am Yang An, the coach of STM. Muon nodded gracefully to both, expressing, thank you for taking care of a Yi. They both quickly downplayed her gratitude, responding humbly. Not at all. Following that, they warmly invited her to take a seat. Shenlo, the youngest, adept at breaking the ice, immediately struck up a conversation. Sister Wan, the bracelet you helped me choose last time. My mother loved it and specifically asked me to thank you. Muon replied, I'm glad your mother likes it. I watched your match this morning from home. Your triple kill was truly impressive. Shenla beamed with pride. Of course, I am the divine right hand of HW in the LPL region. I stand unrivaled. Kuang Ye playfully smacked his forehead. That last play was reckless, diving under the enemy tower for a kill and getting traded 1-for-1. Do you not understand how high the damage from the turret is in the early game? Tank Jiang Yu admitted, it's my fault. I didn't T-tank the tower. ADC Jiang Shirshi added. It's my fault too, I wasn't aware of the situation and was busy firing from the bot lane when we could have secured another kill, the coach, with a serious demeanor, interjected. It's all due to the mid laner being too greedy, the bot lane not monitoring the map, and Captain Kuang Ye as well, who didn't remind the support in his ear to heal. While the support neglected a ward in the jungle. Sui Jin conceded, indeed, it's my oversight. After winning several matches, I got a bit carried away. As the dinner threatened to devolve into an essay post-match analysis, the manager promptly stepped in to smooth things over, exclaiming, let us save the critiques for the training base. The star of this meal is Muon, not you lot ruining the atmosphere. The group snapped back to reality, and Shinla quickly apologized to Muon, who shook her head sincerely. It's alright, I find it quite interesting. I didn't realize that professional gamers review their matches afterward. Soon, the dishes were served, and everyone chatted while eating. Muon casually added the coach and manager on WeChat. The manager remarked, do you also play HW? If you wish to watch Kuang Ye's matches in the future, just let me know. I have access to internal tickets with great seats at no cost. Muon nodded appreciatively at the manager, then glanced at Kuang Ye, who was tangled up in a lively discussion with Shinlo, and discreetly pulled out a red envelope to slip to Mu Wan. Muon was taken aback. The manager, feeling a bit awkward, explained, I'm not entirely familiar with Kuang Ye's family situation, but he was discovered and signed by Yang and me. Back then, he was working in a shady internet CAF without even a bed, merely using a discarded yoga mat as a makeshift bed under the cash register. Yang and I have witnessed his journey step by step, so we can be considered half-elders. Please accept this as a small gesture from us. Muon paused, holding the red envelope, suddenly comprehending why Kuang Ye had endured so many hardships yet remained so defiant and proud. It was because of this group of friends who were both mentors and companions. The Kuang family viewed his gaming pursuits with disdain, preferring to support a foster son yet within the ST team. He was their pillar and indispensable presence. Perhaps this was the reason Kuang Ye would rather maintain a strained relationship with his family than abandon Saint. She did not refuse Zhang Qinan's goodwill and smiled, reiterating her gratitude. Thank you for your care towards Yi. This time, her words carried a weight of sincerity as Zhang Qinan sighed in relief. Given his and Yang Yan's status, this gesture was neither awkward nor inappropriate. But it was fortunate that Muon was not offended. After finishing their meal, Shinlo, still unsated, clamored for a karaoke session. The coach and Zhang Qinan, being older, were not fond of such raucous venues but cautioned, singing is fine, but no drinking. We have a match tomorrow, and if you show up hungover, I'll be furious. Shinla cheered. Oh yeah. The younger crowd then headed to the KTV. Aside from Shinlu and Jiang Yu, Sui Jin and Jiang Shirshi both had girlfriends, and after consulting with everyone, they invited their partners along. Given their amiable natures, no conflicts arose, and they quickly became familiar with one another. After singing, the afternoon had already slipped away, and as they stepped out of the private room, Shinlu's voice had gone hoarse. Oh no, I need to drink some loquat syrup when I get home, otherwise I might not be able to speak in the team voice chat tomorrow. Jiang Yu quipped, your princess, with her fiery temper, could be heard all over the KTV. If your voice isn't hoarse, who would be? Just as Shinlo was about to retort, a female voice cut through, laden with disbelief. Muon, Chapter 38, brother, someone insulted me. Muon turned towards the source of the voice and saw a group of flamboyantly dressed girls, seemingly just emerging from their own karaoke room. Though she did not recognize them, assuming they were acquaintances from the banquet, she nodded politely in acknowledgement before returning her gaze. As the daughter of the Mu family, she felt no obligation to engage with strangers. Her greeting was merely a reflection of good upbringing. Kuang Ye leaned down to inquire, are they acquaintances? Muon candidly replied, I don't recall. The ST teammates, having overheard her response, refrained from intervening and continued their conversation as they walked out. It's mealtime, let us have dinner together before heading back. Shinlo, you were just snacking on fruit. Are you still hungry? Are you a pig? I'll be spending some quality time with my girlfriend, so I won't be joining you. Muon, to forsake a successful and refined Kuang Shuyu for a slacker like Kuang Ye, you truly lack discernment. An abrasive tone suddenly pierced through the air from behind, causing the jovial group to halt their steps, turning around with disapproving expressions. Hey, did you just return from the restroom with such a foul mouth? Shinlo, unfamiliar with who Kuang Shuyu was, quickly grasped that the remark was an insult directed at their captain. With a slight flush from drinking Zhuang Shanshan, her face tinged with a hint of blue, peered through the crowded Kuang Yi, pushing past the people in her way to deride him unceremoniously. Am I wrong? Kuang Yi was publicly violent at the Yuan family banquet. How could such a thug not fear he might abuse you? Muon's expression darkened. Shut your mouth. Zhuang Shanshan's face twisted into a sneer. What? Am I wrong? Who doesn't he know that Kuang Yi is nothing but a worthless piece of trash, at 23, still a gaming addict, while the Kuang family would rather support a foster son than him? Their own flesh and blood. You don't think he can support you, a precious little princess, with his gaming? Her derogatory remarks about Kuang Ye quickly ignited the ire of the ST members. Their god in the Esports realm, the backbone of ST, reduced to the trash she described as. Zhuang Shanshan reveled in the sight of Muon's darkened expression, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Why should she, who pined for unrequited love, have to endure while this shameless woman could treat him like refuse. Seeing the ST player's eyes blazing with fury, she sneered even more. What are you all staring at? Do you want to hit me? I know your rules. Hitting someone leads to disqualification. Right? Slap. A resounding slap landed heavily on Zhuang Shanshan's face. Muan, who had just stepped out and was about to take action, stood frozen in astonishment as she looked at Jiang Shirshi's girlfriend Lu Shuer, a well-known esports commentator. They might be disqualified for hitting someone, but I won TB. I've tolerated your nonsense for long enough. What is your Kuang Ye so impressive? Can he represent the country in competitions? Can he raise the national flag on the competitive stage? What is so shameful about gaming? Is it considered lowly in modern socialism? My boyfriend is a gamer, and he is doing splendidly. If I hear another word against gamers, I swear I'll tear your mouth apart. Lu Shuer, a northeastern native, was infamous in the esports commentary circle for her fierce demeanor. Muan was taken aback. Isn't this the person who was singing Sweet Honey just a moment ago? Zhuang Shanshan, stunned by the slap, covered her face in disbelief, glaring at Lu Shuer. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? I'm the daughter of the Zhuang family. I'll make you regret this. Jiang Shirshi's expression shifted dramatically. The various electronic products managed by the Zhuang group were ubiquitous across the nation. Such wealth was far beyond the reach of ordinary people like them. Pulling Lu Shuer behind her, Jiang Shirshi stood defiantly before Zhuang Shanshan. If there are grievances, let them be directed at me. Zhuang Shanshan retorted angrily. I shall not spare any of you. The atmosphere grew tense. And suddenly, the clear sound of a phone dialing pierced the silence of the corridor. Zhuang Shanshan glanced at Muan, who was on the phone, and mocked. Is the elementary school student going to complain again? Muan cast a cold glance at her, offering no denial. After all, you said I was bullying you with power. Zhuang Shanshan's face stiffened. Beep, the call connected, and a cool voice came through. Wan. Muan succinctly replied. Brother, could you lend me your company's legal team? Someone publicly insulted me and my fiancé, and even threatened the safety of my friends. Mu Yenji paused in his document review. Do you need me to come over now? Muan shook her head. No need, I and his friends are here. I won't be bullied. I just feel a bit upset being insulted for no reason. Mu Yenji asked, send me the address. I'll dispatch the legal team and my secretary right away. Muan promptly relayed the address, then glanced at Zhuang Shanshan's increasingly pale face, and inquired anew, by the way, brother, does the Mu Corporation have any collaboration with the Zhuang Group? Zhuang Group? It seemed Mu Yenji had contacted a secretary before providing Muan with the definitive answer. Muan pressed, can the contract be terminated? Mu Yenji countered, was it someone from the Zhuang family who insulted you? Muan affirmed, yes. Mu Yenji declared, then it can be terminated. Chapter 39, it's not that there is you. It is that you came first. With just a few simple exchanges, Mu Yenji's affection for his sister Muan was unmistakably revealed. After hanging up, Muan, feeling a bit embarrassed, informed the ST team. We'll be delayed for a while. My brother's legal team is coming over to review the surveillance footage for evidence. The ST members exchanged glances, their jaws hanging open in disbelief as they turned their attention toward Kuang Ye. Brother, who exactly is this sister-in-law of yours? Zhuang Shanshan, upon hearing about the legal team, was already in a daze. After listening to Muan's phone call with Mu Yenji, her face turned ghostly pale as she stared at Muan in disbelief. You can't just terminate a contract without reason. The Mu family will have to compensate. The Mu family can afford it. Muan shot her a cold glance, not wishing to waste another moment on someone whose name she couldn't even recall. She added, we are adults. It's time to face the consequences of one's words and actions. Turning to the others with a warm smile, she said, let us head outside and wait. They should arrive shortly. While everyone had suspected Muan to be a wealthy heiress, they were astounded to discover the extent of her wealth. Nodding in a daze, they quickly exited, leaving Zhuang Shanshan, who had suddenly lunged at them like a rabid dog. Behind without a second glance, only now did Zhuang Shanshan's friends dare to speak. Shanshan, have you lost your mind? Are you really jeopardizing your family's business over Kuang Ye? Is he worth such a reckless display of love? I can't believe it. You were so uncontrollable earlier. How much have you had to drink? Earlier, when Muan was marrying Kuang Ye, you thought your chance had come only for him to turn around and pursue you on Weiwei. You accuse Muan of being fickle, but Kuang Ye isn't exactly a saint either. You're not allowed to speak ill of him. She snapped at her friend, who was equally displeased. You might as well be a lovesick puppy for him. You'll fall flat on your face sooner or later. Seeing the escalating tension, the others began to disperse. In truth, she had already stumbled. While the Zhuang family was well off, they were still no match for the Mu family. Who in the circle didn't know how much the Mu family cherished Muan, treating her like their most precious treasure? As soon as Mu Yenji's legal team arrived, everyone left the KTV. Feeling guilty for delaying her friends, Muan suggested treating them to dinner. They were all very curious about her and readily agreed. During the meal, Shenle quietly asked Muan, Sister Wan, what exactly does your family do? Immediately, the ears of the others perked up. Kuang Ye tugged at Shenle's ear, intending to reprimand him, but Muan saw no reason to keep it a secret. It's just my brother running a small business dealing in aircraft parts. To ensure a stable supply of raw materials, my uncle helped establish a few production lines. And both my uncles are also in business, dabbling in various industries. Everyone was left speechless. Various industries, indeed. Do you have any idea how many industries exist in the country? They turned their gaze toward Kuang Ye, wondering about his status as the fiancé of such a wealthy heiress, when the ST team returned to the base and recounted the day's events to Zhang Shangnan and Yang'an. They exchanged knowing glances, both thinking the same thing. We're in trouble. We underestimated the gift. Meanwhile, in the car, Muwan informed Kuang Ye about the red envelope she received. He was momentarily taken aback. Evidently surprised that the manager and coach would do such a thing. A flicker of warmth crossed his eyes as he chuckled. Take it if they gave it to you. It's probably just a few thousand for good luck. They treat us like their own children, even worrying about the dowry for their daughter. Law. Muwan opened the envelope to find an unnamed bank card inside, with the cover reading, perfect in every way. With a password of 6 zeros, it wasn't just a few thousand or even hundreds, it was a full 100,000. That was certainly no trivial sum, especially since Zhang Shangnan, Yang'an, and Kuang Ye were not family. Kuang Ye fell silent, his fingers twitching as if he wanted to take something. Ultimately, he turned his head to gaze out the window, murmuring after a long pause, did they really take me for their son? Suddenly Muwan recalled a quote from a disabled writer, when I was 21, my legs completely betrayed me. I didn't die, all thanks to friendship. For Kuang Ye it was much the same, since leaving his foster home at 15. He had been alone, nearly dying on the roadside. Even after the Kuang family retrieved him, they showed no concern. Both sets of parents had, in a sense, betrayed him, yet he continued to thrive, thanks to HW. Say, and friendship. Without warning, Muwan leaned over and gently kissed the corner of Kuang Ye's mouth. You have many wonderful friends, you still have me. It doesn't matter if you lose them. Friends and lovers are the family you choose for yourself. Her tender tone was like a feather brushing against a healing scar, warm and soothing. Kuang Ye turned to her, captivated by her radiant smile, and internally mused, it's not that there is you, it's that you came first. I emerged from the mire without becoming refuse, all because of you. He followed his heart, lifting Muwan's chin, his breath heavy, and his eyes swirling with unrestrained desire and deep affection. Sister, can I use that reward now? Chapter 40, with your pants down, are you unable? Muwan's eyes widened slightly, her mouth instinctively parting. The man's gaze darkened as he leaned down to kiss her. You promised, only when their mouths were entangled. And chaos ensued in her mind. Did Muwan realize, what did I promise? But it was too late to refuse. The kiss, demanding and passionate, deepened as Muwan clung to Kuang Ye's shirt, surrendering to the storm of his desires. In the quiet confines of the car, their breaths intertwined, leaving only their soft moans in the air. Suddenly, Muwan's eyes widened. Kuang Ye's hand, his hand slipped beneath the hem of her skirt, fervently kissing her as he instinctively sought closeness with his beloved. Overwhelmed with shyness, Muwan opened her eyes, acutely aware they were in an underground parking lot and fearing someone might discover their intimate scene. She felt both shy and flustered, her body turning to jelly. Kuang Ye's eyes burned crimson, his body taut with restraint. He knew he should stop, that they couldn't continue here, but his lover's reactions were irresistibly adorable, making it impossible for him to relent. The woman emitted a soft whimper. In that moment, his lost rationality returned, and Kuang Ye's body stiffened, forcing himself to calm down. He took a deep breath, helping Muwan adjust her skirt. He gently kissed away the tears from her eyes. I'm sorry. Muwan opened her glistening eyes, gazing at the man who was adjusting his breathing with eyes closed, guilt etched on his brow. She suddenly reached out and grasped his heated arm. Her voice shy, I didn't refuse. The moment her body, still tinged with embers, felt as though it had been tossed into an oven, Kuang Ye watched her bury her head in the crook of her arm. Her hair tousled and a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead, his throat felt parched as if he'd never had water in his life, his voice hoarse, shall I carry you upstairs? As soon as the door closed, they eagerly kissed, no longer worried about being discovered, making Muwan bolder. She secretly reached to feel Kuang Ye's abs, expecting everything to proceed naturally. She was taken aback when Kuang Ye failed to take the final step. Muwan, stunned, hesitated several times, wanting to ask, are you unable? But before she could voice her thoughts, he silenced her with another method. Ultimately, Muwan lay drenched in sweat, fast asleep on the bed. Kuang Ye held her close, gazing at her increasingly aroused form, and let out a bitter smile before quietly slipping downstairs for a cold shower. When he returned to the room, Muwan had just turned over, the blanket slipping slightly, revealing the hidden marks of their intimacy beneath her collarbone. Kuang Ye, he took a deep breath, calming his restless heart, and leaned down to place a cherishing kiss on her forehead, his gaze complex yet reverent. Wanwan, you have indeed developed feelings for me, haven to you, a kind of affection that promises to remain by my side forever. In truth, Muwan has persistently overlooked a crucial issue, just as she once questioned Kuang Ye about his need for her. Kuang Ye, too, lacks a solid foundation in this relationship. In fact, his sense of security may even be less than hers. Having been reborn, Muwan at least knows that Kuang Ye harbors feelings for her. However, from Kuang Ye's perspective, prior to their engagement, Muwan had not regarded him with any significance, often displaying indifference, her gaze only ever resting on Kuang Shuyu. Her sudden approach and unexpected warmth undoubtedly tempt Kuang Ye. Yet he fears it might merely be an illusion, and he is apprehensive that by forcefully claiming her, he might deprive her of the chance to regret her decision after leaving the apartment. Kuang Ye found himself at a convenience store, purchasing a pack of cigarettes. He had been smoke-free for quite some time, yet an unbidden desire arose. A flicker of crimson glowed dimly in the night. That scoundrel Kuang Ye, stirring rumors with other women. I shall find myself a little gigolo to irritate him. I'm furious, and I'll drink more. I'm not drunk yet. A tinge of bitterness rose in Kuang Ye's heart as he discarded the remaining unlit cigarette into the trash. Made his way to the driver's seat and drove back to the ST base. Wan, regardless of your reasons for approaching me, this is your final opportunity to escape. Muwan remains oblivious to the role of the heartless woman she plays in Kuang Ye's eyes. And she is unaware of the careless words she uttered while intoxicated before her rebirth. The warm sunlight gently roused her from slumbers. Gradually, her foggy mind began to recall the events of the previous night. Her porcelain-like face flushed with warmth. How could the little wolfdog be so bashful? What Kuang Ye had done last night was more embarrassing than any real confrontation. Rising, Muwan took a shower. Remnants of last night still lingering on her skin. However, as they had not gone all the way, it felt neither sticky nor uncomfortable, merely a touch awkward. Descending from the second floor, she found the first-floor sofa devoid of Kuang Ye's presence. Yet a note lay on the table. There's a competition tomorrow morning, so I returned to the base first. I didn't know when you would wake up, so I didn't prepare breakfast for you. But there are frozen dumplings in the fridge. Cook them if you're hungry. As Muwan read the note, a sweetness blossomed in her gaze, only to be followed by a pout as she quietly mocked him in his absence. You show me this after stripping me bare, you scoundrel. Chapter 41. Sister Wanla. She hadn't made much of a mess. Muwan still tossed the sheets and duvet into the washing machine for a spin. Opening her computer, she tuned into the live stream of the scoundrel's match. Upon seeing the opposing team secure victory, she couldn't help but smile with delight. Then she murmured, "Recently I've been busy with competitions and celebrating my mother's birthday. It seems I haven't played games in ages. I should reach out to Alan for some duo matches. Gaming is best enjoyed with familiar faces, otherwise some random players' maneuvers are unpredictable. Only they can pull off what you could not." Muwan's regular teammates are Kuang Ye, Olan, and occasionally her little cousin. She has also added several members of the ST team on WeChat, but their accounts belong to professional players with high ranks. Muwan prefers to be the top dog rather than the tail, primarily not wishing to drag anyone down, thus rarely queuing with them. Lolan, a professional streamer, is usually online all day. As soon as he saw Muwan's invitation for a duo match, he promptly joined. The chat room erupted with excitement. Here she comes, the wealthy Lady Wan. I've been here since Olan and Wan became friends, and watching their duo queue, it feels like witnessing a novice transform into a master. Indeed, Wan has made tremendous progress in gaming. Aside from not being too familiar with jungle champions, she handles the other lanes quite adeptly. Is it because the jungle king is there to support her, allowing her to avoid practice? Thank you, I'm shipping them again. Wan has been queuing less with the jungle king lately. With the autumn season upon us, professional players are busy with matches. I have this immature thought brewing in my mind. Many in the community speculate that Suyu is a professional player. After all, their skills and awareness are indeed impressive. However, their champion pool is so extensive, with no particular favorites, making it hard to guess. A deep champion pool reminds me of someone. 1, 2, stop daydreaming. It's impossible. The ST team has been on a roll lately. Clearly, they trained hard during the off-season. When would they have time to carry a girl? Shipping CP without real-life evidence is futile. Stop daydreaming. The jungle god is solely magnificent. Oh, so everyone knows who you're referring to. Speaking of which, the streamer's skills are quite commendable. Why not pursue a professional career? The salary would be far superior to being a streamer. It's not that simple in the professional realm. And the team's background checks are more stringent than in the entertainment industry. Should there be a ban, it could drag down the entire team. This streamer seems like a little lamb. But privately, tisk. Where did this troll come from? Moderator, kick them out quickly. Thanks to the lavish gifts Muwan had bestowed earlier, Olan is no longer a small-time streamer. Coupled with his impressive skills and entertaining streams, he has amassed a loyal fanbase. Olan, noticing the comments in the live chat, has seen his fair share of intentionally provocative remarks, so he paid them no mind. Sister Wan's recent thirst for kills is evident, selecting high-output champions and demolishing tanks. I'll build a tank support to shield her from the hail of bullets. Oh, Sister Wan, I'm shipping again. Shipping anything will only bring you trouble. I'm a devoted fan of the Genjia CP, don't mess with me. I'm counting on Suyu, the jungle king, to carry me to victory. Muwan gleefully enjoyed her gaming, while the atmosphere at the Zhuang family was far from harmonious. Zhuang Shanchan's father paced anxiously in the study, unleashing a tirade of anger upon his daughter standing nearby. What were you thinking, provoking that behemoth of the Mu family? The Zhuang family's numerous downstream suppliers of electronic materials are connected to the Mu family. Now, the company can't procure materials. And all signed contracts are in breach. Do you know how much effort and energy this has cost many people over the course of a year? Zhuang Shanshan's complexion paled slightly. Yet the thought of a phone call from Mu Wan with Mu Yanxi unhesitatingly backing her filled her with defiance. Dad, you see only the company's losses. Why can't you see my grievances? Am I worth less than that money? Zhuang father was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Your grievances? What grievances do you have? If you had been bullied or slapped by Mu Wan today, regardless of how formidable the Mu family is, I would have certainly sought justice for you. But is that the case? You were the one who drunkenly harassed her, unleashing a torrent of insults. They've even sent me the replicated surveillance footage. Now they intend to sue you for defamation and character slander, and you still claim to be wronged? I'm the one who feels wronged for having raised such an ungrateful daughter. Zhuang Shanshan was rendered speechless, muttering softly. If it comes to that, I'll plead with the Kuang family. The Kuang family and the Mu family are in-laws. Why would they oppose their own relatives for a stranger like you? Is your brain filled with mush? Tears welled in Zhuang Shanshan's eyes as she began to panic. She knew her father worked late into the night in the study for the sake of the company. Dad, what should we do now? Zhuang father looked at his beloved daughter, rubbing his temples, and finally softened his tone. The company has begun reaching out to other firms that can supply the necessary materials. One of them, named Suyu Technology, has its own raw material factory, and if we can secure a partnership with them, the losses this time might be mitigated. The phone in the study rang. Zhuang father immediately answered. How did it go? Is Suyu willing to cooperate? Chapter 42. Just for one cigarette, is that really necessary? They declined. Very well. After hanging up, Zhuang father wearily rubbed his temples, observing his daughter's somewhat guilty expression. He approached and patted her shoulder, speaking earnestly. Consider this a lesson learned. There shall be no next time. Zhuang Shanshan nodded with tear-filled eyes, realizing for the first time how her recklessness had brought trouble to her family. She would never dare to cause a stir again. At that moment, in the ST base, manager Zhang Shangnan called all the main players to the conference room, dropping a bombshell. This morning, I attended a meeting at the club. Due to our active performance in the spring tournament, the club has promised that if we can secure the championship in the autumn tournament, in addition to the 1 million yuan prize from the league, Suyu will contribute another million as a bonus, with additional rewards for the kill leader and MVP. The crowd erupted with fervor. Suyu Club is an esports organization under Suyu Technology, housing several gaming teams, but only ST competes in HW, so they have always placed significant emphasis on Saint. Moreover, ST has delivered since the formation of the team, although they have yet to claim the HW Global Championship. They have won the LPL Championship 3 times, establishing themselves as a renowned powerhouse in HW. Shinla patted Kuang Ye's shoulder. We're all benefiting from the captain's glow. Esports players earn income not only from salaries but also from match bonuses. The more impressive players, like Kuang Ye, can also take a share of sponsorship profits. However, Kuang Ye declined, opting instead for the club to allocate a portion of the sponsorship funds as a team reward each year. Hence Shinla remarked that it was thanks to Kuang Ye's influence. Kuang Ye smirked. The club has secured quite a few sponsorships this time. They're generous with the bonuses, aren't they? Manager, you won the championship in the spring tournament, so naturally there are more sponsors. Now, off you go to practice. Only by winning the championship can you claim the bonuses, otherwise, it's all just talk. Kuang Ye, stay back for a moment. After a motivational speech, everyone was brimming with enthusiasm. Once the others departed, the manager's smile faded, and he turned to Kuang Ye with a serious expression. What was that message you sent me yesterday? What do you mean by saying this is your last participation in the league? Are you planning to retire? After finishing her game, Mu Wan practiced the piano for a while. Suddenly, she received an image from Chu Xiaoyin on WeChat, accompanied by a message. My dear goddess, tomorrow the first concert hall will host a performance by the Eileen Philharmonic Orchestra. I have 2 tickets. Would you like to join me? The Eileen Philharmonic Orchestra is a renowned symphony orchestra in the country and is currently on a national tour. Su Xiaoyin had been vying for tickets for quite some time. It had been ages since Mu Wan attended a formal classical music performance, to which she replied, sure, how much are the tickets? I will transfer the money to you. Su Xiaoyin responded, no worries, it's on me. Classical music does not have a vast audience in the country, so even top-tier orchestras do not charge exorbitant prices for tickets. Of course, it is a different story when it comes to scalpers. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Wan did not decline. Alright, let us have dinner together after the concert. I'll treat. Su Xiaoyin exclaimed. Great. She then sent several adorable emojis of kisses and hugs. Observing this, Mu Wan scrolled through her chat history with Kuang Ye, realizing why it felt rather dull. It was because she hadn't sent any emojis. Subsequently, she forwarded a few recently saved ones. Tomorrow I'm going to a concert. Wish me luck in the competition. Just as Kuang Ye stepped out of the conference room, he received a WeChat message. A smile gracing his lips as he glanced at his right hand, his gaze tinged with a hint of helplessness. He lit a cigarette. Was it really necessary? The following day, Muon arrived early at the first concert hall. And Su Xiaoyin soon joined her. The two entered the performance venue together. Before long, the performance commenced, various classical instruments rising and falling in harmony with the conductor's baton, akin to a glass of rich, fragrant wine, each layer revealing a distinct flavor. Muon could not help but close her eyes, savoring the notes dancing around her ears. Truly, this was a premier symphony orchestra in the country. She pondered how long they would tour in S City, and she wished to bring Kuang Ye along next time. Suddenly, an off-key sound pierced her ears. Muon furrowed her brows as a violinist faltered, but thankfully, another swiftly compensated for the error. Apart from Muon, it seemed that no one else noticed this minor slip. She dismissed it as a momentary lapse of attention from the musician. Little did she know, among the violinists on stage, a pair of eyes fixated intently on her. That wretched person, how dare she appear here? She had caused his sister to be unable to play the violin for the rest of her life. After the performance concluded, Muon and Su Xiaoyin exited the concert hall, with Su Xiaoyin chattering excitedly about the outstanding performance. Truly, they were the most formidable orchestra in the country. She had heard that their audition process was exceptionally stringent, as one of the seniors from their school had attempted to audition but failed to pass the first round. I would love to join the orchestra and perform on stage, but alas, graduates from the music department often find themselves unemployed, and I'm just in my first year. I already feel anxious about job prospects after graduation. Upon hearing this, Muon's eyes brightened. You might consider trying your hand at becoming a content creator. Su Xiaoyin responded. Muon elaborated. On platforms like Bilibili or Douyin, start by performing some well-known pieces or popular tracks from the anime world. If it goes well and you accumulate a following, the advertising revenue could be quite substantial. In the current year, short videos had yet to explode in popularity, and there were not many high-quality creators. If Su Xiaoyin had a talent in this area and could seize this opportunity, her future income should be promising. Chapter 43, a silver-tongued Su Xiaoyin had indeed never considered this avenue. After listening to Muon meticulously explain the rules, she found the idea quite feasible. Well, trying it out wouldn't hurt. I'll give it a go when I get back. Moreover, it serves as a platform for exposure. If a reputable orchestra takes notice of me, I could strike it lucky. Of course, I would prefer a credible ensemble, not something like Jiaxinji. At that moment, Muon was unaware that her casual suggestion would profoundly alter Su Xiaoyin's fate. After their meal, due to the peak hour, Su Xiaoyin struggled for quite a while to hail a cab. Observing this, Muon retrieved her car keys from her bag. Where to? I'll give you a ride. I happen to have nothing to do this afternoon. Although Muon was considered a little princess at home, she was 4 years older than Su Xiaoyin, coupled with her 6 years from her previous life. Besides, the adorable girl made her unable to resist viewing her as a younger sister. Su Xiaoyin accepted without hesitation, stating, to the Third People's Hospital. Thank you, goddess. Muon frowned. To the hospital? Are you unwell? Su Xiaoyin quickly shook her head, explaining, no, it's not me. It's my senior who also plays the violin. She has helped me a lot, but last year she was diagnosed with a malignant tumor in her brain and is currently undergoing treatment. I visit her whenever I can. Muon nodded. They then proceeded to the underground parking of the concert hall, where she drove out a BMW X7. Su Xiaoyin, unfamiliar with luxury cars, eagerly hopped in. Meanwhile, a man driving a BMW X1 nearby observed with a gleam in his eye. Upon realizing the driver was a young woman, his gaze shifted to one of disdain. Muon shot him a cold glare. Haven't you seen a beautiful woman driving before? The man averted his gaze, scoffing. Who knows which sugar daddy bought it for her, just a pretentious whore. Muon's brows furrowed sharply. Before she could respond, Su Xiaoyin seized a water bottle and hurled it at the man's forehead. You scoundrel, your father must have been unable to afford a home, which is why you turned out like this, a brainless fool. When you see a luxury car, do you think of a sugar daddy? When you see your mother, do you wonder how many fathers you have? Muon, but what a silver tongue. The man's face flushed with rage and he raised his fist, ready to charge over. Muon pressed the accelerator and the X7 zoomed past him, while Su Xiaoyin extended her middle finger, fully embodying mockery. Watching the man's impotent fury in the rearview mirror, Muon felt a rush of satisfaction. Upon arriving outside the hospital, Su Xiaoyin once again expressed her gratitude to the goddess. Goodbye, goddess. Thank you for driving me. Muon replied helplessly. Call me Wanwan, or Sister Wanwan. Su Xiaoyin blinked. Wanwan goddess? Muon pretended to be annoyed and made a gesture as if to hit her. Su Xiaoyin hurriedly exited the car, sprinting away. I'm off to see Sister Orua now. Goodbye, Wanwan goddess. Muon paused in surprise, suddenly calling out to the fleeing Su Xiaoyin, your senior is named Orua. Su Xiaoyin nodded. Yes. Muon couldn't help but marvel at the coincidence. Orua, the champion of the current Paganini International Music Competition in her previous life. Tell your senior that her illness will be treated. She will recover because next year, she will stand on stage alongside her, vying for that singular trophy. Su Xiaoyin, unaware of Muon's reincarnation, merely took her words as encouragement for her senior, clenching her fist. Alright, I'll tell her, goodbye, goddess. Muon muttered that she no longer wanted to be called a goddess, then drove away. Midway, she suddenly thought of something. Abruptly halting the BMW X7, her expression turning somber. After Orua won the Paganini Championship, she participated in an interview where her brother, it seemed, had committed suicide due to online bullying. Sister, how are you feeling today? In the hospital, Olan entered the ward carrying fruits. His recent streaming earnings had been promising, and he would soon gather enough for his sister's surgery. Orua, clad in a hospital gown, appeared pale from the torment of her illness. But she smiled upon seeing her brother. Quite well. Why are you here so early? Aren't you streaming? Olan naturally took a fruit knife and began peeling an apple for her. I'll stream in the afternoon. You should watch my streams less. The negativity online is detrimental to your recovery, the doctor advised Orua to avoid emotional upheaval. Orua replied. Understood. Guilt washed over her as she looked at her brother. When they were 16, their parents died in a car accident. Thanks to the insurance payout, they managed to get by. However, since her illness, expenses had skyrocketed, preventing her brother from attending university, as he had to work to cover her medical bills. Each time she thought of this, she contemplated ending it all, yet, the thought of leaving her brother alone in the world filled her with unbearable sorrow. Sister, the door swung open once more as Su Xiaoyin entered. Recognizing Olan, are you here too? Olan was not unfamiliar with this senior's younger sister, greeting her politely. Sister Xiaoyin. Chapter 44, Wanwan falls ill. Su Xiaoyin excitedly approached Orua, her eyes sparkling. Sister, today I went to see the Eileen Orchestra with my goddess. You know her, right? I mentioned her before, and the orchestra performed. She spoke fervently, gesticulating animatedly, her vibrant spirit infectious, lifting the mood in the ward where other patients shared similar ailments. The other families visited with furrowed brows. But whenever Su Xiaoyin came, it was as if a fish had been tossed into stagnant water, stirring up a lively atmosphere. The young girl shared a close bond with her senior, visiting every weekend. Her brother was no less devoted, bringing her meals every day, having given up on his university education to work for her medical expenses. However, upon hearing this, Orua felt no joy. It merely served as a reminder of her burden. Olan grasped her hand reassuringly. Sister, everything will be alright. You are the best violinist in the music academy. Once you recover, you'll personally take me to university, and everyone will be envious. Su Xiaoyin chimed in. Yes. Sister, my goddess also told me to tell you that you will definitely get better. Orua felt some of her burdens lift, casting an unamused glance at Su Xiaoyin. Your goddess, once I'm well. I'll see just how remarkable she is. Su Xiaoyin retorted. You can look all you want, my goddess is beautiful, not afraid for you to see. After some playful banter, Su Xiaoyin informed Orua about the finals of the melodic sound competition. I asked the doctor, and he said if it's not too far, you can go outside for a stroll. If you find the hospital stifling, come watch my competition. Orua understood that Su Xiaoyin was trying to lift her spirits. Especially since the doctor had stated that the probability of success for this surgery was only 50%. Upon returning home, Muwan immediately searched for ST's performance today, only to find they had lost. Further dampening her already poor mood, unable to resist, I sent a video to Kuang Ye. He answered promptly, and the background revealed it was the ST base, with the occasional sound of the coach's furious voice breaking through. Are you floating? Look at what kind of rubbish you all are playing today. Still wanting a bonus? You might as well dream it. Muwan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Is it inconvenient for a video call right now? Kuang Ye shook his head and moved further away to completely block out the noise behind him. What's wrong? Are you feeling down? Muwan shook her head then nodded slightly, her concern evident in her gaze. You lost the match. Are you alright? Kuang Ye laughed heartily, with a hint of mischief. Sister, do you really think I'm some kind of god who has never lost? Winning and losing are part of the game. We can make up for it later. Today, they were up against HW's veteran team YJ, the runner-up of the spring season. The two teams were evenly matched, so a loss was understandable. It was just that the coach and manager were likely not taking it well. Especially after the morning pep talk. Seeing that he was unfazed by the game's outcome, Muwan sighed in relief, but then noticed Kuang Ye's expression faltering, as if he had something to say but hesitated. A sense of heaviness settled in Kuang Ye's heart, and his hand, out of sight of the camera, instinctively tightened, although he had told her this was her last chance to escape Wanwan. What is the matter? Muwan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately held her tongue and instead asked, Can you come to the apartment tonight? I want to tell you something in person. Should she intervene in someone else's affairs once more? If she didn't, her conscience would be troubled, yet if she did and the outcome was still unsatisfactory, where would she stand? Kuang Ye felt as if a great hole had opened in his heart. Silently bleeding. So she regretted it after all. What else could cause the usually outspoken Wanwan to adopt such a cautious demeanor? Alright, I'll come over tonight. He should have delayed a bit longer. But even at this moment, he did not wish to make Wanwan wait. Time passed swiftly, and as evening approached, Kuang Ye arrived at the apartment, having also stopped by the Zui Xian private kitchen to pick up Muwan's favorite shrimp balls. He entered the door with the password, his expression as usual. Miss, dinner is ready. After calling for a while without response and noticing that the lights in the apartment were off, Kuang Ye's heart sank. Wan has she already left? Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, he suddenly heard a faint sound from the second-floor bedroom, like a lighthouse emerging on a dark sea. Kuang Ye's eyes brightened, and he hurried upstairs. Wan. Muwan's voice was weak. Kuang Ye turned on the bedroom light and saw Muwan, usually vibrant and radiant, lying in bed wrapped in blankets, her lips chapped and her face flushed with fever. All his prior worries vanished in an instant as he rushed over. Wan, what happened to you? He touched her forehead, which was burning hot. Kuang Ye's face turned pale with panic as he wrapped her in blankets and hurried to the hospital. Along the way, he was filled with anxiety, wishing he could slap himself. He had noticed something was off with her during the video call that afternoon, yet he had only focused on his own emotions and had failed to notice her distress. Chapter 45, Kuang Ye, don't die. Upon reaching the hospital, Kuang Ye carried Muwan into the emergency room. Doctor, she has a severe fever. Please check on her quickly. The emergency physician, seeing Muwan's flushed face, immediately felt a knot of worry in his chest. He took her temperature with a thermometer, 39.8 degrees, nearly reaching 40. We need to arrange for hospitalization and in 4 drip immediately. Has the patient consumed anything or experienced symptoms of abdominal or head pain? Aside from the fever, there could be other conditions at play. Kuang Ye shook his head. I did a video call with her at 3 this afternoon. Her complexion was a bit off, but she didn't mention any abdominal or head pain. Alright, you go pay the fees and stay by the patient's side. If anything seems off, call the doctor immediately. Kuang Ye nodded and complied. 10 minutes later, in the quiet single patient room, Muwan lay uncomfortably with an 4 drip in her hand. Kuang Ye grasped her other hand under the blanket, his eyes filled with guilt and sorrow. I'm sorry. Suddenly, Muwan began to whimper restlessly, mumbling incoherently in her sleep. Kuang Ye leaned closer, straining to hear her words. Kuang Ye, don't die. Kuang Ye, don't die. Kuang Ye's eyes widened slowly. Muwan felt her body growing heavy. She couldn't move her hands or feet, and she watched as a familiar face sank beneath the water. She screamed and reached out desperately, but to no avail. Kuang Ye, Muwan jolted upright, finding herself surrounded by darkness, panic setting in as she felt transported back to that shadowy basement. Instinctively, she called out for Kuang Ye. Suddenly, the light in the single patient room flicked on, and Kuang Ye entered, holding a bowl of congee. Upon seeing Muwan's expression, his face changed, and he immediately set down the food to embrace her. It's alright, I'm here. Muwan clung tightly to him, tears streaming down her face as she pounded his shoulder in frustration. Where did you go? You left me all alone in this strange place. Noticing her distress, Kuang Ye gently patted her back in comfort, choosing not to explain that he had gone to get her something to eat. Instead, he softly reassured her, it won't happen again. Gradually, Muwan's anxiety began to subside. Kuang Ye adjusted the bed's backrest and positioned a small table, placing the pumpkin congee he had just bought downstairs on it. You didn't eat dinner, and you must be hungry. Have some congee first. If there's anything else you want, I'll go get it for you. Muwan surveyed her surroundings, recognizing the hospital decor, and uncertainly asked, am I sick? Kuang Ye lightly tapped her forehead. 39.8 degrees. What do you think? If I hadn't come over tonight, you'd be out of it and wouldn't even know. No wonder I felt so tired this afternoon. She mused, thinking she was affected by her emotions regarding Orua. However, recalling Orua brought her mood down again. She ate the pumpkin congee absent-mindedly, glancing up at Kuang Ye. Do you remember I said I wanted to tell you something yesterday afternoon? Kuang Ye pointed at her 4 drip. Let us talk about it once you're better. Alright. After a moment, she lifted her head again. You said you'd get me whatever I wanted to eat? Kuang Ye's gaze softened. Yes. What do you want? Crawfish. His brows furrowed slightly amiss. Do you realize you have a high fever and should only eat bland food? Muwan, in her usual spoiled and willful manner, insisted. Whatever you say, I want crawfish. Kuang Ye urged her. The crawfish outside isn't hygienic. I'll have the ant at the base make it for you tomorrow. Muwan withdrew into her blanket, pouting. I want to eat it now. Sick people are inherently unreasonable. That night, Muwan ultimately enjoyed her long for crawfish. Kuang Ye rinsed the spicy flavor off with clean water and only allowed her to eat 5. Do you think little of me? He held the 6th one close to his mouth, casting a glance at Muwan. I'll eat the rest this way. Do you still want some? Muwan's already flushed face became even hotter, resembling the red crawfish in her bowl. You're being a rogue. Kuang Ye, with a shrimp in his mouth, leaned in closer to her, fully embracing his mischievous role, knowing Kuang Ye had competitions over the next few days. Muwan was concerned about infecting him with her illness, so she could only relent, though she still grumbled. You're really stingy. Kuang Ye chuckled as he swallowed the shrimp. You're the one who has been neglecting your health. The infusion already had sedative properties, and after a battle of wits with Kuang Ye, Muwan felt drowsy and soon drifted into sleep. Kuang Ye, not wanting to disturb her rest, reached for the light switch but hesitated. Recalling her earlier unease, he settled on the bedside chair, watching her serene sleeping face, reflecting on her earlier murmurs. Kuang Ye, don't die. Wan, is there something happening to you that I'm unaware of? Chapter 46, Why agree to the engagement? The next morning, Muwan's fever had subsided, and the doctor prescribed some medication for her to take home. Fully awake now, she felt embarrassed reflecting on her childish behavior from the previous night. Good luck in today's match. I'll be cheering for you in the live stream. If you're unwell, just rest. I'll return right after the match. Mu1 shot him a glare. I am an adult. I can take care of myself. Don't play recklessly just because of me. Kuang Ye tapped her forehead lightly. Don't worry. I have enough professionalism to handle this. No need to fret. The match was not solely his responsibility. It was also STS that he wouldn't act selfishly, and Muon wouldn't appreciate that side of him. After seeing Muon safely back at her apartment, he left, plugging in her notebook and placing some washed fruits on the bedside table, as if she were incapable of managing her own life. Mu1, she was merely ill, not helpless. 4 hours later, the victorious Kuang Ye returned to the apartment, having not only won the match but also earned both the King of Kills and MVP titles. He also brought back lunch for Muon. Muon, her fiancé, truly had a knack for time management. After lunch, the two snuggled on the sofa to watch a movie, just when Kuang Ye thought this cozy moment would last indefinitely. Muon leaned against him and said, Yi, do you remember I said I had something to tell you yesterday afternoon? Kuang Ye's heart momentarily skipped a beat, realizing that moment had finally arrived. He wrapped the arm of the person in his embrace tightly in the blanket and replied, Muon was at a loss as to where to begin with this matter. The fact of her rebirth was certainly not something she could disclose. Thus, how could she explain her knowledge of future events? After a moment of careful consideration, Muon finally spoke. Ie, if there were something you knew would end poorly, but your assistance could mitigate the damage, would you lend a hand? Kuang Ye misunderstood her words, believing she was referring to the dismal conclusion of their relationship, prompting him to feel an urge to assist in their separation. His heart momentarily constricted, and he could not help but retort, how can you know the outcome will be dire if you haven't even tried? Muon replied, because I have been reborn. Of course I know the outcome will be unfavorable. Regardless, I know it for certain. Just tell me, if it were you, would you help or not? If she refrained from helping, her conscience would be troubled, yet if she intervened, she would transition from an observer to a participant, potentially exacerbating the situation due to the butterfly effect. Kuang Ye's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears as he tightly embraced Muon, burying his head in her neck, unwilling to accept the cruel decision thrust upon him. I won't help. I like you so much. Why must you place this harsh choice on me? Muon responded, you won't help? Wouldn't that be somewhat callous? Orua's brother might take his own life due to online harassment. Kuang Ye reiterated, I won't help. The warmth surged in Muon's neck, a heated liquid trickling along her skin, and she finally sensed that something was amiss. I was referring to Orua's situation. Have you misunderstood something? Kuang Ye, whose heart was aching to the point of faintness, froze momentarily, repeating dumbly, Orua, who is that? Muon turned to face Kuang Ye, observing his tear-streaked eyelashes and reddened eyes. Her mind momentarily blank. Wait, why is the charming and rebellious wild god crying? In her entire life, spanning 2 lifetimes, Muon had never witnessed Kuang Ye shed tears, leaving her feeling bewildered and heartbroken. Tentatively she asked, is this the aftermath of yesterday's loss, or did my earlier words upset you? Kuang Ye, who had been suppressing his emotions, found himself amused by her inquiry. Who cries the day after losing a match? With her arms crossed, Muon pressed, then what did you misunderstand earlier? Her gaze narrowed dangerously, keenly aware that Kuang Ye's misapprehension was unlikely to be something that would bring her joy. Kuang Ye shook his head, attempting to evade the question, but after a moment of silence, he realized that avoiding the matter would only complicate things further. He and Muon would eventually need to confront it. Wan, why did you agree to the engagement in the first place? Muon wanted to declare it was simply because she liked him, but Kuang Ye's subsequent questions came pouring forth. Before the engagement, we had crossed paths numerous times. You avoided me because of Kuang Shuyu and Kuang Xingran, and we hardly exchanged a few words. Just as you once asked me, we had little in common. Why did you suddenly change your demeanor and approach me, deciding to be with me? Muon found herself at a loss for words. The answer to these questions was singular: rebirth, yet she could not disclose this to Kuang Ye, nor to anyone who loved her. Her previous life had ended in such tragedy. If Kuang Ye were to know, if her parents were to find out, it would haunt them for the rest of their lives, severely impacting their existence in this lifetime. Her silence was painfully evident to Kuang Ye, his voice hoarse. He lifted his gaze to Muon and said, the night before our engagement, Wan, we met at the Rose Bar. Chapter 47. Kuang Ye, I like you 2 months prior, at the Rose Bar. Fu Yuanjia raised his glass and said to Kuang Ye, good buddy, tomorrow you'll be engaged to the one you love, congratulations. Yet, Kuang Ye did not share his optimism. A hint of bitterness flickered in his eyes. She might not even show up. It was an engagement he anticipated unilaterally. Fu Yuanjia patted his shoulder reassuringly. Wild god, have a little faith in yourself. What do you lack compared to Kuang Shuyu? Perhaps once she gets to know you, she might realize that the fake young master pales in comparison and will throw herself into your embrace. This is an engagement with the person you've secretly loved. Be a bit happier. Alright, you can't drink or smoke. Waiter, bring me a bottle of Sprite to mix for my buddy. Kuang Ye, nonsense. Yet, the thought of the upcoming engagement brought a flicker of anticipation. Perhaps a miracle would occur. Get lost. Suddenly, a familiar female voice rang out from the bar counter. Kuang Ye instinctively turned to look, and there was the face he had longed for. Mu1 dressed in a red Chanel ensemble. Her seaweed-like long hair cascading over her shoulders, her body-hugging skirt accentuating her figure, her legs long and fair, her stunning face flushed with the rosy hue of intoxication, akin to a bewitching fairy beckoning in the midnight hour. Beautiful lady, you're drunk. Let me take you home. In such a state, she was akin to a prime target in a bar. A man seized Mu1, attempting to pull her away, but she instinctively resisted. Her strength insufficient, Kuang Ye's expression darkened. He strode over and pulled Mu1 into his embrace. Wan, wake up. The man, robbed of his prey, looked up with displeasure. What are you doing? I saw her first. Upon meeting Kuang Ye's icy, fierce gaze, the man felt a chill run down his spine. Kid, consider yourself lucky this time. With a hollow threat, the man left begrudgingly. Kuang Ye gently placed Mu1 in his car, anxiety prompting him to touch her feverish face. Mu1, do you want me to take you to the hospital? The inebriated Mu1 grasped Kuang Ye's hand, rubbing it against her face as she mumbled, so cool, bring me another bucket of ice. Kuang Ye gazed at her with tenderness in his eyes, his tone indulgent. Why are you so adorable? Wan, should I take you back to the Mu family, or find a hotel for the night? Suddenly Mu1 became animated. Home? I'm not going home. I want to keep drinking. I've drunk abroad before. I won't get drunk. That scoundrel Kuang Shuyu promised he would never let me suffer, yet he is involved in scandalous rumors with another woman. Kuang Shuyu. You scoundrel, I refuse to marry Kuang Ye for you, causing a rift with my father, and this is how you repay me. Tears streamed down her face, splashing cold water on Kuang Ye's head. His fists clenched tightly in his sleeves, he could not resist lifting her chin, almost harshly demanding, Mu1, why do you still like him after he treated you that way? Am I not good enough? Look at me. Mu1's mesmerizing gaze met Kuang Ye's face, and suddenly she leaned in to plant a light kiss on his lips. Alright, I'm watching you. If Kuang Shuyu is involved in rumors with a big star, I'll find a pretty boy to make him jealous. That I'll drive him mad. As Kuang Ye finished speaking, he noticed Mu1's complexion had turned pale, causing her to push him away and rise from the sofa. Her head feeling heavy as if she had a fever, she found the situation absurd and ridiculous. Looking at Kuang Ye, she questioned each word deliberately. So you think my engagement to you, my approach towards you, everything I've done in these past days, was all to provoke Kuang Shuyu? Kuang Ye, seeing her barefoot, hurriedly offered her his slippers. Wan, you're still unwell. Put on some shoes. Answer me first. Mu1's voice was filled with fury. Observing her reaction, Kuang Ye sensed that things were not as he had imagined, yet he chose to be honest. At that time, I thought, regardless of your reasons, having a chance to be close to you would suffice. Perhaps over time, you would genuinely come to like me. Tears streamed down Mu1's cheeks, Kuang Ye's pupils dilated, and a wave of panic surged within him. Mu1 attempted to wipe her tears, yet they continued to flow, choking back her sobs. She clutched the fabric over her chest tightly, suppressing the waves of sorrow that threatened to overwhelm her, and in a choked voice, she whispered to Kuang Ye. Kuang Ye, Mu1 would never seek to please another man for the sake of one I liked. I am not that cheap. Even the reborn Mu1, let alone her former self, would never stoop to such a demeaning act. I like you from the moment I opened the door to the engagement banquet. You have been the sole occupant of my heart and mind. Kuang Shuyu was of no consequence. Because Mu1 opened her mouth, then closed it, reluctant to impulsively burden the unreborn Kuang Ye with the same nightmare she bore, but the weight of her unexpressed grievances only intensified her tears. In any case, the one I love is you. Not him. Aside from you, I will never hold hands, kiss, or share a bed with anyone else in this lifetime. Kuang Ye, do you hear me when I say I like you? Chapter 48. Kneel down, she sobbed, nearly collapsing, torn between anger at Kuang Ye's disbelief in her love and heartache for his seemingly insignificant affection. She could hardly bear to imagine the pain Kuang Ye endured after she fled from their wedding in her previous life. What anguish must he have felt upon receiving the news of her abduction and brutal murder? The weight in her chest felt like a boulder, suffocating her as she recalled Kuang Ye's despair when he took his own life. The words from the radio echoed clearly in her mind, his dreams, his global championship finals. From the moment Mu1 uttered her first sentence, Kuang Ye's mind was a tumultuous void. He had misunderstood Mu1, misjudged his fiancée, while wallowing in self-pity, causing her this profound sorrow. Kuang Ye, you scoundrel. He slapped himself hard, rushing over. He embraced Mu1 tightly, repeatedly apologizing. Wan, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. It was my fault. Noticing that Mu1 was struggling to breathe amidst her tears, he panicked and hurriedly tried to help her calm down. Don't cry, Wan, you can hit or scold me, just don't see her white. It was my fault, my sheer folly. Under his soothing words, Mu1's agitated emotions gradually calmed. Yet her gaze towards Kuang Ye was still laced with anger. Yet, she had no recollection of the incident at the bar, indeed exhibiting some of the traits of a thoughtless, reckless woman. Sniffling, she asked, I did go to the Rose Bar alone that day, but I distinctly remember waking up in Xingran's house the next morning. Kuang Ye replied, I was concerned you'd be distressed recalling what happened while you were intoxicated, so I asked Xingran to come pick you up, specifically instructing her not to mention that we had met. Mu1 remarked, how considerate of you. However, had she known in her past life that she drunkenly kissed Kuang Ye, the course of events might have taken an entirely different turn. Realizing this was a subtle jab, Kuang Ye hesitated to respond. With her arms crossed, Muon thought it was better to address the matter openly, otherwise, Kuang Ye might concoct all sorts of narratives about her in his mind. So, about that day in the apartment, you didn't take it all the way, not because you couldn't? Kuang Ye retorted, that day, I was practically at my limit, my hands were clasped in surrender, admitting my fault. My apologies, dear sister. With a haughty snort, Muon shot him a sidelong glance before strutting back to the sofa, enveloping herself in a blanket. To the submissive Kuang Ye, she commanded, kneel. Without a moment's hesitation. He complied. Muon mused, forgetting my fiancé isn't an indication of a man with much dignity. Kuang Ye knelt in front of her. Sister, are your eyes uncomfortable? I can fetch you a fever patch. You haven't fully recovered from your illness. After all that talking, are you thirsty or hungry? I can get you something to eat or drink. Muon responded, have you gone overboard with your flattery? Kuang Ye humbly replied, it is the duty of a younger brother, despite her stern demeanor. Muon couldn't help but smile. She rewound the movie to the point they had missed, directing Kuang Ye without reservation, if you bring me Buddha jumps over the wall, I'll forgive you. Kuang Ye sprang to his feet. Eager to procure it, Muon added, make it yourself. Ah, he exclaimed, for he lacked such culinary skills. Understanding her directive, he turned back to the television, realizing the little princess was upset and was putting him to the test. He pulled out his phone and opened a tutorial for Buddha jumps over the wall, determined to learn. A mere dish would not deter him. In the ensuing time, Kuang Ye was a whirlwind in the kitchen. While Muon reclined on the sofa, enveloped in tranquility, the setting sun cast a warm glow through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the bright floor, creating an atmosphere of serene beauty. After Muon finished watching 2 films, Kuang Ye's rendition of Buddha jumps over the wall was finally complete. Seated across from each other at the rectangular dining table, Kuang Ye took the initiative to serve Muon a bowl of soup with a spoon. After a delicate sip, Muon raised an eyebrow, surprised at its pleasant flavor. Kuang Ye beamed, not bad, right? This is version 3.0, which addresses the shortcomings of version 1.0 that lacked flavor and 2.0 that was too bland. Culminating in this successful final version, Muon glanced at the pot filled with premium ingredients and inquired, what about the previous versions, 1.0 and 2.0, you didn't throw them out, did you? Kuang Ye pointed to the pot, they're all here. I added cooking wine to eliminate the fishy smell and salt for flavor, Muon mused. Indeed, within such a short time, you managed to gather so many of the same ingredients. Now, about that question I asked you earlier. Please answer it thoroughly regarding Oro. Kuang Ye smiled, recognizing that Muon had forgiven him, but he thought to himself how easy it was to placate his dear wife, how endearing. He then recalled Muon's previous question, what you mean by help or not help is whether to intervene in others' affairs. Correct? Muon nodded in affirmation. Kuang Ye continued, are you quite familiar with the other party? Muon replied, not really. Kuang Ye advised, then it would be wise to prioritize your own safety. However, the fact that you are asking suggests you wish to intervene. Don't you? Muon nodded again, realizing that it concerned a human life. Kuang Ye gazed at her with gentle eyes, then follow your heart, I will support you from behind. Muon felt a sense of reassurance settle within her. Indeed, this person would stand by her side, as would her family. A second chance presented itself. She felt fortunate to have received a gift from the heavens, salvaging a life, and she yearned to extend that fortune to others. After dinner, Kuang Ye voluntarily washed the dishes and then nestled under Muon's warm blanket, embracing her. Wan, may I move from the base to live in the apartment with you? Muon's eyes widened in surprise. This troublesome younger brother, Kuang Ye continued, I worry about you living alone. What if you fall ill and have no one to care for you, as happened this time? Muon averted her gaze. Misunderstanding his intentions, however, a lone man and woman, an engaged couple sharing the same room, surely it would be unwise to tempt fate. What about training with the team? The apartment is just a 10-minute drive from the base. I can simply clock in and out every day. Muon pondered for a moment, her ears suddenly heating up as she quietly asked, there's only one room, where will you sleep? Kuang Ye leaned in to kiss her earlobe, what do you think? Fiancé? Muon thought, no misunderstanding this time. After a lengthy contemplation, she ultimately nodded. Although she had a slight, secret fear of sleeping alone in the apartment, she usually left the lights on at night. Moreover, as an engaged couple, sharing a bed was perfectly acceptable. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Kuang Ye's eyes, his throat vibrating with muffled chuckles as he nestled his head against her neck. His breath warm against her delicate skin. Thank you, sister. The warmth under the blanket began to rise, reflecting on her younger brother's prior transgressions. Muon suddenly stated, but it can't happen yet, you have a competition. And I can't let you catch my virus, you should sleep on the sofa for now. Her reasoning was sound, and her justification was quite valid, yet, Kuang Ye sighed in disappointment, sounding pitiful. Sister, I'm not afraid of the virus, Muon replied, I am. Move away, We'll suffocate together if we stay this close, Kuang Ye mused. It seems winning over the beautiful maiden will require some effort. Days passed, and Muwan's fever had nearly subsided. She used WeChat to arrange a meeting with Chu Xiaoyin. May I visit your senior? I wish to consult her about some questions regarding the upcoming Paganini competition next year. The Paganini competition is held biennially. Oruo had participated previously, providing a perfect segue for her inquiry. Chu Xiaoyin, considering Oruo's illness and the need for solitude, hesitated. I may need to call her first. Muwan nodded in understanding. Shortly after, Chu Xiaoyin returned from her call with a smile. Goddess, my senior has agreed. When shall we go? Muwan replied, right now. According to Muwan's plan, she would first establish rapport with Oruo and then, when Oruo's brother showed any signs of being cyberbullied, she would intervene as a friend. After all, cyberbullying is nothing without the support of the internet. Thinking it was merely a visit to check on someone unwell, Muwan bought 2 fruit baskets at the hospital. Upon entering the ward, Oruo resembled the figure she had seen in interviews, albeit with a noticeably thinner face. Hello, Muwan. Hello, Oruo. Oruo smiled warmly, extending her hand in greeting. I participated in the Stern violin competition as well. I saw you backstage. Though we never had the chance to interact, your violin playing is exceptional. You truly deserve the championship. Muwan felt a flicker of warmth in her heart, appreciating the kind words that seemed to comfort her regarding the allegations of her victory being unwarranted. She thought Oruo to be a genuinely kind person. Thank you for your compliment. The registration for this year's Paganini competition is about to commence, and I look forward to competing with you again. All 3 girls, being music students and violinists, quickly delved into a myriad of topics. Oruo shared her insights regarding the competition structure. The Paganini violin competition comprises 3 stages: the preliminary round, semifinals, and finals. In addition to the mandatory pieces, participants must select 6 out of the 24 caprices by Paganini for performance. It is noteworthy that the first prize in the Paganini International Violin Competition has a predetermined score. If no contestant achieves that score, the first prize remains unawarded. In essence, it is akin to a rule where one must score a perfect 100 to win first place, even if one scores 99 and ranks first in the class. They would not secure the championship. Through the bridge of music, the 3 girls quickly grew familiar with one another, aside from Chu Xiaoyin, who unwaveringly referred to Muwan as goddess. Oruo and Muwan began to address each other as Ruan Oruo. A 4th-year student had taken a year off due to her diagnosis of malignant tumors, placing her age in close proximity to Muwan. At this juncture, Chu Xiaoyin remarked, Olan, your brother should be delivering meals to your senior now. Suddenly, upon hearing the familiar name Olan, Muwan's mind went blank, akin to a rusted machine struggling to start. After a moment, she asked in a somewhat distracted tone, Ruo, is your brother named Olan? Oruo nodded, her face reflecting warmth. Yes, the blue of the sky. He is currently a gaming streamer. As she spoke, a hint of sorrow crossed her expression. He is only 18, at this age, he should be in school. Yet he is burdened because of me. It clicked. 18, a gaming streamer. She had previously visited Olan's streaming room and saw comments from viewers stating he was earning money for his sister's chemotherapy. What a remarkable coincidence. She first became acquainted with Olan while gaming, then through competitions met Chu Xiaoyin, and subsequently learned of Oruo. Driven by a sense of compassion, she felt compelled to save Olan's brother, who had tragically taken his own life due to online bullying in a previous life, and Olan happens to be Oruo's brother. Muwan perceived this sequence of events as a manifestation of destiny. She felt a twinge of relief for having intervened. Otherwise, one day in the future, when she wondered why that avatar on her friend list no longer glowed, and the truth was unveiled, she would surely be engulfed by regret. The sound of footsteps resonated from outside the ward. The familiar voice she often heard through her headphones filled Muwan's ears. A sister, Xiaoyin's sister. And this is. Raising her head, she confirmed it was indeed the youthful visage she had seen in the livestream. Olan was clad in a Prussian blue hoodie and denim jeans, his skin slightly pale from years of streaming. He looked at Muwan with a hint of confusion. Chu Xiaoyin quickly introduced, Olan, this is Muwan, a friend of mine and the senior. Olan nodded in greeting. Thank you for coming to see my sister. Muwan composed herself and offered a perfectly measured smile. No need. It is thanks to Oruo for informing me about the competition rules. Olan gazed at her in surprise, pondering the coincidence of her name containing the character one. Hesitantly, he inquired, Muwan's sister, do you often play games? Like Hero World? Muwan appeared bewildered. Oruo, slightly irritated, nudged her brother. Do you think everyone is as much of a gaming enthusiast as you? Apologize for your rudeness. Olan, feeling wronged, explained, no, I just thought her voice sounded familiar. Muwan reassured him, it's fine, many people say my voice sounds familiar. As Chu Xiaoyin caught a whiff of the delicious food Olan had brought, she felt a pang of hunger and bid farewell to Oruo. Since Olan's brother is here, we shall take our leave, senior, goodbye. Alright. Muwan followed Chu Xiaoyin out, glancing back momentarily to see Olan opening the food containers, his eyes filled with concern for his ailing sister. Devoid of any irritation at her illness being a burden, "I will save you," she silently vowed. Once outside the ward, Muon retrieved her phone and sent Olan a message on WeChat, "Leveling up. JPEG." Olan immediately felt he had overthought the situation. Muon had just exited the ward. Where would she find the time to play games? "Sister Wan, is 2 o'clock in the afternoon alright? I have something to attend to now." "Okay." At 2 o'clock that afternoon, Olan commenced his livestream punctually at home. Before long, a dedicated fan entered the chat. "I would like to call the streamer a model worker in the live streaming industry. Aside from his 3 daily meals, he is always streaming. Are you taking friends up the ranks today, or just having fun?" Having fun refers to not playing games, but singing, chatting, or teaching viewers some flashy maneuvers in-game, which sometimes garners more viewers than serious gameplay. Olan replied, "Today, I'm duo queuing with Juan. We still need 3 more spots. I'm Jojo, super skilled. You already played with Juan last time. You even brought a wild king along. It is my turn this time. I want to join too, but my rank isn't high enough. Sob. I also want a wild king brother to carry me." Juan Olan's livestream has China Suyu and Olan's livestream has Hoi summon China and randomly receive a Hoi. So what is Olan, the China and Hoi summoning device? Olan, what the hell is the China and Hoi summoning device? He quickly selected a few fans for the match through screenshots, clicked to match, and upon reaching the loading screen was astonished to find that the opposing team had 2 professional players. The livestream chat erupted. "It's WF's mid laner Wei Hong and jungler Yutai. How reckless, don't they have a match? I checked the match schedule, they have none these days, and it's the end of the month, you know how it is. I found their livestream too." Esports teams typically have contracts with streaming platforms, earning money while gaining exposure to sell merchandise for profit. To avoid disrupting training and leaking strategies, the contracts usually stipulate limited streaming hours. But human nature being what it is, many professional players tend to stream in droves at the end of the month, leading to amusing mishaps like streaming during mealtime or sleep. The HW fans' carnival day is approaching. What a pity the wild god isn't streaming, otherwise I could lick that handsome face clean off the screen. Big sister, the internet isn't a no man's land, tone it down a bit. If the wild god were willing to stream, I would eat noodles upside down. That face, those hands, can only be fully appreciated in a competitive livestream. One can never get enough. Muon, who had registered a small account to lurk in Olan's livestream. What to do if her fiancé was too popular? Chapter 51. Professional players bully family members. As the game commenced, Muon took a marksman character. Xiaoyu down the bottom lane, only to discover the enemy jungler and support were coming to ambush her. Muon, after 2 near-death experiences returning to the tower, she was bewildered. Is it really appropriate for the jungler to lurk in the bush down here? Sister Wan, the enemy jungler and support are professional players. Be a bit more cautious. Muon eyed the bush near the tower, cautiously shooting an arrow, only to find the 2 enemy heroes hiding perfectly still. Unable to contain herself, she typed, "Are you all insane? Is my life that essential?" Enemy, Jingku, not really, just wanted to take a look. Xiaoyu, look at what? Enemy, a Fei, looking at the Jinjia CP. Muon, I'll fight you all. She consumed a health pack that had just spawned at the tower and communicated with her teammates via voice chat. Just then, the enemy Jingku and a Fei emerged from behind. Flanked by 4 formidable opponents, Olan shouted, "Engage, take them down." A flurry of blades and skills ensued on screen as the enemy Jingku and a Fei met their demise, with Muon joyfully bouncing atop their corpses. "Haha, who understands the joy of my triple screen? Yutai and Wei Hong must be fuming. Go wild, be reckless, and end up eliminating yourselves." Wan, I'm genuinely crying. Despite such provocation, you didn't charge in but rather type to stall for time. Using voice chat to stealthily have your teammates come over and take down those 2 professionals, the luck of the water friend randomly matched with you must be extraordinary. I too need a teammate with such emotional stability. The viewership of the 2 professional players' livestreams surpassed Olan's significantly. After being informed of the events in the chat, they flocked to Olan's stream to join the fun, dying of laughter. Seeing 4 formidable warriors leap out of the bush left me dumbfounded. I captured their shocked expressions. Upon seeing the 2 bewildered faces, Muon couldn't help but laugh. However, as professional players, once Wei Hong and Yutai became serious, they proved to be far superior to amateurs like Muon and Olan. The opposing team swiftly decimated Muon's side. As the crystal shattered and the game concluded, it was unclear whether it was mere coincidence or if professional players were indeed clustering at this time. Muon and Olan encountered several more professional players, each displaying great interest in Wan. This was evident as they either refrained from attacking her when she was low on health or targeted her even when she had little life left. Gradually, Muon began to realize that these players knew Suyu as Kuang Ye, thus she sent her 10 consecutive losses record to Kuang Ye. He promptly shared the screenshot in the professional players group. tagging several accounts that matched the records. How shameless! If you can't defeat me, do you resort to bullying my family members? If you have the guts, face me in a solo match. Let's see who calls whom daddy. It's just a coincidence, purely coincidental. Wow, the Wild God's girlfriend is ranked. I'm heading there now. Thanks for the reminder. Kuang Ye, miscalculation. Thus, that afternoon, the canyon was filled with a tumultuous atmosphere. What should have been a casual match soon resembled an LPL autumn tournament, since professional players aren't always adversaries. Muwan and Olan lost frequently, leading the matchmaking system to pair them with higher-ranked professional players, resulting in a notable increase in their ranks. Many fans, observing the behavior of the professional players, began to piece together certain truths. Why does every professional player know one? It's impossible for everyone to be into the Jinjia CP. Right? WF Shutai accidentally let it slip during his stream. At that moment, Juan was low on health, passing by him, and he didn't attack. When fans criticized him for being blind, he said that killing her would lead to his boyfriend chasing him down in the canyon. So Juan's boyfriend is a mysterious wild king, Suyu, known only for his exceptional skills, only cues with Juan. I have an immature theory. Could Suyu be a professional player's Smurf account? The probability is 90%, but the real question is, what professional player's girlfriend could cause a collective online presence among professional players? I have another immature thought. The Wild King Wild God ST team must be affiliated with Suyu Technologies Club. Damn, you've unraveled the truth. The chat erupted into a frenzy, for Kuang Ye had remained low-key in the circle, rarely live streaming, advertising, or appearing in public. Aside from during competitions, Wild God, I once played a game with the Wild God. Ah, the Wild God is in love. I do not consent, I do not listen. It's all speculation, just a Suyu ID doesn't prove anything. Maybe it's just a fan impersonating Kuang Ye. No wonder they lost recently. Kuang Ye must have been distracted by his romance, sweetly duo queuing with his girlfriend, naturally leading to a decline in skills. With fans come detractors, and after years of playing professionally, Kuang Ye had his fair share of critics. Esports is indeed a realm where poor performance is deemed the original sin. The match that ST lost previously has been mercilessly scrutinized and criticized by netizens. The streamer is quite fortunate, their follower count surged by tens of thousands in a single day. As long as no unforeseen incidents occur, ascending to the ranks of a top-tier star streamer should pose no challenge. Let us not kid ourselves. Haven T. You seen the news on Weibo? There are allegations that this streamer has committed domestic violence, abandoning his girlfriend and leaving her unable to bear children. What a wretched creature. Haters a back off. The Weibo post only referred to him as a streamer, not specifically as Olan. At just 18, he was once a minor streamer, but after connecting with a wealthy patron, he skyrocketed to fame. Is the direction of his intentions not clear enough? Moderator, remove this individual. Muwan's tablet was perpetually logged into a secondary account in the live stream room. Upon seeing these comments, she hurriedly took screenshots. She intended to investigate this matter further. However, as she exited the game, she unexpectedly received a WeChat transfer of 11,000 yuan. Chapter 52. A simple click. 1,000 in hand. Olan, Sister Juan, today's streaming revenue is 30,000. The platform takes 30%, leaving us with 21,000. I'll split it with you. 1. No need. Olan had evidently prepared his message in advance. As soon as Muwan sent her reply, he immediately followed up with an extensive response. Olan, Sister Juan, the majority of today's donations were meant for you, but if you don't accept it, I won't feel right. A mere 10,000 might seem trivial to you, but it's my small token of appreciation, please take it. The impressive figures today were largely attributed to the professional player's special attention towards Muwan. 1. Fine. After accepting the transfer, Muwan downloaded Weibo and searched for the post mentioned in the comments. Due to its high visibility, she found it swiftly. It was a confession from a female college student who, enamored with a certain streamer, worked hard to send him gifts. Gradually, she became a familiar face in the streaming room, and after they discovered they resided in the same city, they met offline and naturally became involved. However, as the male streamer's earnings increased, he grew distant, even resorting to violence against her, all while she was pregnant. Later, she checked his phone and found that he had been flirting with a wealthy streamer who was already in a relationship, indicating that he could be with her if he broke up. A feeling betrayed, she spiraled into a frenzy and was met with another brutal beating, resulting in the loss of her child and a lifetime of infertility. She demanded a public apology from the streamer within 3 days, otherwise she would ruin his reputation. Beneath the text were numerous screenshots of their conversations. You pathetic fool, if it weren't for lack of options. Who would choose to be with you? I could have found a free escort instead. Get an abortion, or you might as well die. Are you trying to ruin my career? Baby, I was wrong. I was too impulsive, I shouldn't have laid my hands on you. It's just that I had family issues and my emotions were unstable, but I truly can't afford to raise a child right now. Would you please go to the hospital and terminate the pregnancy? Wretched woman, if you dare expose me, I'll release your nude photos. If worst comes to worst, we'll both be ruined. The various foul statements ignited fury among netizens, prompting many to demand the identity of the streamer be revealed. However, the poster did not respond yet. The keen-eyed netizens quickly deduced details about the male streamer from the clues. Young, good-looking, skilled in HW area streaming, facing financial troubles due to family issues, and suddenly rising to fame thanks to a wealthy patron who had a boyfriend. Most importantly, the chat screenshot displayed the male scoundrel-esque profile picture against a backdrop of blue skies. Many immediately thought of Olan, and Weibo was inundated with inquiries regarding his identity, with some already convinced it was him, launching a barrage of insults in the comments. Yet, Muwan was certain the individual in question was not Olan. After all, Olan was saved as a friend on her WeChat, his profile picture being a blue stitch. Muwan pondered for a moment, captured a screenshot of the poster's Weibo post, and WeChat messaged the familiar ex-avatar. Help me find out who this male streamer is. After receiving the transfer of 10,000, the recipient quickly acknowledged the payment and indicated they would take on the job shortly thereafter. They sent an image along with a message. Heiress, the video link you asked me to check last time, I forgot amidst the many tasks. Muwan, had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten as well. Yet, seeing the message arrive in less than a minute, she realized she had paid 10,000 for something that could be uncovered in a minute, sensing Muwan's silence. The other party felt a twinge of guilt. Next time, I'll give you a 20% discount. Deal. This ex-avatar was someone Muwan had fortuitously added in the past. Initially seeking to purchase rare recordings of violin masters unavailable online, only to gradually discover their hacking capabilities. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of Suyo Technology, an elite-looking man forwarded the conversation to his employees. Upon receiving the message, one employee, exasperated, sent a window shake. Boss, we are now a listed tech company, not some small workshop. Can we refrain from taking on such lowly tasks? With just a simple gesture. 10,000 is in hand, even scams don't yield such profits. Are you sure you don't want to take it? A mere 10,000, deputy, are you out of your mind? I want 5,000. Ha! Muwan suspected that the online harassment Olan faced in her previous life might be closely tied to the content of this Weibo post. It was known that the Paganini competition would occur next year. And in an interview, Ouyang mentioned that her brother had passed away last year, which would mean this year, and now it was already October, with no other negative news regarding Olan circulating online. As the investigation progressed smoothly, Muwan felt quite pleased, indulging in a long-forgotten yoga session. After a slight perspiration, she decided to wash up in the bathroom. Coincidentally, Kuang Ye had just finished the team training at that moment. Thus, when Muwan emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, she locked eyes with Kuang Ye, who had just entered and was about to change shoes. Her skin glowed like jade, her exquisite face slightly flushed from the steam. Her toes a delicate pink, and droplets of water that had not yet dried on her neck cascaded down her skin, gently tracing the valley between her bosom. Kuang Ye, suddenly, he felt a dryness in his throat. Chapter 53, Don't Drink Bath Water. Muwan had not anticipated that Kuang Ye would return at such a moment. Since she usually resided alone, both bathrooms were exclusively hers. After finishing her yoga, she had opted to use the one on the first floor. Although change to the warmth on her face spread, her toes curled, and she immediately turned to head upstairs. However, before she could take a step, her slender waist was ensnared by a pair of strong arms. The man licked the water droplets from her neck, his tone sultry and coaxing. Sister, it's been 3 days. Can I not sleep on the sofa anymore? Muwan gasped, her embarrassment causing her to clutch the edge of the towel tightly. Just as she was about to refuse, the wet kisses trailed downward, rendering her legs somewhat weak. Sister, Kuang Ye called out more affectionately, tightening his embrace as if trying to meld her into his very being. Muwan caught a glimpse of Kuang Ye's reflection in the bathroom's glass door, his expression intoxicated. As though savoring some divine nectar, the corners of his eyes were flushed, and veins were visible on his forehead. Seemingly fighting to restrain himself, her sense of shame exploded. Muwan stamped her foot on Kuang Ye. Furious. Don't drink someone else's bath water. Following that, gripping the towel that barely reached her thighs, she hurried upstairs, her entire being flushed with embarrassment as she shut the door behind her. Kuang Ye. As he unbuttoned his damp shirt, he licked his lips, musing that despite the flirtation, how could it be described as bath water? Wan is just too easily embarrassed, yet, this is rather adorable. When she descended from upstairs again, Muwan had changed into a set of chiffon loungewear. She cast a sidelong glance at Kuang Ye, warning him, I'm still not fully over what happened last time. You seemed quite composed before, so continue to endure. Kuang Ye opened the lunchbox he had brought back from the training base and, while handing Muwan chopsticks, feigned a pitiful expression. Sister, it's autumn now. Sleeping on the sofa is quite cold. Mu1 remained unfazed. If it's cold, get another blanket, otherwise turn on the air conditioning. Kuang Ye looked forlorn. Alright, Mu1, not feigning innocence, are we? You weren't like this when you were acting all beastly just now. After dinner, the two snuggled on the sofa, and Mu1 recounted the events from the hospital that day. I truly didn't expect that Olan and Ouyang are siblings. Olan streams under his real name. I had always assumed it was a pseudonym. Kuang Ye toyed with Mu1's fingers. So the person you wanted to help was Olan. Previously Mu1 had glossed over the topic of her rebirth. Only informing Kuang Ye about the negative news regarding Ouyang's brother, she nodded, then teased him. You've made quite a few enemies in the esports circle, Haven to you. I heard that today. A majority of HWS professional players logged on. I received friend requests from over 10 players flaunting their team names. Kuang Ye, due to the circumstances surrounding the Kuang family, I seldom appear in public. They've finally caught hold of a weakness and are eager to bully me. Professional esports players tend to be quite young. For instance, Asaya Suijin is merely a rookie in other industries who has just entered the workforce for 2 years. Yet in esports, he is considered of advanced age. They are all at an age ripe for mischief. Moreover, due to Kuang Ye's notorious reputation for being combative in groups, Mu1 found herself embroiled in this unprovoked calamity. With this in mind, Kuang Ye suddenly ground his teeth. Wan, do you want revenge? Mu1. Thus, that night, Kuang Ye monitored various professional players' live streams. As they began matching, she and Mu1 immediately clicked in. As both their hidden scores were high, making it highly probable they'd end up in the same game. Subsequently, Kuang Ye led Mu1 to a resounding victory, repaying the afternoon's grievances in kind. Which caused a commotion among the professional players in the group, who lamented loudly, "Who will manage him? I am currently live streaming, and I have been overwhelmed. I do not care about my dignity." Does he not require training? Does he not need to accompany his girlfriend? Kuang, I have completed my training and I am now with my girlfriend. Thank you all for your concern. A dog has bitten someone. Where are my sunglasses? After a day of gaming, Mu1's hands were sore. She rubbed her wrist and sincerely inquired, "Do you professional players endure such gameplay every day? Is your hand alright?" Of course, it's unbearable. Each year, countless professional players retire due to hand injuries. Many have exhausted their efforts yet spend less than a year on the competitive stage. Instantly concerned, Mu1 grasped Kuang Ye's hand. "Is your hand fine?" Kuang Ye's gaze flickered as he subtly withdrew his hand. "It's fine. ST has professional therapists who conduct monthly check-ups." Mu1 recalled that he had still been a professional player before his untimely demise in his previous life. So she was not overly worried. Stretching her tired neck, she stifled a yawn. "I think I will head to sleep now." Kuang Ye tugged at her clothing. "Sister, can we not sleep together? I promise I won't do anything." Recalling the earlier scene of his lecherous desires, she thought to herself that she did not believe him, especially since he had previously infuriated her to the point of secretly searching for treatments for impotence. She felt he needed to learn a lesson. With a smile, she replied, "No, we cannot." With a haughty toss of her hair, she returned to her room, deliberately locking the door behind her. Kuang Ye, craving meat. Especially after tasting the meat broth. Chapter 54, Cyberbullying. In the early hours, a marketing account boasting over 1 million followers posted a video. HW streamer beats his girlfriend to abortion just to cohabit with the wealthy top donor. The video featured the original text from Weibo, accompanied by AI voice commentary, instantly inciting the wrath of netizens. Whether by coincidence or design, the footage used to illustrate the wealthy woman showering the streamer with lavish gifts was from a previous stream where Mu1 had gifted Olan. Misled viewers promptly followed the streamer's name from that footage to Olan's livestream, taking the moral high ground to unleash their venomous curses and insults upon him. Olan, who was also streaming late into the night to earn some tips, was suddenly thrown into a panic. He hurriedly attempted to explain, but his words fell on deaf ears. After he disabled comments from strangers, the chat momentarily quieted, only for his fans to begin questioning him. "I checked Weibo. Wow, several messages indeed line up with Olan. Could it really be him? Is the wealthy woman mentioned in the post Mu1? Streamer, please explain. You can know a person's face but not their heart. I used to find the streamer amusing and gifted him a lot, but it turns out he's a scumbag. Olan, I absolutely do not have a girlfriend, let alone anything about beating someone to an abortion. I have never even met Mu1, we are merely online acquaintances." Stars struggle in such situations before their fall, and every one of them is more thoroughly condemned than the last. No way. You speak with such certainty without any evidence. The blogger never claimed the streamer was Olan, right? Aren't they just waiting for him to apologize? Oh my, this is trending. Streamer Olan abuse, no way. Could it be true? Damn, the Weibo blogger confirmed it. It is indeed Olan. TMD, what kind of rubbish have I been supporting? I'm unfollowing. In mere minutes, Olan's followers plummeted by 30 to 40,000. The next day, upon waking, Muon opened her phone to receive a trending topic notification from Weibo. The moment she saw the title, she felt an ominous premonition, and indeed Olan had been doxed. His photos, phone number, home address, and even his sister's hospital were all exposed. She nearly cursed aloud, hastily getting out of bed and, while washing up, tried to voice call Olan. Unsurprisingly, he did not answer. Kuang Ye had also seen the trending topic and noticed Muon rushing downstairs, grabbing the keys from the coffee table. Let's go. I'm heading to the hospital with you. Muon hesitated. Aren't you supposed to have a competition this afternoon? Kuang Ye replied, it's fine, we'll make it in time. They hurried to the hospital, only to find the once quiet room now teeming with people. Numerous influencers wielding selfie sticks were congregated. Hello everyone, I have arrived at the hospital of that scumbag sister. Let us see if she knows about her brother's situation. She learned that his sister was afflicted with a malignant brain tumor requiring surgery costing hundreds of thousands. No wonder Olan abandoned his ex-girlfriend to cling to a wealthy woman. Indeed, his sister's illness is poetic justice. In the hospital room, Olan shielded his sister behind him, while the nurses assisted in blocking the intruders. What do you want? I've already stated that the person mentioned on Weibo is not me. Your ex-girlfriend has identified you, even presenting a photo of you two together. If you dare to act, you should own it. Are you even a man? Scumbag, you've ruined a girl's chance of ever having children. You deserve to pay with your life. Thankfully, your parents died early, otherwise, they would surely be ashamed of you, you wretched man. The streamer speaks well, let us shower him with gifts and support. His sister is no saint either. How could she not know what her brother has done? As a woman, she remains indifferent. May she descend into hell soon. These cameras were like guns, capable of shattering both body and spirit. Despite lacking gunpowder, Olan's face turned ashen as he roared, get out, all of you, get out. My brother is not that kind of person. We have already called the police, so leave. The police are arresting your kind of beast. Your hysteria proves us right. We have struck a nerve, haven't we? Olan was rendered speechless in anger, suddenly experiencing a sharp pain in his head, his face pale as he collapsed. Olan's expression turned frantic. Sister, he rushed to lift Olan, needing to call for a doctor, but the entrance was blocked. Clear the way. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage, yet no one would shift their gaze from the camera, and someone remarked, is she really fainting? Could it be an act? Muon's rationality finally snapped. She seized a selfie stick from one of the crowd and hurled it to the ground, shattering the glass of the streaming phone. A bunch of scoundrels, get out. That's my new phone. What are you doing? One individual lunged to strike Muon but was seized by Kuang Ye, whose eyes gleamed with a cold light. Chapter 55, Commander. At that moment, the hospital security rushed in, shoving the influencers aside. Muon, fearing that Kuang Ye would be filmed fighting and it might affect his competition, promptly grasped his hand. We need to find a doctor for Olan first. Kuang Ye forcefully shook off the other, positioning himself protectively behind Muon. The doctor hurriedly transported Olan on a stretcher to the emergency room. Olan attempted to follow but was blocked from entering. Kneeling and pleading with the doctors, please, you must save my sister. I beg you, she is my only family. We will do our utmost. Once the doctor entered, Olan appeared drained of spirit, standing like a mere shell. Kuang Ye patted his back. What are you moping for? Save some energy to deal with the crowd outside. Olan lifted his reddened eyes, noticing Kuang Ye's slight glare, then swiftly looked at Muon, who nodded at him. I will explain everything later. And meanwhile, the group of influencers, now surrounded by security, began to protest again. We are law-abiding citizens. Why are we being detained? I have stomach pains. I need to see a doctor. Let us through. The security was equally irritated with the influencers. Your sister has been driven into the ICU, and yet you still dare to act this way, turning the hospital into chaos, you bunch of lunatics. Stop talking nonsense. We have not touched her sister. She collapsed on her own. You are not trying to extort us for compensation, are you? It seemed that misfortune truly begets misfortune. The influencers hastily shut down their live streams, eager to evade financial repercussions. Attempting to flee, however, Muon raised her hand to block them, her expression frigid. You think you can just leave after causing a ruckus? Not a chance. No one leaves until the police arrive today. The group looked indignant. On what grounds? Muon lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes carrying a sense of detached clarity, as if they could pierce through one's heart. Because I will sue you all. The crowd paused before breaking into mocking laughter. Oh, she's going to sue us. What a threat. Maybe we'll just apologize and pay a little money. You really think we're scared? Some taunted Muon. But she merely glanced at them before averting her gaze. Olan's face reflected sorrow, caught between concern for his sister's condition and helplessness against these perpetrators. As they had mentioned, since there was no physical contact, even if the police arrived, it would be futile. Suddenly, there were gasps in the hospital as two uniformed men marched over to Muon. Miss Mu, are you alright? Muon, taken aback, shook her head. Uncle Zhou, what brings you here? The commander watched the live stream and feared for your safety. Of the influencers, who had been so arrogant moments ago, turned pale, exchanging terrified glances. Commander, who is this woman? Muon, I told my brother not to inform my father. With the assistance of 2 officers, none of the raucous influencers managed to escape, and as someone secretly raised their phone to capture the officers' ranks, the livestream was promptly shut down within seconds. Before long, a group of middle-aged men in suits entered through the door, their eyes scanning the surroundings before swiftly approaching Muon. "Miss Mu, we are the legal team from Muyun Group. Sent by President Mu to assist you." Muon gestured towards Olan, explaining, "There are individuals online fabricating falsehoods and tarnishing my friend's reputation, resulting in severe consequences." She then pointed at the group of internet celebrities. Continuing, "This constitutes online harassment, the dissemination of false statements, and provocation, which has driven my friend's sister into the ICU. My friend's sister suffers from a malignant brain tumor, with only a 50% chance of successful surgery. The doctor has advised against any distress, and now she is in the ICU. Even if she recovers, it will complicate her subsequent treatment." She insisted on pursuing charges against them for attempted murder. The internet celebrities were taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Attempted murder? Don't spout nonsense. We haven't done anything." One of them, pale as a ghost, feebly defended himself, claiming that Muyun boasts the finest legal team in the country. Undefeated in their endeavors. Muon fixed him with a gaze as frigid as frost and snow. "A murderer is not solely defined by the act of taking a life. You would do well to pray for Orua's safety. Otherwise, I assure you, every single one of you present in this hospital today will face legal action that could leave you utterly destitute." Unbeknownst to her, the events of her past may have echoed in this moment. But it was undeniable that Olan's demise was inevitably linked to this group of attention-seekers who disregarded human lives for their own gain. Suddenly, Kuang Ye appeared in the hospital, accompanied by a person clad similarly to Muyun's legal team. He succinctly briefed the individual on the situation, who then approached the bewildered Olan and asked, "Would you mind providing me with your various social media accounts? The first step in combating online harassment is to secure evidence, which will facilitate subsequent claims for compensation and rights protection. Rest assured, I am an expert in this field. None of those who have slandered you online will escape justice." Olan, stunned, stammered, "See, can those who insult me online be sued?" The lawyer replied, "Of course, the internet is not a lawless domain, particularly within the esports community, where foul language is rampant. Teams generally overlook it, but egregious behavior can lead to severe repercussions." Of the internet celebrities nearby were left utterly dumbfounded. They could be sued for their online antics. As the chapter unfolded, some individuals began to tremble uncontrollably, fear overtaking them. The police, alerted by passers-by, arrived and escorted the raucous group back to the station. With Muyun's legal team accompanying them. Muon would not encounter these individuals again, yet she vowed that they would undoubtedly pay the price for their actions today, once the troublemakers departed. The hospital returned to a semblance of calm, though many patients and nurses cast curious glances at Muon, their eyes filled with intrigue. "Your sister is truly impressive," one remarked. Suddenly, Kuang Ye leaned in, whispering teasingly in Muon's ear. Her cheeks flushed as she shot him a sidelong glare, reproaching, "Are you mocking me?" Kuang Ye gently grasped her hand, their fingers entwined. "Not at all, I am serious. You have always been so kind. Which is why you have saved him twice, once physically and once emotionally." As the operating room lights dimmed and the doctor emerged, Olan rushed forward, asking anxiously, "Doctor, is my sister all right?" The doctor removed his mask, stating, "She has been stabilized, but her condition cannot afford any delays. Immediate surgery is imperative, or her condition may worsen." Olan's eyes dimmed again. "But I haven't got the funds for the surgery." Before she could finish, Kuang Ye interjected, stepping in front of Olan, "Would you be interested in joining Tease youth training program? The minimum annual salary for the second team is 100,000, and for the first team, it's at least 1 million. Surgery costs are not a small sum." And while Kuang Ye did not want to assume the worst of people, he was all too aware of the harsh realities of a tumultuous upbringing. Having witnessed the bitter consequences of betrayal, he did not wish for Wanwan to find herself ensnared in such a predicament. Olan hesitated, candidly responding, "But the salary in the youth training program is quite low." "Isn't it?" Though his skills were commendable, he had received offers from various teams before, all requiring him to undergo a month of training in the youth camp first. From the team's perspective, a month to assess Olan's technical stability was reasonable. But considering his sister's escalating medical expenses, he could not afford to wait. Kuang Ye continued, "I can lend you the surgery fees, just write me an IOU. If you do not meet the training standards after a month, you can return to being a streamer. If you do meet the standards, you join Sync. Does that sound fair?" Nearby, Zhang Shangnan's eyebrows twitched at the mention of a minimum annual salary of 1 million for the first team. Indeed, the salary was substantial, yet Say currently had no plans to recruit new members, as team synergy is crucial in a MOBA game. He rubbed his temple, a pained expression crossing his face. "That troublesome kid. Always causing me grief," he muttered, having already consulted with a doctor in Germany regarding a separate matter. It was not certain that the condition was untreatable. Eventually, Olan acquiesced to Kuang Ye's proposal. Who among gamers does not harbor a professional dream? Olan, too, wished to test his capabilities. Approximately 3 hours later, Orua opened her eyes in her hospital bed. Her immediate instinct was to search for Olan. Fearing he might encounter trouble while she was unconscious, Olan quickly grasped her hand, reassuring her and recounting the events, urging her not to worry. Surprised, Aurora gazed at Muon, asking, "Are you the Mu Jie who helped Xiaolan so much before?" Muon nodded. "I recognized him in the hospital that day, but I chose not to reveal my identity. I prefer to keep my real life and online persona separate." She had hoped to resolve the matter without revealing herself, unaware that it would escalate to this extent. Aurora understood, acknowledging that some individuals deliberately separate their real lives from their online personas. She expressed her gratitude towards Muon and Kuang Ye, stating, "Thank you both immensely for your help this time. We will quickly repay you for the surgery and legal fees." Muon shook her head, indicating it was unnecessary, but Aurora insisted, considering that she had achieved success as a champion violinist. It was unlikely she would lack funds in the future, thus she did not press the issue further. Aurora lamented, "This situation is infuriating. My brother is innocent. Why is that woman on Weibo blaming him?" From the moment the incident occurred, Aurora had interrogated her brother, who swore on his honor that he was not involved. Muon recalled the information X had provided her the previous night and inquired, "Do you know a streamer named Lan Tiangu?" Olan nodded in recognition. "Of course, he is a top streamer in the Xingchen HW gaming district, handsome and entertaining, with plenty of affluent supporters." "Why do you ask?" Realizing the implications, he exclaimed incredulously, "Are you suggesting that the male streamer mentioned on Weibo is him?" Muon affirmed that the timeline in the Weibo post wasn't clear. The affluent woman supporting him must be referring to events prior to his rise to fame. Aurora questioned, "But why would she accuse my brother?" Zhang Shangnan, well versed in the intricacies of the situation, chimed in, "What else could it be? They likely negotiated terms with Lan Tiangu. He must have been afraid that the situation would escalate and ruin his prospects. So he sought to settle things privately with the poster. As for why they directed the blame towards Olan," he turned to Olan, "I took the opportunity to review your previous broadcasts. And you had a period where you frequently encountered actors, right? You were also caught up in the narrative during your streams, weren't you?" Olan was taken aback that Zhang Shangnan had placed such importance on him. Merely signing on for youth training yet taking the time to watch his recordings. Nervously, he nodded. "Exactly. You are pursuing the talented and handsome route, and so is he, given that you both operate within the HW district. He would undoubtedly wish to eliminate you as a competitor." Olan found it hard to believe. "Just for that reason," Zhang Shangnan affirmed, "that's how conflicting interests work. As your metrics improve, you eventually pose a threat to him. So it makes sense for him to eliminate you early on." Kuang Ye glanced at him. "Aren't you supposed to be leaving?" Zhang Shangnan retorted, "Good grief, you have a match this afternoon. If you don't leave, how could I dare to? Have you finished your fun? Can you go back now?" Kuang Ye lingered, gazing at Muon, while Zhang Shangnan redirected his attention to her as well. Muon felt a flush of embarrassment. Nudging Kuang Ye, "You should go prepare for your match. I told you not to come." She attempted to deflect responsibility. Kuang Ye affectionately brushed her nose with his finger. "Heartless young lady, I shall head over first, and I will come to pick you up in the afternoon." Muon felt embarrassed to display such affection in front of so many people, vigorously nodding, I understand. Then she gently pushed him out of the hospital room. Olan was astonished to discover that the formidable wild god on the competition stage possessed such a different persona in private, causing his idealized image to shatter slightly. After all, who among them was not a fan of wild god? The legal proceedings took a while to unfold. "Olan, please cooperate with me to clarify the situation on Weibo. You cannot continue to bear the blame alone," Muon suggested once Tease's lawyer had departed. "Otherwise, if more disturbances arise, I would rather avoid confrontation, not to mention the potential disruption to other patients in the hospital." Olan expressed skepticism. "Do you think these netizens will believe it?" Muon replied, "Anyone who dares to insult me will receive a lawyer's letter." 10 minutes later, Olan posted on Weibo, tagging Muon's newly created account. Previously, she had a Facebook account while abroad, but upon returning home, she had not downloaded Weibo. "Xingchen streamer Olan, the allegations of me abandoning and forcing someone to have an abortion are entirely unfounded. The innocent shall clear their names. Please refrain from further exacerbating the situation. Wan Jia, my apologies for involving you in this." After a brief interval, Muon responded, "Wan, my boyfriend and I are perfectly fine. Do not believe rumors or spread them." Due to the trending topic from earlier, many users remained vigilant on Olan's Weibo, and upon seeing the involved party clarify the situation, they immediately began to ridicule. "Scoundrels and shameless individuals," began, "the truth is illustrated, yet they stubbornly deny it." Below is an image extracted from the original poster's chat records, showcasing Olan in a close embrace with a woman. Muon turns to Olan and inquires, "Do you know this girl? Otherwise, how could they have that picture?" Olan quickly shakes his head, insisting, No, it must be Photoshopped." Muon replies, "Then you should check previous Weibo posts to see if there's an original image, otherwise, the other party would have no other means of obtaining a photo of you." Approximately 10 minutes later, Olan exclaims in surprise, "I found it. It is a group photo from his high school graduation, albeit in a humorous version, where Olan is hugging a utility pole." Mimicking the iconic pose from Titanic. Yuan remarks, the other party is quite adept at finding and editing images. Olan combines this image with the one from the chat records and posts another Weibo update. Starstream host Olan, all the evidence is fabricated, nothing is genuine. The netizens respond, what the hell, it was photoshopped, I was so indignant for that girl, surely, I am not being deceived. Who knows if this humorous photo is the one that was photoshopped? The girl wouldn't falsely accuse a stranger without reason, would she? Regardless, these two appear quite flirtatious in the livestream. One's boyfriend is indeed unfortunate. 1. The chat records clearly state that the wealthy woman said she would be with the host after the breakup. Everyone is cursing at the host. In truth, one is the real shameless one, thinking that having a little money makes her significant, provoking others' relationships while she remains blissfully hidden. Just look at the plethora of fans for the Jianjia couple. It's evident she's a master at marketing, even guiding netizens to believe that her unfortunate boyfriend is HW's wild god. Laughable, one must consider, with wild god earning tens of millions a year. Would he ever be interested in her? With such wild imaginations, she might very well be an overweight and unattractive older woman in private. The ire of the netizens gradually shifts towards Muwan. Orua is also observing Olan's Weibo, and immediately notices something amiss. There are accounts present that seem to incite netizens to criticize Wan, and upon inspecting their profiles, they are all zombie accounts. Clearly orchestrated by paid commenters aiming to drag Wan into the fray. Olan grits his teeth, feeling that these individuals have gone too far. He wishes to avoid dragging Muwan down with him and thinks to himself that he could simply refrain from using electronic devices for the time being. Once the verdict is delivered, the truth will inevitably surface. However, Muwan cannot tolerate this injustice. Since the lawsuit is progressing too slowly, she decides to retaliate, as if she cannot afford to hire paid commenters. Suddenly, Olan exclaims, what the hell, Wan, quickly check Wild God's Weibo, he just reposted those comments. St. Wild, thank you for your concern, I am not unfortunate, I am quite happy, repost. Regardless, these two appear quite flirtatious in the livestream. Wan's boyfriend is indeed unfortunate. Say Wild, are you implying that my wife would abandon me for that little chicken? Olan, repost. 1. The chat records clearly state that the wealthy woman said she would be with the host after the breakup. Stay Wild, you are the real shameless one, repost. Everyone is cursing at the host. In truth, one is the real shameless one, thinking that having a little money makes her significant, provoking others' relationships while she remains blissfully hidden. Stay Wild, she isn't marketing. I am. One can only say that the eyes of the public are discerning. Repost. Just look at the plethora of fans for the Jianjia couple. It's evident she's a master at marketing. Even guiding netizens to believe that her unfortunate boyfriend is HW's wild god. Say Wild, 1. I am pursuing my wife. 2. My wife is indeed beautiful. Repost. Laughable, one must consider, with wild god earning tens of millions a year. Would he ever be interested in her? With such wild imaginations, she might very well be an overweight and unattractive older woman in private. After a prolonged silence online, Wild God unleashes his fury. Addressing each derogatory comment aimed at Muwan with sharp and boastful retorts, completely disregarding the significant shockwaves it sends through the entire esports community. I am utterly bewildered at the competition venue. Wild God, I am anxiously awaiting your match, and what are you doing? Damn, this is an official announcement, isn't it? Suyu is indeed Wild God, he and Wan are in a relationship. Announcing a romantic relationship during a match. Shocking my entire family. Oh no, just a few romantic entanglements, and now that the match is on, this round is surely lost, damn it. Stay Wild, if we lose I will let you play 5 in a row with ST's 5 heads. Repost. Oh no, just a few romantic entanglements, and now that the match is on, this round is surely lost, damn it. Other team members quickly retweet, Get Out, Chapter 58, many covet this head not particularly engaged with Weibo. Yet noticing that the coach, who is not focused on the match, sees all his players engrossed in their phones, put your phones down, we are about to compete, where does this obsession with the internet come from? If you lose again today, I will twist your heads off and use them as balls. The main roster of SC, that do they all enjoy having those things around their necks. Meanwhile, as Kuang Ye and the others turn off their phones, they begin to seriously prepare for the match, as it is a matter of life and death, leaving no room for error. Olan's Weibo also takes a more positive turn due to Kuang Ye's response. Is this little brat competing with our wild god for a girlfriend? No, I think it might truly be a misunderstanding. Wan's eyes aren't blind, who would forsake wild god for this little chicken? I consulted a friend skilled in Photoshop regarding the photo, and it has been confirmed that the one in the chat records is indeed edited. The host is truly unfortunate, being defamed and doxed. The original poster has gone too far, they have harmed an innocent person, subjecting them to online violence. Ladies, cherish this moment. I captured this from a live stream today. It should be one, and wow. She's breathtakingly beautiful. The crowd clicks on it, revealing a gif of a woman with cascading long hair, exquisite features, and an indifferent gaze resembling that of a dark, doll-like figure, her hand dramatically reaching towards the camera. Aw, what a stunningly glamorous and cold beauty. The goddess has descended, this aura, this appearance, what could have provoked our wan beauty to such fury, her eyes seemingly frozen? Is there a social media influencer causing trouble at Olan's hospital? That figure beside her shrouded in shadow appears to be Wild God? Oh my, it's him, he appeared in the competition livestream wearing the same outfit. I accompanied my mother to the hospital today, I was there in person. You can't imagine how shocking and incredible it was, I'll detail it after I relieve myself. Still in the restroom, have you not finished yet? Are you sleeping in there? Yikes, Juan's photo is gone. I can't access it anymore. The conversation among the crowd takes a bizarre turn, ultimately spiraling into the depths of the Mariana Trench, however, once the photo is confirmed to be photoshopped. The original poster faces a barrage of criticism from the netizens, many of them are not mere keyboard warriors, they genuinely sympathize with the girl's plight and wish to stand up for her. But unexpectedly, it becomes a weapon in someone else's hands. The original poster logs into the back-end multiple times but dares not speak. This display of guilt instantly alerts the netizens, prompting relentless inquiries in the comments section. While others seize the opportunity to vent their emotions indiscriminately, evildoers eventually reap what they sow. Before long, the girl who posted the Weibo cannot withstand the pressure and clarifies that her ex-boyfriend is not Olan, but rather the renowned star Lan Tiange. He had sent compromising photos of her to her parents, threatening to share them with all her relatives if she did not comply. She simply could not bear the thought of her parents facing embarrassment. Hence, the situation comes to a close. Everyone feels compassion for the innocent victims, Olan and Mu.Wan.as for Lan Tiange. Olan has reported him for deliberate entrapment. He has been taken to the police station for investigation, where it was discovered that he had used unethical means to oust several streamers competing in the same arena. His methods had been so clandestine that they had gone unnoticed until now. Following the revelation, several individuals who are no longer streamers or who have ceased to stream for Starstream come forward. I knew it, that's why I kept encountering fraud during that period. He was with my agent, my data was doing well until I suddenly switched teams and my numbers plummeted. What a shameless scoundrel. Compared to what Olan faced this time. We had it easy, he was genuinely trying to ruin someone's life, while Olan is still hospitalized, right? If he had merely warned the girl not to expose him, this situation would not have escalated to this extent. Who would have anticipated that he would harbor such malicious intent, attempting to shift the blame elsewhere only to encounter resistance? One can only say that evil deeds eventually meet their demise. As for his ex-girlfriend, I do not wish to comment. While she is also a victim, she is simultaneously an accomplice. I shudder to think how Olan would have fared without the support of Wan and Wild God. Indeed, had it not been for the assistance of Mu Wan and Kuang Ye, what could have become of him? Observing Mu Wan, who has set aside her phone to discuss music with her sister. Olan contemplates, with his sister's condition worsening and his inability to afford the surgical fees, he would undoubtedly choose to continue live streaming. He would wear a forced smile in the face of those malicious comments, assuring his sister that he is fine, yet privately, he would be terrified of every phone ring, fearful of every stranger's gaze. Then, after gathering sufficient funds for his sister's surgery, he would collapse, the terror of online violence. He would only endure for a brief moment before succumbing to dread. He is certainly not that resilient. Congratulations to ST for securing victory in this match. It seems the heads of the main roster will not be needed for a game of 5 in a row. Following their triumph, the commentator, who is also Jiang Shirshi's girlfriend, could not help but tease, "Coach, what 5 in a row, manager? You wouldn't want to know. By the way, stay off the internet for a while." In the esports realm, when professional players announce their romantic relationships, there is no escaping backlash. It is not necessarily the case that female fans are the sole supporters. Many male fans believe that women can affect your speed in drawing a sword. Coaches often bear the brunt of criticism, being chastised for not managing their players effectively or for assigning insufficient homework. Chapter 59. Sister, help me out. After the match, Kuang Ye went to the hospital to pick up Mu Wan. On their way home, Mu Wan received a sudden call from Wang Lan, inviting them both to dinner at the villa that evening. It must be about today's events. Undoubtedly, they exchanged a glance, revealing a shared sense of guilt. Before nervously driving to the Mu family villa. To their surprise, it was not a confrontation. Wang Lan had prepared a lavish feast for them and gently remarked, "You must have been quite frightened by today's events. The online crowd is rather aggressive, but you need not worry too much. Your family has your back." Kuang Ye felt a rare sense of helplessness. Throughout his journey, he had always been alone, and the notion of having someone to support him was foreign. After dinner, as they left the villa, Kuang Ye could not help but embrace Mu Wan tightly, his voice husky as he whispered, "Wan Wan, how is your family so wonderful?" He had thought he had only received a single piece of candy. Yet it turned out to be an entire jar filled with an array of flavors. However, his initial reaction was not joy, but rather a question of worthiness. This was not a playful tease from his teammates. It was a sincere inquiry in front of Muwan and those associated with her. The proud deity of HW felt a profound sense of inferiority. Muwan gently rubbed her forehead against his cheek. Their closeness intimate as she murmured, because I like you, my family will treat you well, it's simply how it works, then you must continue to like me. Of course, upon returning to the apartment. The warmth of the earlier moments still lingered. They exchanged a glance, and in the next heartbeat, their lips met. The kiss was a fluid entanglement, their breaths mingling in a shared intimacy. Clothes began to accumulate on the floor. And although the lights were dimmed, the soft glow of the moonlight was sufficient for Kuang Ye to appreciate Muwan's beauty. In the silence, the sound of swallowing was all too audible. Muwan's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and shyness, her hands instinctively seeking to cover herself, akin to a delicate lily trembling in the breeze, while Kuang Ye was the one plucking the petals. Coaxing soft gasps from the flower's sister. Does it feel good? His low husky voice whispered near her ear, punctuated by an audacious lick that sent shivers down her spine. Shut up, Muwan retorted, her tone tinged with a hint of a sob. Kuang Ye's gaze darkened, his eyes seemingly swirling with tumultuous desires, his hands relentless as they traveled down her neck. How can I silence you, dear sister? Muwan had completely surrendered, and Kuang Ye lifted her onto the sofa. Drawing the curtains shut and activating the heating and warm lights, he took her hand and placed it at his collar. Sister, will you help me undress? The warm yellow light was gentle on the eyes. And as Muwan listened to Kuang Ye's deepening breaths, she found herself inexplicably following his lead. Her soft, pale hands trembled, struggling to unfasten a single button. Anxious, she felt the weight of the moment. Kuang Ye took her hand, kissing it tenderly. Sister, take your time. Time passed unnoticed, and soon beads of sweat began to form on Kuang Ye's forehead. At last, his shirt was undone, revealing scars that tugged at Muwan's heart as she caressed them. Asking, did your foster father do this to you? Kuang Ye replied candidly, not entirely. Some were from later fights. Does it hurt? Not really. Muwan thought he was merely comforting her, unaware that he spoke the truth. At that moment, it indeed did not hurt, it felt only itchy as her warm fingertips danced across his skin, reminiscent of a match poised to ignite kindling. Kuang Ye's breath quickened, guiding her hand to his waist. His voice was hoarse, laced with urgency. Sister, help me. Muwan's face reddened like a June blossom, pondering the nature of this help. Was it to undress him? Or something more? The mere thought sent waves of heat coursing through her. Kuang Ye felt an overwhelming surge of desire pooling in his lower abdomen, on the verge of losing control, as fine droplets of sweat fell onto the sofa, quickly absorbed and disappearing. This was their first time. He wished to provide Muwan with the best experience. Wan, ultimately unable to restrain himself, Kuang Ye took her hand, guiding her, as he slowly began to bang, 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 just as the fire of passion ignited between them. A sudden knock at the door shattered the moment. Both of them froze in shock. Instinctively, Kuang Ye wrapped a blanket around Muwan, suppressing his rising desire, and shouted towards the door, who is it? After a brief silence, a cold voice resonated from outside, Mu Yenci, his brother. The sound felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Kuang Ye. Chapter 60, Fighting HW, until my hand is ruined. He looked at Muwan with a sense of grievance. Knowing that their joyful initial experience would surely be thwarted. Muwan was equally startled, quickly rising to gather her clothes at the door, but Kuang Ye pulled her back, hastily dressing her as he whispered. I'll get your clothes, you go upstairs and take a shower. Muwan nodded, flustered. Encountering family during such moments was utterly embarrassing. Without needing to see herself, she knew her face was flushed, and she dared not linger. Wrapping herself in the blanket and heading upstairs, suddenly recalling something, she cautioned, don't mention that we live together, or my brother will threaten to break your legs. Kuang Ye, he splashed cold water on his face in the bathroom. Ensuring that no trace of his earlier state showed before opening the door, waiting outside for what felt like an eternity. Mu Yensi's demeanor was as frigid as winter, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Kuang Ye. Why did it take you so long to open the door? Kuang Ye had already prepared an excuse. I was applying a face mask. Wan said my skin was too dry. It's hard to talk with a mask on, so I had to yell. You weren't frightened, were you? Mu Yenci seemed unsure whether to believe him, stepping into the room to inspect, then heading to the kitchen for a glass of water before sitting at the dining table. Where's Wan? She's washing up. We just returned from Uncle and Auntie's. Mu Yensi's icy expression softened slightly. I didn't come for anything important. I just wanted to check on Wan since she's not here. I would like to speak with you. He lifted his gaze, taking a sip from the glass. Kuang Ye, tell the old man that as long as you can marry Wan, you'll return to inherit the Kuang family. Right? Kuang Ye did not expect this question, his pupils narrowing slightly as his hands instinctively clenched at his sides. A brother, what do you mean by that? Mu Yenci shot him a sidelong glance. There's no need to be defensive, since you call me brother, I won't harm you. I simply want to understand your future plans so I can decide my stance regarding the Kuang family. Kuang Ye exhaled slowly, smiling as he replied, I only promised the old man not to compete, but I never said I would return to inherit the Kuang family. The old man of the Kuang family was different from Kuang Zhongbai. He favored sons over daughters and placed great importance on bloodline, thus only acknowledging Kuang Ye as the sole heir, but Kuang Ye had no desire to become a CEO or engage in business. He excelled in HW and cherished it. Even if he did not become a professional player, he could still become a coach, a manager, or at the very least, a streamer. He was confident that even without being a professional player, he could provide Mu Wan with a comfortable life. Mu Yen Ci cast a glance at his right hand. Given how you didn't give up on your career before, are you really planning to quit now? Kuang Ye shrugged nonchalantly. Giving up on being a professional player doesn't mean giving up on Hero World, brother. Since you've done your research on me, you should know that my life revolves around it and Wan. Having obtained the answer he sought, Mu Yen Ci should not have pressed further, yet an inexplicable urge compelled him to ask, if Wan had not become engaged to you, what would you have done? Kuang Ye grinned, raising his right hand. I would play HW until my hand is ruined. When Mu Wan finished her shower and descended, she found Mu Yen Ci and Kuang Ye engaged in a seemingly harmonious conversation. She approached them. Brother, what are you two discussing? Mu Yen Ci glanced at Kuang Ye, who felt a sudden tightening in his chest. He did not want Mu Wan to know about this. Oh, nothing much. Just chatting. Upon making eye contact with Mu Yen Ci, the latter arrived at the same conclusion he had drawn during Wang Lan's birthday banquet. He was better than that incompetent Kuang Shuyu. Brother, thank you again for your help these 2 times. Let me give you a shoulder. Are you Mu Wan, recalling her brother's assistance, approached Mu Yen Ci from behind and sweetly asked if he was hungry. Offering to cook him some frozen dumplings. After all this trouble, you're only going to serve me frozen dumplings? Mu Wan realized her oversight and pointed at Kuang Ye without hesitation. Then let a Yi make you Buddha jumps over the wall. Mu Yen Ci turned to Kuang Ye, genuine surprise crossing his face. You can make Buddha jumps over the wall, Kuang Ye? I can, I suppose, though he had nearly forgotten the steps from the tutorial he followed. He could always review it again. Mu Yen Ci waved his hand dismissively. No need. I've already eaten dinner. I just stopped by as I passed your apartment. Wan, you should rest early. Kuang Ye, when are you leaving? I can give you a ride back to the base, Kuang Ye. Mu Wan shot him a knowing look. Kuang Ye, sure. Thus, 10 minutes later, the once passionate deity of HW was unceremoniously dropped off at the cold roadside of his base. Rubbing his arms as he prepared to call for a ride home when suddenly he received a text message. Before you lie next time, make sure to put away the sofa blanket. Kuang Ye felt tears welling up. His brother-in-law was aware of everything. Did he intentionally set him up? What a solitary life awaited him. Chapter 61, the finals. Mu Yen Ci, now branded as solitary, was on his way back to his residential area near the company. He is no longer a young lad in his teens, so it is inconceivable that he could be deceived by Kuang Ye's words. Nevertheless, Kuang Ye's decision to sleep on the sofa shows a degree of understanding. Otherwise, it would not merely be a matter of leaving him out in the cold. Upon exiting the elevator, he paused, frowning at the familiar figure standing before the door. Kuang Xingran, Yen Cigu. Kuang Xingran leaned against the door dressed in a silk camisole. Her figure alluring, holding a bottle of wine and smiling dreamily at him. Mu Yen Ci approached and seized the bottle from her grasp. Drink less. Kuang Xingran raised a finger, her tongue stumbling over her words. I haven't had much, just 1 bottle. Observing her unsteady gait, Mu Yen Ci's brow furrowed deeper as he opened the door and assisted her onto the sofa, just as he was about to fetch her a glass of water. His tie was suddenly yanked, pulling him downward. Kuang Xingran's wine-scented lips came close. Mu Yen Ci's gaze momentarily blurred, but he quickly recoiled, sending Kuang Xingran crashing back onto the sofa. She remained motionless for a long time. Just as Mu Yen Ci thought she had fallen asleep, he heard her whisper softly, why won't you accept me? A flicker of obscurity crossed Mu Yen Ci's brow. He had uttered this line countless times before. Because I am 7 years older than you, because you are Wan's friend. Tears suddenly spilled from the corners of Kuang Xingran's eyes. I do not care that you are 7 years my senior. And besides, I can no longer be friends with Wan. Her soft sobs escalated into a wail. Mu Yen Ci's expression shifted to one of panic. After a while, he approached her, gently patting her back. What happened? Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was the day of Mu Wan's violin finals. Wang Lan donned the qipao that Mu Wan had crafted for her early in the morning. Draping a cream-colored shawl over her shoulders, her makeup exquisite, and her hair meticulously styled, she urged her husband, are you ready? Wan's performance is scheduled early. We mustn't be late. Mu Jianhua was adjusting his tie in front of the mirror. All right. Wasn't it you who said my previous outfit was unappealing and insisted I change? Wang Lan approached to assist him, then wrinkled her nose. With your atrocious taste, the only thing that looks decent on you is military uniform. I should have styled your outfit last night. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Wan had already arrived at the first music hall, preparing for her final competition, although the melodious event was merely a small contest. Enduring through 3 rounds to reach the finals meant that every participant was of considerable skill. Xu Xiaoyin had also made it to the finals and was feeling a bit anxious. Goddess, what should I do? My hands feel a bit stiff. What if I flub my performance? Despite being a music student who had participated in numerous competitions, she still felt nervous enough to break into a sweat before each performance. She had heard that one of the judges for the finals was the principal violinist of the Aaron Philharmonic Orchestra, intensifying her anxiety. Mu1 grasped her hand. Stay calm, focusing on self-improvement is more important than winning the championship. Although Mu1 had vowed to present her mother with a championship if she did not attain it, so be it. At most, she would be disappointed for a moment before picking up her violin and continuing on her journey. Ha, it's easier said than done. If you were truly indifferent to the championship, why create such a scandal in the first place? Just then, a mocking voice interrupted from nearby. Mu1 lifted her gaze to see a young man in a tailcoat polishing his violin strings with rosin. Upon hearing her being ridiculed, Chu Xiaoyin immediately lost her nervousness and shot a glare at the boy. Where's the scandal? Are you an orphan, trying to mess with our mindset before the competition? The organizers have already provided an explanation for that incident. You know, the man sneered coldly. With her family's influence, the organizers will surely favor her. What a pity for that powerless musician, they will never be able to play again. Chu Xiaoyin retorted angrily, you need to provide evidence for your claims. This is slander. Enough. Mu1 interjected, casting an indifferent glance at the man. Not if you think that believing this will make losing to me less painful. Feel free, and she consoled Chu Xiaoyin, do not let unimportant people in matters disturb your emotions. The competition is what truly matters. The man's expression darkened as he shot Mu1 a fierce glare before storming off with his violin. Chu Xiaoyin rolled her eyes at him. What a loser. Had it been the old Mu1, she might have been affected by such words, leading to a poor performance, but now she was entirely at peace with herself. Things that had not been done remained undone. Why should she imprison herself and bear the consequences for others' mistakes? Chu Xiaoyin's performance was scheduled before Mu1's. Mu1 watched from backstage, noting that although she had appeared nervous before the competition, she displayed no signs of fear once on stage. Isn't she performing quite well? She murmured with a smile, before turning to retrieve her violin case, preparing for the final instrument tuning. However, upon opening the clasp, her expression changed abruptly. The violin bow inside the case was broken. Chapter 62. Don't panic, there's still time. Immediately she glanced at the man with whom she had just exchanged words. He looked back at her, his expression one of disdain yet composed, seemingly unaware of the predicament Mu1 faced. Her heart raced. With 12 contestants in total, she was scheduled 6th, with 3 more before her turn. A flicker of helplessness crossed her mind. Was her first competition after Rebirth destined to end in such disarray? Even if she later identified the perpetrator, what good would it do? The competition would already be over. No, it could not end like this. Mu1 took out her phone and quickly called Kuang Ye. Kuang Ye was puzzled upon receiving the call. 1-1, what's wrong? Are you nervous? Mu1 succinctly replied, could you please go home and grab my spare violin bow? It's in the spare case in the music room. Someone broke my bow. Kuang Ye asked, how many are left before you? 3. Mu1 responded. Don't panic, there's still time. Hearing those words calmed Mu1's previously anxious heart, and she took a deep breath. Yes, there's still time. As soon as Kuang Ye received the call, he dashed out of the music hall. While making his way to the garage, he contacted the internal voice channel of the ST main team. Station U, hello Captain, Kuang Ye quickly summarized, whoever is free, please head to this address immediately and bring my violin case downstairs. Wan is in the finals today, and her bow is broken. He sent the apartment's location, building number, and door code to the group chat. Typically, the team members would joke around like schoolchildren, but this time they promptly searched their distances to the apartment using a mapping app. Ultimately, Zhang Yu was the closest, declaring that he would head over immediately. Thus, when Kuang Ye arrived at the apartment entrance, Zhang Yu was already waiting on the roadside with the violin case, saving Kuang Ye the time of taking the elevator and navigating the garage. After checking the case for any errors, he quickly drove back to the first music hall. Thanks, I'll treat you all to a meal when I return. No need for pleasantries. At the first music hall, after Chu Xiaoyin's performance concluded, she learned about Mu1's broken strings and felt both anxious and furious. How could there be such a vile person? We must report this to the organizers. Goddess, if you'd like, you can use my violin. She generously offered her instrument. However, for a musician, an unfamiliar instrument is akin to a chef wielding a dull knife. It would significantly affect performance. Nevertheless, Mu1 did not refuse. Kuang Ye might not make it in time. She needed to prepare for contingencies. She was determined to take the stage today. Time ticked away slowly, with just 3 minutes remaining before Mu1's performance. As Chu Xiaoyin anxiously awaited backstage, convinced that her goddess's boyfriend would surely be late, Kuang Ye came rushing in, panting and holding the violin case. She immediately exclaimed, "Goddess, your violin has arrived." Mu1's gaze shot up to see Kuang Ye, drenched in sweat, standing at the entrance, his face flushed from exertion, clearly having run for quite some time, his shirt collar soaked. "Wan, the violin." Kuang Ye gasped. Mu1 felt a warmth in her eyes. The first music hall was at least a 30-minute drive from the apartment, not including the time spent going up and down the stairs, yet, it had been less than 10 minutes since her call. She stepped forward, accepted the violin case, and stood on tiptoe to kiss his lips. "Thank you." She then hugged the case and entered backstage for a final urgent tuning, while Kuang Ye stood in place. Drenched in sweat, his eyes sparkling with unabashed joy, contestant number 12, Muon, performing Caprice number 24 by Paganini.as. The announcer's voice faded, the stage dimmed, and then the spotlight focused on Muon resplendent in her elegant gown. After a simple bow, she positioned the violin on her shoulder, with a graceful motion of her arm drawing the bow across the strings. The stirring notes resonated throughout the hushed hall. Paganini was renowned for his extraordinary technical prowess. His famous 24 caprices amalgamate numerous difficult techniques, making flawless live performances exceedingly rare. This is precisely why the Paganini competition requires each contestant to select 6 pieces to perform. The judges observed Muon on stage, nodding in approval. She was indeed a 3-time winner of the Stern violin competition. However, one individual remained. His face darkened as he glared at Muon's performance, his eyes filled with a hatred that seemed to contort his entire face. Wang Lan watched her beautiful, confident daughter on stage, tears of excitement welling in her eyes. It had been a year since she last saw Muon perform. After that incident, Muon had locked herself in her room, refusing to eat or drink for an entire day, and had not touched her violin since. Mu Janoa's eyes also glistened with moisture. This was their little princess, whom they had cherished and nurtured. Suddenly, he caught sight of Kuang Ye, drenched in sweat, as if he had just completed an 800-meter race. Stout. Is the air conditioning in the concert hall set so high? He inquired if Kuang Ye was feeling unwell. Kuang Ye, glancing at Muon still performing on stage, hesitated, uncertain if the other party would welcome intervention from their elders, reluctant to disrupt their current good spirits. He shook his head. It's nothing, just went to fetch something. Mu Janoa, not thinking much of it, redirected his gaze to his daughter on stage. My precious daughter plays beautifully. Chapter 63, the pouring of concentrated sulfuric acid. After the performance concluded, Muon descended from the stage, and Chu Xiaoyin rushed forward. Goddess, you were magnificent, the championship is undoubtedly yours. Muon smiled, looking at the other contestants backstage, and tapped her forehead. Don't jinx it. Chu Xiaoyin thought to herself that she wasn't jinxing it. Given Muon's level of performance, even a large symphony orchestra would find it commendable, far surpassing the earlier performances, including her OWN. As long as the judges weren't deaf, they wouldn't score blindly. However, Chu Xiaoyin was aware that such comments could easily place psychological pressure on the contestants who hadn't performed yet. So she promptly fell silent and joined Muon in indignation to confront the event organizers. It's utterly despicable to sabotage a musician's instrument. The organizers, upon hearing Muon's feedback, took immediate action to review the backstage surveillance. In competitions like this, each participant safeguards their instrument, and Muon was no exception. The only time she had let go of her violin case was to persuade Chu Xiaoyin not to argue with that man. Soon, the surveillance footage revealed the culprit. It was not the boy Muon and Chu Xiaoyin had suspected, but rather a staff member wearing a baseball cap. Could he be an accomplice of that loathsome man? Chu Xiaoyin speculated. Muon shook her head, knowing they needed to find that individual first to ascertain the truth. As the 12 musicians completed their performances, the scores were quickly tallied, and Muon, as Chu Xiaoyin had predicted, achieved the highest score of the night. One of the female judges, perplexed by her unexpectedly low score, discreetly glanced at the other score sheets. To her astonishment, the principal violinist of the Eileen Philharmonic had given Muon a shockingly low score. She pursed her lips, wondering if this judge had lost her hearing. Muon's performance, from technical proficiency to emotional depth, was undoubtedly of top-tier caliber. Who was she insulting with such a score? Nevertheless, with such a low score still resulting in a championship win. It seemed the other judges were not deaf either. Qin Xingxuan watched Muon perform the championship piece on stage, his expression dark and menacing. How could she still win the championship after all he had done to sabotage her? Since his sister could no longer play, this wretched woman must also be permanently banished from the music world. He pulled out his phone and sent a message. In many music competitions, after announcing the champion, the winner is often invited to perform a free piece. Muon naturally performed with ease. As the final notes faded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, affirming her rightful claim to the title. Next, the esteemed principal violinist of the Eileen Philharmonic, Mr. Qin, was invited to present the award to the champion of this year's melodious sound. Amidst the applause, Qin Xingxuan stepped out from the judges' panel, and Muon felt a strange familiarity about him. Meanwhile, Kuang Ye's expression shifted drastically in the audience. That was, you wretched woman, what right do you have to play the violin? In a flash, a man wearing a baseball cap rushed from backstage, brandishing a bottle of pale yellow liquid. Ready to throw it at Muon, Kuang Ye charged onto the stage like a fierce beast, shoving the man aside. The liquid splashed onto himself instead, releasing a noxious odor, and the man let out a blood-curdling scream. Panic ensued, sending both stage and audience into chaos. A flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Xingxuan's eyes, but as he watched the concentrated sulfuric acid corrode the man's flesh, his face paled. He began to exit the concert hall alongside the fleeing audience. Kuang Ye shielded Muon behind him. Seeing the man attempt to escape, he shouted to Mu Janoa, "Uncle, he is the culprit." Mu Janoa, fiercely protective of his daughter, glared coldly and pushed through the crowd, swiftly apprehending the fleeing Qin Xingxuan and binding him securely with his tie as if he were a terrorist. The event organizers were momentarily stunned, witnessing the assailant's pitiful cries on the ground, unsure whether to call security or an ambulance first. Mu1 gazed at the man's horrific condition, her face drained of color. She couldn't bear to imagine the pain had that sulfuric acid splashed onto her. She hurried to check on Kuang Ye. Are you alright? Did it splash on you? Kuang Ye replied, no. A few droplets had splattered on the back of his hand. And tears instantly streamed down Muwan's face. Quick, call 120. Half an hour later, in the hospital, Kuang Ye's hand, properly bandaged, felt less painful, yet Muwan remained anxious, pressing the doctor for reassurance. Is he truly alright? He is a professional esports player. His hands are crucial to him. The doctor nodded. He is fine, only a couple of drops splashed on him, and your prompt treatment with running water and ointment will ensure a swift recovery. Kuang Ye comforted her, lifting his bandaged hand. It's a minor issue, just a bit of aloe vera gel upon returning home, and I'll be fine. Wang Lan, standing nearby, had red-rimmed eyes, haunted by the recent peril. Her face etched with fear, thanks to Xiao Ye's quick reflexes this time. The consequences could have been unimaginable. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Kuang Ye waved his hands dismissively. It's nothing, auntie, it's what I ought to do. Mu1 consoled her mother. Mom, I'm fine, please stop crying. It'll ruin your makeup. Wang Lan, not wanting to lose face in front of her future son-in-law, felt a pang in her heart thinking about her daughter's near miss. She wiped her tears, a steely resolve flashing in her eyes. She would not let the one who attempted to harm Wan go unpunished. Chapter 64. The truth of the past. At that moment, in the adjacent hospital room, the assailant lay handcuffed to the bed, his body wrapped in bandages, struggling to speak. According to his confession, he was an unemployed drifter, hired at a high price to sever Muwan's violin strings and to throw sulfuric acid at her on stage. Mu Jianhua was infuriated. He hadn't anticipated Muwan had endured other grievances prior to the acid incident. Initially, during the police interrogation, the assailant refused to disclose the mastermind behind the plot, but Mu Jianhua, recalling the detained Qin Xingxuan, swiftly extracted the information. What did Qin pay you? 200,000. With the answer in hand, Mu Jianhua wasted no time on this thug and headed straight to the room where Qin Xingxuan was held. What do you want? Why have you brought me here? I will call the police and file a complaint for infringing upon my personal freedom. Qin Xingxuan was oblivious to the fact that the truth had been extracted from Wang Xian. He knew Wang Xian was deep in gambling debts, and if he wanted to receive payment, he wouldn't betray him. Mu Jianhua entered the room, tossing a stack of documents onto the table, his tone resolute. You are the brother of Qin Yao, the one who claimed my daughter's championship was a sham and who slashed her wrist with a violin string? Qin Xingxuan's eyes glinted with coldness, offering no denial. So what? Mu Jianhua continued. Therefore, you hired Wang Xian to sabotage my daughter's competition and instructed him to throw sulfuric acid at her, Qin Xingxuan retorted. I don't know what you're talking about. Bam! A fierce punch landed on his face. If I dare say this, it's because I possess certain evidence. Your sister lacked the strength to accept defeat and took her own life, dragging my daughter through a torrent of slander and gossip. If she hadn't insisted on keeping me out of it, do you think you and your sister could still stand here unscathed? I let you off easy, yet you've grown audacious. His eyes flashed with a fierce light, and as someone who had faced real battles, his mere presence was enough to suffocate Qin Xingxuan. He swallowed hard, sneering, stop your grandstanding. You powerful people, in your pursuit to gild your daughter's achievements, care not for the lives of others. My sister poured countless sweat and effort into that violin competition, yet was met with such injustice. She was driven to take her own life as a form of protest, and it was you who destroyed her hands. I in his 50s, Mu Jianhua had focused on self-cultivation since stepping back from the front line, but now he could hardly maintain his composure, retorting angrily, your sister's effort and dedication. My daughter has been learning the violin since she was 6, practicing diligently through scorching summers and biting winters without a single day's pause. Why should she not win the championship solely based on her merit? He rolled up his sleeves, poised to strike again, but nearby officers quickly intervened. Commander, please remain calm. It would be ill-advised for us to resort to vigilantism. Let the law handle him. Mu Jianhua, furious, discarded all civility. I care not for how it sounds. This scoundrel threw sulfuric acid at my daughter. Calm down, don't jeopardize your health. Ultimately, Mu Jianhua was persuaded to leave, but not before he earnestly impressed upon the investigating officer that this case must be thoroughly investigated and dealt with severely. The officer replied, even without your insistence, we would handle it stringently. After all, it was concentrated sulfuric acid. Such a severe matter could lead to fatalities. As a major international city, the heinous nature of this case meant Qin Xingxuan would likely face at least a decade behind bars. Even after being escorted to the police station, Qin Xingxuan maintained his innocence. That evening, he received a delivery from outside, containing a videotape. With the officer's assistance, he was able to view the contents. He had been searching for his sister's stern violin performance video but had yet to find it. After watching it, he fell into silence. He had always believed he had done nothing wrong, yet as the concertmaster, how could he have overlooked his sister's mistakes during the performance? Muwan's victory was indeed well deserved. At the end of the video, a line of small text appeared. At that time, Wan did not know that your sister's hands would not heal. She had the tape destroyed, fearing that your sister would face a difficult path. But she is doing well. You do not deserve her kindness. Qin Xingchuan collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. How could things have turned out this way? Kuang Ye's hand was injured. Alarming the entire ST team, that day the manager and coach, accompanied by the team doctor, conducted a thorough examination of him. Once they confirmed that there were no serious injuries, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Coach Yang scolded, "You are a professional. Can't you take better care of your precious hands?" Shenlong interjected, "Coach, please don't be angry. The captain was only trying to protect Sister Wan. Otherwise, that sulfuric acid would have splashed on her." Jiang Yu added, "Indeed, Sister Wan's hands are also invaluable." Yang smacked his own forehead. "Yes, that's what I meant. I want him to act without such impulsiveness." Kuang Ye understood that he was concerned for him and quickly reassured him, "Coach, I understand your intention. I will definitely take good care of these hands from now on. I won't even touch cold water. Except for the keyboard and mouse, I won't even hold chopsticks, alright?" Yang then smacked him again. "You think this is a joke? If the autumn competition ends up in failure because of this, just wait and see how the internet will berate you." Kuang Ye confidently replied, "Don't worry, coach, who am I? Kuang Ye, the man favored by the heroes of the canyon. My hands are insured for millions. There is no way I'll fail." Zhang Shangnan shot him a glare. This little rascal was taking advantage of the fact that old Yang was unaware of the condition of his hands. Once everyone left the meeting room, Zhang Shangnan turned to Kuang Ye. "With your hand in this condition, what will happen to the upcoming matches? Will you still be able to compete?" Kuang Ye unwrapped the bandage. Inspecting the not-so-serious injury, "Let the second team members fill in for me. The team will eventually know about my situation, so we might as well transition through this." Zhang Shangnan's expression darkened. "Have you already decided to retire this year?" Kuang Ye did not answer but instead asked, "How is Olan doing in the training camp?" Zhang Shangnan replied somewhat curtly, "Quite well. It shouldn't be long before he replaces you as the next pillar of the team." Kuang Ye, however, spoke seriously, looking Zhang Shangnan in the eyes. "He is talent, but he hasn't received systematic training, and his timing needs improvement. However, there is still a gap between the strength of the second and first teams. Let us see if we can cultivate him. Rest assured, I won't leave ST until there is a new jungler. There are gains and losses. His current life is happiness he never dared to dream of. One cannot have sweetness at both ends. Besides, his hands truly he couldn't possibly let Wan marry a cripple." When Kuang Ye returned to the apartment, Muwan was cooking, and the air was filled with a rich aroma. Wan, what are you making? It smells wonderful." He walked into the kitchen and saw a clay pot simmering on the stove, with no lid covering it, bubbling with milky white foam. Muwan replied, "Pig trotter soup. I am following a tutorial to help your hand recover." Kuang Ye raised an eyebrow. "Is it to replenish what is lost?" However, noticing the apron she wore, he frowned and stepped closer to help her untie it. Wan, you don't need to do this. I'll hire someone to cook for us tomorrow." Muwan was the cherished princess of the Mu family. She shouldn't have to lower herself to cook for him. She deserved all the beauty he could imagine. Indeed, Muwan wasn't fond of cooking. Previously, it had always been Kuang Ye who cooked, or they would order takeout from the base. She had insisted on having delicious Cantonese and local cuisine. Kuang Ye chuckled. "Alright, I will certainly obey the orders of the little princess." Muwan retorted, "Why does that nickname keep multiplying?" Kuang Ye unabashedly replied, "What nickname? That is an endearing term." Muwan shot him an exasperated glance and scooped a spoonful of soup from the pot. "Little prince, blow on it and taste if the little princess's soup is to your liking." After blowing to cool it down, Kuang Ye took a sip, his expression one of ecstasy as if savoring some fine wine. Then commented, "Sweet." Muwan was baffled. "Sweet? Did I mistakenly add sugar instead of salt?" She couldn't have done something so foolish. Just as she was about to taste it herself, his kiss unexpectedly landed on the corner of her lips. "Sister, I wasn't saying the soup is sweet. I was saying you were sweet." Muwan's calm demeanor immediately flushed with color, and she softly chided, "Could you be a bit more serious? Even tasting soup could lead to such flirtation." Kuang Ye, however, pretended not to hear her words, his unbandaged hand wrapped around Muwan's waist, resting his head on her shoulder, shamelessly playing the victim. "Sister, my hand is injured, and it's so miserable to sleep on the sofa. May I request to sleep in the bed?" Chapter 65. Words of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Muwan, the warmth at her neck made her skin tingle. She instinctively tried to pull away but was turned back again. "Sister, please." Kuang Ye was willing to sacrifice his dignity for the sake of sleeping in the bed. Muwan, her ears turned slightly red. They were already engaged, and she wasn't opposed to such things. As evidenced by their previous encounters, however, Kuang Ye's brazen demeanor was simply too shameless. Alright, just sleep, but you better sleep well, otherwise I won't hesitate to kick you out." Kuang Ye's eyes lit up, and he kissed her blushing ear. "Don't worry, sister, I sleep exceptionally well." After a simple dinner, Kuang Ye, determined to avoid letting Muwan wash the dishes despite his injury, was firmly pressed down by her. "Stupid brother, do you want to keep your hand? IV washed dishes before. Kuang Ye however retorted, previously, I cooked while you washed the dishes. Now that you've cooked, of course, I should wash the dishes. Otherwise, what would I become? A shameless freeloader? Kuang Ye, indeed, was audacious, even scolding himself. Unable to resist him, Muwan finally relented. Fine, let it be. I'll have the housekeeper do it tomorrow. Kuang Ye complied, clinging to Muwan and acting spoiled. Good sister, you're so kind to me, Muwan. This insufferable brother, always knowing how to play the sympathy card. She recalled hearing that the first time could be quite painful, yet he never complained. Cough, alright, that's not the same thing. After finishing their meal, Muwan asked about his hand in the upcoming matches. Kuang Ye deleted the part about his injury and gave her the same answer he had given Zhang Shangnan, seeing that she felt guilty for delaying his participation in the matches. Muwan felt a pang of remorse. Please don't do this again. Don't sacrifice anything for me, like in your previous life. Kuang Ye, however, gazed at her intently and replied slowly, if it happens again, I would still do the same. Looking into his earnest eyes, Muwan's lips quivered, but she couldn't find the words to respond. Finally, she sighed, forget it. I want to ask for things I can't do myself. If Kuang Ye had been the one splashed with sulfuric acid today, she would have stepped in front of him without hesitation. However, a sudden thought struck her. Do you know Qin Xingxuan? She had clearly seen everything from the stage. The moment Qin Xingxuan stepped onto the award stage, Kuang Ye had already dashed from the audience to the stage, otherwise, he wouldn't have reached there in time to stop the man with the sulfuric acid. Kuang Ye replied vaguely, I've met him in other circumstances before. Muwan would never know how long he had stood below the stage, watching her shine. He had not only watched every one of her violin performances but had also collected all the recordings of her performances, even those that had been deliberately destroyed or lost due to poor preservation. Muwan thought it was quite a coincidence. Just as she was about to question him further, Kuang Ye suddenly leaned down, capturing her delicate lips without warning, prying them open and inviting her to dance. Muwan's eyes widened. The questions swirling in her mind were instantly forgotten. She thought, I just agreed to let you sleep in my bed, and you're already this eager. The sound of their lips meeting echoed distinctly in the room. Muwan felt dizzy from the kiss. Her initial resistance gradually melted into acceptance. Your hand. She expressed concern. The man, however, trailed kisses from her lips to her ear, his voice soft, meant for her ears alone. It's fine, sister. My mouth is quite dexterous. Chapter 66, Sister, help me wash. Muwan's heart raced, her fingers gripping Kuang Ye's shirt, turning white from tension. Feeling both embarrassed and vaguely excited, what kind of outrageous words are these? Sister, my kissing skills are quite impressive, aren't they? Kuang Ye whispered near her ear, his warm lips brushing against her crimson earlobe, dangerously teasing. Muwan, who could withstand this? Her hands encircled the nape of his neck, her bright eyes locked onto his dark ones. She leaned in, kissing his sensual Adam's apple, shy yet bold. You kissed well, here's your reward. Kuang Ye's body stiffened for a moment, but as he realized what she had done, a shiver ran from his toes to the top of his head. He could no longer contain himself, showering her with kisses in rapid succession. Sister, I won't let you go. The embarrassing events that ensued made Muwan's cheeks flush red and her mind swirl with thoughts. In the dim light, accompanied by the background music of the film, the woman's slender and elegant fingers were entwined, pressed against her head, her fair, rounded toes curled up, emitting a soft whimper, tinged with concealed pleasure. Afterward, Kuang Ye took Muwan to wash up. Due to the bandages on his hand, it was somewhat inconvenient, and the two did not reach the final step, though they came remarkably close. Regardless, both experienced a sense of satisfaction. Did your doctor not mention that your hand shouldn't come into contact with water, especially hot water? Upon entering the bathroom, Muwan suddenly recalled this question. Those who have suffered burns understand that even without an open wound, the sensation of hot water on a burned area can be intense, let alone Kuang Ye's chemical burn. Kuang Ye shook his head. It's fine, I'll wash with cold water. Although Muwan had assisted him earlier, his restless body had not fully calmed down, and he somewhat regretted his earlier recklessness. He believed that such a minor injury would not hinder him in the heat of the moment. However, Muwan was constantly attentive to his hand, fearful that his precious hand might be harmed. After all, it was their first time together, and he did not wish for her to be hesitant and cautious. Yet, he was truly able to endure. Kuang Ye was surprised by his own restraint. Cold water. Do you know what month it is? Your hand isn't fully healed, and you want to catch a cold, don't you? Muwan glared at him. Kuang Ye also lowered his gaze to her. At that moment, Muwan was merely wrapped in a towel, with large hickeys on her chest and thighs, her face still flushed and glistening with sweat. The tranquility in his heart began to stir once more. Then, can that sister help me wash? Muwan, observing the shadow of disappointment that flickered across Kuang Ye's eyes, she hastily finished her shower, wrapped herself in the towel, and left. Remember to dry your hair before going to bed. My hand aches. I can't help it all, Kuang Ye expressed with regret, yet, watching Muwan flee in a fluster, he couldn't help but find it amusing, getting shy over his shower. What will happen afterward? By the time Kuang Ye returned to the room after drying his hair, Muwan had already retrieved the first aid kit. Come over, I'll change your bandage. Having been wet, the previous bandage was no longer usable and a new application of ointment was necessary. Kuang Ye naturally lifted the quilt and nestled inside, offering his injured hand to Muon. Appearing obedient and docile, "Thank you, Sister Muon. Now you're acting like a little puppy again. You certainly weren't like this on the sofa." After she had changed his bandage, Muon was about to inquire about his plans during his recovery when her phone on the bedside table rang urgently. Upon answering, the anxious voice of Kuang Xingran came through. "Wan, I heard you were splashed with sulfuric acid. Where are you? I'm coming over right now." Hearing her friend's voice warmed Muon's heart, and she briefly recounted the afternoon's events, reassuring her, "I'm perfectly fine. It's Kuang Ye who got hurt saving me. Yeah, I'm at home. It's quite late, so you needn't rush over." Only then did Kuang Xingran let out a heavy sigh of relief. During this period, she had avoided meeting Muon due to the banquet at the Yuan family. By the time she learned of the incident, a day had already passed. Still unconvinced, she insisted, "Send me your apartment address via WeChat. I'll come over tomorrow morning." Muon hadn't seen Kuang Xingran for quite some time and was about to agree when she suddenly caught sight of Kuang Ye nearby. After a moment's thought she said, "Kuang Ye's hand is injured. He is currently living with me. If you mind, we could arrange to meet elsewhere." Given that Kuang Xingran and Kuang Ye had not always gotten along, Muon hoped to mediate but feared that her lack of understanding of the situation might exacerbate the conflict. One was a lover and the other a friend. She wished to maintain balance. Ensuring neither felt uncomfortable, Kuang Xingran fell silent for a moment before replying, "Then let us go to the CAF we used to frequent." "Alright." After they finalized their plans, just as Muon was about to hang up, she suddenly heard Kuang Xingran's serious tone. Wan, I don't want to lose you as a friend." Muon thought she was referring to the matter with Kuang Ye and smiled genuinely in response. "Xingran, regardless of whom I'm with, we will always be the best of friends." On the other end of the line, Kuang Xingran felt a lump in her throat and could no longer hold back her tears. Quickly hanging up to avoid detection by Muon, after hastily wiping away her tear-streaked face and taking a deep breath, she drove back to the Kuang family estate. This matter had to be resolved. She needed to seek clarification from Brother Shuyu. In an effort to please the Kuang elders, Kuang Shuyu had not moved out like Kuang Xingran. After finishing his date with Yuan Weiwei, he returned home with fatigued, only to find Kuang Xingran sitting on the sofa. "Xingran, why have you suddenly returned?" Kuang Xingran crossed her arms and looked coldly at her brother, who had grown up alongside her. "Brother Shuyu, I want to talk to you." A flash of impatience crossed Kuang Shuyu's eyes. Having dealt with the spoiled Yuan Weiwei all day, he was already worn out. "Xingran, it's quite late. Let us talk tomorrow." At the Yuan banquet that day, I was sleeping in the dressing room next door, and I overheard your argument with Wan. Kuang Shuyu's pupils constricted as he turned sharply to Kuang Xingran, his face paling. Chapter 67. How has he changed so much? The atmosphere became momentarily tense. After a while, Kuang Shuyu rubbed his temples. "Xingran, let us discuss this in my study. This is the living room. The servants are coming and going, and our parents might not be asleep yet." Kuang Xingran remained silent, standing up to head toward his study, with Kuang Shuyu following closely behind, carefully closing the door. Kuang Xingran was direct, sparing neither him nor herself any pretense. "Brother Shuyu, why did you accuse Wan of being obsessed with you that day?" Many had witnessed her humiliation. She had just given up her violin, which she had played for over a decade. "Due to similar circumstances, she grew up with us. She has liked you for so many years, yet you used and hurt her as a stepping stone. Don't you feel any remorse?" I clearly heard everything but did not clarify at the first opportunity. "Because of you. Because you are my brother, I betrayed my dearest friend, Brother Shuyu. You weren't like this before." Kuang Shuyu's expression faded into the shadows, and as he looked at the accusatory Kuang Xingran, he suddenly remarked, "Xingran, you used to call me Brother Shuyu. Now you simply call me brother." Ever since Kuang Ye returned to the Kuang family, everything had changed. He was no longer the rightful heir but a pitiful adopted child. Those things that were once easily within his grasp had all become possessions of others. His status as heir, his woman Muon, everything was slipping away to Kuang Ye, that good-for-nothing without education, upbringing, or capability. How dare he? He had lived as the Kuang family's young master for 18 years. How was he to accept that he was the son of a human trafficker? He could not and would not, especially when the admiring gazes he once reveled in turned into mockery and derision. The pain and humiliation were unbearable. Thus, he had to reclaim the Kuang family legacy. He wanted everyone to know that even without blood ties, he was still the one and only son of the Kuang family. Kuang Xingran frowned at Kuang Shuyu. "So, you're saying all of this is because of Kuang Ye?" A cold expression flickered across Kuang Shuyu's face as the suppressed negative emotions within him finally erupted. "What else could it be? If it weren't for him, Muon wouldn't have left me. I wouldn't have to seek the Yuan family's support by associating with that foolish woman. Yuan Weiwei, I genuinely like Muon, but she has already colluded with Kuang Ye. If I don't appease Yuan Weiwei, I'll end up with nothing, and will my parents still regard me so highly? Xingran, I know you have always been on my side. Why not help me persuade Muon to return to me?" Yuan Weiwei was truly tiresome. Every day he had to accompany her shopping and endure her poorly cooked meals. And he was fed up with it. Kuang Xingran looked at her brother in disbelief, witnessing his exasperation as he spewed countless derogatory remarks about his girlfriend. She could hardly believe this was the same brother she remembered as a gentleman. Before stepping into the study, she had convinced herself that maybe he was just momentarily confused, but now, who was this man radiating a stench of moral decay? Disappointment washed over her as she looked at Kuang Shuyu. Her voice laced with anger. Brother Shuyu, have you ever reflected on your own actions? Just after graduating from university, Muwan had already mentioned your engagement, and what did you say? No rush? Yet you turned around and spread rumors with a starlet. Frolicking with this heiress and that socialite. Now that Muwan is with Kuang Ye, you're in a panic. Where were you before? Muwan is a princess nurtured in the palm of the Mu family. Why should she remain stagnant, waiting for you? Kuang Shuyu's complexion darkened as he was interrogated, and he uttered words that utterly crushed Kuang Xingran's hopes. If Muwan truly liked me, she wouldn't have gotten together with Kuang Ye so quickly. I can see that what she truly desires is the status of the Kuang family's young master. She left me simply because I'm not the biological son of the Kuang family. Slap! Kuang Xingran could no longer restrain herself and struck Kuang Shuyu across the face. The warmth had vanished from her once gentle gaze, replaced by a coldness devoid of any affection. You have no right to insult my friend, Kuang Shuyu. You may still be the young master of the Kuang family, but you will no longer be my brother. Pushing open the study door, Kuang Xingran left without looking back. A tear rolled down her icy face. To witness a once beloved family member transform into a stranger was akin to a festering wound, both painful and irritating. However, a festering wound must be excised. Chapter 68. Did that brat not tell you? Muwan remained unaware of the intense quarrel between Kuang Xingran and Kuang Shuyu, gazing at the abruptly disconnected call. Muwan couldn't help but think that Kuang Xingran, the little girl, was surprisingly swift in her actions. No sooner had she set her phone down than a pair of arms wrapped around her from beneath the covers. Kuang Ye, looking rather aggrieved, held onto Muwan, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Are you going out tomorrow? The team granted me a 10-day leave, and I was hoping to take you out on a date. He had spent the afternoon scouring for romantic hotspots in S-City. Yuan gently stroked his head, as if soothing a child. But there are still 9 days left, right? You should stay home and eat well tomorrow. I'll bring you a gift when I return. Kuang Ye nestled his head into the crook of her neck, lamenting. Sister, you're abandoning me to go on a date with someone else. How cruel. Muwan. This childish boy was indeed a favorite among countless fans in the HW professional circle, being shouted at by both female and male admirers to bear her a child. Considering his injured hand, she smoothed his hair again and hesitated before asking, i.e., why has your relationship with Xingran suddenly deteriorated? Kuang Xingran was a year younger than Muwan when Muwan went abroad for her studies at 18. She recalled that her relationship with Kuang Ye was quite amicable. How had it plummeted to a frigid state upon her return? To this Kuang Ye simply replied, Bali. Muwan poked his cheek, insisting, be serious. Stop being silly. Kuang Ye opened his mouth and playfully bit her fingertip, applying gentle pressure with his teeth, his tongue flicking at it. I really don't know. One day she just became indifferent to me and even joined Kuang Shuyu in ridiculing me. I suspect that scoundrel has been badmouthing me, but I have no proof. Muwan withdrew her hand. Haven't you asked her? Kuang Ye replied, I did ask her. After all, she is my younger sister, straightforward and carefree. I genuinely want to mend our relationship, but the moment I inquired, Kuang Xingran exploded. It was as if I had wronged her beloved idol. After that, I didn't want to force my way in anymore. Muwan, amused by his metaphor, playfully struck him. Realizing she wouldn't get to the bottom of it this way, she contemplated asking Xingran directly the next day. After chatting for a while, fatigue began to wash over Muwan, and she curled up under the covers, preparing to sleep. Kuang Ye took the opportunity to lie down beside her, wrapping his arms around her, their bodies pressed closely together. Should we turn off the lights? Muwan hesitated momentarily before finally saying, yes, please. With a snap, the bedroom was engulfed in darkness. Muwan blinked, initially expecting to feel fear, yet, feeling the warmth press tightly against her back, she found comfort and closed her eyes. The night didn't seem so daunting after all of the following day. At a CAF, this was an upscale establishment in S-City, where the coffee was flown in fresh from abroad. The interior featured both private booths and open seating, with one side facing the street and the other overlooking a serene lake, offering a splendid view. Kuang Xingran had reserved a private booth in advance. Upon entering, Muwan found Kuang Xingran resting her chin on one hand, gazing out at the azure waters, a stark contrast to her usual fiery demeanor. What's the matter, little beauty? Have you taken a melancholic turn lately? Kuang Xingran turned her head, her eyes slightly puffy from the events of the previous day. Alarmed, Muwan asked Xingran, what happened? Who bullied you? Wan, I'm sorry. Kuang Xingran's voice was thick with emotion, cutting off Muwan. After a night of reflection, her feelings were once again stirred. Muwan moved from across the table to sit beside her. Although Kuang Xingran was younger, her maturity often surpassed Muwan's, making her current vulnerability all the more striking. Xingran, what exactly is going on? Take your time and tell me. Kuang Xingran glanced at her and recounted the events of Yuan's birthday party and the incidents at the villa from the previous night. Wan, I'm sorry, I should have stood up for you immediately. You clearly regarded me as your best friend. How could Shuyu have changed so much? As she spoke, her voice began to tremble. Muwan patted her back, first surprised to learn that Kuang Xingran had been present that day, then sighing at the realization, it wasn't just Kuang Xingran who felt this way, even Muwan. Having lived 2 lifetimes, found Kuang Shuyu's transformation alarming, yet, despite not having experienced a rebirth like Muwan, Kuang Xingran still chose her brother over her, which touched Muwan's heart. Xingran, it's alright. Ye already stood up for me that day and gave Kuang Shuyu a good punch. Humans are not mere grass and wood. Muwan didn't blame Kuang Xingran for her hesitation at that time but rather felt sympathy for the difficult choice she faced. If placed in a similar situation, deciding between Kuang Xingran and her brother, how could she possibly make an instant decision? Nevertheless, she trusted that her brother would never put her in such a predicament. Wan, you truly don't blame me. Kuang Xingran embraced Muwan, her voice still nasal. Muwan nodded, I don't blame you, but please don't let your feelings towards Kuang Shuyu affect your view of IE. He is quite aggrieved. Kuang Xingran, however, retorted indignantly, I don't dislike him because of Kuang Shuyu, it's because he acts recklessly, showing me no regard whatsoever. Muwan raised an eyebrow, what do you mean? When I was 18. A classmate had a crush on me and sent flowers and milk every day. Though I didn't reciprocate his feelings, I felt bad to hurt his sentiments and planned to find a subtle way to decline. But somehow, he found out and cornered him in an alley like a thug, beating him up so badly that he couldn't take the college entrance exam, making me the pariah of the class. In the end, it was Shuyu who helped me sort it all out. Muwan recalled the incident, her irritation flaring up each time she thought about it. Kuang Xingran, who attended university in S-City, often encountered high school classmates, and her resentment only grew. After all, Kuang Ye was her blood brother. Had it been anyone else, she would have undoubtedly sought revenge. Muwan felt a sense of camaraderie with Kuang Xingran. United against a common foe, however, while Kuang Ye might be playful, he still knew how to maintain boundaries. Are you sure it was Kuang Ye who did it? Kuang Xingran, suspecting her friend was defending him, immediately called Kuang Ye. Let us confront him directly. When the call connected, Kuang Ye, after hearing the backstory, exploded with anger. You're full of crap. But that idiot bet in front of his friends that he could win over you, that it would take him less than 20 years to achieve it. I couldn't stand it and gave him a beating. Wait, didn't I ask Kuang Shuyu to tell you about this? He didn't mention it to you? Kuang Xingran was dumbfounded. What? Chapter 69, a gift from sister. On the other end of the line, Kuang Ye furrowed his brow, his tone turning icy. What? He truly didn't tell you? I had a huge argument with my old man over professional competitions at that time and didn't return to the Kuang family for a long while. I was worried you'd be talked about because of this incident. So I specifically sent Kuang Shuyu to clarify things with your homeroom teacher. Kuang Xingran's complexion turned pale. No, he never told me. Moreover, it was impossible for him to have forgotten, as he was the one who handled the aftermath of that situation. He hadn't revealed the truth to the homeroom teacher, resulting in her being shunned by her classmates. Kuang Ye, did you really injure Zhou Ye's arm back then, causing him to miss the college entrance exam? Nonsense, I was already a professional player. Fighting would lead to a suspension. I merely taught him a lesson. I wouldn't dare to hit him that hard. Kuang Xingran, that's so Zhou Ye's absence from the exam wasn't Kuang Ye's fault. Emotions surged within her. For so many years, Kuang Shuyu had allowed her to misunderstand Kuang Ye without ever explaining. Why? Because, Xingran, you once called me Shuyu, but now you call me brother. The words Kuang Shuyu spoke last night echoed in her mind, causing Kuang Xingran's pupils to dilate as she considered a chilling possibility. Kuang Shuyu had deliberately tarnished Kuang Ye's image in her eyes to prevent her from forming a bond with him, ensuring she remained biased towards him. At that time, when Kuang Ye had just returned home for a year, she had long suffered due to her biological brother's actions and was eager to make amends. If she had known the truth, she would never have let their relationship deteriorate to this extent. I'll hang up for now. Muwan noticed the significant impact on Kuang Xingran and ended her video call with Kuang Ye, comforting her. Xingran, are you alright? Kuang Xingran clung tightly to Muwan, tears welling in her eyes once more. Wan, I hate him. But if she had previously felt merely disappointed in Kuang Shuyu's change, now that she realized his malicious intentions to drive a wedge between her and Kuang Ye, causing her to remain cold towards her biological brother for so many years, her hatred intensified. Muwan, realizing that Kuang Shuyu's scheming had unjustly burdened Kuang Ye with so many baseless accusations, felt her anger swell. Xingran, Kuang Shuyu is already a terrible person. It's not worth crying over him. Now that the misunderstandings were cleared, she hoped Kuang Xingran would foster a good relationship with IE moving forward. Though he may not express it, he certainly wishes to bond with his dear sister. Kuang Xingran recalled how she had nearly embarrassed him at the engagement banquet, deepening her sense of guilt. I will sincerely apologize to him. Good. After discussing everything, Kuang Xingran took a moment to process her emotions, then dried her tears and decisively pulled out her makeup bag to retouch her makeup. Wan, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Muwan watched as she patted her face with a powder puff. Although puzzled, she nodded. No plans. Kuang Xingran snapped the powder case shut and linked arms with Muwan, Then let us go, accompany me shopping. I want to buy a gift for my brother. Muon, that Kuang Xingran's ability to self-regulate her emotions left her feeling rather inadequate. However, if Kuang Xingran could mend her relationship with Kuang Ye, she would certainly welcome it with open arms. Alright, where shall we go shopping? At this moment, she remained unaware that Kuang Xingran was someone who played by her own set of rules. The gifts she presented were not limited to conventional items. Thus, by the time Muon returned to her apartment, she found herself burdened with over a dozen luxury bags. Observing this, Kuang Ye hurried to assist her. Why not have the store deliver everything to the house? Carrying it all back is quite exhausting. Luxury items often cost tens of thousands. They typically offer home delivery services, especially for someone like Muon and Kuang Xingran, who were esteemed VIPs. It was already a privilege that they were allowed in the store. Once Muon set her belongings down, she couldn't help but complain that it's not my fault. Your sister was worried that there might be a mishap with the gifts she chose for you. So she specifically sent me to the elevator before returning. Kuang Ye raised an eyebrow. So she didn't even come in when she got to the elevator? Muon replied, well, this is your little love nest. As a sister, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to intrude. Please take these items up to my brother and tell him I will find a moment to apologize properly next time. She recounted Kuang Xingran's words from downstairs to Kuang Ye. He was momentarily speechless, then shrugged nonchalantly. Apologize for what? I was the one who misplaced my trust. That scoundrel Kuang Shuyu is truly despicable. It was one thing for a grown man to put on airs in front of their parents, it was another to exploit Kuang Xingran's reputation for his own scheming. Eyeing the pile of bags, he inquired, what did she buy? Muon sank into the sofa and began to list watches, cufflinks, ties, and high-end keyboards and mice. Kuang Xingran truly had a flair for shopping. Eventually, Muon found herself too fatigued to continue. Taking a break in a lounge area and delighting in her own spoils, Kuang Ye, though initially uninterested, felt compelled to see what his sister had chosen for him. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed an unbranded white bag among the plethora of luxury logos. Curiosity piqued, he picked it up and opened it, only to swiftly close it again, a rare hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. Though their misunderstandings had been resolved, was his sister perhaps a tad too relaxed in her choices? What on earth had she gifted him? Chapter 70. The ring. Muon noticed Kuang Ye pick up the bag and then quickly close it. What's the matter? Don't you like it? Kuang Ye discreetly tucked the bag away, maintaining an air of calm. No, I quite like it. He silently added to himself, you would likely appreciate it as well. Kuang Ye ascended the stairs with a heap of gifts to organize. Meanwhile, Muon lounged on the sofa, surveying the room, and noted that the kitchen dishes had been washed, and the sofa cushions and curtains had been replaced with new ones. It was evident that Kuang Ye had arranged for someone to clean. Suddenly, she spotted a notebook on the coffee table, currently displaying a spectator mode for a HW game, and she couldn't resist taking a look. In the misty canyon, a hero wielding a dagger executed smooth maneuvers. Devoid of any superfluous actions. Muon found herself captivated. When Kuang Ye returned downstairs, she pointed to the notebook and asked, this player's operation style seems a bit familiar, could it be Olan? Kuang Ye nodded, sitting beside her to watch. Indeed, it is him. He is currently using an account from the training camp, and if he passes the exam next month, the team will sign him, remembering Olan's tragic fate in her past life. Muon felt a surge of joy for him in this life, pondering that perhaps this was the significance of her rebirth. As she contemplated this, a previously overlooked thought struck her. Shing. Sister, those gifts were all given to me by Kuang Xingran. Didn't you say if I behaved well at home, there would be gifts waiting for me upon my return? Suddenly, Kuang Ye shook her hand playfully, displaying a mix of grievance and charm. Muon found his boyish expression amusing and in turn unzipped her handbag. Of course, I wouldn't go back on my word. Kuang Ye had initially teased her but was taken aback by her genuine response. His expression shifted to one of eager anticipation, but when Muon finally retrieved the gift, he was left momentarily stunned. This is. Muon produced a ring box containing 2 silver couple rings. I stumbled upon these while shopping. Don't you think the ring face resembles the victory emblem of HW? I hope that when you wear this ring, you will triumph and achieve great success. She paused. However, wearing a ring while gaming may not be practical, so I had them include a chain, allowing it to be worn as a necklace. Before she could finish, she found herself enveloped in a solid embrace. Kuang Ye held her tightly, his voice slightly hoarse. Wan, how is it that you always manage to surprise me with such delightful gifts when I least expect it? Muon gazed at him with soft eyes, taking his hand and gently sliding the ring onto his middle finger, speaking earnestly, because I truly like you. Kuang Ye picked up the other ring from the box and placed it on her finger, kissing it tenderly. I like you too. Their eyes locked, and they exchanged smiles, the atmosphere warm and romantic. After a moment, Kuang Ye glanced at the rings on their fingers and suddenly expressed concern. Sister, isn't it customary for the man to present the ring? Now that you've given me one, what should I gift you? Muon playfully flicked his forehead. Present me with a global championship in HW. I want everyone to know how exceptional my boyfriend is. He was not the rumored slacker addicted to the internet. He was a top-tier player standing on the stage of HW professional competition. Kuang Ye's smile broadened. Alright, I'll take my sister's advice. Indeed, winning a world championship to propose to Wan would be fitting for the daughter of the Mu family. At that moment, in a dark, silent room, a stunning woman with fiery red lips, dressed in a low-cut V-neck gown, curled up on the bed, she hugged her arms tightly, her nails digging into her skin filled with pain and despair. Her name was Liu, a violinist for Zhuoxing. Due to her extraordinary musical talent, she had attracted the attention of numerous talent agencies right from the start. Ultimately, she chose to join Zhuoxing. Little did she know that this decision would lead her into a hellish existence. Classical music agencies typically have their own symphony orchestras, a congregation of the finest musicians. Liu initially aspired to become the principal violinist, confident in her ability to secure the position. However, she was unprepared for the revelation that the selection process for musicians at Zhuoxing involved not only a test of musical skill but also a performance evaluation based on securing sponsorships. In her quest to join the orchestra, she found herself donning revealing attire to entertain men who claimed to be music enthusiasts but were, in reality, harboring ulterior motives. She initially believed this was merely part of the job, an unavoidable reality for adults in the workplace, and so she reluctantly accepted it, even if she disliked it, until today, after she reluctantly rebuffed an older man's advances. He retaliated by splashing a glass of red wine in her face, berating her in front of everyone. A whore trying to act pure. It's a privilege for you that I even look at you. You just want sponsorship, right? Strip down and spread your legs. And if I'm satisfied, I'll sponsor you. The room erupted in laughter. Chapter 71. Don't call Kuang Ye, call the vinegar jar. In that moment, Liu felt as though she were stripped bare. Standing in the middle of a street in utter humiliation, she bolted from the private room, her manager hurriedly trailing behind her. Instead of offering comfort, he coldly instructed her to return and apologize. Apologize? Why should I apologize? He disrespected me, but he is the sponsor. If you don't placate him, who will sponsor you? Do you think the classical music industry is easy nowadays? Even top orchestras like Eileen struggle to sell tickets compared to third-rate pop singers. I joined Zhuoxing to be a musician, not to be a prostitute, but don't you want to perform on stage, to become the principal of the orchestra? Without sponsorship, you won't even get into the orchestra. Liu, I'll be honest with you, the reason I signed you was due to your looks and figure. How else could I justify your high salary? This industry operates like that, unless you abandon the violin. You have no other choices. Then I join the orchestra. You signed a 10-year contract, either you'll be shelved indefinitely, or you'll face exorbitant breach of contract fees. Laughter echoed in her ears. To think her dedication to honing her violin skills was reduced to mere superficiality. 10 years, those would be the prime years of her career as a violinist. If she were truly shelved, her dreams would be shattered. Tears streamed down her face in silence. Who could come to her aid? Ding dong, the phone screen lit up unexpectedly. A large X symbol appeared, followed by 3 messages. Need help? Call this number. XXXXXXXXXXX. Miss Mu, Miss Lee has already contacted us. Early in the morning, Mu Wan received a text from the Mu Yun legal team. She pondered for a moment before replying. Use her as a starting point to expose Zhuoxing's scandals. After all, saving one is the same as saving two. Seeing Olan's fate diverge from her past life, Muon felt she was beginning to uncover the meaning of her rebirth. Her revival was a gift from the heavens, and her assistance might serve as a lifeline for those ensnared in despair. It wouldn't require much effort. A single phone call could potentially change the course of these individuals' lives. However, would this lead to an over-reliance on her family? Muon muttered to herself, realizing that, in a sense, she had yet to achieve financial independence. The provisions and necessities are all sourced from home and from Kuang Ye. Should we also consider taking on some work? Wan, are you ready? Alright. Muon hurriedly shut her phone and, after adjusting her makeup in front of the mirror and ensuring everything was perfect, stepped out of her room. Today, she and Kuang Ye were set to enjoy a date at the amusement park. Coincidentally, her violin competition had just concluded, and Kuang Ye had unexpectedly received a 10-day leave. They had chosen a renowned amusement park in S City. Planning to stay there for a few days of fun. As they descended the stairs, Kuang Ye noticed Muon had her hair styled in a bun, adorned in a soft purple sweater with a navy collar. Paired with a light purple plaid skirt and short boots, she appeared both adorable and slightly playful, a stark contrast to her usual gentle and elegant attire. Observing him staring at her in silence, Muon felt a pang of uncertainty. Does this outfit not look good? I read online that this is how people dress for amusement parks. Even in her past life, she was merely 25. Such a youthful and vibrant ensemble should not be out of place, right? Kuang Ye thought her worries were unnecessary. He approached, took her suitcase from her hand, feeling a tinge of jealousy. You look great, but it bothers me to think of so many people seeing such a beautiful sister, he remarked, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Muon retorted, you should stop calling yourself Kuang Ye and start calling yourself a vinegar jar. You're just jealous because while everyone else is enjoying themselves, you're sulking. 3 hours later, within the amusement park, Muon found herself approached by yet another person requesting her WeChat. She cast a furtive glance at Kuang Ye, who raised their interlocked fingers and wore a sardonic smile as he looked at the sunny, fresh-faced young man before them. Can't you tell we're a couple? The young man displayed a look of disappointment. But didn't you call her sister? I thought you two were siblings. Muon couldn't help but burst into laughter. Looks like someone just shot themselves in the foot. After dismissing the young man, Kuang Ye observed the gleeful Muon, reiterating her earlier words with a displeased tone. While everyone else is enjoying themselves, who cares about you? Muon playfully pinched him. Stop being sarcastic, Kuang Ye huffed, adopting a demeanor that suggested he was sulking and needed comforting. Muon felt he was truly regressing to a childish state and leaned affectionately against his arm. Adopting a look of sweet dependency, let us go vinegar jar. That wait there won't be any misunderstandings. Chapter 72, Baby, Sweetheart. The two indulged in various attractions at the amusement park, from merry-go-rounds to flower cars and exhilarating VR experiences. Kuang Ye had evidently done his homework, knowing the rules and timings of the attractions like the back of his hand. Wan, are you thirsty? I'll fetch you some water. After disembarking from a roller coaster, Muon felt as though her feet barely touched the ground. She had never experienced such thrilling rides before, but it was exhilarating. Yes, I was screaming so much that I've lost my voice. Muon was not the type to typically shout, but the atmosphere on the roller coaster had influenced her, making it difficult to suppress her excitement, and the feeling of releasing those shouts was quite delightful. Kuang Ye went to get her water, and within 3 minutes, as he returned, he spotted a boy dressed in trendy casual wear, shyly approaching Muon under the nudging of his friends. What to do if my girlfriend is too popular? He suddenly had a brilliant idea and dashed toward Muon, calling out, "Baby." The young man infatuated with Muon was taken aback, while she, still in a daze, blinked in confusion. Kuang Ye reached Muon's side, twisting open the water bottle and, in a voice neither too loud nor too soft, said, "Baby, drink some water." A shiver ran down Muon's spine, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she whispered, "You little brother. Why are you calling me that?" They had never been this cheesy at home. Kuang Ye, however, showed no restraint. "Sweetheart, shall we visit the aquarium to see the penguins or go to the haunted house? Are you afraid of the dark? Or should we go to the aquarium?" Muon's face turned even redder. Sweetheart was such an embarrassing term. Glancing around at the curious gazes of passers-by, she grabbed the water and headed toward the aquarium. Kuang Ye followed closely behind, calling out, "Wife, wait for me." The boy who had just suffered heartbreak sighed, "There are plenty of fish in the sea. Besides, they're already married. You shouldn't dwell on it." Kuang Ye chuckled. "Ha, the plan is successful." After that, he continued to shower Muon with an array of endearing yet embarrassing nicknames, everything from baby to little treasure and darling. There seemed to be no limit to his creativity. Muon blushed profusely, yet no one else interrupted their date. As night fell, they dined at a themed restaurant before heading to the Ferris wheel attraction. When their cabin reached the pinnacle, a magnificent display of fireworks erupted in the sky, dazzling and resplendent. Muon was awestruck, witnessing fireworks from such a height for the first time. She had heard much about the renowned fireworks display at this amusement park and had tried to persuade Kuang Shuyu to accompany her several times, but he always declined, citing work commitments. Reflecting on it now, she felt fortunate he hadn't come, otherwise the beautiful fireworks would have been tainted with memories of an unpleasant person. "Baby, may I kiss you?" A warm breath brushed her ear. Muon turned her head to find Kuang Ye's strikingly handsome face illuminated by the fireworks, his eyes sparkling like the stars, reflecting her image within them. "Even now, with no one around, you still call me that." "I wish to call you that because you are my baby." The embarrassment within Muon transformed into something more tender and affectionate. She leaned in and captured Kuang Ye's lips, her voice laced with intoxicating allure. "Husband, in such a scenario, asking for a kiss is unnecessary." Kuang Ye's pupils dilated, his throat bobbing as if his heart might leap from his chest. His gaze darkened, and his voice turned hoarse. Wan, what did you just call me?" Muon raised an eyebrow with a playful smile, teasing, "Didn't you just call me wife?" Kuang Ye could no longer contain himself. He pulled Muon close and kissed her deeply with her hands gripping his shirt. Muon responded passionately, casting aside her shyness. Beneath the night sky, amidst the fireworks, the two lovers shared a kiss that felt both eternal and unbreakable. When they finally descended from the Ferris wheel, Muon's lips were swollen and tender. She looked down, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. Kuang Ye promptly produced a foldable hat from his pocket and placed it on her head. "Where on earth did that come from?" Muon inquired, bewildered. Kuang Ye, with a mischievous grin, leaned in to whisper, "I had it prepared in advance." Muon's eyes widened in realization. "So you had already planned to kiss me on the Ferris wheel?" "Huh, and you pretended to ask for permission?" She scoffed. "It's getting late. Shall we head back and rest? We can continue our adventures tomorrow." The couple had already arranged for their luggage to be sent to the hotel when they entered the amusement park. After a long day of play, Muon indeed felt fatigued. "Yes, let us go." As they embraced and made their way through the throngs of people, they remained oblivious to a pair of malicious and fervent eyes watching them closely from behind. Upon reaching the hotel, Kuang Ye decided to take a shower first. Muon meanwhile perused the photos from their day together. Suddenly she heard a knock at the door. Puzzled, she recalled the manager mentioning room service, assuming it was the delivery of a complimentary fruit platter, and walked over to open the door. Kuang Ye showered quickly. Wan, you should wash up too. I've already filled the bathtub with water for you, Wan. Noticing the room was empty, Kuang Ye's expression turned frantic. He immediately called her, only to hear her phone ringing at the door. Rushing over, he flung the door open to find Muwan's phone lying on the soft carpet, accompanied by a note with ominous writing. Within 1 hour, gather 10 million in cash and deliver it to this location. You little pup, don't think about calling the police unless you want your fiancée E to die. Kuang Ye's expression turned icy and dark, his grip on the phone tightening to the point where he nearly crushed it. That term, it must be that scoundrel. Chapter 73, Kidnapping. No, that's not right. Kuang Ye quickly dismissed the thought that scoundrel had been sentenced to 10 years, only half that time had passed, so it was impossible for him to be out already. If he had escaped, the police would have contacted him as the son. Wait a moment, suddenly he realized a flaw in his reasoning. After reconciling with the Kuang family, he was no longer Kuang Daqiang's son. If the perpetrator had truly escaped, the police would not reach out to him. As he hastily dressed, he dialed Kuang Shuyu's number, but there was no answer. Damn it. Shoving his phone into his pocket, Kuang Ye hurried toward the location indicated on the note. Meanwhile, Muwan groggily awakened from unconsciousness. She found herself tied to a chair in an abandoned building, with drafts swirling around her. Looking down, she realized she was at least 6 stories high. Where am I? She felt a surge of anxiety wash over her. Her memory only stretched back to opening the hotel door before everything went black. Don't move. I know what your father does, behave, and I won't harm you. A male voice reached her ears. Turning to look, she saw a man in his 40s, clad in tattered leather and denim, wearing a baseball cap. Her eyes widened in recognition. She had seen him in the video Kuang Xingran sent her. He was the man who had clashed with Kuang Ye. Who are you? Why have you kidnapped me? She forced herself to suppress the rising panic, but the shadows of being kidnapped and tortured loomed ominously in her mind. Causing her voice to tremble uncontrollably, Kuang Daqiang drew on a cheap cigarette, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. I told you I wouldn't harm you, but I intend to use you to threaten that wretched brat. Kuang Ye, after all the hardships I've endured to escape from prison, I need a substantial sum to leave the country. Upon hearing the word prison, Muwan immediately recognized the man's identity, her expression one of shock. You are Kuang Ye's adoptive father? Kuang Daqiang's dark face broke into a sinister smile. Has he mentioned me to you? Muwan promptly fell silent. However, upon grasping his intentions, she felt a sense of relief. At least his motives were merely financial, unlike in her previous life. A shiver ran involuntarily down her spine. Stop thinking about it, Muwan. Just stop. An hour later, Kuang Ye arrived at the construction site, panting heavily, clutching a black snakeskin bag. Upon seeing Kuang Daqiang's loathsome face, his complexion turned ashen. His gaze swept over Muwan, bound at the edge of the building, and large beads of sweat trickled down his face in panic. He tossed the snakeskin bag onto the ground, gritting his teeth. I brought the money, let her go. Kuang Daqiang glanced at the bag on the ground, took a deep drag on his cigarette, and actually began to laugh. Kuang Ye, you seem completely unfazed to see me. Did you guess it was me? Then you surely didn't report me, did you? Otherwise, because of your negligence in allowing the young lady of the Mu family to be kidnapped, your engagement with her would be utterly ruined. Kuang Ye clenched his fists, struggling to suppress the urge to strike him. Quit the idle talk. Hand over the money and release Wan. If she loses even a single finger, I guarantee you won't take a single step out of S City. Kuang Daqiang sighed. This might very well be our last meeting in this lifetime. After all, you've been my son for over a decade. I wish to reminisce with you. Kuang Ye felt a deep aversion. I have no nostalgia to share with you. Suddenly, Kuang Daqiang chuckled, tugging at the ropes binding Muwan's chair, causing it to scrape against the ground, sending Kuang Ye into a fury. What do you intend to do? I want you to correct your attitude when speaking to me. Kuang Ye understood he could not provoke this beast. Muwan was still in his grasp, so he took a deep breath. Kuang Daqiang, the money is here. You've escaped from prison, and the police will issue a wanted notice soon. Wasting time here is futile. Kuang Daqiang's eyes flickered. Yet he was not inclined to relent. Instead, he suddenly turned to Muwan. Miss Mu, what do you see in this scoundrel? He dropped out of high school, a good-for-nothing, smoking, fighting, drinking, he dabbles in it all, and he is an ungrateful wretch. After raising him for so many years, all I wanted was to ask him for some money, and he attacked me with a baseball bat. After fleeing the underground gambling dens, I had no choice but to sell his mother. She was so good to him, always protecting him since childhood, even saving up for his school expenses by collecting bottles, but he ran away and never returned home. What a heartless and cold-blooded person. Are you not afraid of ruining your life by being with such a man? Listening to the sordid past spewed from Kuang Daqiang's mouth like mud, Kuang Ye's forehead throbbed with veins. He wished he could rush over to cover Muwan's ears. That bastard! How dare he let Muwan hear such filthy matters? Chapter 74. Kuang Ye has passed, yet Muwan felt a sharp pang in her heart. Just hearing Kuang Daqiang's description made her acutely aware of the suffering Kuang Ye had endured. Watching Kuang Ye, whose eyes were reddened with anger, she spoke coldly. What are you trying to convey by saying all this? Did I not know of his past when I chose to be with him? Since I am engaged to him, I am prepared to walk this path with him for a lifetime. Spare me your divisive words. Moreover, all of his hardships, each and every one, are a result of your actions. What right do you have to condemn him? Kuang Daqiang's expression darkened as he regarded Muon, seemingly taken aback by her obstinacy or realizing he could not afford to waste more time. He said to Kuang Ye, "Step back. Once I verify the money is in order, I will release her." Kuang Ye looked anxiously at Muon and complied. Kuang Daqiang opened the snakeskin bag, revealing it stuffed with cash, a smile spreading across his face. "At least you're somewhat perceptive." He held the snakeskin bag in one hand while tugging the rope with the other. Only when the rope was taut did he release it. Fleeing the scene, Kuang Ye rushed over to untie Muon, his hands trembling with fear. "Wan, are you alright? Did you sustain any injuries? Were you frightened? I'm so sorry, it's all my fault." "Yi, I'm fine." Muon grasped his trembling hand, soothing him gently, then turned her gaze towards the direction Kuang Daqiang had fled. "Let us call the police immediately. We mustn't let Kuang Daqiang escape." As soon as she spoke, the sound of police sirens blared outside. Muon looked down and saw that the abandoned building was surrounded by police cars. And even a fully equipped SWAT team was present. "I informed my uncle at the first opportunity," Kuang Ye said. He would never allow his own selfish desires to jeopardize Muon's safety. "Kuang Ye, you dog, you actually called the police." Kuang Daqiang, having just dashed down the stairs, was infuriated, clutching the snakeskin bag heavy with money. The moment Kuang Ye spotted him, fury ignited within him, and he charged forward. "Kuang Daqiang, you beast!" The two immediately became entangled in a fierce struggle. Despite his age, Kuang Daqiang was no match for Kuang Ye, who soon had him at his mercy. Each brutal punch landed on Kuang Daqiang's repulsive face. Just the thought that a moment's carelessness could have caused Muon to plummet from the 6th floor sent shivers through Kuang Ye's body, leaving him breathless, and the architect of all this suffering was that wretched man who had ruined his life. At times, Kuang Ye would ponder, had he not swapped places with Kuang Shuyu back then, he would not have found himself in such a quagmire. No one would label him a delinquent. Nor would they compare him to Kuang Shuyu. He would have treated Muon with utmost care, cherishing her like a flower, never allowing her to experience sorrow as Kuang Shuyu had done. "If it weren't for you gambling away my tuition money, I wouldn't have been forced to drop out of high school. If it weren't for you selling me to an underground casino, I would not have come close to losing my life. I should have dealt with you 5 years at Godai in that deserted alley, when you told me you sold my foster mother to the mountains. Kuang Daqiang, you scoundrel, you do not deserve to live, may you rot in hell." At that moment, Muon, who had been about to urge Kuang Ye to stop, froze in her tracks. In a flash, those words resonated with a memory. Her pupils dilated in shock as she gazed at Kuang Ye. Could it be that his second meeting with her had indeed occurred at that time? 5 years ago, at whose city? No. One high school, the sky was gloomy with rain, and Muon was feeling rather down. Not waiting for the driver to pick her up, she left the school alone. That scoundrel, Kuang Shuyu, clearly knew that a girl in their class liked her. Yet he showed no discretion, continuously entering and exiting alongside her, provoking the others to jeer. It was utterly vexing. Did he not take their engagement seriously? Bang! Suddenly a muffled sound echoed from the alley beside the school. Muon vaguely heard a few words like, "I'll kill you, you brat." The sky darkened, and the surroundings were deserted. An inexplicable chill coursed through her, and tightening her grip on her backpack, she quickened her pace. In the dark alley, Kuang Daqiang slammed the malnourished Kuang Ye, who had not yet become as robust as he would be in 5 years, against the wall. "You little brat, do you think escaping to S City means you're free? Let me tell you, as long as I am your father, you cannot escape." He reported a missing minor, and soon they would find him. "You've been doing quite well in S City for the past 3 years. I hear you've been winning hundreds playing that game. There's a job for you at the internet CAFISNT there. How much are you making? Hand it over." With blood streaming from his head, Kuang Ye's eyes glinted like a wolf's, showing no sign of submission. He spat blood into Kuang Daqiang's face. "If you have the guts, kill me. I won't give you a single cent." Kuang Daqiang retaliated with a slap that left Kuang Ye's ears ringing. "I've inquired about you. You've been scrimping and saving, trying to gather money to continue your education, right? You even aspire to attend whose city #1 high. Have you considered whether you are worthy of such ambition? You are my son, destined to be as useless as I am. Quickly, where's the money? My patience is limited." He began to search Kuang Ye's body with nowhere to stay. All the money Kuang Ye had saved was sewn into the hood of his sweatshirt. He struggled desperately, but Kuang Daqiang managed to find it, crumpled, worn bills that represented 3 years of hardship, saved with each morsel of food. A total of 20,000. Oh, quite impressive, a total of 20,000. "I sold your mother for a little over 50,000. Kuang Ye's violent struggle seemed to freeze at those words. Chapter 75. "Brother, well done." He stiffly turned his head to glare at Kuang Daqiang, suddenly erupting in rage as he grasped the man's collar, speaking fiercely. "What did you say? Who did you sell?" Kuang Daqiang, unperturbed by Kuang Ye's fury, replied nonchalantly, "I lost 100,000 in gambling and sold you to the casino to settle my debts. You ran away, and the casino came after me for the money. What could I do? If you hadn't fled, she wouldn't have been sold to the mountains to be someone else's wife, you beast." Kuang Ye's eyes were a fiery crimson. His mind consumed by a tempest of rage, dominated by a singular thought: kill him, eliminate the man who had ruined his life and devastated his adoptive mother's existence. He forcefully collided his head against Kuang Daqiang's, seizing a brick from the ground to strike down upon Kuang Daqiang's skull, once, twice, thrice. Kill him, kill him. With this, he would never again have to face that loathsome visage. A prison was of no concern. A life utterly shattered was inconsequential. At this moment, reason had abandoned Kuang Ye. Fury dictated all his emotions and actions. Kuang Daqiang, you wretched creature, you do not deserve to inhabit this world. May you rot in hell. Kuang Ye raised the bloodied stone, poised to strike. Suddenly, a cautious female voice echoed from outside: stop bullying people inside. I have called the police. Assaulting someone leads to imprisonment. That voice was all too familiar to Kuang Ye. He glanced at the unconscious Kuang Daqiang, loathing still ablaze in his eyes, yet a flicker of struggle emerged. Assaulting someone leads to imprisonment, and murder even more so. But if he truly killed Kuang Daqiang and became a murderer, his life would be irreparably ruined. He would lose even the right to befriend Muwan. He knew that Muwan attended school in the vicinity, which was why he sought work at the nearby internet CAF. She, the beacon of warmth that had rescued him from despair, was all he desired to draw nearer to, not to capture. Tears silently streamed down his cheeks as he reclaimed the bloodied money from the ground and returned it to his pocket. He could not kill him. If he were to become tainted, he would no longer be able to draw warmth from that light. Aye. Muwan embraced the furious Kuang Ye from behind. Stop it, the police have arrived. Kuang Ye's crimson eyes cleared slightly as he looked at her hand resting on his waist, panic flashing across his face. Wan had seen everything. She had witnessed the dark side he had long concealed. Akin to a beast. Wan, are you alright? After Kuang Daqiang was taken away by the police, Mu Jianhua rushed in. He scrutinized Muwan from head to toe, only relaxing once he confirmed she was unharmed. Then he turned his gaze to Kuang Ye, who hung his head, bandages seeping blood. Xiaoyi, you did well this time. Thank you for protecting Wan. Yet Kuang Ye felt an overwhelming sense of shame. This was all his fault. If it weren't for him, Wan would never have been kidnapped. Uncle, I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Mu Jianhua patted his shoulder, offering no comforting words of it's not your fault, but instead spoke seriously to both of them. Starting tomorrow, you both will attend my classes to learn how to protect yourselves. Opening the door to strangers at a hotel, responding to a robber's call. What were you thinking? Thankfully, Kuang Daqiang is merely a thug without a firearm. Otherwise, you both might not have escaped so easily today. Muwan realized her oversight, having believed that such a high-end hotel within an amusement park would be devoid of danger. I understand, Dad. Mu Jianhua then turned his attention to Kuang Ye, initially lost in guilt. Upon meeting his gaze, Kuang Ye instinctively straightened his back. I understand, Uncle. Mu Jianhua nodded, then noticed the bandaged hand, slightly oozing blood. He turned and said, there's an ambulance downstairs. Let the medical staff attend to your wounds. The sack contained not only money but also police listening devices. Mu Jianhua had overheard everything Kuang Daqiang had said. He felt no resentment towards Kuang Ye for involving Wan. However, he also recognized that this was a pitiful child, considering his genuine feelings for Wan and that she had come through unscathed. He decided to let it slide this time. Nevertheless, Kuang Daqiang. A glint of cold fury flashed in Mu Jianhua's eyes. As Kuang Ye had stated, such a beast should not exist in this world. Extorting 10 million, he deserved the death penalty. Soon enough, Wang Lan and Mu Yanxi received the news and hurried to the hospital, showering the two with concern. After confirming their safety, the tension in their hearts finally eased. Thank goodness you're both fine. I'll go to the temple tomorrow to pray for your safety. With acid attacks and kidnapping, it was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Mu Jianhua retorted, as a military family, let's refrain from superstitions. Wang Lan, unfazed, dismissed him. Not long after, Kuang Xingran arrived, her face etched with anxiety. Wan, are you alright? Brother, are you okay? Seeing her pale complexion, both shook their heads, and then Kuang Xingran rolled up her sleeves. Where's that kidnapper? How dare he abduct my brother and best friend? I'll make him pay. Heaven knew the fear she felt upon receiving the news. The kidnapper is receiving treatment. Your brother gave him quite a beating. Wan quickly interjected. Dad just mentioned that Kuang Daqiang will likely suffer from a concussion and may have broken ribs, but we need to wait for the doctor to confirm. Kuang Xingran turned back to Kuang Ye, praising brother. Well done. Chapter 76. Tell me the truth. Kuang Ye felt a tumult of emotions, rendered speechless by her praise. Wang Lan, noticing that Kuang Xingran was alone, inquired, Xingran, where are your parents, after such a significant incident? It was unusual for them not to appear. Kuang Xingran was momentarily at a loss for words but eventually replied, Dad is in a meeting and unreachable. Mom is traveling abroad and might not return for a few days. The Mu family exchanged glances, a hint of dissatisfaction flickering in Wang Lan's expression. However, she refrained from meddling in Kuang's family matters and instead advised Kuang Ye, don't burden yourself with too much pressure. This is Kuang Daqiang's fault, not yours. Auntie can differentiate right from wrong. For now, you and Wan should stay at the Mu family villa. With your hand injured and staff around, it will be more convenient. Kuang Ye felt warmth in his heart. Thank you, Auntie. I promise I won't let Wan encounter such situations again. Wang Lan nodded and inquired about his injury. Kuang Ye shook his head, assuring her he was fine. Observing their cordial interaction, Kuang Xingran noted it resembled that of a mother and son rather than a son-in-law and mother-in-law. She sighed inwardly, thinking that this brother could be exempted. She had accepted him as her younger brother since. In the Kuang family, he had known neither love nor care, reflecting on the hardships Kuang Ye had previously endured, and the stark contrast in treatment between him and Kuang Shuyu made her uneasy. As she walked, she stumbled slightly, and someone reached out to steady her from behind. Turning around, she saw Mu Yanxi, who smiled, raising an eyebrow. His timely gesture indicated he had been watching over her. Approximately 2 days later, there was progress in Kuang Daqiang's case. He had indeed escaped from prison. The prison in which he had been held was an old facility, small in capacity, and the authorities intended to transfer inmates to a newly constructed prison. However, during the transport, their police vehicle was struck by a drunk driver, leading to an accident, which allowed him the opportunity to escape. Kuang Ye recalled the words Kuang Daqiang had spoken that day in the abandoned building and asked Mu Jianhua, "Uncle, did the police mention whether they notified Kuang Shuyu about his escape?" Mu Jianhua cast him a complex glance. They did inform him. Moreover, after escaping, Kuang Daqiang even contacted Kuang Shuyu, but Kuang Shuyu detests him. He claimed that because of Kuang Daqiang, he lost everything, even his fiancée, who ran off with you. Kuang Ye closed his eyes, his suspicions confirmed. Kuang Daqiang's words were indeed aimed at sowing discord between him and Mu Wan. The goal was to provide Kuang Shuyu an opportunity to reconcile with Mu Wan. How ironic! Kuang Daqiang, a gambler who sold his own son and wife, still harbored a semblance of paternal affection. And Kuang Shuyu, fully aware that Kuang Daqiang had escaped, could easily deduce that he might pose a threat to Kuang Ye, yet he offered no warning. From another perspective, had Kuang Shuyu not reminded Kuang Daqiang of Mu Wan's existence, he would never have considered using her to threaten Kuang Ye. A chill settled in Kuang Ye's heart. He was indifferent to Kuang Shuyu's treatment of him, but he would never forgive anyone who harmed Wan. It was not that he cared for his reputation, he was intent on ensuring that Kuang Shuyu lost everything. Often, his reluctance to fight stemmed from the fact that it was not what he desired. He simply could not be bothered. Fu Ziyuan, help me spread a rumor in our circle. Kuang Shuyu and Kuang Ye were not switched at the hospital, it was Kuang Shuyu's father who maliciously swapped them. Soon his phone buzzed with friends' astonished responses. What the hell? Is this true? Did the Kuang family adopt him as a foster child, making a fool of themselves? A darkness enveloped Kuang Ye's gaze. It was indeed true, for this was what his adoptive mother had revealed to him the day before he was sold to the casino. Suddenly, Mu Wan entered, her expression grave. Kuang Ye looked up at her. Noticing the X-ray film in her hands, panic washing over him, Mu Wan's eyes were steely as she confronted him. The doctor informed me that your hand had been injured in the past and that you can no longer perform high-precision tasks. What happened? Kuang Ye attempted to fabricate an excuse, forcing a casual smile. Wan, it must be a misdiagnosis. The team doctor never mentioned this to me, yet Mu Wan's gaze was fixed on his clenched fist. Kuang Ye, I remember our second meeting. Kuang Ye's expression faltered, surprised as he looked at Mu Wan. You, how could you possibly remember? We didn't even meet that day, you had no idea it was me inside. You promised me 2 conditions. My first condition, tell me the truth. Chapter 77, lock the door. Kuang Ye fell silent, gripping Mu Wan's hand. Wan, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just felt it wasn't necessary to mention. Mu Wan found the situation utterly absurd. She withdrew her hand from his grasp, her tone unusually frigid. I am your fiancée, the one destined to accompany you through life. Despite your grievous injury, you dare to tell me it is unnecessary? Kuang Ye's heart constricted as flickers of pain crossed his eyes. He spoke in a hushed voice. Yes, of course there is. How could my future possibly lack you? I merely do not wish to appear so helpless and ineffectual in your presence. My biological parents disdain me, and my adoptive father is a brute. Now, even the one endeavor I took pride in is facing a catastrophic blow due to an old injury on my wrist. Wan, I can endure mockery from anyone, but from you, I cannot bear to reveal my incompetence and weakness. His pride would not permit it, and the desolation within him would only expand during this time spent with Mu Wan. He increasingly sensed the chasm between them. Occasionally, a fleeting wave of pessimism would wash over him. Was he truly good for her? Could he bring her happiness? Would they remain together forever? Kuang Ye, what would happen if I lost my hand? Suddenly, a thunderclap erupted in his ears. Kuang Ye snapped his head up, looking at Mu Wan with a gaze tinged with fear, his words trembling. Wan, how could you possibly lose your hand? You are a musician. You still need to play the violin. How could you be without hands? If your hand is injured, we must go to the hospital right now. His expression turned ashen, more panic than when he learned he could no longer engage in high-intensity training. Mu Wan instinctively grasped his wrist, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Kuang Ye, your current feelings mirror mine. We both understand what our hands signify to each other. You do not wish to appear vulnerable before me. Holding on to your pride and dignity, but do you comprehend how painful it is for me to learn of this sudden revelation? Do you think I am unworthy of trust? We are the closest of lovers? meant to support one another, yet my beloved does not need me. Kuang Ye, love is about sharing both joy and sorrow, but if you merely view me as your savior. Mu1's voice choked, her words laced with a cruel bitterness. We cannot continue like this. Kuang Ye felt as though a colossal hammer had struck his head, leaving his mind blank, his body frozen in place. Wan, are you saying you wish to break up with me? No, Wan. A clear tear escaped his eye. Kuang Ye embraced Mu1, kissing her fervently, his actions frantic and unrestrained. Mu1 resisted, but he ensnared her tongue, rendering her unable to object. The terror of losing Mu1 swept away all the chaotic thoughts in Kuang Ye's mind. All he craved was to feel Mu1's presence desperately. In truth, Mu1 had never contemplated ending their relationship. She merely sought to provoke Kuang Ye to ensure he would not dare conceal such crucial matters again. Yet, she had not anticipated his sudden kiss. Just as she intended to push him away for a serious conversation, she tasted the saltiness of tears on her lips. Her heart softened instantly. Perhaps it was best to resolve their matters in the intimacy of their relationship. She wrapped her arms around his neck, responding with fervor. Kuang Ye momentarily halted, then determination flashed across his face as he slipped his hands beneath her shirt, lowering himself to unfasten the buttons of her chiffon blouse. Mu1 acquiesced to his advances, but suddenly reminded that they were not in an apartment and her parents were home. She whispered in a breathless tone, locked out the door. Typically, her parents and brother would not enter her room without knocking. But what if? Alright, hold me. Kuang Ye's voice was husky and restrained as he lifted her, heading toward the door. Mu1 instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist. Click, the door locked. Kuang Ye kissed Mu1's collarbone, gently biting it, desire swirling in his eyes. Sister, you are doing splendidly. Once Mu1 fell back onto the bed, Kuang Ye swiftly descended upon her. They kissed passionately, their clothes cascading onto the floor in disarray. Just as they were on the brink of crossing the final threshold, Mu1 suddenly remembered something. Wait, we don't have a condom. She had no desire to risk an unintended pregnancy at such a young age. To her astonishment, Kuang Ye rummaged through his clothing pockets and produced one. Mu1 was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could you? Who carries a condom around? I tore it from my bag. He replied, I had packed some for our trip to the hotel, just in case. After all, young couples might find themselves in a heated moment. Mu1 was momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushing crimson as she involuntarily let out a soft whimper. Soon, there was no time left for contemplation. The curtains blocked out so much light that even in daylight, the room remained dim. However, this did not diminish the shame of their daylight rendezvous, their silhouettes intertwined. Muffled gasps echoing in their ears, the thrill of their forbidden encounter heightened their desire even more. Chapter 78. The past. After everything had concluded, more than 2 hours had passed, the two lay entwined on the bed. Drenched in sweat, Kuang Ye gently brushed Mu1's damp hair from her forehead, guilt creeping into his voice. Shall I carry you to the shower? He had long wished to give Mu1 a perfect first experience. But he never anticipated such a loss of control, disregarding time and place entirely. Mu1's face bore signs of fatigue as she shot him a glare. Now you feel guilty, when I asked you to stop. You didn't. Listen. We should have discussed your injury first. She adopted a businesslike demeanor, still simmering with unresolved anger upon hearing Mu1 express that they could not go on. Kuang Ye's heart ached unbearably. He realized that regardless of his pride or sense of desolation, he could not survive without her. It was time for honesty. 4 years ago, I suffered from tenosynovitis and ligament damage in my wrist, which forced me to take a break from competition. Fortunately, after treatment, I returned to the arena. This time, upon experiencing a relapse, I contacted the doctor who treated me previously. He advised me to retire, or else it might affect my daily life in the future. Mu1 grasped Kuang Ye's hand, her tone heavy with concern. Haven't you consulted other doctors? I have, and their conclusions were largely similar. Mu1 felt misled by the information from a previous life. In her past life, Kuang Ye had reached the global finals, leading her to assume his hand could not possibly be a problem. Yet, given Kuang Ye's passion for HW, it was entirely plausible for him to compete despite injury. What do you plan to do now? Kuang Ye entwined his fingers with hers. Retirement is not an option. The new jungler for ST has yet to be found, and the autumn season is ongoing. Moreover, he brought her soft hand to his lips, kissing it gently. I have yet to present my fiancée with a global championship. Mu1 poked his nose playfully. Stop using me as an excuse. You simply want to win. Kuang Ye nodded in agreement. That is certainly part of it, but another part of me wishes to raise the 5-star red flag on HW's podium, so that no one will look down upon you because of me. Electronic sports can bring glory to the nation. He was not some idle playboy. Mu1 leaned against his broad chest. Then promise me you'll visit the hospital tomorrow to check your hand. Kuang Ye nodded and then cautiously inquired, Wan, you mentioned knowing about our second meeting. How did that come to be? He had proposed that bet, believing himself to be the certain victor, hence teasing Mu1 with it from time to time. Mu1 recalled that day vividly. I was walking home when I heard a commotion in the alley. I thought it was a case of bullying and was frightened, so I tried to walk away. However, the noise was quite loud, and fearing for the victim's safety, I ran back and shouted. It was eerily quiet at that moment, but I distinctly heard you curse Kuang Daxiang when you confronted him in the abandoned building. You uttered the same words, which is why I remembered. Kuang Ye had not anticipated this revelation. He affectionately rubbed his chin against her head. Then what is your condition? What do you wish for me to do? Muon pondered for a moment before replying, share your past with me. I do not want to learn about you from others. Kuang Ye tightened his embrace around her. That matter does not require your condition. You are the one I have chosen for life, and you deserve to know all of this. Subsequently, Kuang Ye recounted his past to Muon, including his childhood in the underground gambling rings and the events of that day in the alley. Wan, if you saved my life at 15, then 5 years ago, you saved my entire existence. Had I impulsively killed Kuang Dashan, I would have never been able to become a professional player. Nor would I have been able to be with you. Thank you for saving me twice. In that moment, Muon felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for her past kindness. Otherwise, such an exceptional Kuang Ye would not have graced her life. Kuang Ye continued, after confronting Kuang Dashan, I immediately returned to my hometown, and indeed, my adoptive mother had been sold when I was about to be sold by Kuang Dashan. She had opposed it, but ultimately she could not prevent it. Thus, she secretly revealed the truth about my origins to me. She urged me to run away, to seek my biological parents, and never return to that home. I am filled with shame, for I have truly never returned, leaving her all alone. Nanem Yuan reminisced about the time when Kuang Ye took her to the Kuang family villa at the tender age of 15. Hesitantly she asked, so, the compassion you felt for Kuang Shuyu was largely due to your adoptive mother? Kuang Ye responded with a soft affirmation, Kuang Shuyu is the biological son of my adoptive mother. Having escaped that hell, I wished for him not to fall into it as well, yet, to my dismay, I discovered that Kuang Shuyu was just as despicable as his father. And then, did you report Kuang Dashan to the police? Muon continued her inquiry. Kuang Ye nodded, yes, I did. Chapter 79, the adoptive mother. At that time, society was not as stable as it is today. There were numerous gangs in my hometown, and that illegal gambling den was among them. Therefore, when I reported it in S-City, the police took it seriously. However, Kuang Dashan likely received a tip-off and went into hiding. I knew he would eventually come looking for me. He needed money and wanted me to withdraw my report. Unaware that a criminal case cannot simply be retracted, that day, he finally appeared before me. I struck him with a baseball bat until he was nearly incapacitated before calling the police. He finally revealed the whereabouts of my adoptive mother. But by the time the authorities arrived, it was too late. My adoptive mother passed away 2 years after being abducted due to complications during childbirth. Fearing she would escape, her captors refused to take her to the hospital. Muon listened, her eyes brimming with tears. A living person had been tragically lost to Kuang Dashan and those ignorant individuals. Kuang Ye closed his eyes, attempting to conceal the redness that threatened to betray his emotions. In that room, the two embraced tightly, grappling with their sorrow. After a while, Muon spoke up, where is she buried? Let us visit her tomorrow. Upon reflecting on the fate of his adoptive mother, a flicker of anger and sadness crossed Kuang Ye's eyes. I brought her ashes back from the mountains, yet, both the Kuang family and her biological family refused to take responsibility. I ultimately laid her ashes to rest in the cemetery in S-City. Muon furrowed her brow, pondering, as for the Kuang family, I can understand, but why did her family refuse as well? If her biological family had supported her, how could Kuang Ye's adoptive mother have suffered so terribly from domestic violence without anyone intervening? Knock, knock, a voice called from outside. Wan, Xiaoyi, dinner is ready. The two were startled. Muon quickly feigned a loud yawn, pretending to just awaken. Alright, we'll be down shortly. Once the footsteps faded away, they hurriedly rose from the bed. Kuang Ye glanced at the marks on Muon's body, feeling a twinge of guilt. Wan, should we take a shower? Muon's cheeks flushed. Of course, they disregarded their shyness and dashed into the bathroom for a quick, invigorating wash. While getting dressed, Muon suddenly had an idea and tossed Kuang Ye her crumpled clothes. I'll change, but you should wear this outfit again. Not if we both change at the same time. Anyone would know what we've been up to. Although their actions were perfectly natural, Muon did not wish to feel embarrassed in front of their parents and older brother. Kuang Ye looked at the wrinkled clothing, thinking it was more conspicuous than merely changing outfits. Is there a hairdryer in the bathroom? He asked. Muon nodded, yes. Thus, he went to the bathroom to dampen his clothes and dry them, appearing less disheveled before putting them on. When they finally exited, 15 minutes had already passed. Wang Lan asked why they took so long, to which Muon excused, I was just helping Kuang Ye change his bandages. Mu Jianhua and Wang Lan did not think much of it. Mu Yanxi cast a glance at the damp stains on Kuang Ye's pants, internally snickering. Chapter 80, Yishan, fighting after being compelled to endure half an hour of elementary school safety education. The two returned to their room, bemused yet amused. Unlike Mu Yanxi, who was an old traditionalist, Wang Lan had provided them with a room, understanding that Kuang Ye and Muon were engaged and shared a good relationship. Uncle mentioned he'll be checking tomorrow. He can't be serious, can he? Kuang Ye was not afraid of failing to answer but felt it was too embarrassing to be quizzed on such matters like a schoolboy. Muon considered her father's character, estimating a 90% probability. There remained a 10% chance he would be busy with the team and not be home tomorrow. After showering and lying in bed, Muon scrolled through her phone checking Weibo and Douyin. Ever since she was labeled as Yixin's girlfriend, her follower count had skyrocketed to several 100,000. However, aside from clarifying the situation with Olan, she had not posted anything. Noticing the 99 notifications in her messages, she clicked in. Most inquiries revolved around why Kuang Ye had not participated in recent ST matches. She quickly searched for ST's latest results and sighed in relief upon discovering they had won. "Yi, have you and ST's official account clarified why you were benched?" she asked. Kuang Ye glanced at her phone screen. "No, it's just a 10-day break. As for my hand injury, it's considered a team secret. The players' Haven T disclosed it, as it could affect morale and sponsorship. Generally, professional teams have a primary and a secondary roster. The latter substitutes when the former is unavailable. Sometimes, against weaker opponents, the second team is fielded to conserve strength and strategy. Hence, there is no need for a specific explanation. Muon nodded and scrolled through Olan's Weibo. She found a harmonious atmosphere, with only a few questioning why he had not streamed lately. Given Olan's contract with Xingqian did not impose a minimum streaming requirement, he could stop whenever he wished without consequences. If Olan remained with ST, his fans would surely be astonished to see him evolve into a professional player. Muon remarked to Kuang Ye, ST's streaming contract is also under Xingqian. Once he announces his streaming schedule, he'll likely receive an influx of gifts. Muon pouted. How mercenary. Kuang Ye pinched her nose playfully. I am being pragmatic. The better the reception, the higher the chances he'll secure endorsements in the future, which are quite lucrative. Muon inquired. Then why have I never seen you endorse anything? Kuang Ye scoffed. The old man from the Kuang family likely warned the industry to avoid me, fearing it would be embarrassing. Muon responded. He truly is mischievous. Kuang Ye feigned seriousness. Indeed, however, he himself was not fond of endorsements. Since becoming a professional player, he had never been short on money. The two chatted leisurely until Muon began to feel drowsy, when suddenly she received a message on WeChat. Miss Mu, the matter regarding Zhuxing has been resolved. Li Yu wishes to meet you. Will you see her? The number Muon had left on Li Yu's phone was from a lawyer in the Muyun law firm, and she had previously informed her brother about it. She quickly searched for Zhuxing online and was astonished to find it trending. Clicking in, she discovered a recording that suggested coercion into prostitution. Li Yu, General Manager Wang has taken a liking to you. Please tidy up and head to the hotel tonight. Here is the room key. I do not wish to go. Liu, I previously made it abundantly clear to you, either accompany the sponsors or face being shelved. Surely, you do not wish to see a decade of your life squandered, do you? You are committing a crime. What we engage in is a mutual agreement. This is not the first or second time Zhuxing has acted in such a manner. If you intend to challenge the inevitable, do consider your own limitations. The brief recording divulged Zhuxing's malevolence. In related searches, other musicians from Zhuxing have come forward to share their experiences. In an instant, Zhuxing became the target of public disdain. With the support of public opinion and the recording, Li Yu successfully terminated her contract, liberating herself from that parasitic cage with the assistance of lawyer Mu Yun. What does she wish to see me for? It should be to express her gratitude. If Miss Mu is unwilling, I can assist you in declining. After pondering for a moment, Muon replied, we can meet. Let it be tomorrow. The following day, as Kuang Ye anxiously contemplated how to face the scrutiny of Mu Jianhua, he observed Muon preparing to leave. Wan, where are you headed? Muon playfully adjusted her hair and, standing on tiptoe, planted a kiss on Kuang Ye's cheek. I have matters to attend to today. I would appreciate your help with my father at fighting. Kuang Ye, watching Muon hastily depart, he stood frozen in place. Wan, take me with you. Chapter 81, establishing a management company. When Muon arrived at the agreed-upon location with Li Yu, the latter was already there, dressed in a black satin blouse, draped in a khaki trench coat. With sunglasses shielding her striking features and her red lips cascading in waves, she exuded an air of sophistication. Hello, I am Muon. I hear from lawyer Zhou that you wish to meet me. Muon took a seat across from Li Yu and initiated the conversation. Li Yu removed her sunglasses, revealing a radiant and beautiful face. Upon recognizing Muon, her eyes widened slightly in surprise. Seemingly taken aback by the youthfulness of the person who had clandestinely aided her, however, she quickly masked her astonishment, standing to bow deeply to Muon. Miss Mu, I have but one purpose in meeting you, to extend my heartfelt gratitude. At that moment, she had been driven to the brink. Had it not been for that unexpected message, she truly did not know what choices she might have made. Muon found her overly formal demeanor endearing. Hastily assisting her to her feet, only to hear Li Yu inquire earnestly, Miss Mu, what do you wish for me to do? As long as I can be of assistance, I shall not hesitate. Muon, she was taken aback. Do you believe I am helping you so that you may perform services for me? Li Yu was equally astonished by her response. Why else would you assist me without reason? It must be noted that Mu Yun's legal team is notoriously expensive. Had it not been for their intervention, even if she had exposed the recording, she would have faced the same fate as the proverbial ant attempting to shake a tree. She fixed her gaze upon Muon and murmured, could it be that you are interested in me as a person? Your aim is to dismantle Zhuxing Company. You are establishing a classical music management company? Muon. If she were to claim this was merely a fleeting whim, would Liu think her deranged? Nevertheless, Liu's words sparked a realization within her. She had previously mentioned her desire to seek employment without wanting to join a management company. Especially since she needed to prepare for the Paganini competition, why not start her own management company? Seeing Muon remain silent for an extended period, Liu assumed she had misspoken and felt a twinge of anxiety. Miss Muon regained her focus, contemplating the possibility of pursuing this venture, and inquired of Liu, "Are you currently in contact with any other management companies?" Liu shook her head, a hint of bitterness crossing her features. "Although I am in the right, once the recording was made public, who would wish to sign a musician from a company that has betrayed them?" Upon hearing this, Muon's eyes glimmered with contemplation. Although Zhaoxing is not a top-tier company, it has the capability to form its own symphony orchestra, and its strength should not be underestimated. While Liu's reputation may not be prominent at present, she is undoubtedly someone who could rise to the position of concertmaster within 2 years. If I were to sign her now, Miss Li, I indeed have intentions to establish a management company. If you are willing, would you consider assisting me? Liu's expression broke into a smile, preparing. Muon's lips curved into a smile, showing no signs of insecurity about recruiting employees before the company had even been established. Yes, you will be my first signed musician, and prior to securing employment, I can guarantee you a base salary. Liu. How much will the salary be, given that she currently has no job? She cannot simply remain idle. Earning a base salary is certainly acceptable. Muon quoted a figure. Liu's eyes widened, and she suddenly grasped Muon's hand. Boss, when do we sign the contract, Muon? My dear, your persona is crumbling before my eyes. I shall call lawyer Zhou to draft the contract. You may also wish to find your own lawyer to avoid suffering the same fate as with Zhaoxing. Zhaoxing's control over artists stems from the oppressive clauses within their contracts, a decade-long agreement forbidding private engagements or work. Liu smiled gently. I trust you. If Muon intended to deceive her, she would not have gone through such effort to rescue her from Zhaoxing. Muon raised an eyebrow. Then I appreciate your trust. Lawyer Zhou soon arrived at their location, drafting the contract according to Muon's specifications. Miss Li, is it agreeable to sign a 1-year contract? Muon inquired. Liu was taken aback. Just 1 year? Typically, musicians begin with a 3-year contract. After all, musicians are essentially artists, and their earning potential varies with their rising fame. If she were to switch companies after a year, Muon would have invested time in vain. Muon emphasized transparency. This is my first venture into establishing a management company, and its longevity is uncertain. Should it falter, I do not wish to waste too much of your time. Liu considered the base salary offered by the other party and understood it was a venture for a wealthy heir. Very well, although the future of the company appears somewhat bleak, it serves as a means to repay Muon's kindness, and the salary she offered was indeed generous. After finalizing 2 copies of the contract, Lawyer Zhou reminded them, Miss Mu, since your company has yet to be established, this is a personal employment contract. I advise you to draft a company contract later. Muon nodded, then smiled at him. Zhou, do you know how to handle the registration for the company? Zhou adjusted his glasses, indicating he had some knowledge. Muon then seized the opportunity. I shall rely on you for that. I will have my brother increase your salary. Zhou. Previously he was also one of the lawyers handling the Olan case. The once esteemed Mu Yun legal team was rapidly transforming into the personal assistant of the boss's sister. Very well, Miss Mu, however, it matters little, as the salary from the boss is sufficiently high. Furthermore, the young lady is not difficult to accommodate. She is gentle and delightful, even treating him to coffee, a rather pleasant arrangement for an employee. Chapter 82, The Master of the Fishing Expedition. Muon and Liu exchanged WeChat information. Asa boss, she unhesitatingly issued her first command to her employee, find an office building. Liu had long been prepared for these menial tasks and nodded, jotting down Muon's requirements and budget for the office space. Upon returning home, Muon eagerly shared the good news with Kuang Ye. Naturally, he wholeheartedly supported her endeavors and inquired if she had sufficient funds. If not, he was willing to assist. Muon replied, I possess my brother's supplementary card, but as lawyer Zhou mentioned, starting a management company can be quite costly, so I should inform him, while purchasing clothing may seem trivial. The large instruments prevalent in the classical music sphere can cost tens of thousands. It is best to keep my brother in the loop, although the decision to start a company was impulsive. Muon still aspired to excel. Being an adult, she felt it inappropriate to continuously seek financial support from her family. Kuang Ye, visibly displeased, questioned why she wouldn't use his money. Muon hesitated. After all, they were not yet married, and it felt peculiar to utilize her boyfriend's finances. Kuang Ye lifted Muon's chin, his eyes glimmering with mirth. Then what about the 3 million you gave me in the car? Muon, consider it a display of my wealth. Kuang Ye playfully flicked her forehead, then teased in a puppy-like tone, Sister, why are you so double-standard? It's fine for me to use your money, but not the other way around. He, embodying a domineering CEO, rummaged through his bag and produced a bank card, placing it in Muon's palm with a flourish of, this is my salary card, feel free to use it as you wish. Muon, Is this salary card being so readily surrendered? Her face flushed slightly, and she hesitated, ultimately placing the card back in her bag. After all, this was evidence of Kuang Ye's affection for her. If she took his salary card, what would he do for his own expenses? I still have the 3 million you previously gave me as pocket money. Yuan recalled the moment when she had half-forced Kuang Ye to accept the 3 million. He must have been overjoyed at the time, prompting her to grab a pillow from the bed and throw it at him. How dare you bring this up? You knew I misunderstood and didn't bother to explain. Kuang Ye quickly embraced her, seeking forgiveness. Sister, I was wrong. I promise not to do it again. Yuan huffed. I want to eat. Buddha jumps over the wall. Kuang Ye, now adept at reading her desires, replied, alright, I'll go prepare it for you. From that day forth, Muon became increasingly busy. After all, this was her first venture, and she wished to be hands-on. Despite not lacking in finances, the sense of achievement and fulfillment was not dictated by the amount of money involved. However, after an extensive search, she struggled to find a suitable office space. It was not the cost that was the issue, but rather the overwhelming number of companies in S-City. Prime locations had already been claimed. Given that it was a classical music management company, having a concert hall was undoubtedly essential. To avoid disturbing the neighbors, excellent soundproofing would also be a requirement. The mere presence of these two requirements is sufficient to facilitate the passage of numerous office buildings within the heart of the business district. On this particular day, Kuang Ye took Muon to a certain location. It was a commercial villa, elegantly divided into 2 levels. Upon entering the ground floor, one would encounter a reception area and a guest lounge, followed by an office space and 3 conference rooms. The second floor featured a spacious multimedia room, approximately 300 square meters, which could be transformed into a small concert hall, boasting adequate soundproofing. Additionally, there was a lounge, a multi-person conference room, and an executive office. The location was exceptionally advantageous, conveniently situated near the first concert hall, making it easy to rent space and transport instruments for any large events. Yuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This villa, in terms of both geographical positioning and layout, perfectly aligned with her aspirations. This was a private villa that had never been rented before, but fortuitously, I knew the owner and inquired on your behalf. To which he consented. Yuan's face radiated joy. Yi, thank you, this location is truly outstanding. What is the monthly rent? Kuang Ye responded, 18,000. Commercial villas are inherently more expensive than residential ones, given the villa's size and decor. This price is not exorbitant, and one could even consider it a bargain. Yuan said, could you please contact the owner for me? Kuang Ye replied, certainly. He took out his phone and messaged the owner, my wife has taken a liking to your villa. Can we arrange a time to sign the contract? Boss, you truly are heartless. You didn't even bother to glance at the company's listing, yet you've now claimed our new office building. Didn't you say that commercial villas are not suitable for the office model of our company? Has this passed? In any case, you are quite cruel. I am free the day after tomorrow. I would very much like to see who has captivated our esteemed leader. Get lost. Muon felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that the hard-won property might be snatched away. Noticing that Kuang Ye had not looked up for a while, she tentatively inquired, Yi, is there an issue with the owner? Upon hearing his wife's voice, Kuang Ye promptly turned off his phone. Casting aside his friends. No, he said he is available the day after tomorrow. Yuan's face instantly lit up with delight. Subsequently, she sent the company address to Liu to spare the other party from further searching for a property. After meticulously checking the villa's water and electricity issues, the time had drawn near to noon. The two of them locked the door and exited the villa. Just a few steps away, Muon suddenly caught sight of 2 figures ahead, clad in shorts and flip-flops, and asked Kuang Ye, Yi, don't those 2 look like your teammates? Kuang Ye smiled enigmatically, why don't you go over and find out? Chapter 83, is there only one water dispenser at your base? Muon sensed a mischievous glint in his smile and briskly pulled him along. To her surprise, it was indeed Shenlu and Jiang Shishi. Upon seeing Muon, Shenlu expressed his astonishment. Sister Wan, what brings you here? Then noticing Kuang Ye, he quickly realized, wait, you came with the captain to tour the team, right? Come on, let me show you my meticulously arranged figurine area. Muon was taken aback by Shen Li's statement, which bore significant implications. It took her a moment to grasp the full meaning, exclaiming in disbelief, your team is located here as well. Although she had previously sent flowers to Kuang Ye, she had merely copied the address from the internet and had no recollection of it. Shenlu replied, what do you mean as well? Our team has always been based here. She looked up at Kuang Ye, who stood with his hands in his pockets, a smug smile on his face. Surprised, aren't you? Now they can visit each other even while at work, and perhaps he could even pick you up after your shift. Just thinking about it brings him joy. Muon elbowed him playfully. I knew you were suddenly so eager to help me find an office. Kuang Ye took her hand and placed it in his coat pocket. Just tell me if you're satisfied. Not wanting him to gloat too much, she averted her gaze and said nothing. Deep down, she was indeed content. Who wouldn't want to be closer to their beloved? Muon informed Shenlu of her plans to establish a talent agency, With the office conveniently nearby, Shinla promised to send a flower basket on the opening day and then invited Muon to tour the team. Our chef at ST is quite exceptional. Sister Wan, you must join us. Unable to resist his enthusiasm and genuinely curious about Kuang Ye's work environment, Muon agreed to accompany them. Upon arriving at the team, Kuang Ye guided Muon on a tour. In the first floor lounge, there stood a colossal figurine of a character from HW Games, remarkably lifelike, adorned with an ID that belonged to Kuang Ye. Sister Wan, this was a gift from the Captain S fans when ST made it to the national top 10 last year. He secured 5 Best Output awards with this character, showcasing it to those foreign critics who disparaged our LPL. Shinla noticed Muon taking pictures of the model and nudged Kuang Ye aside. Seizing the opportunity to take over the introduction, he eagerly began to showcase his carefully arranged figurine wall, detailing the arduous journey of each piece. Meanwhile, Kuang Ye's temples throbbed in annoyance, unable to contain himself. He grabbed Shinla by the collar and tossed him aside. With a sinister smile, he said, "Go greet the auntie. Having an extra person for lunch means we can cook a few more dishes." Shinla protested, "But I haven't finished my introduction." Jiang Shirshi pulled him away, saying, "Her boyfriend can do the introductions. You don't need to meddle, just go along quietly." Kuang Ye remarked, "Little Jiang has quite the perceptive eye." He then took over Shinla's role and continued to show Muon around. The members of ST were abuzz with curiosity upon learning that the goddess of the arena had come to visit. Everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of Kuang Ye's girlfriend, as the fleeting image that had appeared on Weibo remained an enigma. However, rushing over to see her would be quite impolite. At that moment, a clever little rascal, holding a cup, approached the water dispenser in the living room. As he passed by Muon and Kuang Ye, he casually glanced in her direction. "Wow, she is stunning." After returning, he shared his findings, which not only failed to quell the curiosity of the others but only fueled it further. Just how beautiful was she? A collective understanding passed among them, and they all picked up cups from the table. Thus, Muon and Kuang Ye found themselves surrounded by a throng of people, all making a beeline for the water dispenser in the living room. Muon hesitated, "Is there only one water dispenser at your base?" Kuang Ye replied, "This bunch of little rascals really know how to embarrass me." After touring the team, Kuang Ye led her to the cafeteria for a meal. The SC base was not comparable to those large companies with hundreds of employees. The entire facility housed fewer than 100 individuals, therefore, the so-called cafeteria was merely a larger dining hall. By this time, the other official team members had gathered. After exchanging greetings, Muon sampled the dishes and found them to be quite comparable to those served in restaurants. Suddenly she recalled something and smiled at everyone. "I never had the chance to express my gratitude before, but I truly appreciate your help in securing a backup piano on the day of my competition mishap." Shinla felt a bit shy being formally thanked. It was nothing, just a small effort. Jiang Yu added, "The captain has always been a great help to us." He recounted how he had struggled to adapt when he first joined ST. Facing heavy criticism online due to minor mistakes, it was Kuang Ye who had helped him regain his composure. Sui Jin chimed in, "That day, there was even an incident involving sulfuric acid, but thankfully, everything turned out fine in the end." Jiang Shirshi remarked, "It seems that every competitive arena is fraught with peril." Jiang Yu recalled, "I remember last year during a match someone even slipped laxatives into our captain's bottled water, which led our manager to prohibit us from drinking anything out of sight." Muon turned to Kuang Ye with concern, "Is that true?" Kuang Ye reassured her, patting the back of her hand. "That was in the past. The culprit was a diehard fan from the opposing team. I spat it out as soon as I sensed something was off." Shinla added, "Thank goodness it was just water and not a beverage. Otherwise, it would have been hard to detect." He then cautioned Muon, "Sister Wan, please be mindful during your competitions. Some people have ulterior motives and are capable of anything. In any competitive environment, such occurrences are all too common. For instance, a renowned singer was once poisoned and lost her voice." Muon looked at the concerned expressions on their faces, her smile broadening. "All right, I will be careful." Chapter 84, Sister, are you not returning to the villa tonight? After finishing their meal, the two departed the base and headed straight to a nearby cinema, with only a couple of days left of Kuang Ye's holiday. And with Muon's agency soon to commence operations, both cherished their moments together. After watching the film, they strolled around the area aimlessly, hand in hand, relishing the gentle breeze against their faces, finding it quite delightful. However, the weather took an unexpected turn. Just as they were halfway through their walk, the sky darkened, and large raindrops began to fall. Kuang Ye quickly pulled Muon back to the car, though they were both somewhat damp. Muon suggested, "Let us return to the apartment and change into dry clothes. With autumn upon us, catching a cold now could linger for weeks." Kuang Ye nodded, "I have a blanket in the back seat. I'll roll up the windows. If you feel uncomfortable in your wet clothes, you can change today." Kuang Ye was driving a car with privacy glass and Muon looked at her damp white cashmere sweater, which felt particularly uncomfortable and heavy against her skin. After a moment's hesitation, she decided that since it would take half an hour to return to the apartment, she would use the blanket. Just focus on driving. She wanted to avoid being seen through the front windshield. Muon draped a blanket over the tops of the two front seats, creating a simple cover. She then began to remove her sweater. Kuang Ye could not see, but he could deduce Muwan's actions from the rustling sounds of her clothes. His gaze suddenly darkened, and his throat involuntarily bobbed. Ever since their first intimate encounter in Muwan's room, the two had not indulged in such closeness again, yet such experiences were intoxicating. Even a hint of ambiguous atmosphere could ignite a fervor within him. Kuang Ye inadvertently lifted his eyes, his gaze falling upon the rearview mirror, where the scene in the back seat came into view. The woman was shedding her wet clothing, and although she quickly covered herself with the blanket, the fleeting glimpse of her form was enough to make Kuang Ye's breath quicken. He hastily lowered his head, trying to dispel impure thoughts and focus on driving. The car finally came to a steady stop in the apartment's basement. Since it was a one-lift one-house access, there was no concern about encountering others in the elevator. Kuang Ye used a plastic bag to collect Muwan's dirty clothes, wrapping her up like a cocoon, and then lifted her into the elevator like a princess. Muwan was apprehensive that the surveillance in the elevator might attract the attention of the staff, so she curled into a small ball, burying her head in the blanket and nervously gripping its edge. Soon, the elevator dinged open, and Muwan finally let out a sigh of relief. Kuang Ye unlocked the door with his fingerprint, and as soon as the door closed, he eagerly lifted the blanket and pressed his lips deeply against his lover's. He had been yearning for this moment all along. Muwan cradled in his arms and kissed, felt her entire body go soft, her delicate arms emerging from the dark blanket feebly clinging to the fabric of his clothes. Let us wash up first. Kuang Ye was still in damp clothes, and her hair was wet as well. After greedily savoring a few more sweet kisses, he raised his head, his voice now completely hoarse. I'll run the water for you. Muwan nodded, thinking he would set her down, but instead, Kuang Ye carried her straight into the bathtub. He proceeded methodically, one arm holding her while the other began to fill the tub with hot water. Muwan, she suddenly felt the air growing warm. Tentatively, she suggested, how about you let me down first? Before she could finish her sentence, his tongue surged back into her mouth. The bathroom's air conditioning was on, and he peeled Muwan from the blanket as if unwrapping an onion. Her skin, smooth and delicate, resembled a pristine sheet of paper, evoking an inexplicable desire to have it adorned with colors. Kuang Ye's kisses traveled downward, his fingers, now more unrestrained without the gauze barrier, caressed her body with newfound agility. When the water was nearly filled, he gently lowered Muwan into the bathtub. At that moment, her body was exceptionally sensitive. Even the warm water's touch sent shivers coursing through her. Muwan bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with a watery gaze as she looked at Kuang Ye. His body tensed even more, and as his hand dipped into the water, disregarding his soaked sleeves, he leaned closer to her ear, his voice a husky whisper. Sister, we're not going back to the villa tonight, right? Chapter 85. Splashing water. Muwan's body felt weak, her head spinning. If not for Kuang Ye's supportive hand beneath her in the bathtub, she would have nearly slipped away. Seeing the enduring yearning in his eyes, she raised her hand from the water, grasping the collar of his rain-soaked shirt and yanking downward with a sudden force. In an instant, the bathroom was filled with splashing water as Kuang Ye was pulled into the bathtub. Having understood her answer, the bathtub was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate both of them. Affection swelled in Kuang Ye's eyes as his wet clothes were discarded beside the tub. In no time, the waves rose higher, countless droplets dancing out of the tub, nearly drowning out the lovers' secretive whispers. That night, it was only natural that the two did not return to the Mu family villa. After emerging from the bathroom, Kuang Ye helped Muwan dry her hair. They had intended to take a nap in the bedroom, but unable to contain their emotions, they found themselves entwined once more. The vigor of youth was indeed remarkable. As Kuang Ye's holiday was coming to an end and Muwan's company was located in the city, making their stay in the apartment more convenient, they returned to the villa the next day to collect their belongings. Worried about the dangers Muwan had recently faced, Wanlan contemplated hiring a bodyguard for her. Muwan promptly refused, as she was unaccustomed to having someone constantly watching over her. Wanlan did not insist, instead returning to her room to fetch a bracelet for Muwan to wear. Then you should at least wear this, otherwise Mom and Dad will worry. The silver bracelet was flat, adorned with a four-leaf clover design, appearing to be an ordinary silver band at first glance. However, only the families of high-ranking military officers were aware of the hidden significance within the bracelet. Muwan nodded. Alright, I want to take it off later. On the last day of Kuang Ye's holiday, he took Muwan to sign the contract with the villa's owner. However, unfortunately, the owner had to leave the country on short notice. Postponing the signing, the other party had already sent over copies of the relevant documents, so it did not hinder the procedures on Joel's end. Muwan found the owner quite bold, providing the property copies before signing the contract, seemingly unafraid of any illicit activity she might undertake. If I just disappear one day, he would be at a significant loss. Kuang Ye placed the freshly cut fruit on the coffee table, spearing a piece with a fork to feed her. He is not worried. If you run off, he'll just pin it all on me. Muwan accepted the fruit with her mouth, lost in thought. Oh right, he is your friend, he must know you live there. At that moment, she was contacting designers online. Although most of the villa's decor did not require changes, they still needed to include some music-related soft furnishings. I.e., here are two designers I'm considering. I like both styles. Which one do you think is better? Mu1 turned her notebook screen toward Kuang Ye, showcasing two designers with distinct styles, European and Chinese. While she leaned toward the European style, given that classical music primarily utilized Western instruments, she thought it might be a better fit. However, she also admired the past works of the Chinese designer. And she was uncertain if she might recruit folk musicians later on. Kuang Ye glanced at the designs and suggested, if you're unsure, schedule meetings with both designers and have them present their proposals based on the villa. You can choose the one you like and sign the contract. Mu1 exclaimed, really? It can be done that way. She had never engaged in such work before. To put it bluntly, after her violin career had faltered in her previous life, she had merely lingered at home, living off her family's wealth, lacking any real social experience. Kuang Ye nodded. Of course, that villa is a substantial deal. Just ask them to sketch a rough plan. Mu1's villa was a large, standalone property. Accepting this commission would provide the designer with enough work to last 3 years without needing to take on additional projects. Such a significant contract would also enhance their portfolio. Then I'll message both designers right now. After sending the floor plan, both designers quickly responded, agreeing to the proposal. Mu1 left her contact information and scheduled a viewing with them. Suddenly, Kuang Ye's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was his biological mother, Zhou, and stepped aside to answer the call. Kuang Ye, you need to come back when you have time. Recently, some bastard in the circle has been spreading rumors, claiming your switch was orchestrated by Shuyu's biological father. This tarnishes Shuyu's reputation. Shuyu is now the manager of the Kuang family and is engaged to the daughter of the Yuan family. You need to publicly clarify this. Don't let others look down on him. Kuang Ye's good mood for the day evaporated instantly. He hung up the phone and turned to Mu1, who was lounging on the sofa. Wan, there's a bit of an issue with the team. I need to make a call in your music room. Mu1 thought it was a matter concerning the team that required the captain's attention, so she didn't suspect anything and nodded. Alright. In the music room, Kuang Ye closed the door and redialed Zhouyan's number. As soon as the call connected, Zhouyan's voice, laced with dissatisfaction and reproach, came through. Why did you hang up earlier? Are you unwilling to clear Shuyu's name? Yes, I am unwilling, Kuang Ye replied resolutely. Zhouyan's anger surged on the other end. Why not? Because the bastard you mentioned is me. I am the one who spread those rumors. Chapter 86. Cowardice. Zhouyan exploded on the other end of the line. Kuang Ye, how could you think this way? He is your brother. How can you tarnish his name? Kuang Ye scoffed and retorted, Mrs. Zhou, did you think you were carrying twins? Where would I get a brother from? And whether I spread rumors or speak the truth, you can ask his biological father in prison to find out. Zhouyan fell silent for a moment before finally saying, even if this is the truth, so many years have passed, Shuyu is innocent. Kuang Ye thought making this phone call was utterly unnecessary. Yes, he is innocent. What about me? Is it my fault that I've been beaten half to death all these years in his stead? Mrs. Zhou, how did you react when people in the circle called me a thug? You said it was the truth, but that didn't stop others from gossiping. Now, I return this statement to you. Shuyu's biological father is a scoundrel, that is a fact, and I have no intention of dirtying my mouth to clarify it. Don T, call me again. I won't be returning to the Kuang family either. Tell Kuang Shuyu that this is just a warning, if he causes Wan even the slightest harm again, I won't hesitate to make his nightmares come true and take everything away from him. With a decisive snap, Kuang Ye hung up the phone, dismissively snorting, coward, crying to mama over a few rumors. Look at me, I've been slandered for 5 years and still live freely. I can even practice my trash talk occasionally. My mental fortitude is leagues ahead of his. When Zhouyan called again, Kuang Ye had already blocked him. She was filled with rage. This ungrateful child. I knew he would not comply. Obediently turning back, she glanced at the despondent Kuang Shuyu standing beside her and reassured him. Shuyu, rest assured, mother will always stand by your side. I will not take those external rumors to heart. Kuang Shuyu shook his head. Mom, it's nothing, just don't let it affect your health. Zhouyan felt a surge of warmth in her heart at his concern for her at this moment. Indeed, her adopted son was infinitely more considerate than her biological child. A flicker of triumph passed through Kuang Shuyu's eyes. Did Kuang Ye think that spreading those rumors could bring him down? He was mistaken. This would only solidify his parents' support for him even more. Just then, the sound of a car broke the silence. Kuang Xingran entered, her 8-centimeter high heels clicking on the floor, clad in a provocative green slip dress. Mom, I heard you want to host a banquet to clarify the rumors surrounding Kuang Shuyu. Zhouyan felt a wave of dizziness at her daughter's attire. What on earth are you wearing? And Shuyu is your brother. You should show him some respect instead of calling him by his full name. Kuang Xingran shot a glance at Kuang Shuyu, who felt an ominous premonition rise within him. Sure enough, Kuang Xingran proceeded to play a recording on her phone, revealing a conversation between Kuang Daxiang and herself. Tell me, was it your intention to swap my brother and Kuang Shuyu? If you lie, I have ways to make you confess. Recently, those people in prison have been hitting me. It's all you're doing. Answer my question. It seems the lesson was insufficient. The sounds of furniture being moved echoed from the phone. followed by Kuang Daqiang's panicked voice, yes, it was deliberate, I was working as a cleaner in that private hospital, and on that day my wife and the lady from the Kuang family were both in labor. The two were born one after the other, and in a moment of malice, I stole the key to the nursery and secretly swapped the two children. I just wanted my son to enjoy wealth and luxury. Please don't let them torment me anymore, I get beaten every night, and I can't sleep well, just let me go. Following that was Kuang Daqiang's pitiful pleas for mercy. Kuang Shuyu's face turned pale as he stared incredulously at Kuang Xingran. Seemingly unable to comprehend that his sister would betray him, Kuang Xingran left the recording playing as background noise. Mom, my first reaction upon hearing the rumors in the circle was to investigate Kuang Daqiang. Do you know what kind of life my brother led? At 12, he worked odd jobs to pay for his school fees, and at 15, he was sold into an underground gambling den by Kuang Daqiang. After turning 15, he came to City S all alone, playing games in internet cafes to make a living. The competitive gaming we looked down upon was his only means of survival at that age. And what about Kuang Shuyu? He has lived a life of luxury in the Kuang family, receiving the best education and care from his family. We always say my brother is different from him. But given such starkly different living conditions, isn't it only natural that they are different? Zhou Yun's face lost some color. It seemed she had never truly understood Kuang Ye's past, yet, even amidst her inner turmoil, she did not forget to defend Kuang Shuyu. But this has nothing to do with Shuyu. Do you know that Kuang Daqiang escaped from prison and kidnapped Wan to demand a ransom of 10 million? Chapter 87. A man cannot say no. Kuang Xingran's voice suddenly rose. Kuang Shuyu had already received this news from the police but had not even warned his brother with a phone call. He had even spoken with Kuang Daqiang on the phone and inadvertently revealed that Wan was his brother's fiancée, which led to Wan's kidnapping. You returned from your trip abroad yesterday and remained completely uninformed about such a significant matter concerning your brother while focusing on helping Kuang Shuyu clarify a rumor. This isn't just favoritism, it shows you don't regard your brother as your own flesh and blood. Zhou Yun was rendered speechless by Kuang Xingran's accusations and looked at Kuang Shuyu, her eyes filled with panic. Shuyu, is it true? Did she love her adopted son more than her biological one, truly making her such a despicable person? Cold sweat beaded on Kuang Shuyu's forehead as he shook his head. His expression a mix of confusion and a hint of sadness at not being trusted. Mom, of course not. I thought the police would notify him as well, which is why I didn't call him. You know, Xiaoya has never liked me. He didn't answer my previous calls. As for the call with Kuang Daqiang, I did receive it, but I thought it was a scam call and hung up without engaging in conversation. In fact, on the day Kuang Daqiang called Kuang Shuyu, it happened to be the same day Kuang Xingran had quarreled with him. Frustrated, he had vented his anger upon hearing Kuang Daqiang's words. However, once he calmed down, he promptly deleted the call log and texted Kuang Daqiang to erase any records of their conversation. The absence of the call recording indicated that Kuang Daqiang had indeed complied. He could just deny everything. Zhou Yun's expression improved significantly after hearing his explanation as she turned to Kuang Xingran. Did you hear that? This has nothing to do with your brother Shuyu. Kuang Xingran's face turned pale, feeling utterly disheartened. Despite saying so much, her mother only knew how to defend Kuang Shuyu. Had she ever considered her brother's feelings during the threats? The previous incident at school had no evidence. And even if she spoke up, her mother probably wouldn't believe her. Thus, she ended the recording and spoke plainly. Mom, you may not want Kuang Ye as your son, but I still want this brother. If you hold a banquet to clarify this matter, I will post this recording online. If you think you can make my brother suffer, you might as well forget it. At that point, the Kuang family's reputation will be tarnished beyond the upper crust. Zhou Yun turned red with anger at this threat and wanted to say something, but Kuang Xingran had already left without looking back. She could no longer endure the toxicity of this household. Kuang Xingran was not one to do good deeds without seeking recognition. After leaving the Kuang family, she sent the recording to Kuang Ye, summarizing what had transpired that day. Brother, don't worry. If mom and dad don't stand by you, I won't be deceived by that green tea boy, Kuang Shuyu. I apologize for the misunderstanding before, and thank you for helping me deal with a troublesome suitor. Upon receiving Kuang Xingran's WeChat message, Kuang Ye felt the shadows cast by Zhou Yun dissipate quickly. His return to the Kuang family was solely to get closer to Wan, and he hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Wan, I love you so much. Without warning, Kuang Ye pounced on Wan and showered her with affectionate kisses. Wan felt that his kisses resembled a golden retriever's affection for its owner. A pure expression of joy. What good fortune has befallen you to be this excited? Wan, if it weren't for you, the misunderstandings between Xingran and me might never have been resolved. This stroke of luck was brought about by you. Upon hearing this, Wan lifted her head with pride. You indeed owe me a thank you for this. You must treat me to a meal. Kuang Ye embraced her from behind and kissed her hair. Buddha jumps over the wall. I can prepare the dish quite well now. Wan shook her head, turning to look at Kuang Ye with a mischievous glint in her eyes. I want to eat a simple boiled cabbage. Kuang Ye, you're raising the difficulty level here. Are you incapable? Kuang Ye, he draped a blanket over both their heads and leaned in to capture Wan's lips. A man cannot say no. After lounging around the house all day, Kuang Ye's holiday came to an end the next morning. After preparing breakfast, he went to wake the sweetly sleeping Muon. Little lazy pig, it's time to get up. Didn't you have an appointment with the designer this morning? Muon, still groggy, instinctively stretched her arms. Carry me. Kuang Ye complied effortlessly. Despite his wrist injury, his well-exercised arms were strong enough to easily lift her from the bed. Wrapping her in a thick sleepwear, he carried her downstairs. Should we eat first or brush our teeth? Muon murmured. Brush teeth. So, Kuang Ye carried her to the bathroom, handed her a toothbrush with toothpaste already applied. And once she started brushing, he returned to the kitchen to serve breakfast. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, Muon instantly felt wide awake. Today's breakfast was noodles. After taking a bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. Why is this so delicious? It's made from the broth I prepared for the boiled cabbage yesterday. Of course it tastes good, although Kuang Ye had ultimately failed at making the boiled cabbage. He believed the issue lay with the cabbage itself and planned to buy fresh ones from the market next time. However, the boiled water in the dish, which was the broth, turned out quite well for the noodles. Muon recalled the piles of ingredients in the kitchen from last night and felt that this breakfast was quite extravagant. Chapter 88. Ye's birthday. After finishing breakfast, Muon went upstairs to change and do her makeup while Kuang Ye placed the dishes in the dishwasher. They ultimately decided not to hire a cook as Kuang Ye had been home during his recovery. Once they returned to the apartment, he could resume his role as the family chef. However, neither of them particularly liked washing dishes, so they agreed to buy a dishwasher instead. About 20 minutes later, Muon got into Kuang Ye's car and headed to the flower mansion, where both the ST base and her new company were located. Since the area consisted of commercial villas, each building was spaced apart for privacy, making it convenient to drive in. Fortunately, Muon's company was relatively close to the entrance, and after dropping her off, Kuang Ye said to her, "If you have nothing to do at noon, feel free to drop by the team for a meal. I've already spoken to the manager about it." And Muon shook her head, expressing uncertainty about how long she would be occupied, and mentioned that she might have lunch with Sister Liu. Kuang Ye nodded in agreement. Muon watched as Kuang Ye's car turned towards the ST base. The SC base was particularly easy to locate, with a striking artistic SC sign adorning its rooftop. Looking around, she noticed that nearly every villa had its own sign. Muon mused that once the company was renovated, she would like to have one too. Soon Liu and two designers arrived. It was Liu's first visit to the flourishing mansion, and to facilitate walking, she had chosen a casual outfit today. Her hair tied up in a high ponytail, gazing at the opulent mansion before her, her jaw nearly dropped, her voice quivering as she spoke. "Boss, is this the office building you found?" Muon affirmed with a nod, confirming that the location was indeed suitable, and highlighted the small concert hall on the second floor. Liu seemed to have underestimated her boss's wealth, given the real estate prices in City S. The monthly rent for such a two-story villa would undoubtedly exceed 200,000 yuan, making it a formidable prospect. The two designers were clearly excited as well. A flourishing mansion was renowned as a wealthy district in City S, with many large companies' headquarters registered within its confines. Securing this contract would significantly elevate their own worth. The two introduced themselves to Muon, who shook their hands and shared her selective ideas with them. They expressed no dissatisfaction, as such occurrences were not uncommon in the industry, and the larger the project, the more designers were typically involved. With only two of them, their admission rate was quite favorable. "Shall we enter the villa, Miss Mu? Please share your renovation requirements." "Alright." Muon led them into the villa from the first floor, articulating her demands based on her vision. The two designers took photographs and recorded notes with a voice recorder, ensuring that no important detail was overlooked. Liu accompanied them on a tour of the future company. Throughout the visit, she was in awe, exclaiming "Wow," although she had previously performed at various luxurious mansions and considered herself worldly. She felt dwarfed by the grandeur before her. The budget Muon had initially provided for rent was 500,000 yuan, which she had assumed was an annual figure, thinking it would be challenging to find a suitable office space in City S at that price. Now she realized she had misunderstood. The boss was likely referring to monthly rent. The urgency to secure this contract was palpable. By the next evening, the two designers sent Muon the design plans for the villa, not mere sketches, but meticulously crafted blueprints. Although Muon had initially favored the designer who leaned towards a European style, she was pleasantly surprised by the Chinese-style design presented by the other designer. It was not purely traditional but rather a modern interpretation, themed around elegant ink wash aesthetics, exuding simplicity and grandeur, adorned with reliefs and screens that imbued the entire villa with grace. The European designer's proposal was equally impressive, resplendent and dignified, yet undeniably lavish. I still can't decide," Muon confessed. "I personally prefer the Chinese style, but the European one seems to resonate more with the essence of classical music." Kuang Ye examined both designs, not judging their merits but rather advising her, "Choose whichever you like, after all, it's your company." Muon blinked, realizing the wisdom in his words. Even if it did not align perfectly with the classical music aesthetic, what mattered was that it reflected her taste. Then I'll go with the new Chinese-style designer, she declared decisively. She promptly contacted both designers, feeling a twinge of regret towards the European designer. She sent a transfer of 2,000 yuan as a token of appreciation for their hard work. Recognizing that such a large villa must have required considerable effort, likely involving sleepless nights, although the European designer felt a sense of loss, the compensation was fair, and they could only express hopes for future collaboration. After finalizing the design, Muwan found herself busier than ever, visiting the villa daily to monitor progress and discuss renovation details. Consequently, when Kuang Xingran called to inquire about how they planned to celebrate Kuang Ye's birthday, she was taken aback. Kuang Ye's birthday? Yes, it's on the same day as Kuang Shuyu's, at the end of next month. Muwan tapped her head, realizing how busy she had been and how she had completely forgotten. Xingran, thank you for the reminder, otherwise I would have been scrambling to prepare a gift at the last minute. Kuang Xingran replied, this is the first time I'll be celebrating his birthday since he returned. And I was hoping to discuss gift ideas with you. Previously, she had given him all the gifts she could think of as apologies, leaving her at a loss for what to present now. Regretting not having saved some options, suddenly, she became a bit curious. Muwan, have you and my brother used the gifts I sent you? Were they exciting? Muwan responded, somewhat perplexed. What gifts are you talking about? Kuang Xingran was astonished. Hasn't my brother opened the gifts I sent? Muwan replied, he unwrapped them all the day he brought them home and seemed quite pleased. Kuang Xingran was puzzled. Wondering how her brother could resist the allure of such splendid gifts for so long, she discreetly hinted to Muwan, among those gifts, there's a pink bag. If you're interested, you might want to dig it out. It's a gift for both you and my brother. Intrigued, Muwan nodded, then chatted with Kuang Xingran a little longer before ending the call. Around 6 in the evening, Kuang Ye's car arrived punctually at the company entrance. Designer Zhang Ji informed Muwan, who was busy planning the shape of the concert hall with the renovation team, Miss Mu, your boyfriend is here to pick you up. Turning around, she indeed saw Kuang Ye's black Mercedes parked at the entrance. Not wanting him to wait, she quickly grabbed her bag and rushed outside. Zhang Ji, you all can head home too. We'll continue tomorrow. Zhang Ji nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll wrap things up with the workers. Zhang Ji, at 32, was somewhat renowned in the industry, having handled several significant contracts, but had never encountered a client as pleasant as Muwan. She was not demanding, did not propose unrealistic ideas, nor pressured for a rushed timeline to save costs. She was, without a doubt, the most ideal client she had encountered in her career. After getting into the passenger seat, the black Mercedes swiftly departed from Flourishing Mansion. There is a strategic discussion at ST tonight. So I might not be able to cook for you. Shall we eat at a private restaurant? Kuang Ye inquired. Muwan nodded, then shot him a sidelong glance. If you have work in the evening next time, you needn't come to pick me up. I can just take a taxi home. It's not far, it's only a half-hour walk. Kuang Ye turned to her with a raised eyebrow and a tender smile. No way, a single day without seeing my sister feels like ages. I get breathless and must take a moment to recover. Muwan was taken aback, wondering if he believed she was some special oxygen provider. After dinner, Kuang Ye escorted Muwan back to her apartment. Before getting out of the car, she glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then tugged at his clothing, tilting her head up to boldly request a kiss. Aren't you supposed to take a breath to recover? Kuang Ye tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his eyes darkening. Without any hesitation, he grasped Muwan's chin and kissed her deeply. After a while, they parted, their lips entwined, both panting slightly. Kuang Ye gazed at Muwan's flushed cheeks and glistening lips, almost tempted to carry her upstairs and indulge in his desires. However, Muwan playfully slipped away. Opening the door and winking at him through the window, naughty brother, get home early. She then sauntered away with graceful steps, not looking back as she swiped her card to enter the elevator. Kuang Ye was left staring, realizing it was all intentional on her part. Muwan, of course, had done it on purpose, knowing her naughty brother had an insatiable appetite every evening. She needed to discipline him a bit to prevent him from becoming unruly. After spending time at the renovation site, Muwan inevitably gathered a lot of construction dust on herself. She returned to her room to wash up and dry her hair. Just as she finished drying her hair, she received a WeChat message from Liu, who sent her some pictures of musical instruments for her selection. The orchestra recruitment involved both bringing instruments and not bringing them. Smaller instruments like violins and trumpets were typically brought by the musicians themselves, while larger items like pianos and harps were usually provided by the performance venue or the orchestra itself. Although renting would be more economical, Muwan, feeling financially secure, decided to purchase them instead. Little boss, we can be economical at the start and avoid buying excessively expensive items. We can upgrade once we start making profits. Liu, while aware of Muwan's wealth, was also concerned about wastefulness, especially since they had yet to gather a complete team for the agency, and the orchestra was still in the early stages. What if the instruments ended up gathering dust? That would be a costly affair. All right. Muwan understood Liu's concerns. Rationally speaking, it was indeed premature to buy such large items now. However, how could any musician suppress the impulse of wanting to own an entire symphony orchestra? Moreover, having large instruments meant that even if the agency didn't secure work immediately, renting out the second-floor concert hall could still generate some income. At that moment, Muon was unaware that this extravagant and impulsive decision would become one of the greatest highlights of her company's future recruitment efforts. Chapter 90, Preparations for Opening. By the time Muon completed all her tasks, it was already 10 o'clock, and Kuang Ye had not yet returned. Suddenly, she recalled the phone call from Kuang Xingran earlier that afternoon. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she stealthily made her way to the walk-in closet connected to her bedroom. She remembered that Kuang Ye had placed the items sent by Kuang Xingran in a cabinet there. After a thorough search, Muon finally located the pink bag that the other had mentioned. Eagerly, she opened the bag, only to find her mind blank in an instant. The bag was hastily closed. Warmth creeping up Muon's cheeks. That little rascal Kuang Xingran, why would she gift such risque lingerie? And what is more, an angel and devil-themed roleplay set? Truly she has no bounds. Click, the sound of a door opening echoed from downstairs. Muon hurriedly shoved the bag back into the closet. Just as she stepped from the cloakroom into the bedroom, she collided with Kuang Ye, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. You're back, Kuang Ye scooped Muon up and tossed her onto the plush bed. Muon felt as though the world was spinning, even believing she had bounced upon landing, yet, the man swiftly gathered her into his embrace, pressing a fervent kiss upon her lips, his possessive invasion unrestrained. The slick sensations stirred within her mouth, the sounds of their mingling breaths igniting a blush that raced to her heart. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Kuang Ye finally released Muon. He then nibbled on her delicate earlobe, his warm tongue teasing and biting, somehow managing to speak amidst his fervor. Sister, this time you can't escape. His warm breath flooded her ear, leaving Muon feeling as though she had been scalded. Curling up like a shrimp, her bathrobe hung loosely, exposing her alabaster shoulders, while the alluring curve of her chest was laid bare for his gaze. Kuang Ye's breathing grew noticeably heavier, the fire that had ignited in the parking lot after several hours of simmering had not waned, rather, it intensified with his restraint and yearning. Muon gasped, her hands pinned above her head. Warm hands slipped through the gap in her bathrobe. A rustling sound ensued. Countless articles of clothing were kicked aside, falling to the floor. Beneath the warm glow of the orange wall lamp, two silhouettes entwined, a scene both enchanting and intoxicating. I swear, I won. Tease recklessly again. In the aftermath of their fervent encounter, Muon lay on the bed like a tattered doll, staring at the ceiling. Having learned a painful lesson, how was she to know that her subtle spark would ignite such a conflagration? Leading him to return answer, that item in the cloakroom must be discreetly disposed of at the earliest opportunity. If she could barely withstand this ordinary version, how would she cope with an upgraded one? Suddenly, a hand slipped around her waist, offering a massage. Kuang Ye, satiated, embraced Muon's sister. Are you still sore? Is it the pillow that isn't soft enough? I can add 2 more pillows next time. Muon retorted. Is it possible that it has nothing to do with the pillow? If it were just a couple of times, she wouldn't be so exhausted, would she? Kuang Ye feigned innocence, but this time? It was you who seduced me first. Muon elbowed his chest. Seduce? Do you even know how to speak? This is merely playful intimacy, and do not call me sister, it makes me want to hit someone. In bed, that rascal particularly enjoyed calling her sister. When she complied, he would become invigorated as if he had taken a stimulant. Noting her displeased tone yet comfortable demeanor, Kuang Ye proceeded with her massage more attentively. Then he began with his green tea rhetoric. Clearly, it was you who initiated the flirtation, yet you blame me. Sister, how wicked you are, Muon responded. Suddenly, a hand beneath the covers moved. She shot him a threatening glance. Sister can be even more wicked. Do you wish to find out? Kuang Ye, he stifled a groan, realizing that his good sister might truly be oblivious to the boundary between flirtation and threat. His Adam's apple bobbed as he rasped, Sister, I was wrong, it's quite late now. Perhaps we should save the lesson on distinguishing the two for another time. In truth, Muon was merely caught up in the moment. Her ears turning crimson immediately after her bold gesture, she huffed, feigning nonchalance. I'll let you off this time. Kuang Ye leaned back, his gaze falling upon the alluring bruises adorning Muon's fair skin. A peculiar sense of pleasure arose within him. These were all marks left by him in his capacity as Muon's beloved. About a month later, Muon's classical music agency finally completed its renovations. With only the entrance and concert hall undergoing substantial alterations, while other areas received soft furnishings and additions, the process did not take long. The opening day fortuitously fell on a Saturday, coinciding with a day when ST had no matches, allowing all the main members of ST to attend the inauguration ceremony. As Muon personally unveiled the red cloth covering the signboard, the elegant characters Jian Jia appeared before the crowd. Oh my sister Wan, you named your company after your and the captain's couple name, that is so romantic. To attend an opening ceremony and be subjected to such dog food, I'm just a single dog. What have I done wrong? The flower baskets had already arrived, and he quickly slipped away. I'm off to find love online. A few main members frolicked playfully. Manager Zhang Shangnan slapped Jiang Yu on the back of the head for his online love declaration. They are bona fide fiancés. What nonsense are you talking about? He then produced his opening gift box for Muon. Inside were a lovely fortune cat figurine and a POS machine, truly practical gifts. Thank you. Alongside the entire ST team, Olan Orua and Chu Xiaoyin were also invited by Muwan. Initially, Kuang Xingran was invited as well, but she had a last-minute engagement and could not attend. Muwan guided them through the villa. Chu Xiaoyin, as she had upon her first arrival with Liu, was in a constant state of awe. A 3-story villa as a company. Goddess, your ambition is truly grand. How can we join your company? I want to come once I graduate. Coach Yang observed the villa's decor with approval. Xiaowan, the renovation is quite commendable, both grand and elegant, far surpassing our ST's. I told you a traditional Chinese style is timeless, yet manager Zhang insisted on an industrial design. Now it resembles a refugee camp. Zhang Shangnan shot back. Look at that pile of figurines in the base. And those foul-smelling socks that appeared out of nowhere. What style? It's a refugee camp, spare me. Upon reaching the second floor, Shinla marveled at the newly renovated concert hall. Wow, there is such a place. Among the entire villa, Muwan devoted the most effort to the concert hall, as it was primarily for performances. She had specially constructed a 1-meter-high stage, with the back wall treated for sound amplification. Opposite the stage was the audience seating, comfortably accommodating over 200 guests. At that moment a pure white piano stood regally on stage. Suddenly, with a click, all the lights in the concert hall dimmed. As the crowd wondered. The spotlight on the stage illuminated. Unbeknownst to them, Muwan had transitioned onto the stage. She raised her hand, her slender fingers resting upon the black and white keys. Instantly, melodious and rich music filled the concert hall. Exchanging glances, the audience silently found their seats. As the piano's notes soared, another spotlight illuminated, revealing Liu standing beside the piano with her violin. The two melodies intertwined harmoniously, rising and falling like playful dolphins leaping in the azure sea. As the piece concluded, both musicians stood and bowed to the audience. The Jianjia Orchestra proudly presents our first piece, Ode to Joy Duet. Thank you all for listening. The audience erupted into applause in unison. Sui Jin quietly asked Kuang Ye, Sister Wan can play the piano too. Kuang Ye spoke with pride. Sister Wan can play many classical instruments, though she is proficient with the violin. Coach Yang remarked, I didn't know there were such musical performances. I only knew of those loud music festivals. Jiang Yu added, it feels as though the performers on stage are glowing. Shinla leaned closer, whispering, even though Sister Wan already has a captain, what about that sister standing next to her? Should I inquire if she is single? Jiang Yu's gaze instinctively fell on Liu, her ears warming as she kicked Shin Lu in annoyance. I told you that's not the point. Get lost, Shin Lu yelped. What is wrong with being single? Why kick me? Manager, Zhang Fatty is bullying me. Please intervene. Zheng Shangnan chose to ignore the antics of the two fools. Orua, watching Muwan and Liu on stage, listening to Chu Xiaoyin's envious remarks, felt her previously restless heart settle. She grasped Olan's hand. Xiaolan, when we return, tell the attending physician I'm ready for surgery. Olan's eyes lit up with joy. Sister, are you prepared? Although with Kuang Ye's assistance, Orua had already secured the funds for the surgery, the doctor had previously expressed concerns about her overly negative mindset, which could hinder the procedure's success given its only 50% success rate. Naturally, Orua was anxious. However, after witnessing the simple duet, she realized she wished to continue playing, even if it meant gambling her life for the chance to stand once more on that resplendent stage. 3 days later, at the Jinjia Villa, Muwan received a message from Olan. Orua's surgery was a resounding success. Despite having known the outcome due to her rebirth, Muwan still breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the news. That is wonderful. I hope your sister recovers swiftly. Sister Wan, thank you so much for all your support alongside Yishin. I will strive to perform well in competitions and repay your kindness with victories. A month had passed, and Olan had ultimately passed the test, remaining with ST as a formal member of the second team. The O siblings had weathered many hardships and were finally enjoying the fruits of their labor. However, on Muwan's end, boss, recruiting artists is so difficult. As soon as they hear we VE just opened, they assume we're scammers. Liu lamented, gazing at the red exclamation mark indicating her unread WeChat messages. Collapsing onto the sofa in despair, the Jinjia company had been open for 3 days, yet not a single artist had been recruited, nor had they secured any work. The classical music circle was too small, and confining it to the vicinity of S-City made it even smaller. While S-City boasts 2 music academies, students must juggle their coursework, which does not quite align with their current recruitment criteria. Amateur musicians are certainly an option, yet Muwan possesses rather discerning tastes. As for employment, given the connections of the Mu family, Muwan is not necessarily at a loss for opportunities. However, considering that this is her first legitimate job, she yearns to discover how far she can progress on her own merit. I believe our recognition is still too limited. We must devise a strategy to enhance our visibility. Once our notoriety increases, so too will our credibility. After some contemplation, Liu suggested, how about filming short videos? With your status as a 3-time Stern violin competition champion, it should garner some attention. Muwan replied, that is not entirely unfeasible. She had previously asked Chu Xiaoyin to create short videos, so she was not opposed to this avenue. However, what Muwan did not anticipate was that upon releasing the video, the public would be more enamored with her looks than her musical prowess. Being exceedingly attractive can indeed be a burden, Posting daily should attract at least one professional, which is a positive outcome. For now, this is our only option. Chapter 92, a travel reality show? Muon felt disheartened by her career setbacks. During the initial preparations, she had been filled with ambition, but now she was utterly dejected. Kuang Ye attempted to console her, stating, "Such matters cannot be rushed. There is always a gradual process." Muon lamented, "I understand, but witnessing such a large company being so desolate is simply disheartening." Just when she thought this state of melancholy would persist for an extended period, she received an unexpected phone call one day. "You are inviting me to participate in a travel reality show?" "Indeed, Miss Mu, we have learned that you have established a classical music agency, and this presents a wonderful promotional opportunity. Please consider it." "How did you find me?" "Our casting director stumbled upon one of your Douyin videos. Afterward, we discovered that you studied in New York. Coincidentally, our destination for this trip is New York." This reasoning is insufficient to persuade me. There are many who have studied abroad on Douyin. Reality shows do not select participants so casually. Alright, it is also because you are the Stern violin competition champion. We intend to craft an elegant image of a violin prodigy for you. After mulling it over for a moment, Muon inquired, "How many days will the program last?" "1 week. When does it commence?" "The day after tomorrow." "You must have been rejected by someone else, right?" It's complicated. Send me the company address to this number. I will bring my lawyer to sign the contract tomorrow." "You agreed? Are you having second thoughts?" No, we look forward to your visit tomorrow." Muon hung up the phone, feeling elated. A week-long travel program would allow her to return just in time for Ye's birthday. Taking a trip while promoting her company seemed like an advantageous endeavor. Upon returning to her apartment, Muon immediately shared the news with Kuang Ye. He appeared somewhat apprehensive, asking, "Isn't traveling abroad potentially unsafe?" "What if it's a scam?" Muon reassured him. "It's a relatively large entertainment company. I will take Zhou Lu with me tomorrow, but if anything seems amiss, I simply want to go." Kuang Ye nodded, then playfully embraced her, adding, "I would prefer you not to go. I don't want such a beautiful sister to be seen by others." Muon playfully ruffled his hair. The audience for television programs surely possesses a higher caliber than that of Douyin. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about Kuang Ye constantly monitoring the comments section of the company's account or reporting inappropriate remarks. Kuang Ye stiffened. He had been discovered. It was undoubtedly those lecherous old men who were too crude. "Sister, hand me your phone. I will block those filthy-minded individuals." Since Muon had already uncovered his actions, he ceased pretending. He had reported and deactivated several accounts. Muon was aware that audiences on multimedia platforms varied greatly. Having decided to appear on camera, she had prepared herself, thus she refrained from reading the comments section. Kuang Ye's confrontational tactics were something Liu had informed her about. Muon could tell with a glance that it was Kuang Ye. His typing speed was impressive, his language quite coarse, yet devoid of any vulgarities, nearly a compilation of insights from his years in the esports circuit. The following day, Muon entered the entertainment company's building alongside Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu remarked, "Working off-site brings such joy." Shortly thereafter, Muon met with the individual she had spoken to the previous day. Upon seeing Muon, he was momentarily taken aback, astonished by her beauty which surpassed her video appearance. "Hello, Miss Mu, I am Zhuang Xian, the producer of the Travel the World program. Our show has been well received over many seasons, primarily featuring individuals from various fields traveling to a specific location, with the entirety of the experience live-streamed for 1 week. Participants cannot withdraw midway, as stipulated in the contract." He handed over the contract, which Zhou Lu accepted. After a cursory glance, he began his professional inquiries. The terms within the contract lacked clarity. Would the live streaming continue even during restroom breaks or personal matters? If a foreign acquaintance's right to their likeness was infringed upon, would the program team or Miss Mu bear the responsibility? If a participant fell ill or there were natural disasters abroad, would these non-voluntary exits still be considered breaches of contract? Additionally, given the filming location is overseas, is there a medical team available for emergencies? Zhou Lu posed a barrage of questions with remarkable fluidity. As if he had rehearsed them in advance, Zhuang Xian swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of apprehension. However, with the broadcast imminent, it was too late to seek alternatives, so he turned to Muon and Zhou Lu. "I may need to consult our company's legal team regarding these issues." Zhou Lu raised his hand, responding, "That is acceptable." Shortly after, the company's legal representatives arrived, and the two lawyers began a rapid-fire discussion. Zhuang Xian then addressed Muon. "Miss Mu, would you kindly introduce yourself?" Seeing that Zhou Lu's inquiries had not intimidated the other party, Muon felt reassured about their reliability and composed herself. As she genuinely sought this exposure opportunity, she spoke clearly and confidently. Zhuang Xian nodded approvingly at her eloquence, believing that if she maintained this elegant and self-assured demeanor, she would not falter before the camera. Even if the broadcast quality was not exceptional, her beauty alone would surely attract a following. "Wait, which institution did you graduate from?" "Juilliard School of Music." the world's top classical music institution, Muon nodded. And Zhuang Xian's eyes sparkled with joy. This negated the need to fabricate any persona. A genius violinist in beauty was simply a fact. Approximately 2 hours later, Zhou Lu and Zhuang Xian's legal team revised the contract. After Muon signed, Zhuang Xian added her on WeChat, hoping for a successful collaboration. That evening, Kuang Ye assisted Muon in packing her luggage. The thought of being apart for an entire week left him feeling somewhat reluctant. The timeline was rather tight, signing the contract today and departing tomorrow. Muon embraced his slender waist from behind, offering comfort. If it weren't so rushed, this opportunity wouldn't have come my way. Kuang Ye turned to her and gently kissed her forehead, saying, "Be sure to send me videos every day, and return immediately if you feel unwell." Though he did not often watch such programs, he was aware that some shows would go to great lengths for ratings. He did not want Muon to endure such hardships. Alright, given that she would be away for 7 days, and considering the chilly weather in New York, she had packed quite a bit, 2 large suitcases. Muon had contemplated purchasing items locally, but Zhuang Xian had informed her that all expenses during the trip must be covered by the program, and personal funds could not be utilized. This made sense. Using personal funds would render the trip akin to a personal vacation. The next morning, Muon prepared her luggage and waited at the community entrance. Initially, they intended to film inside the apartment, but Muon preferred not to disclose her exact residence, so they agreed to commence filming at the community entrance. At this point, the program's cameraman was en route. The live stream had already begun. Wow, we finally await the show's premiere. This is the first full live-stream travel reality show in the domestic entertainment industry, so exciting. The introduction stated that the live stream would run 24 hours, alleviating concerns about the program's editing. Rumor has it that a well-known host declined the invitation for this very reason, likely fearing exposure. I heard the final participant is an ordinary person. So much anticipation. Soon, the camera focused on Muon. Oh my goodness, who is this breathtaking beauty? Is she the final guest? With such beauty and poise, you cannot tell me she is an ordinary person. In 3 minutes, I want all her information. In the live stream, a woman with her hair casually styled in a bun wore a khaki trench coat over a black sweater. The lace neckline revealing her exquisite collarbone, complemented by a checkered fitted skirt that accentuated her slender waist, an embodiment of elegance and nonchalance. Kuang Ye, who was lurking nearby as he accompanied Muon downstairs, felt a surge of jealousy. This was his first encounter with someone so gracefully alluring and intellectually stimulating. "Hello, are you Miss Muon? I am a staff member from the Let's Travel Together program," the staff member greeted Muon. She nodded, offering a perfectly measured smile as she extended her hand for a handshake. "Hello, I am Muwan.as." The live broadcast commenced. The staff engaged in minimal pleasantries, swiftly steering towards the main agenda. It was now 8 o'clock in the morning, and the flight to New York was scheduled to depart promptly at noon. Apart from you, there were 4 other guests participating in the program. A budget of $100 had been allocated, and each of you could freely choose your mode of transportation to the airport, should the total expenditure of the 5 exceed $100. The budget for your trip to New York would be reduced by tenfold. Muon, are we really starting off with such high stakes? She inquired. May I know how much the other guests have already spent? Staff, note that information cannot be disclosed. Muon, that airports are typically situated quite far from the city center. If I were to take a taxi from the apartment to the airport, $100 would barely suffice for me alone. The production team is quite cunning. Even if someone is frugal and opts to walk, it is entirely possible for any other individual to exceed the budget. Moreover, there are no shared bikes available at the entrance of this upscale community. And she has 2 suitcases, which complicates matters. Clearly, the most economical choice would be the bus. I came from another live stream where someone managed to hitch a ride to the airport without spending a dime. I know you're referring to the superstar Li Shuqin. She has such high public recognition that others cannot easily emulate her. Ding dong, suddenly Muon's phone chimed with a notification. She glanced down to see a WeChat message from Kuang Ye. Her expression momentarily surprised. She looked up and asked the staff, "As long as I don't use my own money, right?" The staff nodded, then added after a moment's thought, "In principle, assistance from friends is not allowed. But help from ordinary individuals is permissible. The WeChat message must be from her friend, who wants to help her get to the airport." Unfortunately, she did not anticipate that the production team had already considered this scenario. Of course, if external assistance were allowed, then the significance of the $100 fare would be rendered moot. "Can I have the apartment send me?" she inquired. "Our apartment offers a pickup service." Chapter 94, she is pulling off that head tilt look. What is that? Such an obscure term. Does the apartment management actually provide that service? Some upscale communities do offer such services. I am referring to those high-end complexes where the management fees are several thousand a month. The staff seemed to pause for a moment. This Mu1 tilted her head with a hint of mischief. The property management doesn't count as friends, right? Ah, she smiled at me. Quick, agree to her request. It's like my elegant Persian cat suddenly giving me that head tilt look. The contrast is just too adorable. After a brief discussion, the production team ultimately consented to Mu1's request, as it was indeed difficult to categorize property management as either friends or mere acquaintances. Soon a vehicle from the apartment management arrived, a sleek black Lincoln limousine. With a driver dressed in a suit and white gloves, resembling a British butler in Miss Mu. I am the driver sent by the apartment. Allow me to assist you with your luggage. Mu1 nodded. Alright, thank you. After the driver loaded her 2 suitcases, she settled into the back seat, and the program's live stream cameraman followed suit. The property management sends people off in such luxury cars. This young lady must be from a wealthy background. I just checked the price of this community. It starts at $150,000, and that is for a presale unit. The current market price for second-hand properties is over $200,000. The common folk can only watch with envious tears. The cameraman, noticing the barrage of comments, asked Mu1, would you like to see the live comments? Mu1 hesitated. Can guests see them? The cameraman nodded, prompting Mu1 to lean closer to the camera. The beauty filter is striking. Her skin looks so delicate. Is that even possible without pores? The cameraman was taken aback, and once he steadied the equipment, he said, Miss Mu, we are live on Xingqian streaming. You can search for it directly during solo broadcasts. The program permits guests to view the live stream and interact with the audience. Mu1 quickly returned to her seat, murmuring oh, and nonchalantly opened her phone. She is so adorable. I see her ears turning red. When someone feels awkward, they tend to pretend to be busy. Ha ha ha. In just a few minutes, she transformed from elegant sister to adorable beauty to silly girl. This persona is impossible to pin down. Mu1 opened Xingqian streaming and searched for her name, quickly finding a live stream room. Just as she was about to enter, she paused and quietly logged out. Entering as a guest instead. As a VIP on Xingqian streaming, entering any live room would grant her special effects. Upon seeing the comments, her ears flushed crimson, convinced she was concealing her embarrassment well. Is the one in her name the same as Elegant One? Ah, no, it refers to following the current, as in one in the middle of the water. Is she a newly signed artist from some company? Mu1 shook her head, patting the violin case beside her. No, I'm a violinist and currently manage a classical music agency called Jianjia. The producer mentioned I could advertise my company, which is why I'm here. Such an honest young lady. So you came on the show just to promote your business? Ha ha ha. Miss, you've got a big star like Li Shuqin as a guest. Could you get me an autograph? I am a huge fan of hers. Mu1 frowned slightly. Li Shuqin, isn't. The young lady's frown suggests she is reluctant to be overshadowed by the star. Is she worried about potential competition? That could be bothersome. Miss, focus on yourself, don't compare to others. Yes, Li Shuqin is more beautiful and renowned, but you are uniquely you. Mu1, she pointed out the last comment. I don't know if you're a fan or a hater. But please don't try to stir trouble. I know Li Shuqin. I just didn't expect her to be on this show. She then asked the cameraman, are all our guests going to be celebrities? The producer told me they would invite guests from various professions. She emphasized the phrase various professions at cameraman, but in her earpiece, the director muttered, this girl seems to have been misled by the producer. Her performance is quite good. We can't let her slip away. Quickly changed the topic. The cameraman thus complied. Indeed, they come from various fields. By the way, Heiress, the upcoming itinerary. Take a look. He hurriedly presented the schedule. Upon seeing the details regarding the upcoming arrangements, Mu1 quickly closed her phone and began to read. Miss, you've been duped. 2 actors, a singer, and an idol. How is that representative of various professions? One, look at the comments. They're saying the so-called various professions are a ruse. You're the only ordinary person here. Did the production team not inform you in advance? I feel a bit sorry for her. Soon to discover the truth. Chapter 95, a newly debuted relationship exposed. An hour later, Mu1 arrived at the airport, where the driver assisted her in loading her luggage onto the airport transport vehicle. With a cameraman in tow, airport staff frequently glanced in Mu1's direction, speculating about her identity as a celebrity. Soon, Mu1 met up with the other guests. Li Shuqin, donned in a white dress paired with a beige knitted cardigan, radiated beauty and grace, her eyes sparkling with surprise upon seeing Mu1. Hello, I'm Li Shuqin, an actress. Mu1 extended her hand in greeting. Hello, I'm Mu1, a violinist, and I currently run a classical music agency called Jianjia. A violinist? That sounds impressive. You look quite young. Did you just graduate from school? Mu1 observed the smile on her lips and the unfamiliarity in her gaze, instantly realizing that Li Shuqin did not recognize her. This was preferable. She did not wish for any awkwardness stemming from Kuang Ye. Yes, I graduated just last year. Afterward, Muon greeted the other two guests. Fong Ro, a rookie idol aged 21, and Zhong Yi, a seasoned actor known for his dramatic prowess, aged 36. After exchanging pleasantries with both, Muon felt an unsettling premonition. Why was it that they were either actors or idols? Finally, when the last guest made an appearance, Muon's anxious heart finally found solace. He was a rock singer, sporting a guitar case and dressed in punk attire, with sapphire earrings adorning his earlobes. He was quite popular, and Muon had come across his posts on Weibo. Hello everyone, I'm Zhou Yang, a rock singer. Yang Bao, so handsome, he brought his guitar. Will he sing on the show? The production team has really splurged. They have the top star Li Shuqin and the trending singer Zhou Yang. They must have spent a fortune on this cast. Muon, they are all artists. Wan is about to shatter. What happened to the promise of guests from various professions? Here's a suggestion: download a scam app. Once everyone had gathered, the production team cut off the solo livestream, leaving only the main live broadcast, where the audience converged. What scam? Someone disclosed Muon's situation of being misled by the production team. Laughter erupted among the crowd, although some were quick to critique. No way, did you really believe that? Let us be real, Li Shuqin and Zhou Yang are currently hot stars. There is no way an ordinary person could join them. They must be newly signed artists from an entertainment company. Exactly, I also find it hard to believe that she didn't know the other guests were celebrities. To start off with a lie to portray oneself as unique, such a bit of a green tea move. As the boarding time approached, the group waited in the lounge when Zhou Yang suddenly noticed the platinum ring adorning Muon's finger. Wow, is that ring a piece from the HW collection? It looks stunning. Do you have a link? I also play HW. Muon shook her head. No, I just bought it from a mall counter. After a brief pause, she added, it's a couple's ring. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Yang's eyes. And Li Shuqin and Zhong Yi looked up in astonishment. What the hell? Did they just announce their relationship before debuting? Explosive. Zhou Yang glanced towards the direction of the livestream. Does your company allow you to date? Don't tell me you're just making excuses for not giving me the link. He intended to remind Muon that they were live? Muon realized he misunderstood her as an artist and quickly clarified, I'm not an artist, I run a classical music agency. The producer told me I could promote the company, so I came. She pointed helplessly at Zhuang Xian behind the director. He told me the guests are from various professions, and I thought there would be pianists or financial managers or something. Zhuang Xian sighed. After all, this is an entertainment show. I thought you knew the others, so Muon really had no idea in advance. The producer even admitted it. No wonder she could directly reveal her relationship. Earlier, those who called Muon a green tea were just looking for trouble. Is there really such malice towards a beautiful woman? Zhou Yang is quite nice. At first, he thought Muon misspoke and subtly reminded her she could say it was a joke. Zhou Yang, the little angel. Fong Ro discreetly sighed in relief, as she figured since Muon wasn't in the entertainment industry, she was not her competitor. Her gaze darted over Muon's unknown brand attire and then to her unremarkable bracelet. She rolled up her sleeves to reveal a Cartier bangle and walked over to Zhou Yang. Yang, you also play HW? I do too. We still have some time. Let us team up and play. Zhou Yang nodded, sure. The two pulled out their phones and entered the game interface. Muon curiously asked, does HW have a mobile version? Zhou Yan was about to explain when Fong Ro interjected. Of course, Sister Wan, you also play HW, didn't you know? The green tea tactics are so pathetic that instead of being angry, I find it somewhat amusing. Let me analyze, is she trying to insinuate that Muon bought a ring resembling HW merchandise? Yet she knows nothing about the HW mobile game? That might be accurate. Perhaps she wants to seem more knowledgeable about the game to impress Zhou Yang. A prophet, predicting her next line about her rank. Yang, what rank are you? I'm just 2 stars away from reaching king, can you help me out? Earlier, the prophet, are you her inner thoughts? Chapter 96, Why aren't sanitary napkins provided on planes? Zhou Yang glanced at Fong Ro and diplomatically praised her. Wow, king rank, that's impressive. Then he explained to Muon, the HW mobile version just launched this year. It's simpler than the computer version, why not download it? We can rank together once the plane takes off. Fong Ro hesitated. Sister Wan, your new mobile account probably can't match with us. Zhou Yang replied, it's fine, I just downloaded the mobile version a few days ago and am still a noob. Your rank is too high, I wouldn't want to hold you back. You can rank by yourself. Fong Ro's smile froze on her face. Is Zhou Yang doing this on purpose? Let us observe a little longer. Alright then, Fong Ro sulkily returned to her seat. Li Shuqin shot Zhou Yang a subtle glare, and he shrugged. Muon is still downloading HW, she hasn't even realized Fong Ro is targeting her. I really don't understand why Fong Ro is targeting Muon. She isn't even an artist, so there is no competitive relationship. The broader picture is that because she isn't an artist, Fong Ro uses her as a backdrop to highlight herself without worrying about retaliation. Even if the retaliation draws attention, it all goes to her. The young lady is quite clever. HW has a mobile version? I didn't know that. It's quite rubbish. I wouldn't recommend downloading it. Bro, elaborate. Shortly after Muon finished downloading the game, the group began boarding. Their luggage had already been checked in, leaving only Muon and Zhou Yang carrying a violin case and a guitar case. Suddenly, Muon noticed Li Shuqin pressing her abdomen, her face somewhat pale. After a moment's thought, she decided to avoid the cameras and quietly asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Li Shuqin looked at Muon in surprise. Glancing at the camera, she frowned and replied, "I think I just got my period, but my sanitary napkins are in my checked luggage. With boarding imminent, I can't go by any." Due to the high intensity of her work, her menstrual cycle was irregular. Today, she wore a light-colored outfit. The autumn fabric had a bit of thickness, but she was still worried about accidental leakage. Since they were live streaming, it would be quite embarrassing if something went wrong, especially with her current level of fame. She could easily trend for wasting public resources. Muon said, "I don't have any on me either. You can sit on your bag for now. I'll go ask a flight attendant if they sell any." Li Shuqin nodded. "Thank you." She had intended to ask a flight attendant after boarding, but she was anxious about leaking in the meantime, which would be even more embarrassing. Mu1 shook her head, not considering it something to be thanked for. She had indeed faced some dislike due to rumors involving Kuang Ye, but that was all in the past now. Moreover, the other party didn't even know her. She suspected that the scoundrel Kuang Ye might have deceived her. Once on board, Muon immediately sought out a flight attendant, but the attendant shook her head, indicating that they did not sell any on the plane. Muon asked, "Are you sure they don't sell such essential items for women on the plane?" The flight attendant confirmed, "Ma'am, there are indeed none available. The plane is about to take off. Please return to your seat." Muon looked at the snack cart filled with various brands of playing cards, a shadow passing over her brow. "How long until takeoff?" "About 15 minutes." Muon turned around and surveyed the gentleman in business class, first asking Fong Ro, who shook her head. She then pulled aside the curtain and ventured into economy class. 10 minutes later, she finally managed to borrow a sanitary napkin from a female passenger in economy. "Thank you." The girl, with a ponytail, raised an eyebrow and smiled. "No need to thank me, girls help girls." Muon's lips curved into a smile. Upon returning, Muon handed the item to Li Shuqin. Once the plane took off and the restroom was open for use, Li Shuqin hurriedly walked in. "Ah, I'm so curious. What are they whispering about?" Li Shuqin and Muon both muted their mics. Muon even went to economy class. What was she up to? Two women. UVE successfully caught my attention. After Li Shuqin emerged from the restroom, she let out a sigh of relief. Had it not been for Muon's help, she would have surely stained her clothes. Due to the overwhelming curiosity from the barrage of comments, the production team was compelled to ask Li Shuqin what the two had been discussing while muted. Li Shuqin immediately felt a bit embarrassed, but, thinking of Muon's kindness, ultimately told the truth. There were no sanitary napkins on the plane. Muon went to economy class to ask passengers for one. "I really appreciate her. Oh my god. I've encountered such an embarrassing situation before. I was so panicked back then." Muon is great, noticing something was off with Shuqin immediately and even helping her borrow a sanitary napkin. "As a fan of Shuqin, I admit I spoke a bit loudly earlier. From today onward, I'll support both beauties. How could there be no sanitary napkins on a plane? Isn't that a necessity for women? A fun fact, high-speed trains also don't have them." Before long, a trending topic surged onto Weibo at an astonishing speed. "Why aren't sanitary napkins provided on planes?" Chapter 97, gaining fans. This topic instantly sparked heated discussions. "Indeed, I'm also puzzled. Why are such essential items for women absent on high-speed trains and planes? The snack cart can accommodate sunflower seeds and snacks, even playing cards, yet there is no space for sanitary napkins. Isn't that ironic? Women's needs have never been taken seriously, just like how women take longer in restrooms than men, yet almost all tourist attractions have restrooms of equal size for both genders. Here XX Airlines, please provide an explanation for this unreasonable phenomenon." The girl in the video is truly wonderful. She nearly asked every passenger on the plane before managing to borrow one. Her name is Muon. She is a violinist participating in the Let Us Travel Together program, live streaming the entire process. Feel free to tune in. Muon's actions garnered her a wave of goodwill, with spontaneous recommendations flooding in. Soon, countless netizens, driven by curiosity, flocked into the Let Us Travel Together live stream. However, once the official broadcast began, the director prohibited anyone from checking the comments on camera. This was to prevent the guests from being influenced by online remarks and becoming overly cautious during the show. After all, there are many keyboard warriors online, sometimes even a normal action by a guest could be magnified infinitely. At this moment, the plane had already taken off, and the cabin was relatively stable. To ensure that the live stream's gimmick remained authentic, the production team had chosen a travel plane with internet access throughout the flight. Several guests, eager to be on camera, sat close together. The oldest, Kuang Ye, asked the group, "How much did you all spend on the way to the airport?" The production team mentioned that if the expenses exceeded 100, our budget for New York would be reduced tenfold. Fong Ro immediately panicked. Tenfold? That means 1,000, it wouldn't be in USD. Would it? She hurriedly distanced herself from the matter. My hotel is conveniently located near the airport, and the taxi fare was merely $16, based on the standard of 20 per person. I should be well within the limit. Kuang Ye glanced at Fong Ru, trying to ascertain whether she was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending. Fong Ru blinked. Surely, $100 for 5 people is insufficient. At that moment, anyone who lagged behind would be reprimanded, and she had no desire to be the target of criticism. Li Shuqin gently interjected, "Ego is simply aiming to determine whether we've exceeded the budget. There is no intention to blame anyone, you needn't worry, Xiao Ru." Indeed, her words suggested that anyone exceeding $20 would be at fault. She was somewhat irked. Why must she always stir the pot? Can't we maintain a harmonious atmosphere? Even Ego was flustered, fearing others might misunderstand his words. Logically, exceeding the limit is quite reasonable. The airport is far from the city, and we are carrying luggage. Kuang Ye felt relieved to hear Li Shuqin's explanation. Yes, I merely wished to calculate things for my own peace of mind. I stayed quite far away, taking the subway and transferring to a bus, which cost me $12. Li Shuqin replied. I happened to have a fan who was also going to the airport and gave me a free ride, so I spent nothing. Yuan added. The apartment offers a shuttle service, so I incurred no expenses, Zhou Yang stated. I took a taxi, which cost $70. The group exclaimed. They abruptly turned to Zhou Yang. Goodness, you spent 3/5 of the budget all by yourself. Aren't you concerned about being reprimanded for overspending? Zhou Yang raised his phone in silent defense. Don't look at me like that. I'm not completely oblivious to group dynamics, you know. I was the last to depart and used the live stream to check with my fans. Confirming that we still had $72 left before I took a taxi, I can attest, I was the one who reported everyone else's expenses. Goodness, those in front were diligent, saving Zhou Yang a fortune. Zhou Yang, just tell me if we exceeded the limit or not. Muon sighed. Why didn't I think of that approach? Li Shuqin replied. I hadn't considered your method either. The apartment has a shuttle service, and I completely overlooked that. Shushu is beautiful and kind-hearted. She will surely find a safe way to the airport. Once they confirmed that they had not exceeded the budget, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Li Shuqin took the lead in creating a group chat for easier communication. Later, Fong Ru was the first to send a message in the group. Feeling wrong. JPEG, I'm sorry, Ego, that wasn't my intention. Muon and the others, I can only imagine their inner thoughts. Sister, that part has already passed, don't keep trying to insert yourself. Recognizing one's mistakes and improving is commendable. After all, our Ru is young and inevitably speaks imprecisely at times. Let us be forgiving. I apologize on behalf of Ru to the older brothers and sisters. Fong Ru, being an idol, naturally had her own fanbase. Moreover, as the youngest, netizens were relatively forgiving toward her, thus they did not press the issue. Once the production team confirmed their calculations, they presented the task list for the trip. Zhou Yang took it and, after a quick glance, summarized the contents concisely. Our trip will last 7 days, allowing us to explore New York in depth, so we have ample time. However, we have a daily task that must be completed. Otherwise, funds will be deducted. Additionally, there are certain must-visit landmarks, such as the Statue of Liberty. Kuang Ye inquired of the director, how much is our budget for this trip? The director did not keep them in suspense. $6,000. Zhou Yang gasped. Is that so much? I had no idea our show was so affluent. How much is $6,000? Is it a lot? That's equivalent to over 40,000 RMB. For 5 people over 7 days, it's not excessive, but certainly not negligible. The director smiled mysteriously, while Zhou Yang felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing a catch. Sure enough, the next sentence from the director confirmed his suspicions. Chapter 98, Dividing the money. Every day there will be tasks, and if a task fails, $1,000 will be deducted. If the budget runs out prematurely, you will have to fend for yourselves in New York. The group. Zhou Yang, can I call the police? The director replied. If you think being sent back to your country would bring you glory, I sympathize with Yang for a moment. Previously, I thought he was a cool boy because of his explosive stage presence. Turns out his true personality is so silly. The production team handed them $6,000 in cash, neatly packaged in an envelope. Upon receiving it, Kuang Ye's first action was to count it, very meticulous, to prevent any underhanded dealings by the production team. Once he confirmed the amount was accurate, Zhongyi glanced at the money and then at the group. Should this be entrusted to one individual, with others seeking funds from them, or should we divide it evenly and share all expenses equally? Fang Ru felt that the person managing the money would surely receive the most screen time, given the numerous interactions with other guests. However, being the youngest, the others might not entrust such an important responsibility to her. As she contemplated her words, Muwan spoke up. Let us go with splitting it evenly, however, we should set aside a portion for communal funds and emergency funds. Li Shuqin looked at her. What do you mean? Muwan retrieved a notebook and pen from her bag, writing as she spoke. We have a total of $6,000. Let's allocate 15, which amounts to $900, for emergency funds. It's winter in New York, and we should avoid situations where someone falls ill without the means to pay for treatment. This is crucial. Healthcare abroad can be prohibitively expensive. The remaining $5,100 will be split, with 40 designated as communal funds, as travel expenses for food, accommodation, and transport will be significant. Since we'll all be together, splitting expenses can be cumbersome. It's more convenient to draw from the communal funds. The leftover money, approximately $612 per person, can be freely utilized. This way, no one has to ask for money just to buy a loaf of bread or a bottle of water. The group nodded in agreement. Finding Muwan's proposed division of funds quite agreeable, Zhou Yang remarked, I think that works, but who will keep the communal and emergency funds? Fang Ru eagerly raised her hand. I can do it. My father is an accountant, and I'll make sure every penny is accounted for. The others looked at her, but no one spoke or nodded in agreement. Zhongyi felt a bit uneasy. He worried that the young girl might misplace the money, leaving them to fend for themselves. However, since she had volunteered, he felt it would be impolite to decline. This is more than half of the money. Can she really be trusted to keep it safe? If she were to lose it, she'd be in for a world of trouble. Why would she take on such a hot potato? Maybe just seeking the spotlight. Let us not jump to conclusions. It could simply be her enthusiasm. Li Shuqin and Zhou Yang exchanged glances. Neither was keen on taking on the responsibility of handling the money. But they were also extremely uneasy about Fang Ru's exuberant nature. Just as Zhou Yan was about to voice his concerns, Muwan interjected again. Since the emergency and communal funds together constitute half the total amount, entrusting it to one person seems a bit risky. How about this, Ru, you manage the emergency funds, while Li Gu takes the communal funds. You two represent the oldest and youngest members of the group, creating a stable combination. If Fang Ru had sensed the group's distrust right from the start, initially thinking Muwan was going to counter her, she was pleasantly surprised to find that Muwan was genuinely offering a suggestion, alleviating some of her unease. Alright, if I were to manage all the funds, I might feel somewhat pressured. Everyone turned to Zhongyi, who was being regarded with eyes filled with expectation. He nodded in agreement. Alright, my partner always says I'm not good with finances, perhaps this will be a good practice for me. The others burst into laughter, and the comments section was filled with joy. This atmosphere is quite pleasant. I initially feared they might have differing opinions and fall into a cold war over this matter. Indeed, I was concerned that they would truly allow Fang Ru to manage the funds. I'd likely be on edge the entire time. Muwan's suggestion was excellent. It provided Fang Ru with an opportunity to contribute while ensuring that the money was in Zhongyi's hands. With the oldest managing the funds, no one could object. Did you notice, despite 4 artists being present, the scene was actually being controlled by Muwan, an ordinary person. Her mental fortitude is impressive. She displayed no signs of intimidation whatsoever. My focus is on how she effortlessly calculated everyone's share, which is quite impressive. I'm sold. The flight to New York would take over 10 hours. Muwan woke up early, stifled a yawn, and prepared to catch some sleep. However, the others were discussing where to stay upon landing. With internet access, they could easily check lodging options and prices online. Li Shuqin noticed that Muwan seemed a bit tired and requested a blanket from the flight attendant. If you're sleepy, go ahead and rest. We'll handle the accommodations. Muwan did not decline, nodding in appreciation, and promptly covered her head with the blanket, worried that if she fell asleep, she might embarrass herself on the livestream. I also prefer to sleep this way, otherwise I feel insecure. We 1T get to see the beauty's sleeping face. How heartbreaking. Chapter 99, Secret Conspiracy. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, New York time, the plane finally arrived in New York. Muwan had slept for over 10 hours, feeling utterly languid. After stretching, she promptly messaged Kuang Ye to inform him of her safe arrival. I've landed in New York. Kuang Ye, who was in the morning at 10 o'clock, quickly replied, I saw it in the livestream. It looked like so much fun. I'm waiting for you at home. Muwan's eyes sparkled with joy. Great. Who is she chatting with now? Looking so radiant, this new fan is feeling a tinge of jealousy. Her boyfriend. Her boyfriend won. What, the boyfriend? I just became a fan of her boyfriend. Fang Ru noticed the gentle radiance in her eyes and teased. Kuang Ye, your smile is so sweet, are you chatting with your boyfriend? She intended to remind the audience once more of the fact that Muwan had a boyfriend this way, even if an entertainment agency took an interest in her captivating visage and wished to sign her. They would have to take that into consideration. To her surprise, Muwan responded candidly, indeed, he is my fiancé, Fongru, previously a boyfriend fan, but now she has a fiancé, your chances are gone. Crying in the bathroom. While Muwan was peacefully asleep, the group had already finalized their accommodation. They had booked a 2-bedroom suite in a Manhattan Airbnb to save on expenses. 1 standard room with 2 beds of 1.5 meters for the 2 boys and a family room with a king-size bed and a smaller bed of 1.2 meters for the 3 girls, the director announced, since it's quite late today. There won't be any tasks assigned. Heiress the task list for tomorrow. Please collect your copies. Zhou Yang interjected. Let us discuss tomorrow's tasks tomorrow, director. Treat us like individuals. The director replied, shall I assign you a spontaneous task for today? Muwan eagerly seized the task card, her face brightening with a feigned excitement. Wow, are we getting tasks already? Thank you for your hard work, director. Everyone, let us take a look at tomorrow's tasks. She exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Yang, who understood immediately. Yes, let us check the tasks. It's obvious Wan doesn't want to do tasks today. She swiftly grabbed the task card and signaled Zhou Yang. So adorable. The group gathered to review the tasks. The primary locations for tomorrow's check-ins were notable spots in Manhattan, such as Times Square and Fifth Avenue. The task was to ensure that each participant would have at least 5 foreign friends recognize them. Everyone in Zhongyi asked, what does recognize yourself mean? Finding your foreign fans? That would be quite disadvantageous for him, as most of his roles were in serious dramas with little international exposure, even if there were. He was rarely the lead, so few would know him. The director clarified, no. Throughout tomorrow, you'll need to make friends while sightseeing, ensuring at least 5 people can accurately call out your Chinese names. Zhou Yang responded, is it really that simple? I could just have someone give me $1 to say it once. The director, Zhou Yang, the king of loopholes. Zhou Yang, there's no game bug I can't exploit. The director retorted, that is certainly not allowed, that would be cheating, and if caught the punishment will be doubled, so that is $2,000. The director is quite ruthless. This task is extremely unfriendly to those with social anxiety. We might just shatter on the spot. Li Shuqin and Muwan exchanged glances, with Li Shuqin quietly asking Muwan, do you think foreigners watch XXX or XXXX? Those are her most famous representative works. Muwan replied, they probably do. It seems many people abroad enjoy our historical dramas. Stealing a glance at Zhou Yang, she added discreetly, if all else fails, let Zhou Yang perform. And we can stick our names on him. If the audience calls out, they can request songs. Li Shuqin, Zhou suddenly emerged from behind them, saying, good idea. The two turned around, and the 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously focused on Zhou Yang, who was still engaged in a verbal spar with the director. Rock culture is more prevalent abroad than domestically. Zhou Yang performing would undoubtedly give them an edge. Yang has been quietly sold out. He remains oblivious. Wan is quite the schemer. Fongru, seeing the trio whispering, felt excluded, and quickly approached, exclaiming, Sister Qin, what are you discussing? The 3 hastily covered her mouth. Signaling for silence, Zhou Yang turned to see the 3 looking at him with benevolent expressions. I'm dying of laughter, they're so amusing. The meme has already been created, plotting in secrecy. JPEG. It was a gif capturing Muwan covering Fongru's mouth while the 3 turned their heads, casting guilty glances at Zhou Yang, the producer, observing the rising viewer count in the livestream. Felt a surge of excitement. He thought to himself how fortunate it was that he hadn't given up on the show due to Muwan's difficult nature. The program was generating fantastic content. Moreover, the initial wave of viewers had come from trending searches. Chapter 100 Are You Gay Too? The next day, everyone woke up early. As the oldest member of the team, Zhongyi naturally took on the caretaker role. Heading out first to buy breakfast for everyone, after Muwan got up and tidied herself, she expressed her gratitude to Zhongyi upon seeing the bread and milk on the table. After breakfast, the group set off towards the previously agreed-upon route to check in at the scenic spots. Today's locations were all free attractions, bustling street markets, unique architecture. The group strolled along, taking photos, exploring interesting shops, and feeling utterly relaxed. Initially Fongru was tense, concerned about appearing unflattering on the live stream. However, upon witnessing the natural interactions between Muwan and Li Shuqin as they snapped photos of each other, her feelings became somewhat ambiguous. Did they truly view this as a vacation? This was a reality show. Such mundane content couldn't possibly keep the audience engaged. Is this Times Square? So many foreigners. Upstairs. Is it possible that here we are the foreigners? Wow, so many thrift shops. I want to explore, plus there are tons of shoes and accessories. No drama, no quarrels. The atmosphere of this show is delightful. Who understands? I haven't stepped out of the livestream since yesterday. 1. Zhou Yang, is this the photo you took for us? Yes, isn't it beautiful? Muwan and Li Shuqin gazed at the two expressions captured in the photo. Falling into silence, Feng Ru glanced at the photo, feeling embarrassed herself. Let me give it a try. The two looked at her with hopeful eyes. Feng Ru, who had been internally critiquing them moments before, felt a twinge of guilt under their scrutiny. Once the photo was taken, she nervously handed her phone over. After Muwan and Li Shuqin reviewed it, they both turned to her with serious expressions. Feng Ru's heart raced. Were they dissatisfied? Muwan gently patted her shoulder. From today onward, you are our team's master photographer. Li Shuqin nodded in agreement. Indeed, your photography is stunning, rivaling professional photographers. Feng Ru, flattered yet feeling a bit shy, also harbored a secret joy. Then I'll continue taking photos for you. The environment truly matters. In other teams, Feng Ru would undoubtedly be perceived as a manipulative schemer. But due to the team's inclusivity, she appears adorably naive. I'm not particularly fond of her. Her cunning is evident, and there have been rumors of her bullying team members. Really? She seems like a sweet girl. Let us not spread rumors. Do you have any evidence? It's true she was involved in a contract dispute and caused someone to miss their chance, leading to her being blacklisted by the entire television network. That's because of her terrible agency. The comments quickly erupted into chaos, but the travelers remained blissfully unaffected. The five enjoyed a cheerful day, visiting all the designated spots by the production team before finally remembering their task for today. Zhou Yi, suppressing his embarrassment, approached a passerby. Hello, can you be my friend? The young man looked at Zhou Yi and replied, are you gay too? Zhou Yi felt as if struck by lightning. Momentarily stunned, Zhou Yang, nearby, was nearly in stitches, rushing over to clarify repeatedly with a no, before pulling Zhou Yi aside. I can't, I almost spat out my water from laughing. Can someone translate that? Translation in question, hello, can we be friends? Answer, are you also gay? Pohaha, I can't, I laughed out loud despite myself. Zhou Yi, a moment of openness has led to a lifetime of introversion. Muwan and the others watched the entire exchange, laughing uncontrollably. Once the laughter subsided, the group exchanged glances. Li Shuqin remarked, approaching strangers on the street like this might easily be mistaken for flirting. The director chimed in, there is 1 hour left until the task deadline. Everyone, they glared at the director. You didn't mention there was a time limit for the task, the director replied. I just did the group. What a shameless person, the director added. $1,000, the group could only see then silence, their gazes shifting towards Zhou Yang. Rock god, we need you. Zhou Yang felt an ominous premonition rising within him. What? 10 minutes later, at Times Square, Zhou Yang, guitar slung over his back and covered in sticky notes inscribed with names, stood on the street, strumming away with a look of existential despair. He wondered why the others had insisted he bring his guitar that morning. The remaining members were nearby, recruiting passers-by, explaining that anyone who could correctly pronounce the names on the notes would get to request a song. Language barriers were no issue, they could teach them. Thus, a complete industry chain was formed. Muwan and Li Shuqin lured in potential clients. Feng Ru and Zhou Yi taught them how to pronounce. While Zhou Yang took charge of performing, Zhou Yang wasn't dubbed the new generation's rock god for nothing. His unique voice could captivate a crowd almost instantly. The rock god finds new employment. Busking in Times Square. Thanks to Wan, my singing was truly delightful. These songs were ones I had never sung before, and I was unaware of the depth of my repertoire in less than half an hour. Everyone exceeded their tasks, all were effusively praising the day's hero Zhou Yang. Initially Zhou Yang appeared somewhat displeased, but gradually a smile crept onto his lips, clearly reveling in the compliments. Once the task was accomplished, a sense of relief washed over the group as they eagerly anticipated a joyful dinner to conclude the day's journey. Suddenly Muwan heard a phrase in English whispered nearby. Instantly, her smile faded. She looked up sharply, and the other person provocatively met her gaze, repeating the earlier phrase. Without a moment's hesitation, Muwan strode over and delivered a resounding slap to the individual's face.